For a time traveler, aside from displaying an overwhelming sense of superiority compared to contemporaries, what else can one achieve? Indeed, the pursuit of wealth, ceaseless accumulation of riches. A time traveler is a treasure trove in themselves. The mere presence of such an individual in any era could propel that time forward by countless years. Yuan Han, as a newly minted freshman, harbored the same dreams and aspirations as her peers. Free from the burdens of heavy coursework, she relished the abundance of time at her disposal to select elective classes, allowing herself moments to daydream, stroll, and indulge in slumber. However, her true desire was to devote most of her time to romance, yet alas, all she beheld were frogs. With a hint of lament, Yuan Han cradled her head in despair. From primary school through university, she had traversed a world of frogs, leading to an inexplicable aversion to amphibians. Frog legs were a dish she would never order. At last, she encountered a rather handsome gentleman, hoping to follow him to class and perhaps spark a connection. To her dismay, he was attending a dissection class, and the subject of dissection was none other than a frog. Feeling rather unlucky, she decided to relinquish her claim on this moderately attractive young man. Sigh. Yuan Han, why the long face? If you're not going to the dissection class, let's head to the study room instead. We mustn't squander this precious time, urged her friend, Lu Mei, giving Yuan Han a gentle nudge while offering her a bottle of water. Yuan Han took a sip, nodding with a tinge of melancholy. Yes, if I can't catch a fish, I shall settle for a bear's paw. Off to the study room we go. After a brief internal monologue, Yuan Han's spirits lifted somewhat as the two settled into the study room, each engrossed in their respective books. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. A series of intermittent coughs echoed from a distance. Yuan Han felt a headache coming on. Frustrated, she set her book aside and glared in the direction of the noise. Lu Mei, look quickly. Isn't that boy quite handsome? Oh, indeed he is. What of it? Lu Mei glanced up in the direction Yuan Han indicated. He seems to have caught a cold. Just look at how miserable he appears. With that, Lu Mei returned her focus to her studies, displaying a lack of solidarity. Yuan Han found it hard to concentrate. It was futile to force her attention elsewhere. This boy was rather appealing, with delicate features and an air of refinement. Coupled with his illness, the way he coughed made him look almost like a tragic hero. Yet, he was not as effeminate as Yuan Han had initially imagined. Perhaps the cough had grown too severe, as he began to gather his belongings and exited the study room. I'm feeling drowsy. I think I'll take a nap, Yuan Han declared, disheartened as the handsome figure slipped from her view. She had only just arrived at university that day and was exhausted from the long journey, especially after having an argument with her roommate upon reaching the dormitory. What was the cause of the dispute, you ask? It was a matter of timing. Yuan Han had been delayed due to family matters, and her friend Lu Mei had arrived first, claiming a bed for her. However, another student, Yang Mei-Qing, had also moved in and demanded the bed reserved for Yuan Han. Lu Mei refused to comply, thus igniting a rivalry between them. Had Yang Mei-Qing approached with a more amicable attitude, a resolution might have been reached. Yet, being a wealthy girl accustomed to privilege, her arrogance escalated the conflict, resulting in Yuan Han facing a barrage of insults upon her arrival. Of course, Yuan Han was not one to be easily intimidated, and a two-known verbal altercation ensued. Outmatched, Yang Mei-Qing stormed off in frustration, leaving the two irked individuals to vacate the premises. The subsequent events unfolded predictably. Yuan Han collapsed into a deep slumber, utterly fatigued, her snores resonating throughout the room. What a sight, an absolute mess, Lu Mei teased, using a tissue to wipe away the drool at the corner of Yuan Han's mouth. Eventually, the peculiar stares from those around them encircled Lu Mei and the sleeping Yuan Han. These gazes were laden with resentment, disgust, and fury. Each pair of eyes seemed to wield a metaphorical dagger. Unable to withstand the sharpness of such scrutiny, Lu Mei shook Yuan Han awake in the midst of the gathering crowd. Yuan Han, Yuan Han. Wake up. The sky is falling. Oh, let it fall, Yuan Han mumbled, rubbing her sleepy eyes. What a disturbance to her dreams. However, it was for the best. Too much slumber would make the night difficult to pass. Without regard for whether Yuan Han was fully awake, Lu Mei hastily dragged her out of the study room. Are you awake now? Lu Mei inquired as they stood outside, catching a breath of fresh air. Yes, I am awake, Yuan Han replied, her thoughts drifting back to the boy from the study room. Do you believe in love at first sight? Yuan Han certainly did. Indeed, she had fallen for that boy at first glance. One should not assume Yuan Han was not a good student. In truth, she was quite diligent. However, having been a good student for far too long, she yearned for a release. It is worth noting that Yuan Han had never experienced a romantic relationship before high school. Her experiences were even less than those of some elementary school children. She was simply waiting for the right moment, the moment when love was permissible. College was the time and place she deemed perfect. She only needed to find the right person, and everything would fall into place. Thus, she found herself hopelessly enamored with the ailing young man. Yuan Han, have you rested enough? It's nearly afternoon, let's grab a bite to eat. I'm on a diet and won't be eating anything after 5, Lu Mei said, glancing at her watch before standing up to address Yuan Han. Sure, I'd like to lose some weight too. Let's go, Yuan Han replied without a second thought. How remarkable love is. The girl who had vowed never to diet was now resolute in her decision to shed a few pounds. Though not overweight, Yuan Han felt inspired to slim down, influenced by the young man's graceful physique, lest she be deemed unworthy should they ever find themselves together. Lu Mei shot her a sideways glance, and the two clasped hands as they made their way to the dining hall. Once there, they each ordered a bowl of congee and a basket of dumplings. Lu Mei complained about Yuan Han disrupting her dietary plan. Who eats porridge and dumplings in the afternoon? What good is porridge alone? What if we get hungry? Dumplings are small and delicate, having a couple won't hurt, Yuan Han defended her choice, indifferent to whether Lu Mei accepted her reasoning. With a heavy heart, Yuan Han sipped her congee and nibbled on her dumplings. She longed to inquire whether Lu Mei knew the ailing boy but hesitated, fearing it might come off as too forward. After their meal, Yuan Han approached the serving counter and purchased 4 chicken legs, feeling she owed her roommate some compensation for the trouble she had caused. Yang Mei-ching had yet to return, but the other 3 girls appeared to be quite amicable. With the introduction of the chicken legs, they quickly bonded, engaging in light conversation. Bang! The dormitory door swung open, and Yang Mei-ching strode in with her head held high. She surveyed the room with disdain and scoffed, I thought I had wandered into a marketplace. Yuan Han was not one to harbor grudges. She stood and offered the chicken leg she had set aside for Yang Mei-ching. Yang Mei-ching, we're all in the same dormitory now. We may argue, but let's not hold grudges. Hey, race this for you, let's make peace. Humph, what are you scheming? Trying to fatten me up with such greasy food? Yang Mei-ching retorted, pulling a compact out of her bag and plopping down on Yuan Han's bed, applying makeup while continuing her complaints. Yuan Han couldn't help but chuckle at the girl's ability to discern her intentions. Yang Mei-ching, this is merely about a bed. If you dislike the upper bunk, I'm willing to switch with you. We'll be living together for 4 years, can't we compromise? Are you out of your mind? You think you can just switch and that I'll have to go along with it? This dormitory is not governed by you. Yang Mei-ching shot Yuan Han a scornful glance and resumed her makeup routine. Yuan Han felt the weight of frustration settle in. It appeared Yang Mei-ching had no intention of reconciling. We should all be accommodating. Constant bickering is unbearable for us and for them. We all want to be friends. Who are they? In this room, it's just me and a barking dog. I come from a wealthy family and have no need to befriend the poor, Yang Mei-ching declared nonchalantly. Yuan Han, recognizing the designer labels adorning Yang Mei-ching, acknowledged her affluence. Yet, such an attitude of superiority was unwarranted. Ignoring the existence of others and referring to one as a dog? Yang Mei-ching clearly had poor judgment and failed to see the flames of indignation igniting above Yuan Han's head. Yuan Han gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger. What did you just say? The girl was truly insufferable. Yang Mei-ching, as if deliberately provoking her, raised her voice, are your ears deaf? Did you not hear what I said? Humph. This truly ignited Yuan Han's fury. Did Yang Mei-ching believe that wealth granted her immunity to decency? Such arrogance was intolerable. She needed a reality check to understand the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Say that again? Yuan Han glared at Yang Meiqing, her eyes aflame. Unfazed, Yang Meiqing maintained her indifferent demeanor, oblivious to the growing ire in Yuan Han. With a lipstick in hand, she smirked and opened her mouth to speak. "I said I." With a shriek, Yang Meiqing caught a glimpse of her reflection in the mirror, horrified to see her meticulously applied makeup marred by 2 streaks of lipstick. Outraged, she could not fathom how she could endure such an affront after all. She had been pampered her entire life. "Yuan Han, you will pay for this," Yang Meiqing declared, rising abruptly, her hand poised to slap Yuan Han. Yuan Han swiftly sidestepped, avoiding the blow, but Yang Meiqing was relentless in her pursuit of vengeance. "Yang Meiqing, stop!" Lu Mei interjected, rushing forward to restrain Yang Meiqing in a bid to quell the impending altercation. "Get off me!" Yang Meiqing shoved Lu Mei aside, intent on continuing her assault on Yuan Han. Yuan Han's ire surged forth. If she did not subdue her fierce demeanor, her dormitory companions would inevitably fall prey to her tyranny. In a swift motion, she seized Yang Meiqing's beautifully curled hair and pushed her onto the bed, while her other hand forcefully stuffed a chicken leg into her mouth. "Eat, you shall eat, or I shall thrash you," she commanded. With wide, tear-filled eyes, Yang Meiqing gazed up at Yuan Han in disbelief. She had never anticipated Yuan Han's ferocity, and fear began to set in. Complying with Yuan Han's demand, she quickly nodded, sobbing, "I will eat, I will eat." Consequently, by the following day, the classroom buzzed with the tale of Yang Meiqing, who had sobbed like a ghost while gnawing on a chicken leg, becoming the talk of the town. Yuan Han, however, was not thrilled merely by her notorious act. Rather, it was the revelation that the sickly boy was in the same class as herself that piqued her interest. She had discovered a new passion observing him. At last, she discerned his name, Yang Guang. How curious that he shared the same surname as Yang Meiqing. She felt compelled to act swiftly lest that enchantress snatch him away first. One fateful day during physical education class, Yuan Han stealthily returned to the classroom to leave behind a pink love letter, summoning the courage to confess her feelings, albeit through a somewhat outdated approach. Little did she know, as she scrutinized Yang Guang, Yang Meiqing was covertly observing her in return. To her astonishment, Yuan Han harbored feelings for her brother, and she would not let that slip through her fingers. She decided to teach her a lesson. As Yuan Han entered the classroom, Yang Meiqing cunningly scattered banana peels at the threshold. Alas, a misfortune soon befell Yuan Han. Lost in daydreams of holding Yang Guang's hand while gazing at the ceiling, the moment she stepped out of the classroom, she heard a resounding thud as she fell. Before long, Lu Mei discovered Yuan Han's absence. Upon reaching the classroom, she found her sprawled on the floor, blood streaming from her head, utterly motionless. After the fall, Yuan Han struggled to open her heavy eyelids, surrounded by darkness, only faintly hearing the sounds of wood being chopped and a rooster crowing in the distance. "That little rascal, does he not know the meaning of diligence? Will he still marry your wife?" Yuan Han faintly perceived a voice scolding her, before everything faded into silence.
Chapter 2. Truly transcended. Yuan Han instinctively attempted to open her eyes, yet found them stubbornly shut. Something felt amiss. She was at school, yet the sound of roosters crowing reached her ears. Moreover, there were whispers of marrying a bride. Surely she must be dreaming. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she sensed an internal resistance, as if her very soul were being expelled. Yuan Han, Yuan Han. This was the voice of Lu Mei. What had happened to her? Why did it feel as if a multitude surrounded her? After several struggles, she finally managed to open her eyes, only to find herself cradled in Lu Mei's arms, while beside her, Yang Meiqing was sobbing uncontrollably, and she could only gasp for breath. Yang Guang consoled Yang Meiqing before squatting down to grasp Yuan Han's hand, saying, "Yuan Han, you must hold on. The ambulance will arrive shortly." "How dare you say that? It's your sister's fault that Yuan Han is in this state," Lu Mei cried out, her voice laced with grief. What? They were siblings. Yuan Han felt a tumult of emotions. Was it excitement or fury? She could scarcely breathe, and soon darkness enveloped her vision. Silence fell upon the group as a vibrant life was extinguished, a life lost over a mere banana peel. How fragile existence truly was. No longer able to ignore her discomfort, she reached out to explore her surroundings, only to discover that the pain she felt was a result of falling to the ground in her dream. Noting that she had inadvertently adopted a trendy new style, she had traversed time. Yet, a lingering fear gripped her. She was acutely aware that she no longer belonged to her familiar world. Clearly, the body she had inhabited was of modest means. After all, weren't maids considered expendable in ancient times? A single word from their master could seal their fate. Having finally resolved her biological needs with the overturned chamber pot, she fumbled her way to the bed, only to be met with the musty odor of the bedding. Sleep eluded her as frustration bubbled within. Despite this, Yuan Han found herself lost in thoughts of Yang Guang, a delightful young man. She lamented that she had yet to have a meaningful conversation with him before her untimely demise in her former life. I think of you, if you truly cared for me. Yuan Han mused, her mind spiraling into a state of confusion as she sang aimlessly. For some inexplicable reason, I like you. I have fallen deeply in love with you. Yet, singing could not mask the terror that gripped her heart. Yuan Han buried her head in her hands, tears streaming down her face, praying for the dawn to arrive swiftly. She reaffirmed to herself that she had indeed transcended time and could not return. What was she to do? It was said that those who transcended possessed a golden finger. Did she have one? Yuan Han racked her brain, but ultimately felt defeated. She possessed little beyond the ability to recognize a few characters, play computer games, and boil instant noodles. In modern society, children were treasures of the family, and it was entirely normal not to perform household chores. She prayed that, despite the room's simplicity, her new parents would cherish her, hoping to spare her from hardship. Speaking of her parents, she wondered how they were faring in her former world. Though her heart ached for them, she felt powerless to intervene, and so she prayed for their well-being, wishing for their gradual recovery. Thankfully, she was not an only child. Her parents still had hope. Nevertheless, she did not wish for them to forget her too quickly, for if they did, who would remember that she once belonged to that world? Mom and Dad, I hope you are well, Yuan Han whispered silently to herself. In truth, she was someone who could come to terms with her circumstances easily. Life must go on for everyone. Sadness was merely an occasional seasoning. Thankfully, she had not perished, but had transcended, granted a second chance at life. Those who had faced death cherished every moment, and thus Yuan Han took a deep breath, contemplating what she ought to do when dawn broke. First, find a restroom. The chamber pot was hardly convenient or pleasant. Second, ascertain her location. Third, understand the role she was to play, preferably that of a young maiden. Fourth, identify the supporting characters. Fifth, consider breakfast. Yuan Han mentally compiled a list. A loom stood in one corner, with a piece of fabric she had touched earlier, 2 wooden stools, a small round table, and a set of earthenware tea bowls. The bedding on the Kong was patched and moldy. Glancing at herself, she noted that she was clad in coarse, homespun garments. How to describe it? Imagine a village girl from a period drama, albeit slightly worse off. Where was the mirror? At that moment, Yuan Han was more concerned about her appearance. As the light grew stronger, she searched for a mirror and finally caught her reflection in a copper basin. Yuan Han nearly choked on her own breath. What manner of hairstyle was this? Anyone familiar with Journey to the West would recognize the look of the youthful attendant beside the deity Jin Yuan. Utterly speechless, she lamented, "How could I have dressed so unattractively in ancient times?" Yuan Han complained, "I am still myself, yet you are no longer you. It's the same soup with a different flavor. I must redo my hair." Finally, the day had dawned. Yuan Han peered through a hole in the window to observe the outside world. A rather plump woman, clad in coarse garments, her head wrapped in a scarf, squatted near a chicken coop, opening the door and scattering a handful of wheat bran on the ground. The chickens flocked eagerly, clambering for a bite. The stout woman sighed, wiped her hands on her apron, and gathered a few sticks of firewood to prepare a meal. Disappointment washed over Yuan Han. She regretted her earlier thoughts. Even being a maid would have its merits. At least she might encounter a master who, despite his quirks, would love her dearly. Now, it seemed all hope was lost. Just a little more sleep. Yuan Han finally surrendered to her exhaustion. After a long night, fatigue overtook her, and she cared little for the state of the bedding. She rolled into it, closing her eyes sweetly. Though this mother was not her true mother, she would suffice. For soon her stomach began to churn violently. Groggily, she murmured about the delay in breakfast. Stretching and rubbing her eyes, she leaned against the window to peer outside, only to be startled by the sight before her. Had they already begun without her? Muttering about being left uncalled, She reassured herself that her mother must have simply wished for her to wake naturally. Not wanting to dwell on it further, she decided to wash up and have breakfast. As her hunger was becoming unbearable, to her dismay, she found the door would not budge. She pushed harder, yet it remained shut. Growing frustrated, she pounded on the door, shouting, "Open up! Open up!" The sudden commotion startled those enjoying breakfast outside. They froze, staring at the door, bewildered by the unexpected ruckus. "What energy this girl has after days of hunger," one young man remarked. This young man was Yuan Han's brother, Yuan Quanxue. After a brief pause, he finally replied, coming. Realizing the commotion, another older man, Yuan Han's father, old Yuan, unfastened a key from his belt and unlocked the door that had been sealed for 5 days. "You've finally come to your senses," he grumbled, his tone impatient and his gaze condescending. Unwilling to be intimidated, Yuan Han shot him a defiant glare. "Where's the restroom? The restroom." The others looked at each other in confusion, clearly unaware of what she meant. "The outhouse. Where is it?" Yuan Han felt as though her frustration might explode. Could they not see her desperate state? Their expressions were utterly blank. Everyone must forgive Yuan Han. She had initially resolved to embrace her new family. Yuan Meixiang, simply follow the path around the chicken coop to the back. "Thank you." Yuan Han, with a smile that did not quite reach her eyes, expressed her gratitude and hurried off towards her destination. However, before the group could exchange a few words, they were startled by the sound of retching from behind the house. Suddenly, a figure darted in front of them, asking, "Are there any other latrines?" Yuan Han, still gagging, had forgotten that they were in ancient times, a period devoid of modern flush toilets. What's the point of having so many cesspits? Isn't one enough? A rather stout woman shot Yuan Han an irritated glare, clearly annoyed by the girl's seemingly nonsensical remarks. Without a doubt, this was Yuan Han's mother, Yuan Shaner. After a moment, Yuan Han waved her hand, looking pitifully at Yuan Shaner. "I'm hungry. Just wait. I'll get you some rice." Yuan Han's mother hesitated for a moment before heading to the kitchen. "Thanks." Yuan Han finally managed a smile, expressing her gratitude before rushing inside to fetch a copper basin filled with water to wash her face. Blinking her eyes in a sparkling manner, once she was tidied up, she stepped into the courtyard where rice had already been served in bowls. How to put it, the occasional simple meal suited Yuan Han just fine, especially when paired with some crisp pickled vegetables. In just a few bites, she finished a bowl, finding it rather bland, and decided to try another. After finishing her sentence, she shamelessly extended her bowl towards Yuan Shaner. Yuan Shaner squinted at Yuan Han for a while without saying a word, then went to serve another bowl slowly. "Huar, have you come to terms with things?" After consuming one bowl, Yuan Han felt less ravenous. But upon seeing the second bowl of thin porridge, so watery it could reflect one's silhouette, she inwardly grumbled, "Is this really my mother? Huar, I'm talking to you." Yuan Shaner shook Yuan Han gently. Clearly exasperated, Yuan Han nearly lost her balance and fell backward, but managed to steady herself by grabbing the table. Squinting at her mother, she asked, "What did you just call me?" "Huar." "Yes, Huar. I asked if you figured things out." Yuan Shaner rolled her eyes at her daughter, clearly baffled. "Is there anyone else named Huar? My name is Yuan Han." "Wait, no. What is my full name? I've forgotten." Yuan Han initially wanted to emphasize this, but then realized this wasn't the modern era and decided to inquire about her name in ancient times. Yuan Shaner's chubby face twitched for a moment before she squinted and replied, "Don't you know your name is Yuan Juhua? This child must have something wrong with her. She's forgotten her own name?" Old Yuan pondered, puffing on his pipe. Once a mere chatterbox, now she was a veritable blabbermouth. A few exchanged glances, remaining still, curious to see what trick she would play next. Mother, Yuan Han was a girl with a strong adaptability. Quickly falling into character, calling her mother felt completely natural. "Next time, don't cook the rice so watery. It's hardly filling." After finishing another bowl of thin porridge, Yuan Han still felt an urgent need to visit the latrine. Hearing this, Yuan Shaner, dragging her plump frame, chased after her. Such is the concern of parents for their children. Even a trip to the latrine causes such anxiety. Uncle Yuan, having breakfast. A handsome young man passing by the courtyard greeted them amicably. Old Yuan, momentarily taken aback, broke into a hearty smile. "Yes, just finished." "Luo Jun, where are you headed?" "Oh, I noticed the weather is quite nice today, so I plan to go read by the river," Luo Jun said. though inwardly he wished Luo Jun wouldn't succeed. "Thank you, Uncle Yuan. I won't disturb you any longer." Luo Jun politely thanked old Yuan and continued on his way to the river. Now, you might ask, who is Luo Jun? The answer is Yuan Han's male lead. Chapter 4. Am I being abused? How to describe it? In the few minutes Yuan Han spent in the latrine, which in ancient terms is merely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, she missed her male lead. Had she not gone to the latrine, she would likely have thrown herself at him and never let go. After all, encountering a boy who resembles Yang Guang after crossing over, what else could it be but fate? Holding her breath and resolving her physiological needs, Yuan Han pulled up her trousers and secured her belt. Ancient people, too, were frugal, using hemp ropes for belts. Was it really necessary to be so stingy? Once she finished tidying up, she noticed her mother had been standing beside her all along, which touched her for a brief moment. After all, it was her mother, and she still cared for her. She affectionately linked arms with Yuan Shaner. "Mother, let us go to the front." Yuan Shaner cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Han, but allowed her to lead the way. "Mother, where's breakfast?" Upon entering the front yard, Yuan Han spotted a younger girl, still half asleep, pouting at Yuan Shaner in a spoiled manner. Yuan Han thought this girl resembled a gorilla from the zoo. My goodness, with such a face, she looked even more like a gorilla than a gorilla itself. Who needs to pay for zoo tickets anymore? And there she was, acting all cutesy and spoiled. What a sight. Without favoritism, she couldn't help but mock her sister's name in her mind. Xingxiang. Does it mean the fragrance of apricot blossoms? The answer is, she had never smelled it, so she didn't know. Honestly, why must her name contain the word fragrance? Why not just name herself Xiangxiang? At least she share a name with the fragrant princess. As for Juhua, Yuan Han internally critiqued that name again. It's not that Juhua is a bad name, but rather that its connotation is rather hard to accept. In ancient times, chrysanthemums were seen as noble and fragrant, while in modern times, they are associated with a foul odor. A passage for waste. After a while of lying on the table, Xingxiang returned to her room to wash up. To foster a better relationship and ensure a more harmonious future, Yuan Han eagerly followed her. An embroidered pillow, a complete set of white porcelain teacups, 2 ordinary wooden boxes, and an open jewelry box with several silver hairpins. Moreover, Xingxiang's clothing was also of better quality than hers. The styles were similar. There weren't many rooms, so she decided to check each one. As she turned, she slipped into the adjacent room and was met with a pile of foul-smelling clothes, including men's shoes and socks that emitted their own odor. The room was rather ordinary. She quickly moved to check the next 2 rooms. They, too, were quite average, except for Yuan Han's own room, which stood out for its starkness. What was so special about it? And if she mistreated them, she feared she might end up like them. After a lengthy contemplation, she reached a preliminary conclusion. There were signs that the former Juhua, now Yuan Han, was being mistreated in this household. Judging by the room's arrangements, there was a lack of material wealth, and from the family's attitude towards the former Juhua, it was evident there was emotional abuse as well. Additionally, from the witnesses' account of washing clothes, the moment they spotted Yuan Han, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Huar, where have you run off to? Did you not see me emerge from the house?" Yuan Han's heart was aflame, and her retort rendered Aunt Yuan speechless. Xingxiang, who had been savoring her bowl of nearly dry congee, slammed the table and exclaimed, "Juhua, have you grown so audacious? Tend to your own meal and refrain from interrupting the adults." Yuan Han, not even glancing at Xingxiang, waved her hand dismissively, swiftly dismissing her with a few words. Observing Yuan Han's formidable demeanor, Aunt Yuan chose not to confront her directly, but instead turned to admonish Xingxiang, instructing her to eat her meal quietly while she conversed with her sister, urging her to exhibit proper decorum. "Who cares?" Xingxiang understood her mother's intent, pouting as she lowered her head to her congee. Yuan Han, seething internally, ignored Aunt Yuan's overtures, plopping herself down on a low stool, crossing her legs, and inquiring, "What do you want with me? You seem flustered. Are you afraid I might expose your maltreatment and report you to the authorities? Is it so wrong for a mother to concern herself with her daughter?" Aunt Yuan, unperturbed by Yuan Han's rudeness, sat across from her, playfully nudging her, the gesture imbued with familiarity. When Yuan Han instinctively grasped the table in response to her mother's outstretched arm, the motion was gentle enough to avoid any significant fallout. "Well, that's precisely what I sought. You see, I lack nothing in this world, except for a modicum of care. Yuan Han's words were laden with subtext. Despite the meager living conditions, she had enough to eat, drink, wear, and shelter, yet these people were not particularly kind to her. Aunt Yuan's smile faltered, her expression becoming awkward as she forced out a couple of dry laughs. Not Juhua. With that, she licked her lips, her gaze icy as she surveyed the three individuals present. I have a question for you all. Old Yuan, having been eager to speak, seized the opportunity and asked, "What is it?" Yuan Han took a deep breath, rising to her feet with her hands on her hips, questioning, "Are you all mistreating me?" Chapter 5. I remember nothing the moment Yuan Han's question escaped her lips. The three individuals present turned to stone, time seemingly pausing for several heartbeats. Aunt Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with Old Yuan and discreetly withdrew. Old Yuan, who had been keen to speak, found himself at a loss for words. Stammering, "How could we mistreat you? It's merely because you've been uncooperative. Keeping you confined was only to help you reflect on the gravity of the situation." After a few moments of consideration, Old Yuan finally found a way to shift the blame onto Yuan Han. "Me? Uncooperative? What gravity?" Yuan Han was bewildered, unable to grasp where her supposed lack of cooperation lay, or what this serious matter might be. However, she did recall her father's initial inquiry upon entering, asking if she had come to a decision. She had no idea what he was referring to, but she refused to bear that unjust burden and quickly fabricated a lie. Surely this girl wasn't trying to play tricks to elicit further details. Yuan Han became irate, insisting, "What's impossible about it? I fell and knocked over the chamber pot in the darkness because the door was locked from the outside. If you don't believe me, check my room and see how you cared for the child. I even used that cloth to wipe my hands. Go on, take a whiff." Both Aunt Yuan and Old Yuan hastily rose to head toward Yuan Han's room. Xing Xiang, curious yet hesitant, remained at the table, concerned that if she joined, she might lose her appetite. Oh, this foolish girl, using such a fine piece of cloth to wipe her hands, what a reckless thing to do. Moments later, shouts of indignation echoed from within, only serving to corroborate Yuan Han's claims. Old Yuan emerged with the cloth in hand, and Aunt Yuan rushed over, jabbing her finger at Yuan Han's forehead. "You silly girl, that cloth was brand new, and you wasted it." Yuan Han lost her balance, sitting down abruptly, now caught in a precarious position. Standing up, she dusted off her rear, feigning a dramatic expression of despair. "Oh, and you claim you haven't mistreated me? Just now, you struck me. I did no such thing. I merely poked you lightly. Who told you to be so wasteful? Look at this cloth, it's filthy, and do you know this was meant for your brother's wedding?" Aunt Yuan, filled with righteous indignation, continued to chastise Yuan Han, pulling Old Yuan along as if he were a helpless chick. Yuan Han shifted aside, responding, "Well, since I remember nothing, can you just place all the blame on me?" "You little rascal." Aunt Yuan, her temper flaring, had tolerated Yuan Han's behavior all morning, but now she could no longer restrain herself and raised her hand. You're hitting me, help." Yuan Han squealed as she curled up to shield herself. Anticipating Aunt Yuan's hand, which swung toward her like a divine strike, Old Yuan, alarmed, dropped the cloth and grabbed Aunt Yuan's hand, stabilizing himself as he exclaimed, "Dear, must you truly stoop to her level? Flower? Oh no." Old Yuan removed his old pipe from his waist, filled it with tobacco, and lit it from a glowing ember in the kitchen before returning to puff away. "Daughter, do you at least recall anything? Or is it truly nothing?" Old Yuan pressed for clarity. "I truly remember nothing," Yuan Han responded, exuding an air of helplessness. Was it really necessary to try and intimidate her, if she claimed to remember something? It would only lead to further complications when questioned later. Old Yuan, seemingly relieved, nodded and exhaled deeply, appearing significantly relaxed. "Father, may I ask some questions?" Yuan Han had not forgotten the list she had prepared the previous night. "Oh, I am the third child in the family," she realized. The third question answered itself. "Are there others in the family besides us?" Old Yuan spoke cautiously, pausing to think before responding. "For now, it's just us. But that may change in the future." "What do you mean?" Yuan Han keenly detected the implications in Old Yuan's words, sensing an opening. "Cough, I suppose I was caught off guard," Old Yuan stammered, finally managing to articulate. "My child, eventually, you all must marry. The family's numbers will inevitably change." His statement was both factual and a test of Yuan Han's reaction. Indeed, Yuan Han mused, deducing that none of her 4 siblings had married yet. All right, I have no further inquiries for now. I shall return to my room. Wait, Aunt Yuan interjected, stopping Yuan Han from leaving, shoving old Yuan aside. Your father still has questions for you. Old Yuan, now thrust into the spotlight by his wife. Your marriage to the eldest son of the Li family. Old Yuan summoned his courage to speak, believing that since she remembered nothing, this would be an opportune moment. Yuan Han stared blankly at her mother. Mother, what marriage? Are you planning to arrange a marriage for me at such a young age? That seems rather excessive. Look at me, I'm merely 16 or 17, in the prime of youth. Marriage? How disheartening. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that in ancient times, this age was indeed suitable for marriage. The other 3 individuals present, besides Yuan Han, found amusement in her apparent ignorance. It was undeniable that she truly remembered nothing. You still consider yourself young. The girls of neighboring villages your age are already walking around, and the one proposing is the eldest son of the Li family. He has set his sights on you and wishes to marry you. Carrying a HOED, your family basking in the sun? Oh, Juhua, you're out. Have you come to your senses? You need to head to the fields. Hurry along, or the sun will get even hotter. Aunt Yuan clearly appeared impatient. And before the woman could utter a word, Aunt Yuan had already silenced her. The woman outside, with a beaming smile, waved a handful of vegetable seedlings, saying, indeed, if the sun gets too strong, they won't survive. Finding it remarkably soft, far more comfortable than her own bed, old Yuan opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately swallowed his words, settling down on a small stool by the table instead. Xingxiang could no longer hold her tongue, her expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. Juhua, you really have no sense of propriety. That spot on the kang is for your parents. You rushed over too quickly. So get down right now. I warn you again. My name is Yuan Han, not Juhua. Remember that. Yuan Han retorted fiercely, not out of superficial judgment, but because she found Xingxiang thoroughly irritating. Father, you sit here, nonetheless. Yuan Han relinquished her spot. Old Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No need. Just sit there and listen to your mother. This time, old Yuan had gained some wisdom. Throwing the delicate issue squarely into his partner's lap, Xingxiang shot a glare at Yuan Han. Her anger restrained, as she dragged a stool over to the edge of the kang, resting her head on Aunt Yuan's lap as if it were a pillow. Where was I? Aunt Yuan shot a glance at her ineffectual husband. I am not going to accept. Oh, right. That's where we left off. You have a perfectly good marriage proposal in front of you, and you refuse it. How can your father and I not be upset? Aunt Yuan looked at her daughter with a mixture of frustration and disappointment, as if Yuan Han's refusal would lead to some great misfortune. Yuan Han licked her lips and interjected, well, I'd like to know what I was like before. At this point, Xingxiang jumped in. Before today, you were like a ghost, doing everything silently, not making a peep. You were timid and afraid of trouble, and the worst part was your stubbornness, even more obstinate than a mule. You had the chance for revenge and didn't take it. Satisfied with her own remarks, Xingxiang reveled in the opportunity to criticize Yuan Han while stating the facts. Was I really that bad before? Yuan Han found it hard to accept, realizing that the previous Juhua had indeed been unfortunate, explaining why her family disliked her. However, Yuan Han was confident, for she was now in control of this body, capable of earning her family's admiration and affection. Xingxiang, upon hearing Yuan Han's protests, shot her a disdainful look and retorted, what use is it to deceive you in the state? Yuan Han regarded Xingxiang's expressive features, recognizing her as a true oddity of Yuchuan village, although she currently only knew of her family of 6, alongside the hoe-wielding woman and the eldest son of the Li family. It did not impede her conclusion. True enough. But why should I refuse the marriage proposal from the eldest son of the Li family? Is he exceedingly ugly? Yuan Han pondered, not wanting to dwell on the previous Juhua's worthlessness. For her own future was at stake. If he were indeed a sought-after man, why would he be interested in her? Aunt Yuan shook her head. His looks are among the finest in the village. Is the eldest son of the Li family a cripple then? Yuan Han proposed another possibility, not out of disdain for those with disabilities, but merely as a conjecture. She would always hold respect for such individuals in her heart. As she voiced her thoughts, everyone in the room was taken aback, not just Yuan Han, but old Yuan and Aunt Yuan too, their hearts racing. This child was exceedingly bold, for even they, having experienced life, would find it somewhat embarrassing to utter such words, yet she spoke so shamelessly. "You shameless girl." Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Xingxing chastised Yuan Han, covering her face as she ran outside, unable to bear such words from an unmarried girl. Yuan Han, unbothered by Xingxiang's reprimand, chuckled softly, lightening the mood. Just a slip of the tongue. Yuan Han recognized that her words had indeed crossed a line. In ancient times, a girl uttering such things would tarnish her reputation. Observing the remorse on Yuan Han's face, the elderly couple regained their composure, cautioning her, "Mind your words. You don't want anyone to overhear. Are we not capable of teaching our daughter? Then why should I refuse?" Yuan Han questioned, unable to comprehend why the eldest son of the Li family, who seemed so admirable, would be rejected. After much contemplation, she finally pinpointed the crux of the issue, firmly believing it lay in appearances. It was a universal truth that every girl desired a handsome partner. How could it be otherwise? Yuan Han, while not claiming to be a beauty of legendary proportions, certainly had a striking appearance. Naturally, a girl of such looks would seek a counterpart who matched her in allure. Although it might be frowned upon to prioritize looks, who would willingly spend their days alongside someone disfigured? Yuan Han tilted her head and addressed her parents. "Father, mother, what are your impressions of the eldest son of the Li family? I'll heed your opinions." Yuan Han chose not to overthink matters for now, preferring to hear her parents' thoughts first, especially since she was unfamiliar with everything here, including the people. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. It is easier to draw a tiger than to depict its bones. Moreover, even if parents were not particularly fond of their child, they would not push her into a perilous situation. What? This girl wants to hear our opinion? Oh dear, that struck a chord with Aunt Yuan. A rare opportunity indeed. Aunt Yuan began to extol the virtues of the eldest son of the Li family. As for his looks, I won't say much, but he's polite and courteous, greeting everyone he meets. He is also the village scholar, well-versed in literature and capable of achieving great things. Daughter, the eldest son of the Li family truly lacks no merit, though he is 3 years your senior. Aunt Yuan spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Yuan Han was unconvinced. How could such an outstanding young man remain unclaimed? According to her mother, the eldest son of the Li family should be quite desirable, and she found it hard to believe that no other girls had taken an interest in him. Questioning why it had to be her, old Yuan felt a twinge of urgency. He and his partner had shared an abundance of words in an effort to persuade her, and now he found himself vexed. "Why do you ask such a peculiar question? Is there anyone quite like you? Passing up such a fine opportunity? What sort of man do you expect to find in the future?" This statement struck a chord. In ancient times, finding a good match was not easy. Yuan Han constantly reminded herself not to believe in the fantasies of time travel novels, where one could effortlessly attract a plethora of handsome suitors. However, if she were to agree hastily, what if the reality turned out to be different? Thus, Yuan Han posed a request. "What request?" "Let us meet the eldest son of the Li family, shall we? It's only fair to see if he is a horse or a mule. If there is a spark, I'll agree, and if not, I'll decline. After all, it won't hurt to take a look." Chapter 7. Using a younger brother as a reference, old Yuan felt a surge of frustration. He squinted at her for a long while, pondering whether his daughter was intentionally playing dumb to create difficulties for him. "Wife, why don't you explain to her?" Old Yuan, adhering to the principle of acting decisively, attempted to resolve the dilemma once more. Could Aunt Yuan not feel the fire rising within her? She truly regretted marrying such an unambitious man. "You just sit there. You care not at all for our child's lifelong happiness." After Aunt Yuan vented her frustration, old Yuan obediently retreated to a corner with his small stool, doodling circles. "Flower." Aunt Yuan immediately realized she had misspoken, clearing her throat awkwardly. "Yuan Han, it's not that I mind you wanting to see him, but the eldest son of the Li family isn't in the village right now. He is gone to the town for study at a school, preparing for next year's exams. It is a rare opportunity." And he won't return just like that. Old Yuan, seated in the corner and doodling, listened intently. His spirits lifted. To have married such a capable wife was no small fortune. Yuan Han felt a flicker of admiration for the yet unmet eldest son of the Li family, acknowledging him as someone ambitious, a commendable trait. "So, what do we do now? I am not one to easily acquiesce. This matter is not trivial. I do not even know whether the person I am to marry is human or ghostly." I refuse to proceed. After conversing with you all day, I feel utterly exhausted and shall return to rest. Yuan Han glanced at the sky, expressing her frustration at the lack of resolution after so much discussion. Rising to stretch, she was about to leave when Aunt Yuan hastily seized her arm. However, Yuan Han's remark about not knowing whether the person was human or ghostly startled the couple. Ouch! Yuan Han winced at the discomfort in her rear and obediently sat back down, deciding it prudent to hear them out to avoid further discomfort. It has always been said that marriages are arranged by parents and matchmakers. Your behavior is simply unacceptable. What child from any respectable family behaves as you do? It would be embarrassing to speak of it. How about this? Let us first consider the second son of the Li family. Aunt Yuan swallowed hard, continuing, what do you think? The second son is quite handsome. And the eldest son is even more so. Take a look. Yuan Han tilted her head, questioning, can we trust that? Our family siblings do not meet such standards at all. It is said that a dragon begets 9 sons, each different from the other, yet it is evident that those 3 are not on par with her. Old Yuan was indifferent, but Aunt Yuan was displeased. Are you disparaging your siblings, you stubborn child? Fine, let me see the second son of the Li family first, Yuan Han said impatiently, standing up and tossing a remark over her shoulder as she exited, casting an eye of disdain back inside. How much unnecessary chatter. Being unfamiliar with the area, Yuan Han initially intended to take a stroll, but upon reaching the gate, she spotted several large dirt dogs loitering outside, prompting her to abandon her plans. As a quintessential child of the countryside, she realized that the disheveled state of the house would require her own efforts to remedy. Chairman Mao's adage rings true, self-reliance leads to abundance. Though the house was nearly bare, containing only a few tattered items, neglecting it would likely result in a pigsty that no one would bother to clean. All right then, let's get to work, with sleeves rolled up. Yuan Han filled a basin with water and set to work diligently. First, the bedding must be aired out. Only with the scent of sunshine can one sleep comfortably. As she caught sight of the sunlight outside, Yuan Han was reminded of her fondness for Yang Guang, but she quickly dismissed such thoughts, reminding herself not to dwell on the past, but to focus on the future, while she toiled away. Old Yuan was anxiously preparing to visit the Li family to fetch the second son as a potential model for his daughter's suitor, just as he was packing a bowl of dry tobacco. Aunt Yuan snatched it away and tossed it into the courtyard. You old fool, all you think about is smoking. Hurry and fetch the second son of the Li family. Your child's future is more important than your pipe. All right, I will go. Old Yuan scrambled away, intending to retrieve the tobacco pipe, but upon turning around, he was met with Aunt Yuan's fierce gaze and chose to ignore the pipe as he hastened off to fulfill his task. Now, let us turn our attention to the Li family, who have also been burdened with concerns. To summarize, the Li family has offered 20 taels of silver as a bride price for their eldest son to wed the third daughter of the Yuan family. Lamented the matriarch of the Li family, who shall be referred to as Aunt Li. Old Li, busy weaving a bamboo basket, retorted, you are simply too impatient. That couple is known for their tenacity. How could they not manage a mere girl? What do you expect me to do? I worry for our son, who is of age yet remains alone. If you are not concerned, I certainly am, Aunt Li exclaimed, placing her work aside to confront Old Li. Just then, their second son, Li Kezhao, emerged with a book in hand. Father, mother, I am off to study at Luo Jun's house. Very well. If you do not understand something, consult Luo Jun, Old Li replied, filled with hopes for his son, anticipating that he would excel in the upcoming examinations. Understood, father, Li Kezhao replied as he departed for Luo Jun's home. Once Old Li saw his son had gone far, he proudly proclaimed, mark my words. Old Yuan's voice echoed in. Aunt Li shot a disapproving glance at Old Li, silently warning him against further comments. It is better to offend a gentleman than a rogue, while rogues can be managed. It is far worse to offend both a rogue and a scoundrel. Indeed, the Li couple firmly believed that the Yuan family fell into this latter category. Old Li set aside his work and called out. Upon seeing no hope of getting it back, Old Yuan inquired, oh, where's your second son? The girl wants to see his appearance. The eldest son is out of the question, so let her see the second son. By the way, I heard your eldest is at the academy in town. You old fool, Old Li scolded, pointing at Old Yuan. The second son has gone to study at Luo Jun's house, without hesitation. If it weren't for his nightly prayers to the deities to ensure that Luo Jun does not excel, he might have already become the top scholar. Chapter 8. The Marriage Proposal Now. As he perceives society's inherent injustices, many punishments are unjustly imposed upon the poor. For instance, last year a grave miscarriage of justice occurred in town when the son of a wealthy family killed the child of a poor family. When the impoverished family sought justice, the outcome was scandalous. The wealthy boy was not held accountable, while the poor family was accused of fabricating the report. Furthermore, last year, when a wealthy family's dog died, as a polite guest, Luo Jun quickly stood to greet old Yuan, offering him a seat and refreshments. No need for that. I have come to ask Kazhao to accompany me to our house. The girl wishes to see your brother. She must first ascertain his appearance. There is no other way. You must handle this. Old Yuan candidly expressed his intentions. Luo Jun, are you not by the river? Oh, I was at the river for a short while this morning, simply to absorb some essence. With the sun now high, I shall return this afternoon. Luo Jun replied courteously, resuming his reading. This is inappropriate. That girl fell and seems to have forgotten everything. She only wishes to see your brother's face. I assure you, he is even more handsome than you. Now you speak like this? If you force us, it will not bode well for anyone. Kazha felt a sense of helplessness regarding the situation with the Yuan family. Initially reluctant to get involved, he could not bear the thought of his brother growing old alone. Very well, you return home. I will tidy up and follow. Yes, tidy up. Everyone will benefit from it. Old Yuan chimed in, believing Li Kazhao's preparations referred to personal grooming. The cleaner and neater, the better. I shall head back now. Hurry along. Old Yuan cheerfully departed, leaving behind a sighing Li Kazhao. Luo Jun, what is the meaning of this? Li Kazhao lamented, sitting at his desk and flipping through the pages of his book aimlessly. Luo Jun hesitated to express his thoughts on the matter, finally saying, I find it difficult to comment on this situation. It is not an ordinary marriage proposal. I neither oppose nor support it. Many things are unavoidable. These customs have been passed down for ages and cannot be halted by the likes of US. It is essential to clarify that. Luo Jun and Li Kazhao. Li Kazhao said, his brow furrowed with worry. Luo Jun smiled gently, replying, you must fend for yourself. I shall refrain from joining. My presence would not significantly alter the situation. In truth, Luo Jun's statement was miscalculated. For the sake of the marriage alliance with the Li family, she had been confined, but after her tumble, she seemed to have gained newfound courage. While a little change is beneficial, the shift was rather drastic. She appeared to judge others by their looks, which seemed rather unseemly. It is often said that one should not judge a book by its cover. How could one assess a person's worth based solely on their appearance? Forgive me. Though he spoke of Zen philosophy, he was not inclined to renounce the world. Rather, he sought tranquility through meditation, a minor after-effect, perhaps. What a fine young man he was. He believed that justice resides in the hearts of people. However, he disapproved of judging others based on their appearances. Yet, he glanced once more in the direction of the Yuan family, eager to discover what Yuan Han had become after her fall. Despite Li Kazhao's slow pace, stay a while with your uncle. I am the house. Upon hearing the name Juhua, Yuan Han immediately erupted, exclaiming loudly as she worked, don't let me hear the name Juhua again. My name is Yuan Han. Understood, old man Yuan replied, taken aback by her vocal outburst. Father enjoys being scolded by his daughter, so he raised his voice even louder to regain some dignity. Juhua has changed her name to Yuan Han? His thoughts were simplistic. If he could not have it, then he would ensure others could not either. In truth, while old man Yuan conversed with Li Kazhao, Yuan Han had been leaning against the doorframe, observing him for quite some time. Indeed, he was a dashing and talented scholar, capable of resisting all unsavory temptations, and possessed a commendable appearance, rare for ancient times. Many books caution aspiring time travelers that not every man in history was handsome. Considering the primitive living conditions and the lack of genetic advancement, it is unlikely that many attractive men existed. Thus, after merely 2 minutes of observation, Yuan Han conceded, this man was indeed quite handsome. Yuan Han declared with remarkable decisiveness, as if finalizing a simple transaction. Chapter 9, I shall accept the betrothal gifts. Yuan Han's extraordinary straightforwardness left the two men nearby utterly astonished, while old man Yuan was exhilarated. Resting her chin thoughtfully upon her hand, Li Kazhao, bewildered by her response, waited like a fool for Yuan Han to elaborate. Yes, I agree, she confirmed with unwavering conviction, nodding repeatedly. Li Kezhao exited without uttering a word. What else was there to consider? Kezhao, urge your father to expedite the betrothal gifts. Your aunt and I will be waiting here, Old Man Yuan said, his face radiating joy, which even seemed to affect Yuan Han. Old Man Yuan puffed on his pipe, enjoying the moment. How could he not be happy? The marriage prospects for his children had been secured. Then do enjoy yourself, Yuan Han replied, feeling a measure of relief. Proud to assert her charm surpassed that of the former Juhua, as the dishes were served, stir-fried bok choy and a bowl of pumpkin porridge, Xingxiang, while sniffing the air, commanded Yuan Han, Juhua, serve the rice. Who among you does not have a Juhua? She quipped humorously, though no one seemed to comprehend her jest. Xingxiang merely grimaced, unimpressed by Yuan Han's humor, and trudged off to the kitchen to fetch the rice. If the tiger does not roar, do you think I am Hello Kitty? Mei Xiang, quiet until she finished chewing her bok choy, finally chuckled. Oh dear brother, today is a wonderful day. Why bother quarreling with her? If she prefers thicker porridge, let her have it. Yuan Shaner said nothing, turning to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of rice. Let us eat. After this, we'll get back to work. Now it was Yuan Han's turn to refuse. If that were the case, they might as well not rejoice too soon. She had no intention of marrying and would remain at home, draining their resources. Yuan Han felt a deep sense of betrayal. Surely adulthood should not be conducted in such a manner. What a poor example they set for her. Yuan Quan, least threatened, raised his fist, ready to strike Yuan Han. However, she was not the former Juhua. As the fist drew closer, she took a deep breath and bellowed, "Help! Someone's attacking me." Her voice, powerful and thunderous, echoed through the room, causing both Mei Xiang and Xingxiang to instinctively cover their ears. The elderly couple quickly intervened, one pulling the fist back while the other covered her mouth. "Do you think you can compete with me? You are still a novice. Remember, Yuan Han is a highly adaptable species, modern humans." The siblings engaged in their verbal sparring. Did they truly need to make it a public spectacle? Yuan Shaner took it upon herself to downplay the situation. Listen to them. They are merely bickering. When it comes to fists and fists, all will be well. If not, Yuan Han crossed her arms, poised for negotiation. Adjusting her hair and clothing, she declared, "I am generally agreeable. Harmony is key. However, if anyone seeks to cross me, I shall not let them pass unscathed." She continued, "Regardless of my flaws, I am still a person destined for marriage. You could at least exercise some patience. If anyone continues to mistreat me, I will simply refuse to marry." Yuan Quanshui displayed an expression of indignation. And just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Yuan Han. "If anyone dares to threaten me, I shall not cower in fear. I am not one to be frightened easily. Should anything happen to me, the authorities will undoubtedly take notice. Quanshui, if you dare to strike me, I will ensure we both meet our demise together." One must not underestimate Yuan Han. She possesses the audacity to do what others, including the likes of Qiu Hua, would not even dare to utter. Before the representative from the Yuan family could make a statement, a voice from outside rang out, belonging to an elderly man. "Yuan Busu, I have come to present the betrothal gifts." Old Li, ever nimble, swiftly produced 2 silver ingots from his bosom with a resounding clap, delivering a total of 20 taels as a token of betrothal. "If it does not, you may blame them. What is this? Wasn't it supposed to be me delivering the betrothal gifts? What is this about?" Old Li stood there, speechless for a moment. Yuan Han pressed him down into a seat. "Stay out of this. I will fetch you the marriage contract. This is a family matter." Feeling disheartened, Old Li stepped aside, resuming his observation of the unfolding drama. Yuan Shenner gazed intently at the 2 ingots of silver. "But rather that I refuse to be treated unjustly, I shall keep this betrothal gift for now and will return it on the day of my marriage." Yuan Quanshui gritted her teeth in frustration. This is utter nonsense. Does she truly believe she can unilaterally decide to marry? Old Yuan and his wife shared similar thoughts, yet found themselves powerless in the moment. "Yuan Han, how could we not treat you well?" "Quanshui, Xingxiang, and Mei Xiang, you must learn to coexist harmoniously from now on. Understand?" "Understood." The 3 siblings nodded submissively. Yuan Shenner then sweetly addressed Yuan Han, "My dear daughter, perhaps it would be best for me to accept the betrothal gifts, lest you mishandle them." "Do not worry, mother. I will keep them safe," Yuan Han replied confidently, for she was no child and would not be easily swayed. Old Li could no longer remain seated. "Where is the marriage contract? Bring it forth. I have fields to tend to and no interest in your squabbles. Wise Yuan Shenner instructed old Yuan to hand the marriage contract over to Old Li. Old Li took a glance at it, confirming that the date remained as previously arranged. Everything should proceed as planned. I must take my leave. After seeing off Old Li, Yuan Shenner took Yuan Han's hand and spoke earnestly. Yuan Han, please hand over the betrothal gift to me. If you do not, your brother may face dire consequences. What sort of nonsense is this? How can my betrothal gift be connected to that good-for-nothing? Yuan Han was perplexed. Yuan Shenner slapped her thigh. She agreed to let it be if we provided the betrothal gifts. However, the delay has caused quite a stir, as the child has already been born for over a month. Oh, that was it. Eager to marry, Yuan Han realized it was all for the sake of the betrothal gifts. The eldest son of the Li family was in such a favorable position. How could she not wish to marry him? She might even become the wife of a scholar someday. Who would want to remain here and suffer indignities? However, let it be known, they should not blame her for their own misdeeds. Silver does not come without a cost. If they wish for the betrothal gifts, they must treat her well in the lead-up to her marriage. They feared she would not marry. Please, she was more concerned about them preventing her from marrying. How much betrothal gift was required for her elder brother's marriage? Yuan Han was resolute in her desire for a comfortable life, yet at the same time, felt a twinge of compassion. Xingxiang was a foolish girl. Though somewhat flawed, she spoke and acted without malice. Originally, Yuan Shenner had planned to ask for 30 taels, but Yuan Han's sister, Xingxiang, bluntly stated, 5 taels of silver. Old Yuan and his wife exchanged exasperated glances. We will settle matters after the wedding. I assure you, I will not renege on my promise. This was the greatest concession Yuan Han could make, for she had endured enough injustice on her very first day. Any further encroachments would not be tolerated. The others exchanged glances, finally nodding in reluctant agreement. After all, the old couple had witnessed Yuan Han grow up. They were well aware of her worth. The family watched eagerly as Yuan Han clutched the remaining silver ingot. It would have lightened my heart. Li Shenner spat in the direction of the Yuan household. Those people are like rats in an oil jar, only taking without giving. If you wish to gain from them, you must appear clean and elevate your status. I understood that long ago, which is why I seized your pipe when you wanted to smoke. Upon hearing his wife's words, Old Li immediately recognized her foresight. Indeed, she was perceptive. One who does not gain advantage must ensure they do not suffer loss. The conversation of the elderly couple was overheard by Luo Jun and Li Kejiao, who stood on the other side of the low wall. We have merely studied for a few years and gained some understanding. Without that, we might be even worse off. Your point is valid, Li Kejiao agreed, for he always found merit in Luo Jun's objective assessments. Jun, come and have some egg soup, called Luo Jun's mother, Luo Shenner, as she brought forth a bowl of egg custard. Upon noticing Li Kejiao, she cheerfully added, Here, Kejiao, have the first bowl, I will fetch you another. In the warmth of Luo Shenner's affectionate smile, the second bowl of egg soup was soon served. Luo Jun expressed his gratitude and began to eat. Seeing her son relish the meal brought satisfaction to Luo Shenner, who then retreated, knowing not to disturb him. After the meal, her son would surely return to his studies. It is important to note that Luo Jun hailed from a scholarly family. His ancestors were well educated, though his grandfather's generation saw a decline in fortune, leading them to settle in their current home. Thus, while Luo Jun's parents were common folk, they were distinct from the average peasant. They were of a slightly higher caliber. Take Li Kejiao as an example. Old Yuan has been desperately hoping for him to fail. In contrast, Luo Jun's parents harbor a different mindset. Some things are unpredictable. What if Li Kejiao actually succeeds in the examination? It would be wise to treat him well. Who knows when it might benefit them in the future? If they can lend a helping hand, they should. The philosophy embraced by Luo Jun's parents is that having more friends makes the journey smoother. However, the ideologies of the elders should not be imposed on the younger generation. Luo Jun and Li Kejiao share a genuine brotherhood, a friendship that is untainted and sincere. Having discussed the Luo family, upon hearing Xingxiang's voice, which was as delicate as that of a wealthy young lady, Yuan Han turned to old Yuan and Aunt Yuan with a face full of disbelief. Am I really going to wash the dishes? Notably, Yuan Han's tone carried a hint of inquiry. Aunt Yuan almost fell for Yuan Han's questioning tone, but quickly shifted her response, retorting, Wash what dishes? Mei Xiang or Xingxiang can manage the washing. Speculating, where do you think Yuan Han will hide those 10 taels of silver? With a confident expression, Xingxing forced everyone's attention onto her and mysteriously proclaimed, I knowed. As the others looked on with eager anticipation. That could be possible, or perhaps it's hidden at the bottom of the chamber pot, just the right fit. It was clear that this idea came from Quan Shui, as only he could think of such a thing. Do I also have to wipe your behinds? Ugh. After venting her ire towards the two, Aunt Yuan turned her attention to Yuan Han, grumbling softly, and that lazy boy, I've raised you. 20 taels is a bargain. And urged, get up and help me clear the dishes and wipe the table. Stop being so lazy. To put it mildly, Aunt Yuan was like a fierce tigress when angered, and old Yuan dared not utter a word. Obediently gathering the dishes and cleaning up, only then did Aunt Yuan show a hint of a smile, for old Yuan understood the dynamics well and had successfully navigated them time and again. After their meal, it was still midday, and no one had the courage to go out into the scorching sun. They opted instead to take a break, which was also a means of self-care. The younger children were carefree, but the elders were anxious and irritable, especially with the heat. Old Yuan had not even closed his eyes before blisters began to form on his lips. Aunt Yuan noticed and felt sympathy. Chiding Yuan Han again, you ungrateful child. If you don't wake up, you'll be in trouble for sure. Old Yuan, adopting a serious demeanor, calmly suggested, once the sun shifts a bit, we'll find an excuse to send the kids to work in the fields. Let us do it that way. When the time comes, someone can act like they have an upset stomach and come back to search for the silver. Once we have it, we can deal with her. And seized a stick used for pounding clothes, banging it against the basin, shouting, water s flowing, water s flowing. Inside the house, chaos erupted as everyone scrambled out, only to find Yuan Han shouting at the sky, accompanied by his stick and copper basin, inciting a furious response. Quan Shui, known for his morning grumpiness, instinctively clenched his fists. Yuan Han, undeterred, sang nonsensically, 10 taels of silver, I don't know you. You don't belong to me. Chapter 12. The gossiping villagers, the two young maidens inside, were bundled up tightly, and upon seeing Yuan Han, who was without proper attire, they exchanged glances, rolling their eyes in delight, thinking he would surely suffer from the sun. Fool, go work in the fields. Look at her so cheerful. She deserves a life of toil. Unlike us, Yuan Han, oblivious to whatever grievance Juhua and Xingxing held, felt her annoyance rise, turning to glare at Xingxiang. She thought, what is it to you, old hag? Xingxiang, completely unaware of Yuan Han's words, turned to Mei Xiang, who was equally puzzled. However, Mei Xiang analyzed, even if I didn't understand. Just look at how fierce she appears when she speaks and the satisfaction on her face afterward. She's definitely cursing you. But I have another idea. Upon hearing that Yuan Han had insulted her, Xingxiang was ready to retaliate, but curious about Mei Xiang's other idea, she quickly asked what it was. I suspect she's gone mad. Look at all those incomprehensible words she's spouting. Only a lunatic would ramble like that. Mei Xiang, somewhat intimidated by Yuan Han's current demeanor, whispered her explanation into Xingxiang's ear. Yuan Han unexpectedly bumped into a young woman cradling a baby, illustrating the village's penchant for gossip as they sought out juicy tidbits. Yuan Han's attention was fixated on the name Juhua, and politely smiling, he replied, I've changed my name to Yuan Han. I am no longer Juhua. What is there to understand? I haven't had the chance to ponder it yet, but thank you for your concern. The young woman sighed inwardly, realizing the power of the Yuan elders, who had somehow managed to get Juhua, no, Yuan Han, to comply with their wishes. She felt an increase of sympathy for her plight. Well, whether you agreed or not, life must go on. The woman offered words of encouragement, but when she noticed Yuan Han standing still, she assumed he desired a heart-to-heart discussion, so she set the child down and prepared to engage. What good would it do to comfort her? Yuan Han is doing just fine. Mind your own business and go tend to your crying child, Aunt Yuan reprimanded, bending down to pinch the child belonging to Zhang's eldest daughter-in-law. Who cares? It's just about marrying some. Before she could finish her sentence, she swallowed her words, for Quan Shui had arrived. Sensing that the eldest daughter-in-law was about to say something inappropriate, he reached out and touched her face. Noting how well she maintained her complexion, smooth and radiant, Zhang Jia's daughter-in-law was utterly terrified. Yuan Quan Shui was a scoundrel, having brazenly touched her face, leaving her to rue her misfortune. She walked away. You despicable wretch. daring to lay a hand upon my face? Have you a death wish? The group paid her no mind. It must be acknowledged that at crucial moments, Yuan Quanxue displayed a certain cleverness, knowing well how to silence others. Upon leaving the village and following the river, they soon encountered an elderly man. Seeing the exuberant Yuan Han, he shook his head and sighed. Alas, this girl has grown up before my very eyes. She was thriving, and yet, the entire village had circulated the rumor, unless she acquiesced to that proposed marriage, they would never let her leave. Now that she had, it was clear she must have been coerced into it. Old Gua, instead of fretting over this, you ought to concern yourself with your grandson, and see if you can witness him grow up. One can speak too much and risk stumbling over one's own tongue. Adept at wielding the spirit of AQ, who among the ordinary folk would dare provoke them, when they could simply concede or evade. Inviting deities is easy, but sending them away is a different matter altogether. Aunt Yuan's record of verbal duels with women from neighboring villages was impressive. It began as a one-on-one confrontation, but soon escalated when the opponents summoned reinforcements, leading to a 3-on-1 verbal skirmish that lasted from dawn until dusk. Your pigsty could very well ignite by afternoon. Everyone was well aware of this, hence, upon hearing any hint of discord, most would refrain from courting trouble. Furthermore, Quanxue's restraint towards Yuan Han stemmed from her understanding of legal protections. It seems that knowledge does indeed safeguard one wherever they go. This was nothing short of a blatant threat, and indeed, old Gua shifted the subject, exclaiming, "She's becoming increasingly charming." With that, he hurriedly departed. Her intentions are anything but benign. She has a cousin, about your age, who remains unmarried. Isn't the eldestly quite the catch? So many eyes are watching. Heed her words, and do not fear complicating matters. What of that old man? Surely not. Yuan Han found it peculiar. If the earlier comments held some truth, what then lay behind the latter ones? Most likely, this old man wished to say she had lost her mind. Xingxiang could hardly contain herself. Seizing the opportunity to interject, Yuan Han nodded knowingly. Indeed, in her current state, she could easily be mistaken for a madwoman in this era. However, Yuan Han felt even more elated. Reciting a verse by Tang Yin, "Others laugh at my madness, I laugh at their inability to see through." Not far from the river, behind a tree, Luo Jun listened, utterly astonished. Truly, what an extraordinary person. Upon completing the task, he found himself increasingly enamored with them. Perhaps this was just a fragment of a larger whole. If only he had the chance to consult Yuan Han for the complete verses. Luo Jun felt a thrill. This tumble had been worth it. If he were to fall a couple more times, he might even achieve the highest honors. Yuan Han remained blissfully unaware that this fall had significantly enhanced her image. Had she known, she would have tossed 10 taels of silver to the Yuan family, captivated Luo Jun, and with sweet words, won his heart, pledging to remain together for eternity, never to part. I am the face of such beauty, here. Beauty referred to the splendid scenery. Yuan Han suddenly felt the urge to sing a song that suited the moment, rummaging through her mind for an appropriate tune, walking along the country path. The old ox returning home is my companion, the blue sky adorned with a sunset in my heart, and the colorful clouds are the evening's garments, Yuan Han sang with great delight, even without the old ox. Was it not true that this group following her was her very own? How fitting. Yuan Han, what tune are you singing, and where did you learn it? Xingxiang could no longer contain herself, intrigued by the pleasant melody. Thinking it would be delightful to hum it while returning home from the fields, Yuan Han shot a glance at her sister, whose buck teeth were barely concealed by her closed lips. You'd have to bear a few hundred children before you could learn the song. It's common knowledge. What's so special about that? Xingxiang retorted, rolling her eyes, turning to latch onto Mei Xiang's arm. Oh, you wretched thing. What kind of path are you leading us down? Look, we've gone astray. Yuan Han was lost in the thrill of having bested Xingxiang when Aunt Yuan's voice pierced the air. Startling her, Yuan Han patted her chest, exclaiming, "Good heavens, do you think I've forgotten everything except the way to the fields? If I were to forget, it would be entirely, your tongue has become quite sharp." Aunt Yuan had no desire to argue, especially since the silver was still in her possession. She could only huff in irritation and head toward the fields. Once they reached the fields, Yuan Han rested on the ridge. Yuan Han glanced at the others, realizing they were all well-equipped while she was left empty-handed. Why sit idly? It was time to finish the work and return home. Father, mother, let us get moving. We have work to do. She dashed to the willow tree, broke off a few branches, and in a matter of moments, fashioned a hat, placing it atop her head. It felt refreshing and looked rather charming. As they all wore headscarves. Did they think to slack off? Father, what are you and mother doing? Old Yuan shot Yuan Han an irritated glance. Your mother and I will be digging. Do you wish to join us? Speaking of this. Old Yuan was particularly irked. This work was typically Yuan Han's responsibility, but now she had become so capable. If he assigned her the task, she would claim it was a form of mistreatment. How could she still ask such questions? Risking offense was trivial compared to the importance of silver. All right then, I'll just water the manure. Yuan Han forced a smile, recognizing her own narrow-mindedness. Before long, Quan Shui returned with 2 buckets of manure. Yuan Han inwardly grumbled about Quan Shui's slyness while shaking her head. Her parents had yet to voice anything, so what could she say? Truly, this was a case of favoritism. Peering into the manure bucket, she recoiled. Ugh. So revolting. Just the sight made her nauseous, and the smell was even worse. How could they possibly use it as fertilizer? In modern times, everyone craved organic vegetables free from pollution. Euphemistically calling it golden grain cuisine. Do not be skeptical. The average person cannot partake in such luxuries, only at those exclusive establishments, where one must reserve a spot 6 months in advance. Can one hope to savor such delicacies? And, pinching her nose, she scooped a ladle of manure, meticulously applying it to the vegetable seedlings. Alas, the startled exclamation came from Aunt Yuan. Are you truly applying manure like that? You might scorch the plants. Do you not know that manure must be diluted with water? Moreover, it should be applied at the roots, not from above. Yuan Han was taken aback by Aunt Yuan's sudden outburst. Her hand trembled, nearly spilling a ladleful of manure onto Aunt Yuan. However, under the formidable aura of Aunt Yuan, Yuan Han summoned all her strength to steady the ladle and its contents. Chapter 14. The lazy ones produce more waste. It was said that Aunt Yuan spent quite some time explaining the dangers of scorching the plants, and Yuan Han finally grasped the gist of it. Dejectedly, she carried the bucket to the water channel to fill it. As she grumbled to herself, she pondered, since manure would be used as fertilizer, future crops would inevitably depend on their own excrement. Even if it meant consuming feces, it would be her own. So what was there to worry about? She thought it wise to procure a proper toilet. For how could one relish the sight of golden rice fields while feeling such discontent? Having mixed the water adequately, Yuan Han continued her labor, pouring with great concentration, while the others took a break. But how can you speak of your sister in such a manner? She is in pain, and you show no concern, merely making sarcastic remarks. I have raised you for nothing, mother. Yuan Han protested, feeling the sting of bias. If favoritism was to be shown, why must she be blamed? Anyone could feign a stomachache. She herself had perfected the art of it to avoid physical education classes. Very well, my fault, I concede. But what now? Felt anxious and opened her mouth to speak to Aunt Yuan, but Yuan Han preempted her, saying, Mother, if Xingxiang is so ill, I shall assist her home and tend to her, as an expression of my apology. Despite the reprimand, Yuan Han remained unfazed, smiling as she accepted. You speak the truth, Mother. Xingxiang can manage on her own. The rest of us should complete our tasks diligently. Mei Xiang remained silent, her head drooping in disappointment as she returned to her work. But with Yuan Han speaking, the outcome was uncertain. Thus, she acted first, and, if successful, would gain reprieve from labor. If not, it mattered little, for no one else could find a plausible excuse to flee. Despite Aunt Yuan's stern command forbidding any laziness, it bore little effect. While they might not retreat home, they could certainly find excuses to linger in the toilet. Qianshui, the sole son of the family, took to heart the art of idleness, hauling only 2.5 buckets of manure each trip. No matter how much Aunt Yuan doted on her children, one could not indulge them in such a manner. They were all grown now and could not simply lounge about, with such vast fields to tend. Relying solely on the old Yuan couple would surely lead to their demise. Thus, Aunt Yuan would periodically berate them, you lazy creature, you devour bowls upon bowls of food, only to excrete it shortly thereafter. After a considerable time, Qianshui finally emerged, adjusting his trousers as he grumbled, Mother, do you not understand the urgency of nature? Your urging is futile. If I am uncomfortable, my work will be sluggish. Enough with the excuses. Go tend to the manure. Aunt Yuan scolded, her anger dissipating. Why had Yuan Han never reported Qian Shui's laziness? Because if he was idle, it meant she had no work either, and such mutual benefit was not something Yuan Han would resent. Rather, she would seek to promote it. That moment, her attention shifted to Qian Shui's waistband. How splendid it was that he wore a cloth belt while she had to make do with the hemp rope. Yuan Han felt a chill in her heart, increasingly convinced that remaining in this household was a futile endeavor. They all bullied her. Perhaps marrying out would be a better option, gaining a husband and in-laws' favor while still living her life. Her anger palpable. When working for your future wife, you put in thrice the effort, Qian Shui countered, boldly asserting, if I am to work, there must be a pot of porridge cooked, for I cannot work without sustenance. Why? Because a girl cannot bathe in the yard without proper attire. Not even a tomboy would dare. Perhaps I should heat some water, Yuan Han pondered, heading into the kitchen. This was her first thorough examination of the kitchen. Approaching the stove, she called, Mother, may I trouble you to boil a pot of hot water? I wish to cleanse myself. What is poverty if not a matter of priorities? Aunt Yuan shot Yuan Han a glare. Ignoring her request, you are not a young lady of wealth. Why must you be so finicky? Mother, did you not promise to treat us four equally? I merely wish for 2 ladles of hot water. Yuan Han nodded in understanding, her perception of ancient peoples shifting anew. It appeared that lamenting poverty was a time-honored tradition, rather than a modern phenomenon. Yuan Han had little patience for those who bemoaned their financial state publicly while indulging in extravagance privately. Much like Aunt Yuan herself, though perhaps that comparison was a bit extreme, hanging from the beam was a substantial quantity of cured pork, certainly amounting to at least half a pig, yet she claimed the harvest was poor. Yet, she couldn't bear to see her own son suffer. While she did not outright refuse, she did not agree either. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Quan Shui stepped outside again. Mother, I have a plan that could save both grain and meat. Discovering a few potatoes and an abundance of cabbage. Here, I've brought some potatoes, she announced. What do you intend to do with those? Those are for feeding pigs, Aunt Yuan exclaimed, astonished, convinced Yuan Han had lost her senses. If pigs could eat them without issue, why couldn't humans? You're not being asked to eat slop. If you're not convinced, do it yourself. Initially, Aunt Yuan considered preparing the meal herself, but was intrigued by Yuan Han's method of conserving food. Mother, please continue. I'll just clean up a bit in no time. Yuan Han had tidied up and changed into clean clothes, feeling refreshed as she entered the kitchen. Surveying the scene, she nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Aunt Yuan was an experienced cook. The cured meat gleamed with a rich hue, devoid of artificial coloring, and the knife work was impeccable, with neatly diced pieces and a few chopped chilies. I asked the rice ready? Wait until it's fragrant before adding anything else, she cautioned, noticing Aunt Yuan was a bit flustered. Yuan Han assumed the role of a master chef guiding an apprentice, her demeanor exuding confidence. As the enticing aroma of fried rice wafted through the air, Yuan Han proudly proclaimed to the courtyard, dinner is served. People from every room emerged, finally ready to eat. Most overlooked Yuan Han's call. Given Aunt Yuan's frugal nature, they often subsisted on thin porridge for half the year, so it was not surprising they had never experienced such a dish. Upon seeing the bowl brimming with meat and oil, Quan Shui could no longer resist and reached for his chopsticks. Aunt Yuan quickly raised her hand to halt him. Wait, let Yuan Han taste it first. She deserves the credit for this meal. With a cautious tone, Aunt Yuan insisted that Yuan Han take the first bite, anxious for her son's safety, wanting to ensure nothing was amiss. When she gave the signal, Quan Shui reluctantly set down his chopsticks and glared at Yuan Han. Hurry up and eat. Humph, Yuan Han retorted, unfazed, taking her time to sample the fried rice. Delicious. The flavors linger beautifully. Unable to resist Yuan Han's allure, Quan Shui eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. This is delightful. Each grain is rich with oil. Every bite has meat. It's truly wonderful. Seeing Yuan Han and Quan Shui indulge, the others finally joined in, relishing the feast. Mother, what did you add to this rice? The conundrum is thrown back to me, Yuan Han thought, realizing she had no choice but to respond. There's nothing unusual in it, just a bit of pork leg, some diced potatoes, along with chilies and old ginger. Quan Shui slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, How dare you serve us food meant for pigs? With that, he gestured as if to gag himself. I warned you beforehand. Did you not hear me call for dinner? I never said it was a feast. Besides, what's wrong with what pigs eat? Just look how plump they become. Yuan Han remained unfazed by Quan Shui's theatrics, ready to match his bravado. Quan Shui, sit down. Just eat. Aunt Yuan pulled him back into his seat, insisting, just tell me if it's good. She exchanged knowing glances with him. Quan Shui certainly understood the signal, while it was delicious. It was still pig food. You can't silence me with food, he scoffed, fuming. Yuan Han slammed the table and retreated to her room. It wasn't that she was unwilling to eat. She had simply had her fill. Though transported to the ancient era, one must still take care of their physique, especially since she would soon be marrying into the Li family, where the eldest son was known for his grace. Feeling sufficiently spent before grabbing a pillow to snuggle against as she prepared for sleep, however, upon picking it up, the buckwheat husks spilled everywhere. What's going on? Is there a rat? She inspected the pillow. Realizing it was too neatly chewed for ARAT, it was evidently tampered with, and the only suspect was Xingxiang. Yuan Han seethed internally, frustrated with how that peculiar girl was always at odds with her. No matter, she thinks, I shall continue my search. Eventually, she overhears their voices in the quarters of old Yuan and his wife. Hiding here, are we? Yuan Han contemplates rushing in but decides to eavesdrop first to discern their conversation. She moistens her finger and presses it against the window. Goodness. Do not assume Yuan Han has failed. On the contrary, she was too successful, lacking finesse and accidentally creating a gaping hole 2 fingers wide in the paper window. Yuan Han is indeed skilled in her mischief. Fearing Xingxiang might discover her handiwork, she deliberately spills some chaff from the pillow, ensuring that there are signs of her double dealings everywhere. Lying in bed, she smugly muses, let us see how you will find the culprit. No DNA, no fingerprints, no evidence left behind. After reveling in her cleverness, a twinge of sadness washes over her. After all, they are family. How could they hold a secret meeting without informing her? It is clear they do not consider her part of the family. When she marries into the Li family and the eldest son becomes a scholar, she will not forgive them when they come seeking her assistance. What is just a trivial meeting? She has hosted far grander gatherings herself. Sighing with a heart full of grievances, Yuan Han reflects on her desire to build bridges, only to find herself repelled. How pitiful, she thinks. Chapter 17. I will play with you. Yuan Han comforts herself, though the knot in her heart remains untied. Why has she been left alone on the sidelines? A mere 10 taels of silver. Very well. If you enjoy playing games, then I shall indulge you. With this conclusion, her spirits lift. She places the silver back into her pocket and lies down cheerfully. Xingxiang nearly spills her secret but manages to hold back at the last moment. How could I do something so petty? Yuan Han reflects, knowing that even if Xingxiang were foolish, trips while walking, and suffers from sores on her head and pus on her feet. Instead of discussing who harmed whom, Xingxiang begins to curse. Yuan Han listens, hair standing on end, thinking how ironic it is that no one seems interested in finding evidence. Surely, they should at least seek both physical and testimonial proof, yet they seem to disregard all of that, hurling insults with such venom. Buddha, please bless me. Xingxiang's curses mean nothing. The wishes of villains do not come true. What are you rambling about? Just say who did it. I'll take care of her for you. Who else could it be but Yuan Han? If Xingxiang names her, she would have a reason to retaliate. The thought of the impending punishment makes Yuan Han wince. If Xingxiang reveals her, she would surely face a beating, so she quickly interjects, Brother, you truly care for your sister, if someone bullies me. Especially since she still holds 10 taels of silver as leverage. If she speaks up, Yuan Han will get beaten, and she will surely be implicated as well. Brother, your punches are strong, and I am a delicate flower. I do not wish to be beaten into a pig's head. Mei Xiang, standing nearby, clicks her tongue. It's a wonder your brother's punches don't turn people into pig heads. It wasn't he me. Yuan Han, feigning innocence, turns to Xingxiang and asks, then who do you think did it? If you dare to reveal me, I will expose you. Xingxiang's face reveals a wealth of emotions. And after glancing at Quan Shui's fist, she finally admits, I accidentally broke it myself. What a blunder. After all this time, it turns out to be a case of the thief shouting to catch the thief. Yuan Han grins mischievously in front of Xingxiang, seeing that there is no more drama to unfold. Aunt Yuan shrugs and says, all right, go to sleep. We have to work the fields tomorrow. Such a small matter doesn't require this much fuss. Sleep with second sister? I'd rather take a beating from my brother. Mei Xiang, sensing the implication, feels a bit embarrassed. It's just that she snores and tends to hit people in her sleep. However, her remark is quite classic. I don't care. I want to sleep without a pillow. Xing Xiang pouts, completely disregarding Mei Xiang's comments, clearly confident in her appearance. Aunt Yuan, exasperated, snaps. Fine. Also a couple of stitches for you. Now all of you go to bed. You useless children will wear me out. Old Yuan slips away first, hoping to avoid being roped into more chores by the old hag. You old rascal. Her heart swelling with emotion, a mother's hands weave clothes for her wandering child. Mother, you keep sewing. I'll go fetch you a cup of tea. Yuan Han rises, a cunning smile playing on her lips. In a hurry, Yuan Han returns to her room, empties the buckwheat husks from the pillow, unravels all the threads from the pillowcase, and hides the fabric in her bosom. Then, she joyfully brings a cup of tea back to Aunt Yuan. Aunt Yuan, parched from sewing, accepts the tea with gratitude. Thank you, daughter. You're so filial, always keeping me company. Mother, it's only right. Isn't sister Xing Xiang not asleep either? Yuan Han accepts her mother's praise without reservation. Since you're so dutiful, why don't you help me finish these few stitches? You're renowned for your sewing skills in the village. Yuan Shenner, with unabashed boldness, adorned Yuan Han with a metaphorical high hat. How could I possibly remember how to sew and mend? Yet, it was clear she had not forgotten to eat. Upon realizing there was no hope of yielding, Yuan Shenner's tone turned sour and during mealtime. And surely, Xingxiang's craftsmanship is not lacking either. Let her handle it herself. Yuan Shenner was momentarily at a loss for words. To claim that Xingxiang lacked sewing skills would likely be construed as favoritism. Mother, allow me to pour you another cup of tea. You truly care for us, and we are indeed fortunate to have you as our mother. Yuan Han subtly praised Yuan Shenner. Yuan Shenner, somewhat appeased. I can only trouble you to stitch it up for me. Yuan Han scolded Xingxiang, who, flustered, gulped down Yuan Shenner's tea to mask her anxiety, exclaiming, Ah, bitter tea. What? You still want me to sew it? Will I even get to sleep tonight? A sigh of relief washed over Yuan Han. Mother, please sew it securely, she urged with a beaming smile that as Yuan Shenner sewed. She muttered curses under her breath, yawning intermittently. It's getting late. I'm exhausted. Let's continue this tomorrow. Darkness blanketed the streets, leaving little room for leisure. This also subtly elucidated the reason behind larger families in antiquity. Sleepless nights often led to physical diversions, resulting in fewer only children. However, it was hardly the fault of those times. Who could have known of family planning or the joys of having fewer, healthier offspring? With that said, after delivering a bowl of strong tea to Yuan Shenner, Yuan Han stifled a couple of yawns. Yuan Shenner, nearly fuming with indignation, muttered to herself, You ungrateful wretch. Just wait until I have my revenge. As she meticulously sewed the pillowcase, she channeled her frustrations into each stitch, as if this act could somehow alleviate her grievances. Alas, poor Yuan Shenner, fatigued and bleary-eyed, endured through the night, feeling as though a part of her life was sacrificed in the process. Meanwhile, her cries of frustration startled the others awake, as they wondered why she was so distressed. Yuan Han, startled, took a step back and exclaimed, Mother, have you been out thieving? How could you show your face with such panda eyes? Yuan Shenner, still yawning, retorted, You wicked child, how dare you ask? I had to drink several cups of that bitter tea just to finish your pillow. Yuan Han turned away, stifling a laugh, her amusement akin to that of a mischievous child. Father, big brother, second sister, little sister, why does everyone look so worn out? She inquired, feigning concern for her family. Old Yuan, grunting, plopped down on the grass, stuffing his pipe with tobacco and taking a few puffs. Your mother, he grumbled, sounded like a pig being slaughtered, scaring me out of my wits. How could I possibly sleep? While old Yuan's words were somewhat reserved. Embarrassed by the revelation, he refrained from confessing the full extent of his fears. Yuan Shenner, meanwhile, had no intention of exposing him. However, she was taken aback when he dared to accuse her of scaring him. Did it rain last night, soaking the bed? Yuan Shenner retorted, her tone laced with sarcasm. Despite her subtleties, Yuan Han quickly discerned the underlying tension and, with a playful lilt, approached old Yuan, saying, Father, holding your bladder like that is not good for your prostate. Could no longer contain his anger. He had endured enough in silence, but such a personal matter should never have been aired in front of their children. Yuan Shenner, momentarily stunned, was shocked that the old man dared to stand up to her after a lifetime of submission. How audacious. You'd best watch your tongue, or I'll teach you a lesson, you old fool, you wretched woman. I've indulged you for far too long. Today, I shall reclaim my dignity, old Yuan replied defiantly, unwilling to back down. Lifting him as if he were a mere chick. What is this? Reclaiming your honor. Come on. Then, I'm waiting. Yuan Shen'er challenged, her fury palpable. Yuan Han, cheer for your father. She called out as Yuan Han, with clenched fists, encouraged old Yuan in a mix of amusement and support. You insolent fool. I want to let you speak back, not one to be easily bested. Yuan Shen'er's words were matched by her actions, as she pummeled old Yuan's back with her fists, the sound echoing throughout the courtyard. Yuan Han marveled at her mother's vigor, realizing that a restless night could indeed ignite such fiery spirit. Quickly, Yuan Han signaled to her siblings, urging them to intervene. Mother, be careful, you might hurt him, in her fervor. Old Yuan, feeling the weight of his wife's punches, knew he had to concede, fearing that if she continued, he might not survive the encounter. My dear wife, I was wrong. I apologize. Spare me. Old Yuan, under the mighty fist of Aunt Yuan, came to understand a profound truth. A true man must possess the ability to yield and adapt, learning to gauge the situation wisely, and never act as though he is superior in the presence of those stronger than himself. However, Aunt Yuan seemed to have developed a taste for the act of beating him, entirely ignoring old Yuan's pleas for mercy. Yuan Han felt it was nearly enough. If this continued, it could truly lead to a tragic end. Seemingly intent on the notion that she would always protect them in the future, Yuan Han, with a face full of sorrow, looked at old Yuan, who was rolling his eyes in despair. Father, since mother insists. The air was thick with tears as Quan Shui, Mei Xiang, and Xing Xiang wept openly. Father, you may depart in peace. Travel well on the road to the underworld. It was only upon witnessing their tears that Aunt Yuan snapped back to reality. Hitting him makes my hands ache, Aunt Yuan retorted, tossing old Yuan aside, commanding him to reflect on his actions in the pigsty. Old Yuan, recognizing his wife's unexpected leniency, hurriedly crawled away towards the pigsty. No one would dare suggest porridge. Then he thought of the Li family at the western edge, where all affairs were under old Li's command, and even the smallest matters required his approval. Before old Yuan could reach any conclusion, Aunt Yuan's fierce voice pierced his thoughts. You old fool, do you still want me to beat you? What are you squatting here like a dunce for? Did you not tell me to reflect by the pigsty? Old Yuan countered. He had lost all desire to uphold any notion of masculinity and now found himself trembling at Aunt Yuan's fierce demeanor. Yuan Han, hearing Aunt Yuan's roar, stifled a laugh, marveling at how his father's character could withstand such berating. Right beside the pigsty is the latrine. Shall I send you to eat excrement? Aunt Yuan taunted. Taking a life would not result in a death sentence, but rather a payment to the victim's family, followed by a few years of hard labor before returning to society, a chance to start anew. But in this age, there was no negotiating. Murder required a life in exchange. The authorities would swiftly enact punishment, and one could lose their head without a moment's reflection. Chapter 20. Someone behind the scenes unable to devise a plan against Yuan Han. Yuan Han, you troublesome fool, you've caused me so much distress, she muttered, and after exerting herself, she finally managed to relieve herself. Feeling a sense of relief, she decided to send Yuan Han to the field to fetch some radishes for pickling. Had lost track of his counting and, upon hearing Aunt Yuan's call, exclaimed, Radishes? I don't know where the field is. Anticipating his excuse, Aunt Yuan scoffed. You just went yesterday. Have you forgotten already? You know the field. You know what to do when it's time to eat, right? Enough talk. Will you go or not? Aunt Yuan rolled her eyes, finding Yuan Han's cunningness frustrating. Yuan Han was about to launch into his usual complaints. I've assigned you the lightest task, so you can't claim I'm mistreating you. This time, Yuan Han had no retort. Realizing the wisdom in Aunt Yuan's words, he found himself reflecting on the old adage, he who strikes first gains the advantage. It would likely end in futility. Mei Xiang and Xing Xiang were not particularly remarkable either. They were not particularly attractive, had nothing to their names, and would likely marry poorly, unable to support their maternal family. How beautiful it is, with its crimson flesh. Is this not delightful? Yuan Han devoured the food voraciously, savoring the sweetness of the tender meat and its succulent juices, a stark contrast to the tasteless radishes of that era. Discarding her basket and squatting in a secluded spot to resolve her physiological dilemma, a wave of relief washed over her, prompting a vow to refrain from such reckless eating in the future. As she pondered her predicament, she concluded that it must have been the unwashed radishes that had caused her distress. Meanwhile, her actions had inadvertently terrified another soul, Luo Jun indeed. Luo Jun had a morning ritual of reading by the riverside. Thinking himself safe behind the tree, Luo Jun exhaled a sigh of relief. In truth, he was quite secure, for Yuan Han remained blissfully unaware of his concealed presence as she completed her business. In a panic, Li Kejia dropped the pole and fled, leaving Luo Jun to face the consequences alone. The stings were excruciating, particularly since bees are drawn to vibrant flowers, and they often select the most attractive targets. Luo Jun's face became a canvas for their wrath, leaving him nearly unrecognizable. His mother, taken aback by her son's disfigurement, felt a pang of sympathy for his plight. The most effective remedy for bee stings was to apply breast milk. And without hesitation, she summoned the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhang family to provide some relief for Luo Jun. Mortified, he buried his head beneath the covers, staunchly refusing to accept the milk from another woman. As a man, he believed it beneath him to seek such aid. Consequently, the Zhang matron left in a huff, leaving Luo Jun to bear the burden of his swollen visage. The following day, his condition worsened. Yet he clung to the saying, "Diligence brings reward, while idleness brings no benefit," reminding himself to persevere. Thus, despite his piggish appearance, he resolved to rise early to seize the day's potential, which led him to his encounter with Yuan Han. But the proximity of their locations made her suspect he had indeed been watching her. The thought of being spied upon ignited a simmering resentment within her. She despised those who preyed on innocent women. Shook his head desperately, fearing that admitting to witnessing her shame would lead to dire consequences. Yuan Han had anticipated his denial, but she was undeterred. Whether he confessed or not, his fate would remain grim. He resolved to keep his identity a secret for the moment, vowing to explain himself when he had recovered. Watching him shake his head in silence, Yuan Han sighed with relief, momentarily believing he might be mute. He would surely be left speechless by her onslaught. After venting her frustrations, Yuan Han composed herself and inquired, "Can you write?" Luo Jun, perplexed by the question, nodded affirmatively. "Good. Write down your transgressions from today, promising not to divulge this incident. As the saying goes, old ginger is hotter than new." Grandmother, maintaining a pleasant demeanor, said, "Child, your attempts to deceive me are futile. You are so mischievous that I shall have to inform your principal." Upon hearing the mention of the principal, the boy's face drained of color. "Please, don't tell my principal." It turned out the boy was terrified of the principal. He then fell into a pitiful display of tears, claiming he was from a distant place and promising never to misbehave again. Grandmother, moved by the child's tears, chose not to pursue the matter further and allowed him to go. The moment the boy escaped her grasp, he bolted away like a startled calf. Yuan Han, sensing the impending trouble, the boy halted in his tracks, turned around, and extended his hand for the coins. Yuan Han was prepared. With one hand holding the money and the other her phone, she snapped a close-up of the boy as he approached. She then pocketed the coins and, holding the freshly taken photo, remarked, "You seem quite cheerful. You said your name was such and such, so tomorrow we shall take this photo to your principal." The boy immediately raised 3 fingers to the heavens in a solemn vow, pleading, "Please, don't go to my principal. I promise I will never do it again." Yuan Han, shaking her phone with the photo, threatened, "You had better behave in the future, or not only will I demand compensation from your parents, but I will also inform your principal." The boy, now compliant, understood the gravity of his situation. Reflecting on this experience, Yuan Han was determined not to let it end here. "Now, be honest and place your thumbprint here," she commanded, tossing the paper into Luo Jun's arms. As Luo Jun contemplated evading the situation, Yuan Han seized the brush from his hand, grasped his thumb, coated it in ink, and pressed it firmly onto the corner of the document. "Understood. Wait, mother, there's someone in my room." Yuan Han feigned ignorance, well aware that the noise from inside clearly indicated someone was present. Aunt Yuan, playing coy, replied, "What? Impossible." Without a second thought, Yuan Han tossed aside the basket and dashed into her room. To her astonishment, she found Quan Shui vigorously hoeing the ground, having moved the weaving loom aside. "Mother, is my brother fixing the floor for me? How wonderful! This room's floor is uneven and has mouse holes." Luo Jun wished to ask Aunt Luo for a copper mirror, but when he opened his mouth, he realized he couldn't utter a word, and any movement sent sharp pain across his face. They're as foolish as pigs. Speaking of pigs, Yuan Han recalled the pig's head by the riverbank. She pulled out the paper detailing the charges against him from her bosom. The handwriting was neat. Concerned that Aunt Yuan was becoming forgetful, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. What's the matter?" Aunt Yuan responded, the sound of her knife chopping vegetables echoing. "I wish to inquire about the name of the academy the eldest Lee attends." "I want to see him," Yuan Han reiterated, aware that she needed assistance. Aunt Yuan, now alert, nearly dropped her knife in shock. "You want to see the eldest Lee? Are you out of your mind? What's wrong with that?" "I shall break your legs," Aunt Yuan warned, clearly wishing to prevent Yuan Han from going. Yuan Han's temper flared, and she raised her chin defiantly. "If you dare break my legs, I will report you to the authorities." "He probably won't dare sit at the table for another 10 days or so," Yuan Han remarked, sipping the ever-same thin porridge and occasionally picking at some salty radish strips. Aunt Yuan shot Yuan Han a disapproving glance. What if a few more taps jogged his memory, escalating the situation? He feared the prospect of losing both his dignity and his men. "All right, my child, I know you are dutiful, but this has nothing to do with you. Just don't hurt yourself." Having likely endured a beating, old Yuan's emotional defenses were particularly fragile, and an unexpected tenderness seeped into his words. Many understood the principle of knowing when to withdraw. And Yuan Han was no exception. He had merely been putting on an act. Even the onlookers could not bear to watch, let alone himself. Initially intent on delivering some stirring words to provoke a reaction from old Yuan, she exclaimed, hastily pinching her ears. "It is said that if something is too hot to hold, one should quickly grab their ears to alleviate the pain in their hands. Feel free to test this theory." Old Yuan tilted his head, scratching his sparse hair in confusion, uncertain if he had indeed heard correctly. "Well, is it or isn't it?" she pressed, clutching the two scalding items as she finally reached the table. "Mother, let us appease my elder brother. This is for everyone's benefit, and I will help whenever I can. Away with your frivolous comments." Aunt Yuan waved him off in annoyance, as if swatting away a fly. She was acutely aware that Qian Shui was digging in her room for a particular reason, namely, the 10 taels of silver. To be candid, the sum, converted to modern currency, amounted to only a few thousand yuan. They had to eat, drink, and tend to their own needs, but she was different. She could feast and leave them to starve. "Dig all you want. I'll let you dig to your heart's content." "Mother, what a rare occurrence. There's something suspicious afoot." Xingxiang was particularly troublesome, as finding fault with Yuan Han was her favorite pastime. How could someone so notoriously lazy suddenly want to work? Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern that Yuan Han was up to something. Did he not understand the value of enjoying a good meal? Quan Shui did not grasp Yuan Auntie's words, but he was not overly concerned about Yuan Han, treating it as merely a task. Wishing for her to persevere, she knew that harsh words could dampen a child's enthusiasm for labor. Yuan Han appeared utterly astonished, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mother." Chapter 30. Digging pits to test character after finishing his meal. But she was his brother's wife, and calling her sister-in-law felt awkward, leaving him at a loss for words. "I will be your sister-in-law in the future, so for now, just call me Yuan Han." And he was willing to go all out for his reputation. Yuan Han regarded him with skepticism. "Boar, I'm not optimistic about you. You have 5 days to dig that pit." It was uncertain whether the simplicity of ancient minds or the complexity of her modern thoughts made competing with the dim-witted tedious. Faced with her obstinacy, Luo Jun was rendered speechless. "Yuan Han, you have truly misunderstood. He is my friend, and I know his character well." "Ah, Li heir, I am doing this for your own good, considering your elder brother." "Ha ha ha, you are quite talented. Your heart has grown timid, yet you refuse to acknowledge it." Yuan Han suddenly found a smidgen of charm in Zhu too, as her own confidence wavered. "Still, you are not from Yuchuan village." Li Kuzhao nodded. How could they not be anxious? Losing money is naturally distressing. That person looked pale with worry, sweat soaking his shirt. "Ah, what shall we do? What do you suggest?" Yuan Han fretted, recalling the saying, "I do not kill Bo Run." Oh, how she longed for braised pork or fish head stew, her favorites. "What are you doing? What is that delightful smell?" Once again, the issue of meager meals arose, and Quan Shui stealthily entered the kitchen in search of food. "Truly, I just burn my mouth with the heat. After dispatching the troublesome Quan Shui, Yuan Han resumed her obedient demeanor, taking the potatoes to old Yuan. Aunt Yuan, in a fit of anger, had threatened separation and stubbornly insisted on sleeping with Xing Xiang. It is only right for a daughter to honor her father. I must take my leave now. Having fulfilled her duty as a dutiful daughter, Yuan Han returned to her room, washed up, and lay in bed. Yuan Han relaxed, realizing it was Ju Tude. "Oh, it is you. You nearly frightened me to death. What are you doing here in the dead of night?" As she expressed her irritation, she could feel her anger bubbling over and playfully punched Luo Jun in the chest. Chapter 34. To deceive you is to be a turtle. Yuan Han went inside to fetch a basin and wash her face, all the while finding the situation amusing. Eating cold potatoes, you'll be burping your life away. If 2 coins didn't work, what about 4? If 4 were insufficient, then 8. A small sum would not instill confidence, but a larger amount could compel him to believe. Indeed, after drinking some hot water, Quan Shui felt better. "I am deceiving you, but just remember that I've returned your principal along with your share of the profits. How about this? You try again and see if you can generate more." Quan Shui's resolve wavered. If what she said was true, he could acquire the secret, and then wealth would follow. Who would care about those 10 taels of silver? Yuan Han shook her head in disappointment. "Forget it. No one believes me anyway. Besides, I can't keep laboring without reward. I bow so many times. All the money I earn ends up in your pocket. Do you think I'm a fool?" Pondering the riddle Yuan Han had posed, one he had never encountered before. "Hey, why are you two standing so far apart?" Yuan Han found it amusing, as if they were avoiding a plague. Luo Jun's face no longer bore the pain. Though his bandage remained, it was inappropriate for a solitary male and female to be seen together, as it could tarnish her reputation. "What is there to fear? I am already betrothed. My fiancé is the elder brother of Li Kujiao." Yuan Han was left speechless. They were not even huddled together. Was it so wrong to converse? Both were left blushing at her bold declaration of "my fiancé," stammering for a response, clearly flustered. "Oh, enough of the teasing. Yuan Han, you've been out since dawn. Have you been thieving?" If only Xing Xiang could adopt a better attitude toward Yuan Han, the latter would surely offer her gratitude to the deities. Particularly her fear of being deemed unattractive. Although this was an undeniable truth, Yuan Han refrained from speaking it aloud. Unlike Quan Shui, Yuan Han possessed no special privileges. She had to share the same meager meals as everyone else. Fearful of being ridiculed, Xing Xiang fled to her room, covering her face in mock despair. "Thank you, elder brother." Yuan Han expressed her gratitude insincerely, surprised by his unexpected composure, having thought he would treat wealth with disdain. Quan Shui, somewhat indifferent, responded, "What do you think? When couples quarrel, they always seek reconciliation, don't they?" "Surely not. Mother is so easygoing. After being angered by father to such an extent, she still goes to make peace. If it were me. But I'm in a bad mood, and if you provoke me, I might just drag you down with me." Speaking harshly was her way of asserting herself, hoping to remind others of their place. She must have a backup plan. However, he wondered what that plan might be. Enough, enough. My good days are just around the corner. Let us all be amicable. Harmony breeds prosperity. Mother, please continue with the assignments. Quan Shui deftly diffused the tension. Finally thinking about a little son-in-law. How shameless. "But you can't go. Didn't mother say? You shouldn't meet anyone before you're married. If the Li family finds out, they'll blame us for not knowing the rules." Yuan Han was indeed stubborn. She insisted on seeing the eldest son of the Li family. It wasn't just about going. Even if she could, they wouldn't allow her to meet him. "Fine, if I can't go, then I want to." Yuan Han is someone who responds well to kindness. Gentle persuasion works wonders, but being forceful will only lead to a standoff, now that Aunt Yuan had softened her stance. Yuan Han dropped her objections, realizing that with so few relatives around, it wouldn't do to sever ties completely. "Mother, you mentioned I have something important to do. What is it? You have a piece of red cloth in your room. Right, you got it dirty a few days ago and haven't had time to wash it. The weather is nice today. You need to clean it up. That cloth is needed for both your and your brother's wedding garments. Old man, you'll be going up the mountain to chop wood alone today, lest there be nothing left to scrape the pot with later." Aunt Yuan's gentle demeanor had vanished, reverting to her usual self. Old Yuan, puffing on his pipe, replied, "Chopping wood is no problem. I'll need to bring some provisions. You want to be left out. I made a fire-baked bun, and that should suffice. Aunt Yuan knew her husband had a tendency to be uncooperative, always dragging his feet. Mei Xiang, who was typically quiet, spoke up before Aunt Yuan could direct her attention. Mother, don't worry about me. I know what to do. I'll be working on the embroidery for the wedding garments. I am aware of my responsibilities. What can we do? My eyesight isn't good, and Xingxiang can't sew. Your brother is a man, and Yuan Han can do it, but she is so forgetful. I can only burden you with this, my daughter, Aunt Yuan elaborated, hoping to make Mei Xiang understand her reasoning. Indeed, it was biased, Yuan Han thought, rolling her eyes and pouting to express her discontent. Yuan Han watched as Yuan Shenner and her companions vanished down the narrow path before returning to tidy the red cloth. Second sister, where's the laundry detergent? Yuan Han called weakly towards Mei Xiang's abode. Leaning against the doorframe, Mei Xiang, having set aside her tasks, inquired, What? Laundry detergent? What is that? It's what you use for washing clothes. Yuan Han recalled the absence of such items in this place. Isn't it? UVA used it to bang on the copper basin. Mei Xiang, eyeing the peculiar Yuan Han, gestured towards the large wooden basin outside the kitchen with a pestle. A headache began to form for Yuan Han. It seemed everything relied on this pestle. No wonder the clothes deteriorated so quickly. Oh dear, I'll be off then. You carry on with your work. How filthy. Yuan Han placed the red cloth into the copper basin used for spring water. Turning her face aside in disgust, although there was a hint of her own fragrance, it was overwhelmingly tainted by the prior scent of chrysanthemums. When will I ever finish washing this large piece of red cloth? Since she had not seen the girl since her confinement and had heard tales of her fall and subsequent amnesia, she felt compelled to check on Yuan Han's well-being. To be candid, the Li family was reluctant to form a familial alliance with the Yuan family due to their character, yet circumstances had compelled them to consider. Moreover, Yuan Han was known to be a diligent and capable girl. Catching sight of a woman glaring at her with fury, confused, Yuan Han thought, I am not acquainted with her. Surely she cannot harbor resentment towards me. Thus, she smiled amicably and nodded. Hello there, Aunt Li, seething with anger. Thought it scandalous that a girl from the Yuan family could still smile in such a state of disgrace. Chrysanthemum, what are you doing? Aunt Li approached the riverbank, setting down her basket of vegetables while scrutinizing Yuan Han from head to toe. Unaware of the source of the woman's vexation, Yuan Han, eager to make a connection with someone from her village, said, Aunt, I've changed my name. I am now called Yuan Han. Do you know who I am? I do not, Aunt Li replied bluntly, but I know you are from Yuchuan village. Yuan Han rolled her eyes inwardly. How peculiar this woman's inquiry was, considering it was their first encounter. Hearing that Yuan Han had forgotten everything due to her fall, Aunt Li asked, Is it true that you have forgotten everything? Yes, indeed. By the way, may I inquire about someone? Yuan Han was feeling rather bored. She had yet to meet her fiancé since their engagement, so she did not shy away from the topic. Aunt Li, naturally, extolled her son's virtues. Oh, that young man is beyond compare. Handsome, well-educated, and filial. He treats friends and family with courtesy. Truly, he is a rare gem. What a pity. Yuan Han initially listened with satisfaction, but then she felt her spirits sink as Aunt Li shifted her tone. Almost lost in her own reverie, Aunt Li quickly regained her composure. What a pity, indeed, that he is already 27 years old and still unwed. What? 27. So, Li Kezhao's elder brother is 27. Yuan Han's parents had claimed he was 3 years older than her. Fortunately, Yuan Han was actually 21, so it was not too alarming. Aunt Li's anger grew further as she thought, Here's a filthy girl, yet she finds fault with my son's age. To be honest, if it weren't for your parents' relentless pursuit, the Li family would not have considered an alliance with yours. Though my son may be older, he is the eldest son. You see, you have some semblance of beauty, but your behavior is utterly disgraceful. Aunt, I merely asked you a question. Why are you so angry? What is the Li family to you? What have I said? What have I done wrong? Yuan Han was incensed. Upon their first meeting, Aunt Li had already donned a sour expression, and now she was becoming increasingly confrontational. Had she wronged her in some way? Oh, and there are cucumbers too. Yuan Han wandered through the fields, gathering a respectable harvest. With such splendid cucumbers, she could even make a face mask. Yuan Han returned to the river, rolling up the red cloth and wringing it out before heading home with her freshly picked vegetables. Upon hearing Yuan Han's voice, Mei Xiang finally looked up and stretched. How bothersome. This flower pattern is exhausting. Let us go. Second sister, could you help me start a fire? I need to cook. Yuan Han anticipated she might encounter resistance. Sure enough, Mei Xiang refused. I have enough on my plate. I don't have time for you. You can manage it yourself. You're not incapable. I genuinely cannot. Second sister, you know I've fallen before. Yuan Han often resorted to mentioning her fall to bolster her argument. You can't keep using that excuse for a lifetime, Mei Xiang replied dismissively. I can't be bothered to entertain you. Mei Xiang disregarded Yuan Han entirely, feeling exasperated by her constant reminders of her fall. It appeared that every era had its practical individuals. Second sister, help me start the fire, and I'll draw patterns for you. Surely we can negotiate a trade. Upon hearing this, Mei Xiang wasted no time and headed straight to the kitchen. She believed that starting a fire was a task too simple to require intricate designs. After all, she was not naturally inclined towards such endeavors. Yuan Han, on the other hand, was undeterred, following the existing patterns. Uncertain of how long the potatoes would require to steam, she casually added more firewood beneath the pot and retreated to her room for a delightful nap of over half an hour. And oh dear, her clothing was barely covering her. If Yuan Han had overheard Aunt Li's words, she would have recognized them as an exaggeration. Upon hearing this, Old Li leaned in closer. How bad was it? She was practically exposed, with her arms, legs, and calves all on display. Tell me, could she possibly be deserving of our son? Aunt Li's tone was deliberately hushed, fearing others would overhear and be embarrassed. Old Li. When she enters our home, I will have to discipline her properly. If she brings disgrace upon our family, it would tarnish the Li name. That's right. This girl should be easy to teach. Now, go prepare a meal. I am famished. Old Li replied, disinterested in conversing with the women, proving the old adage true. A woman's chatter can be both long-winded and tiresome. I en her dreams. Yuan Han stirred. Mumbling, who is talking about me? Oh no. The pot, just in time. Yuan Han retrieved the potatoes, using a clean stone pestle to mash them thoroughly. The more mashed, the better. Once done, she mixed in the finely chopped radish and cucumber. After tasting a spoonful, she found the flavor rather bland and realized she needed to determine the ideal seasoning, salty or sweet. Ultimately, she decided on sweet, as she had a penchant for sugary delights. She discovered an unassuming clay jar. Though it appeared to be an insignificant item tossed aside, it was remarkably well preserved, with not a speck of dust upon it. Let us unveil its contents. Oh, honey, Yuan Han exclaimed as she uncovered the jar, revealing a sticky half-full container that emanated a floral fragrance. Dipping a finger in, she tasted it, and the flavor was delightful. With no sugar available, she had no choice but to substitute it with honey. Delicious. You added honey, didn't you? So tasty. Really? You think it's good? Yuan Han beamed with excitement, thrilled by the praise for her first culinary attempt. After a few bites, Mei Xiang chuckled, of course, as long as honey is added. By the way, where did you find this honey? Yuan Han hesitated, suspecting that this was likely the honey Aunt Yuan had hidden, and now she was in trouble. You're in for it. You must have used the honey mother was hiding. And he'll want to eat someone. Can't modern people resolve such trivial matters? She mused. How foolish. Isn't it the same principle as selling counterfeit liquor? Just a little adjustment can make it usable. Stirring it with chopsticks, after tasting, she found it still quite sweet. Once her deception was complete, Yuan Han relaxed, taking refuge in the shade of the eaves. In this dull moment, she remembered her intention to copy books for Li Kuzhao. The challenge of finding a brush was daunting. Why not craft one herself? Acting swiftly, Yuan Han picked up a stick about the thickness of her finger and began to examine it closely. After a period of contemplation, she rummaged through a corner and retrieved a sickle to embark on her pen-making venture. She first shaped the stick into the form of a pencil, then drilled a small hole into it. When she was nearly at the bottom, she used an embroidery needle to create a tiny opening. An hour passed, and her first pen was nearly complete. Though somewhat rough, it bore resemblance to a pen. Let me give it a try. The appearance was promising, but it needed to be functional. Yuan Han dripped several drops of water into the pen tube and took a piece of grass paper to write her name. The marks were faintly wet, and the writing was a bit crude. This posed a problem, but upon reflection, it was still an improvement over the clumsy brush strokes they were accustomed to. Having tested it, Yuan Han decided to refine the pen further, smoothing it down and adding a wooden stopper to the tip for ink storage. Additionally, she planned to attach a pen cap to the nib for convenience and to prevent ink leakage. However, what seemed simple in theory proved daunting in practice. After much toil and tribulation, Yuan Han finally completed a true product. Looking at the pen in her hand, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Believing every effort had been worthwhile. Yuan Han, have you lost your mind? What are you doing with all these wood shavings? And why are your hands covered in cuts? Mei Xiang, having finished her chores, her meal, and her nap, was bewildered by Yuan Han's frenzied actions. In high spirits, Yuan Han dismissed Mei Xiang's concern, flashing a bright smile. Sister, just consider me mad. I intend to fully embrace my madness. Yuan Han grumbled in annoyance and returned to her room. Lying on the kang, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, feeling slightly mad with boredom. She truly missed Xingxiang. At least they could exchange barbs to pass the time. Eventually, she dozed off, though she couldn't tell how long had passed before she was awakened by the sounds of commotion outside. A commanding voice called out, "Where is Yuan Han? It's already afternoon. You look a mess. What kind of state are you in? Go back and tidy yourself up." Aunt Yuan's words doused Yuan Han's excitement with cold water. Yet, it mattered little. The presence of others was enough to lift her spirits. Yuan Han hastily tidied up and quickly joined the crowd. "Are you all tired? What good things did you buy?" "Of course, we bought good things. Otherwise, why would we bother coming to the market?" Aunt Yuan replied. Yuan Han was grateful for Xingxiang's straightforwardness. Without her, Aunt Yuan might have had some ulterior motive. Yuan Shenner cast a pained glance at Xingxiang, beginning to sift through the contents of the basket. Having never tasted such delights before, she disregarded Yuan Shenner's displeasure and took a bite, only to find them rather disappointing, though it was commendable for the ancient times to have such confections. They could not hold a candle to chocolate and the like. What is the purpose of this fabric? She pondered, shifting her attention. This is for making clothes for the family, with elder brother getting married. Well, how about that? Jealous, are we? But you didn't get to go to my goodness, Yuan Han thought, exasperated, realizing that Xingxiang had spent the entire day boasting to her. Congratulations to you. You must be exhausted from walking all day. I'll take my leave now. Yuan Han disregarded Xingxiang further, plucking a couple of Zongzi candies before stepping outside. Approaching the riverbank, she spotted two individuals, Zhu Tu and Li Kezhao, engaged in a heated discussion. "What are you two arguing about? We are deliberating the meaning of in a trio. There is always a teacher among us," Luo Jun replied earnestly. Yuan Han's keen eyes quickly caught sight of the papers in Li Kezhao's hands. "Ah, you have the materials ready. Hand them over. I promise I will return a copy. I intend to copy it myself." Li Kezhao retreated, clutching the papers tightly. Yuan Han, undeterred, pressed on, insisting, "If I say I will return it, I shall do so." She then reminded Luo Jun to bring some ink next time, declaring that everything would be settled after the wedding of Quan Shui, at which point she would elucidate that phrase. Chapter 41. Luo Jun's discontent with a grand air, Yuan Han concluded her directives and settled beneath a tree by the river, closing her eyes to rest. "If you wish to avoid tarnishing my reputation, kindly keep your distance," she said, feeling no inclination to engage with these dullards. "Yuan Han, once Quan Shui's marriage is concluded, it will be your turn. I hear your wedding is only 5 days away from your brother's," Li Kezhao remarked, puzzled, thinking Yuan Han was only concerned about her brother's nuptials. "What? So soon? Surely not. I'm not prepared." Yuan Han's anxiety began to surface. This was far too hasty, practically a flash marriage, particularly since she had yet to meet her betrothed. Li Kezhao chuckled, "You need not fret. Once your brother marries, everything will be arranged, and there will be little left for you to prepare. Who worries about that? At the very least, I ought to present myself with some grace and adorn my hair." Yuan Han lamented, recognizing the challenges of looking beautiful in such a backward era. While she was indeed lovely, every girl aspired to be even more radiant, especially a bride, who must be the most stunning of all. Viewing Yuan Han's concerns as trivial, unlike other girls who were typically shy, Yuan Han exhibited no such modesty. Luo Jun, feeling increasingly out of place amid their light-hearted banter, cleared his throat, hoping to interject but finding it difficult to join the conversation. Upon hearing him cough, Yuan Han finally acknowledged his presence. "Forgive me, I nearly forgot you were here." She squinted at him, who she referred to as Ju Tu. Oh dear, your pockmarks are beginning to fade. What shall we do? After this flurry, I might hardly recognize you. Yuan Han spoke candidly, recalling their first meeting when Luo Jun's face was a patchwork of blemishes. As these imperfections healed, it would indeed be strange for her not to recognize him. Alas, such is the nature of gatherings, they are destined to dissolve. Luo Jun missed the underlying melancholy in her words, and neither Li Keja nor Yuan Han noticed the bittersweet undertone that hung heavily in the air. What was the root of this sentiment? After much contemplation, Luo Jun realized it stemmed from the rarity of finding a good mentor and friend. After Yuan Han's marriage, she would become a wife and would not be able to converse so freely with him. May I have the book? I wish to copy it at home, Yuan Han said, oblivious to the tension. Luo Jun handed over the book, turning his face slightly away, visibly displeased. Who has offended you? Yuan Han inquired. This Ju Tu seems to have developed quite the temper. Who has wronged him? It is likely he resents your teasing, Li Keja replied, revealing his own cleverness and presumption. Yuan Han scoffed, such a petty man. After I marry, I shall have a husband to attend to. Let him be. I shall lend you the book, but I implore you to cherish it. I shall take my leave now, Luo Jun declared, his frustration boiling over, leaving the two girls in a state of perplexed silence. Did you offend him? Yuan Han pointedly asked Li Keja. I did not, Li Keja hurriedly denied, aware of Yuan Han's tendency to shift blame. She had been the one to mock him, yet now she sought to place the responsibility on him. Yuan Han had initially intended to critique the flaws of petty men, but upon realizing the time, would it not be better if they remained unwed, allowing for unfettered discourse and mutual progress? He harbored concerns, but kept them to himself. A truly pitiable child. If only he could voice his troubles, he might discover the source of his discontent. Meanwhile, Yuan Han surveyed her family at the dinner table, joyfully enjoying their meal. Yuan Han, I wish to discuss something with you. Yuan Shen'er finally spoke after taking a few bites. Yuan Han had sensed her mother's hesitance, the morsel of food in her mouth rolling around as she awaited the revelation. Mother, speak your mind. It is this. The day after tomorrow, our family will go to deliver the betrothal gifts to your elder brother. Yuan Shen'er began. I understand. What of it? Have no worries, mother. I shall remain discreet and follow in your footsteps, Yuan Han declared, assuming her mother sought to impart instructions for their outing. A mere outing would suffice. Her tongue could be troublesome, as evidenced by her interactions with Xingxiang. The others exchanged glances, feeling quite embarrassed at the mention of following in your footsteps. How could Yuan Han be so indiscreet? Yuan Shen'er cleared her throat, aware that many feign a cough in moments of awkwardness. Yuan Han, what I mean to say is, on that day, you should stay home to watch over the house. What? Stay home? Why? Yuan Han was taken aback, astonished that she would be sidelined during such a significant moment. Yuan Shen'er, surprised by her daughter's vehement reaction, stammered, Why are you so agitated? Regardless, the family business must have someone to oversee it. How absurd, with nothing but bare walls to guard. What is there to watch? Are you afraid someone will steal your cabbage or pilfer the door planks? Even a thief would leave in tears. Yuan Han's ire flared. What's this? Exclusion at every turn, unappreciated kindness, and disdain for my presence. If I am not considered family, then just say so. I shall leave and not linger. Oh, my dear ancestor. That is not the reason. To speak frankly, it is merely to avoid your youthful impulsiveness. Your elder brother has brought shame upon himself, and as I mentioned before, you two are to be wed soon. It is best to avoid any ill omens. You cannot fathom their power. Yuan Shen'er feared Yuan Han would take offense and leave, which would only lead to chaos. Yuan Han, unaware of such superstitions, replied, Then why not just say so? What is the need for subterfuge? If I am not to go, then so be it. I would rather avoid any bad luck that might affect Kejao's fortunes. Do not take offense. Yuan Han is simply unreserved by nature. Now, listen closely. Do not speak of this outside. Understood? Yuan Shen'er breathed a sigh of relief, sternly warning her daughters. However, the mention of Li Kejao's name sent a shiver down her spine. Understood, the girls chorused, before returning to enjoy their dinner. Chapter 42. Conditions with the spring water. Yuan Han felt somewhat disheartened. After hastily finishing her meal and relieving herself, she strolled around the courtyard gate, only to discover a square inkstone and ink. Returning to her writing, it seemed rather pointless to be melancholy over the plight of these irrelevant individuals. Holding the inkstone in her hand, a sudden sense of belonging washed over her. Once prepared, Yuan Han lay on the kang and began her task. Splendid. The pig's head calligraphy was truly commendable, with the entire piece composed of neat, square small characters. If it had been wild cursive, who wrote vertically from the right, while she had begun from the left. If this were the sunflower scripture, one could easily become lost in the practice. Yuan Han lost herself in writing, finding that having something to do made a remarkable difference. After a few yawns, she felt that her transcription work for the day would soon come to an end. Perhaps it was time for a visit to the restroom, and then a good sleep until dawn. Oh dear, what time is it? Still awake? How unusual. On her way to the restroom, Yuan Han noticed that Mei Xiang's room was still illuminated, prompting her to investigate, peering through a somewhat tattered paper window. She was taken aback to see that Mei Xiang was sewing clothes. Carefully cutting the fabric, perhaps due to her aging eyesight, she kept blinking her eyes. Go on. You're in my way and can't be of any help. Why are you so anxious? Your presence is indispensable. Did you not say the fabric was insufficient? I fear there will be nothing left for me. Xingxiang had her calculations down to a science. What? Not enough fabric? This clearly implies there's none for her. Why should that buck-toothed girl be so eager? This is troublesome. Yuan Han furrowed her brow and quietly complained. These tattered garments have been around for centuries. Now that my daughter is growing, shouldn't she be acquiring some new clothes? Can't she see that my body is developing? Xingxiang, step aside. You're blocking the light. How could there be insufficient fabric? There's plenty. Yuan Han was not making ordinary clothes. A wedding outfit was indeed necessary. Mei Xiang found it amusing to see her younger sister, who feared missing out, fret so much. Mother would never shortchange her, so why the hurry? Xingxiang, however, was growing discontented, lamenting, Mother, why must you make her a wedding gown? Just find her a red dress to wear. Anyway, her words were unfiltered. After all, we are also marrying off daughters. If you keep talking nonsense, just wait until I deal with you. Go back to sleep and stop lingering around me. Aunt Yuan knew that whatever Xingxiang said would be unkind, so she hurriedly intervened. Only then did Yuan Han feel somewhat reassured. At least there would be a new garment to wear, which was not bad at all. Early the next morning, Yuan Han made her way to the riverside. Nothing was more important than earning money. Oh, why haven't I seen the pig's head today? Did he not come to dig? Yuan Han was quite surprised. Although her relationship with the pig's head wasn't particularly deep, she felt he should have been there. This was odd. If the pig's head was absent, why did the pit appear significantly larger? There was only one possibility. She had truly offended him. That fellow is rather petty. Did I say anything so offensive? How stingy of him. With this thought, Yuan Han felt a faint sense of displeasure. Yuan Han had called him stingy. Was he really so? Luo Jun washed his hands, taking advantage of the dim light to pack up and return home. Best not to dwell on things that made no sense. As there was no outcome, and he would soon be just another passerby, unworthy of excessive worry, Yuan Han returned swaggeringly, only to find several women, sporting panda eyes, yawning incessantly. You're up early. Humph, you have it easy. Xingxiang grumbled as she plopped down on a straw stool, pouting with complaints. However, the hardship was worth it. That new outfit was truly beautiful, and Xingxiang could hardly wait to wear it. Where's big brother? Still not up? Yuan Han instinctively filtered out Xingxiang's words, disregarding everything unimportant. Did you call for me? Spring water approached from the direction of the outhouse, brimming with vitality. Yuan Han smirked with satisfaction. Big brother, indeed. One feels invigorated when joyous occasions are upon us. What's wrong? Aren't you the same? Spring water scrutinized Yuan Han. Yuan Han, let's go check on the ground I prepared for you. Sure, Yuan Han agreed readily, seeing how easily he took the bait. Once inside, Spring Water eagerly inquired, Speak, big brother, you gave me 2 copper coins yesterday. Look, Yuan Han mysteriously and joyfully pulled out 4 copper coins from her sleeve. Spring Water's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Let me see. Taking one in hand, he confirmed its authenticity. Big brother, you promised there would be a share for me. You must give it to me. Yuan Han gazed longingly at the copper coin in Spring Water's palm. I'll hand everything over to you, but tomorrow, let's see if you can turn it into 8. Spring Water was momentarily swayed. It was hard not to believe, as the tangible copper coins dazzled his eyes. Listen to your big brother. You shall not miss out on your benefits. Spring Water coaxed gently, resembling a brother comforting his sister. Well, I have a condition. Yuan Han felt empowered to negotiate. Spring Water looked at her in surprise. You dare to negotiate with me? Big brother, take me along tomorrow. I want to join in the fun. Yuan Han had contemplated this all night and sensed that Aunt Yuan's words were somewhat insincere. Her insistence on keeping her from going felt more like a desire to exclude her. Spring Water hesitated. Forget it. Big brother, you can't decide anyway, right? Yuan Han pretended to concede, waving her hand in mock disappointment. But don't forget your responsibilities. With a decisive wave of his hand, Spring Water resolved Yuan Han's participation. Don't worry, big brother, Yuan Han assured him, determined not to disappoint anyone, especially not Spring Water. As long as she was able to go, the rest could be left to Spring Water. Hooray! She could finally go out and play. Chapter 43. Xingxiang's plea. What? That wretched Yuan Han is going to? No way. Aunt Yuan raised her voice in refusal. Surely Spring Water had lost his mind. Spring Water rubbed his head. If she wants to go, let her. It's just one more pair of hands at the table. Fine, let her stay home. I'm tired of seeing her. This girl was becoming increasingly disobedient, and Aunt Yuan truly did not want to take her along. Spring Water, growing impatient, pounded the table. I said she's going. Only able to mutter grievances, Spring Water did not wish to let this trivial matter ruin their harmony, so he gently persuaded, Mother, how could I argue with you over Yuan Han? But think about it. She has 10 taels of silver. If we ostracize her, what if she becomes suspicious and spends it? Indeed, you have a point. I've been so busy with my matters lately that I completely forgot about that 10 taels of silver. Where could that wretched girl have hidden it? I've searched the entire house and found nothing. Upon hearing Spring Water's words, Aunt Yuan finally realized the gravity of the situation. If she wants to go, let her. Now, you go out. I'll check on my things. I can't afford to lose anything and embarrass myself. Aunt Yuan issued a dismissal, as she had no time to waste on this child. Aunt Yuan couldn't help but add a few more words. It's not that I'm overly talkative as a mother, but your wife, even if we dislike her, is already a done deal. He cherished his wife, yet his mother seemed to look down upon her. He couldn't comprehend how they could think so differently. How could the virtues of his wife be expressed in mere words? They had only one son, yet he had set his sights on a woman of ill repute, a fate that seemed cursed. That woman, while somewhat passable in appearance, was known to have a hard fate. Having lost several husbands, she possessed an alluring charm, leaving a trail of affection wherever she went, and Aunt Yuan could only wonder when they had become entangled. What was most infuriating was that she had become pregnant, and there was no way to escape that responsibility. What could be done? Her son had grown up, his wings had hardened, he was no longer malleable. All she could do was nod in resignation. Ah, my dear child, you must strive to excel. Keep a watchful eye on your wife. You are well aware that she is not easily managed. Yuan Shao's murmurs of concern reflect the weight of her worries. After a few admonishments, one might forgive her, but should she become restless, that would indeed be dire. Before Yuan Shao could finish her thought, Quan Shui interrupted, exclaiming, Mother, enough. Do not speak ill of her any further. I am leaving. How exasperating. Preferences vary. Quan Shui simply has a penchant for her, and it is of no consequence to anyone else. It is quite lamentable that I must prepare a dowry for her. Yuan Shao, unable to contain her frustration, struck the bag of dried goods twice in a futile attempt to release her pent-up ire. Initially, she had no intention of hosting a banquet, yet that rascal Quan Shui insisted, claiming one must not neglect his beloved wife. What nonsense! It is embarrassing enough without the need for a celebratory feast. Does he fear that others might not know he has wed someone who is shunned? Yuan Shao sighed, having lost count of how many times she had done so. Meanwhile, Yuan Han busied herself, feigning attention towards Quan Shui while assisting Li Kezhao in copying texts. Li Kezhao. Oh, Li Kezhao, you have stumbled upon a great treasure. You must know that I, Yuan Han, am destined for greatness. In her mind, Yuan Han plotted to find a lucrative venture after marriage, ensuring she would make a name for herself. If Li Kezhao were to discover that I was the one copying these texts, he would surely regard me with newfound respect. Yuan Han reveled in her own delight, eager to see the astonishment on Li Kezhao's face upon encountering the handwritten copy. Yuan Han, what enchantment have you cast upon elder brother and mother? She mused. The sound of footsteps announced the arrival of Xingxiang, who stormed in, furious. What are you doing? You are not allowed to go, she declared. How could mother be so indulgent towards Yuan Han? Parents must dote on their own children. Indeed, but mother fears I might feel lonely at home, Yuan Han retorted, wishing she could shoo Xingxiang away like a fly. Xingxiang crossed her arms, sitting atop the kang, exclaiming, "You should go tell mother that you will not attend." Yuan Han set her pen down, amused. Why would I say such a thing? Am I unwell? I too wish to partake in such a lively gathering. I do not want you to go, Xingxiang insisted, her temper flaring as she stomped her foot in protest. Why not? How would my presence hinder you? Yuan Han remained unfazed by her sister's tactics, defiantly stating, "If you do not permit me to go, then I shall certainly attend." Seeing that stubbornness would yield no results, Xingxiang shifted to a softer approach, pleading, "Yuan Han, just promise me you won't go. Unless you tell me the reason, I cannot agree." Yuan Han replied, intrigued by her sister's unusual humility. What could possibly compel you to plead so? Xingxiang bit her lip, hesitating, torn between wanting to flee and being unable to abandon her plea. Just go out. I am busy, she finally said, exasperated. Do you truly believe time is abundant? After all this effort, I have accomplished nothing. Do not go. I do not want you to overshadow me, Xingxiang finally confessed, albeit reluctantly. Me? Overshadow you? Yuan Han was taken aback. Such a statement was peculiar. After all, it is not as if I am attending a matchmaking event. Why would you say such a thing? Yuan Han pondered, unable to decipher her sister's motives. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. Perhaps someone she admired would be present at the gathering. Ah, I see. You must be concerned that I would steal away your beloved, she teased, recognizing the insight in Xingxiang's words. Well, it seems you possess some self-awareness, understanding your own standing. Indeed. Are you satisfied now? Though Xingxiang was reluctant to admit it, she was acutely aware that with Yuan Han present, she would be overshadowed. Since you acknowledge this, I shall indulge your request. Rest assured, I will attend, but I will not eclipse you. You need not worry. Yuan Han found the situation amusing. She was on the brink of marriage, and yet Xingxiang still felt threatened. What strategy will you employ? Xingxiang eagerly inquired, stretching her neck in anticipation. Fear not, for I have my own clever plans, Yuan Han replied, gazing into the distance with a satisfied smile. Chapter 44. Preparation and adornment before fully awakening. Yuan Han heard a knock at the door. Groggily rubbing her eyes, she mumbled, "Who is it? Why knock when dawn has yet to break? Yuan Han, rise and shine. It is time to prepare for our departure." Xingxiang called from outside, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Upon recognizing her sister's voice, Yuan Han felt invigorated. How rare for Xingxiang to show such humility. Acknowledging this, she got up and set about her preparations. After some time, the knocking resumed. "Have you dressed yet? Open the door." "Coming," Yuan Han replied, amused by Xingxiang's evident concern. The girl seemed rather anxious, having waited outside for nearly 20 minutes. Such is the power of love, capable of softening even the most prideful of hearts. Yuan Han feigned a yawn as she opened the door. "You are quite early. Oh, you look splendidly beautiful, dressed as if you were a daughter of a wealthy family." "Really?" Xingxiang blushed, adjusting her belt against the door-frame. "Do not tease me. Of course not. Why would I deceive you?" Yuan Han replied, bemused. Compared to her own attire, Xingxiang's was far from that of a noble lady. Satisfied with Yuan Han's compliment, Xingxiang stepped inside without invitation and began to explore the simplicity of Yuan Han's humble abode. Suddenly, she was captivated by Yuan Han's handwritten copy. "Yuan Han, what is this?" Her astonishment was palpable. How could someone from a rural background possess such materials? "Did you not see? I am copying texts," Yuan Han explained, struggling to secure her hair as she spoke. A hint of disdain crossed Xingxiang's face. Laced with a teasing tone, "Copying texts? You? Do not jest with me. You, like the rest of us, cannot read. Believe it or not," Yuan Han retorted, uninterested in arguing further. Xingxiang, seeking conversation, remarked, "Is it not said that a woman without talent is virtuous?" Dismissing the notion that a woman's worth is tied solely to her domesticity, women can hold their own, she thought, deciding it futile to debate with Xingxiang. Xingxiang's expression turned thoughtful. "Ah, so you desire a partnership in your marriage." She mused aloud, though inwardly she scoffed, believing it futile for Yuan Han to pursue such ambitions. But what of it? Yuan Han finally managed to tie her hair neatly. "Nothing, but you may not excel at it," Xingxiang replied, suppressing her honest thoughts. With a sharp gaze, Xingxiang approached Yuan Han, pouting in dissatisfaction. What troubles you? Yuan Han asked, puzzled by her sister's sudden change in demeanor. Why have you styled your hair so meticulously? Xingxiang demanded, clearly perturbed. What would you have me do? I cannot leave it unkempt, Yuan Han replied, exasperated. I shall do it for you, Xingxiang declared, her expression one of complete disbelief as she moved closer. Very well. After a brief struggle, Xingxiang loosely styled Yuan Han's hair. How does it look? She inquired. Goodness, I might as well have left it alone. It looks as if I just awoke, Yuan Han exclaimed in frustration. Regretting her decision to style her hair, how could you let it end up looking so disheveled? She lamented. Xingxiang wrapped her arms around Yuan Han, pleading, please, just leave it as it is. It gives me peace of mind. If it must remain this way, I see no reason to go at all, Yuan Han lamented. Having never looked so unkempt before, she believed that basic decorum required one to present themselves neatly. Surprisingly, Xingxiang wholeheartedly agreed. Well then, it is for the best that you do not attend. It saves me a great deal of trouble. You may continue to sleep. Wait, I still wish to go, Yuan Han protested. Unwilling to stay behind while others indulged in a feast. If you insist on ruining my appearance, then let us proceed. Xingxiang, seeing no other option, turned back, urging, will you go or not? Do not change your mind again. She realized that Yuan Han's attire was rather inadequate. Naturally, Yuan Han ought to be dressed in a tattered manner. Yuan Han, displaying an air of nonchalance, seemed to invite scrutiny. Feel free to rummage through the box, she said. Even sacrificing her beauty by leaning forward with her face close to Yuan Han's. With a look of distaste, Yuan Han turned her head and waved her hand dismissively. What an awful breath you have. Did people in ancient times not brush their teeth? It's quite intolerable. All right, I'm off to wash up, Yuan Han declared, hastily dressing before heading out, despite the harsh conditions. She still considered her appearance important. It was essential to brush her teeth to avoid any unpleasant odor. Yuan Han squatted in a corner, arms crossed, complaining, lamenting that she had risen too early. Xingxiang patted Yuan Han's shoulder. You might have to wait a while. Eldest brother is still taming his hair, and who knows how long that will take? Yuan Han felt overwhelmed. How long does it take for a stick of incense to burn? Why did you wake me up so early? She retorted. Why bother with grooming? Usually, you're a complete mess, and now you suddenly care. Xingxiang felt discontented by Yuan Han's complaints, but refrained from expressing it. Why are you going out in such darkness? Mind your own business, Yuan Han replied curtly, leaving without looking back. Xingxiang wished to follow but hesitated due to her fear of the dark, ultimately deciding against it. Indeed, Yuan Han was also afraid of the dark. She merely lingered outside the courtyard wall, double-checking the copper coins that had been pre-sorted. At last, just as Yuan Han had created her weary traveler facade. Quan Shui finished her preparations. Where's Yuan Han? Quan Shui asked, donning a new outfit and crossing the threshold. Xingxiang's eyes nearly bulged out. Why was everyone so focused on Yuan Han these past few days? She felt she should be the center of attention. Yet in Quan Shui's presence, she dared not voice her grievances. After all, running out in the pitch-black night likely means she's up to no good, she thought. Indeed, Yuan Han was outside, feigning sweetness in front of others while disparaging Xingxiang behind her back. How infuriating. Quan Shui, in high spirits, noted, Yuan Han is quite sensible, and upon glancing at Xingxiang, she found her demeanor petty. You're not that old, yet you speak so harshly. Be careful, or you might not find a good husband. Yes, eldest brother. Xingxiang felt wronged. It seemed Yuan Han had bewitched her brother into scolding her on behalf of that insufferable girl, realizing it was time for her appearance to avoid further grievances from Xingxiang. Yuan Han said, Eldest brother, are you finally ready? Yes, we're about to set off. Aren't you going to prepare? Quan Shui looked at Yuan Han's disheveled hair and dust-covered face. Prepare? My sister Xingxiang already took care of that for me. Yuan Han replied, feigning surprise as she twirled around. Isn't it splendid? Quan Shui shot a glance at Xingxiang, but said nothing, instead heading towards Aunt Yuan's house. Mother, are you ready? If we don't leave soon, it will be dawn. I'm coming, Aunt Yuan answered hurriedly while urging old Yuan, who was squatting in the corner smoking a pipe. Come on, each person take 2 items. Aunt Yuan distributed the items to the siblings, dragging old Yuan out the door. Along the way, Xingxiang clung to Yuan Han like a leech. Yuan Han, this journey is quite long. Aren't you afraid of getting tired? Of course. Just how far is it? Yuan Han thought Xingxiang was utterly foolish. Who isn't afraid of fatigue? Xingxiang exaggerated. It's over 10 miles, and there's a stretch through the mountains. What? No way, Yuan Han exclaimed. Walking in the dark of night feels like fleeing from enemies, and it's so far. Seeing Yuan Han's complaint, Xingxiang chimed in, isn't it? Staying home would be so much better. Yuan Han felt that no matter how disheveled she appeared, it was still preferable to staying home. Yuan Han saw through Xingxiang's little scheme to avoid going. Scoffing, oh, yes, I'm truly afraid of tiring myself out. Not only do we have to walk a long way, but we also have to climb mountains. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Seizing the opportunity, Xingxiang grinned. Exactly, I don't want to go either. But then don't go. After all, you're afraid of getting tired. You're right. I fear fatigue, but I fear boredom even more. Alone, I might just die of ennui. If it's a choice between dying of exhaustion or boredom, I'd rather tire myself out. Yuan Han doused Xingxiang's hopes with cold water, reveling in it. All right, having more people does make it livelier, Xingxiang said. Though her expression belied her true feelings, Yuan Han was oblivious to her distress, and Xingxiang felt a strong urge to strangle her. However, creating a rift wouldn't be wise. If Yuan Han started spreading rumors or deliberately conversed with that man, it would only aggravate her. It seemed that it wasn't yet time to sever ties. What was wrong with Xingxiang today? Since getting out of bed, she had been glued to Yuan Han's side. Aunt Yuan, walking ahead, glanced back, muttering, "What are you girls up to? Let them be. They can huddle together if they wish." Old Yuan shrugged, indifferent to the girls playing together. As long as they don't cause trouble. What's the harm? Aunt Yuan frowned. What about Mei Xiang? We can't leave the second one alone. Mother, it's fine, Mei Xiang interjected. Xingxiang dislikes Yuan Han, so there's no need to worry. Quan Shui stood beside Aunt Yuan, pondering why people who usually didn't get along were now together. It seemed pointless. She had long sought an opportunity to inquire about Yuan Han's matter, but with Xingxiang glued to her side, it was challenging. Xingxiang, it seems your belt has a loose thread. You should let Mother take a look. Quan Shui couldn't help but speak up, hoping to distract Xingxiang. Hearing this, Xingxiang immediately grew anxious and asked Yuan Han, is that true? Yes, and your hair looks a bit messy too, Yuan Han added, understanding Quan Shui's intent and embellishing it further. Then I'll ask Mother and second sister to help me fix it, Xingxiang said, hastening ahead. Yuan Han couldn't help but laugh, wondering if Xingxiang was a fool or just naive. In the pitch darkness, one could hardly see a loose thread or a stray-haired. Love truly blinds one, making them forget to think clearly. Finally, Quan Shui seized the opportunity. So, what do you think? Look, I got this morning, Yuan Han said sweetly, pulling out the copper coins she had been holding. In the faint light of dawn, 8 copper coins lay prominently in Yuan Han's palm. Quan Shui was astonished, whispering in delight, you were telling the truth. That's wonderful. You take 4, and I'll take 4, Yuan Han said, dividing the 8 coins in 2. Quan Shui smiled knowingly, closing Yuan Han's hand. No need for that. We are siblings. You keep it. That won't do. Let us split it evenly. Yuan Han feigned heartfelt gratitude, secretly chuckling, realizing Quan Shui would surely want more than just these 8 coins. Quan Shui's expression darkened as she replied, just take it, will you? Huh? What are you two doing? Xingxiang interjected curiously, wondering when Quan Shui and Yuan Han had become chummy. Yuan Han waved her hand dismissively, nothing much. I was just asking how sister-in-law is doing. I still haven't seen her. Oh, Xingxiang replied, her tone dripping with disdain. Sister-in-law is just... Before she could finish, she caught Quan Shui's warning glance and quickly changed her tune. Sister-in-law is as beautiful as a celestial being, like a fairy descended from the heavens. Seeing that Xingxiang had refrained from disparaging his beloved wife, Quan Shui picked up the pace to catch up with the group ahead. Yuan Han noticed the disdain on Xingxiang's face and found it amusing. It seemed Quan Shui's wife must be rather lovely. The remaining time passed amidst Yuan Han's incessant lamentations. How much longer? How far is it? As she removed her shoes, blisters forming on her feet. Old Yuan finally chimed in with a cheerful expression while puffing on his pipe. Everyone, hurry up. We'll arrive in just 1 hour. Chapter 46. Treating people like they don't exist. Upon hearing old Yuan's words, Yuan Han felt a renewed sense of hope. She quickly put on her shoes, striking a pose like the Monkey King as she gazed into the distance, thanking the heavens. Amen. Thank goodness we're nearly there. Otherwise, I might just want to die. Yuan Han thought, feeling utterly trapped. Yuan Han, I told you it was far. But you didn't believe me. Now you do, don't you? Xingxiang, now refreshed, sidled up to Yuan Han, wearing an expression that seemed to say, see, I told you. Yuan Han couldn't help but nod. Indeed, you were right. Oh, if only eldest brother's wife lived here. How wonderful it would be. True, but if eldest brother's wife lived here, what would she be? A wild boar or a wild donkey? Ha ha ha. Xingxiang seized the opportunity to share a chilling joke, prompting Yuan Han to inwardly marvel at how this future sister-in-law must have offended such an oddball. Given her consistently barbed remarks, Xingxiang, have you ever seen our sister-in-law? What does she look like, and what kind of person is she? You wish to know about the sister-in-law. Xingxiang lowered her voice conspiratorially, glancing towards the spring. If you want to know, let's discuss it over there. All right? Yuan Han nodded in agreement, keen to learn just how beautiful their future sister-in-law might be, and decided that the extent of Xingxiang's disparagement would reveal much. As soon as Yuan Han consented, Xingxiang raised her voice to call out to Aunt Yuan, Mother, Yuan Han needs to relieve herself, and I'm accompanying her to go on, go on. Aunt Yuan shot a displeased glance at Yuan Han. Clearly annoyed by her constant demands, Yuan Han felt somewhat wronged. Why was she being used as a scapegoat, especially with such crude language as relieve herself? Even a person from modern times would feel a bit embarrassed by Xingxiang's bluntness. Once they had distanced themselves into a grove, Xingxiang finally confided, you may not know, but the future sister-in-law is quite the temptress, always flirting, and has even caused the demise of several suitors. Eventually, she ensnared our eldest brother. Really? If the sister-in-law is such a dreadful person, why would our brother want her? Yuan Han was skeptical. Such a woman would be avoided not just by people of ancient times, but by modern individuals as well. There must be some exaggeration in what she was saying. Xingxiang, growing anxious, raised her finger as if to swear an oath. I speak nothing but the truth, but once, I overheard our brother boasting to some village boys, saying something about, what was it? Spit it out already. Don't leave me hanging, Yuan Han urged, exasperated by her vagueness. Taking a deep breath, Xingxiang finally revealed, I heard our brother claim that the sister-in-law possesses exceptional skills in the bedroom. Oh, how embarrassing. She pretended to cover her face, twisting in embarrassment. That all? Yuan Han thought it strange. What was so scandalous about that? After all, it was not as if they were engaging in such acts in public. Xingxiang remained incredulous, insisting, that's not all. Our brother was clearly bewitched by her, and now they even have a child together. Yuan Han, have you finished? Let us go. Don't linger around with your business. Aunt Yuan's voice rang out as the sun began to rise higher, suggesting there was still an hour to go. It was best to quicken their pace and avoid too much exposure to the sun. Yuan Han called back in response, coming. The group continued their journey, the sun intensifying. Aunt Yuan struggled a bit, her ample figure making her more susceptible to the heat. Yuan Han, could you help me carry these 2 paper bundles? Oh, Yuan Han replied, despite her differences with Aunt Yuan. She felt it was only right to show respect for the elderly and took one of the bundles. Not long after, Xingxiang also began to falter. Yuan Han, I only have this one box. Could you help me with it? Fine. Yuan Han thought it would be interesting to see if they truly felt any compassion and accepted Xingxiang's box, for cherishing the young is indeed a virtue. If only her former teachers could see her now. They might wonder if they had raised a fine student or a fool. Mei Xiang, of course, was not to be overlooked, as she too received assistance from a brother, who gallantly took the basket and cloth from her hands. Why was no one showing concern for her? After all, she was a lady too, albeit one who was not particularly favored. Yuan Han grumbled as she carried her burdens, her thoughts spiraling. Surprise often descends from the heavens. Yuan Han, are you tired? Carrying so much? The words of the potato seller seemed to lift her spirits. The effort was not in vain. I'm fine. I can hold on a bit longer, she replied, summoning her strength. Then do help me with this, old Yuan said, passing over his load while pulling out his pipe to smoke. I'll just enjoy a couple of puffs. You all are being too unreasonable. Yuan Han could barely hold back her tears as she tossed everything to the ground, declaring she would not move any further. Aunt Yuan rushed to scold her. You wretched girl. What if you break something? This is no ordinary gift. You are going too far. I've been holding back, but you keep pushing me. Yuan Han snapped back, her temper flaring. If you're so worried about the house, I'll just break something. She kicked at the ground in frustration. Quan Shui hurriedly intervened. All right, stop throwing a tantrum. Let us take a break before we continue. The others were astonished. This was not typical behavior for Quan Shui, who usually would have retaliated rather than offered gentle counsel. Mother, let Yuan Han rest on that stone for a bit, Quan Shui suggested, comforting Yuan Han while signaling to Aunt Yuan. Just as they were embroiled in their commotion, a few individuals approached from a distance, noticing the disturbance. Excuse us, is there anything we can assist with? Isn't that Quan Shui? One of them exclaimed. Tuowa, is that you? Upon seeing them, Yuan Shui's face brightened. Father just mentioned it was nearly noon and you hadn't tea arrived, so we came to check on you. The one called Tuowa had a dark complexion and a broad smile, revealing his white teeth, giving him a rather endearing appearance. What's going on here? Tuowa asked, noticing the scattered items and someone seated on the ground. Quan Shui quickly explained, it's nothing. This girl just overburdened herself and stumbled. Oh, then let us hurry along, Tuowa replied, his smile growing more genuine, clearly pleased to see Quan Shui. I didn't expect the Yuan family could afford a maid. It seems my sister has found a good match. Quan Shui and the group of friends moved ahead, leaving Yuan Han behind. She had no choice but to gather her things and follow. Finally arriving, Aunt Yuan and Old Yuan took Yuan Han's belongings, greeting warmly. In-laws, we hope we're not intruding. Not at all. Come inside, they replied, ushering them in. Yuan Han attempted to follow, but another woman stepped forward, taking Yuan Han's hand. Child, come here. Take a moment to rest in the kitchen. Oh. Yuan Han was perplexed, but felt pleasantly surprised to be welcomed so warmly. Not long after she settled, Tuowa re-entered, calling out, Aunt, hurry with the tea. The second and third aunts are washing the vegetables. I can't leave right now. The woman called Aunt replied, juggling a spatula and stirring something in the pot. Tuowa, exasperated, pointed to Yuan Han and said, then could you please ask her to help? There's boiling water in that kettle, and the teacups are clean. Just fill them and take them to the main room. Chapter 47. Let me go to the kitchen to eat. Yuan Han stood bewildered, unsure of what to do, as Tuowa urged her on. Hurry up, time was of the essence, and Tuowa could hardly afford to be polite. Oh, Yuan Han was taken aback. Was this their hospitality? Not only were guests expected to serve themselves, but the attitude was also quite brusque. She hastily filled the teacups with boiling water and brought them into the main room. Tea is served. The others lounged comfortably, enjoying their pastries and tea, while she was left to run errands. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She slammed the tray down, declaring she would serve herself from now on. Humph, Yuan Han retorted, her tone sharp as she nonchalantly grabbed a couple of pastries from the table and sauntered out. Yuan Shui's in-laws exchanged awkward glances, sheepishly chuckling, we apologize for the trouble. Aunt Yuan was also taken aback. It was unexpected for Yuan Han to be the one serving tea, regardless of their differences. She was still her child, and seeing others bossing her around was disheartening. Yet, she maintained a smile. Oh, this girl has a bit of a temper. She behaves like this at home too. Had it not been for the fear of upsetting Yuan Shui's prospects, Aunt Yuan would have unleashed her frustration by now. These people were clearly disrespectful, treating Yuan Han as if she were beneath them. We quite like Quan Shui. He is dutiful, capable, and sincere, and he eats without being picky. Yuan Shui's mother sought to change the subject, praising Yuan Shui's work ethic. Had it not been for his previous relationship with their daughter, they might have treated him like a son by now. However, Yuan Shui's mother was unaware that her words were slapping Aunt Yuan in the face. Hardworking, dutiful, these were not qualities Aunt Yuan had ever dreamed of her son exhibiting. The mere thought ignited a fire within her. Indeed, Quan Shui is truly commendable. What you say is entirely accurate. Please don't think I'm boasting. Though Aunt Yuan was fuming, she had to smile, forcing herself to appear gracious. Quan Shui remained silent, turning the conversation to the two daughters of his in-laws, remarking on their beauty and charm. Yuan Shui's mother, grasping for compliments, continued to embellish their virtues. What could they do? Her daughters might have been hard to please, but they were lucky someone was willing to overlook their shortcomings. Aunt Yuan's smile widened at the praise for her daughters. Oh, you flatter us. Yuan Shui's mother laughed awkwardly. Truth be told, they could have been more polite. They didn't greet anyone upon entering, nor did they wait for the elders to sit before they started eating. A bit of decorum is necessary. I in the room, the guests chatted idly for a while longer. Noticing that the tea was running low, the host couple smiled apologetically and said, Dear parents, please make yourselves comfortable. We shall check the kitchen. My husband still needs to fetch a bundle of firewood from behind the courtyard wall. Father, let me go, Quan Shui exclaimed, eager to volunteer, sweetly addressing them as father and mother. No, you are a guest today. Just sit down and rest, Quan Shui's mother-in-law said with a comforting smile, hastily stopping her. Aunt Yuan was quite displeased but couldn't express her frustration, so she shot a fierce glare at old Yuan, who understood her message but could do nothing. After all, sons grow up and no longer heed their mothers. He forced a smile and said, "Wife, have some water." Once Quan Shui's in-laws stepped outside, they spoke quietly in an open area. "Old man, did you see that? The two daughters of the Yuan family are utterly lacking in upbringing." "Indeed, and not to mention that girl's temper. It's truly outrageous." The old man stroked his patch of grizzled beard, lamenting how even the servants behaved so audaciously. "You're right, although that girl may be somewhat shabby in appearance and a bit untidy. Her features are indeed rare, and her temper is fiery. Do you think our daughter could handle her?" The old woman furrowed her brow, troubled by the thought that their daughter was not yet married and already faced such complications. Remained in the kitchen, puzzled as to why no one attended to her as a guest. "Child, don't you get tired from all the work?" she asked, busy frying vegetables. "Is there any work that isn't tiring?" "I am quite lazy. Every task feels exhausting, and I'm always busy from dawn till dusk," Yuan Han replied. "What is the pay? Is it monthly or at year's end?" Aunt Yuan clicked her tongue. Feeling sympathetic for such a young girl burdened with so much work, pay? Would Aunt Yuan even give herself a wage? Not a single penny has been given for pocket money after all these days. Having food and shelter is already quite fortunate. How pitiful. Dear parents have the heart to let you endure this. Aunt Yuan's concern deepened. Such a lovely girl. What a shame. Yuan Han chuckled lightly. They don't care. It's not their toil. By the way, and I've heard that Quan Shui's wife is very beautiful. Is that true? Yuan Han, uninterested in discussing mundane matters, thought it a waste of breath. She must have been spoiled. Thank you for the compliment, but I dare not compare myself to Quan Shui's wife. What am I? Yuan Han humbly responded, secretly reveling in the acknowledgement of her beauty. Still modest. All right, go inform them that the meal is ready, and have them set the table. You can help me serve the dishes later, Aunt Yuan instructed while busy plating the stir-fried vegetables. Once most had gathered, Yuan Han washed her hands and joined them at the table, eager to indulge in the feast laid before her. "Child, you can't sit here. I've saved you some food in the kitchen." Aunt Yuan kindly reminded her, though they weren't a wealthy family, decorum still mattered. Yuan Han was taken aback. Why? What is this reasoning? Surely I am not being treated like a servant. Chapter 48. Sister is not a servant. Quan Shui's mother-in-law was worried about Yuan Han and inadvertently found herself embroiled in the conflict. There is a distinction between master and servant. Have you made a mistake? Sister is certainly not a servant. Yuan Han was truly exasperated by their ignorance, their disdainful perception based on her shabby attire. This remark further provoked Quan Shui's mother-in-law, who retorted, "Oh, you think highly of yourself, don't you? Just because someone supports you, you act so recklessly." Hearing this, Quan Shui felt a chill. It had nothing to do with him. "How can I calm down when this girl is so arrogant, and it's thanks to you that she behaves this way?" As her mother-in-law grew increasingly irate, she lamented how they had just made their daughter pregnant while simultaneously indulging this little girl beyond reason. Once the mother-in-law's words were uttered, old Yuan and his wife were stunned. What does Quan Shui have to do with this? Dear mother-in-law, please clarify your statement. What do you mean? Quan Shui's mother-in-law huffed, lowering her voice. Your son has gotten my daughter pregnant while he cavorts with your maid. Where does that leave my daughter? Not only should she be treated like a goddess, but he also flirts with others. How can she not respond when reprimanded? She's not a servant. Perhaps Quan Shui has even promised to take her as a concubine. Old Yuan, with his amiable nature, chuckled as he explained, Dear mother-in-law, there's been a grand misunderstanding. And with a shrug, she chimed in, Sister has said that she is not a servant. However, look at how you're dressed. You look so ragged. She stammered, feeling increasingly awkward, realizing that the situation was not as it seemed. Should this escalate, she would be the one in the wrong, having treated someone's daughter like a maid all this time. The other aunts also felt embarrassed. Child, we truly apologize. Please forgive us. I bear no grudge. Losing face is one thing, but I cannot let my family suffer shame, she sighed. How strange to think that only contemporary people have such narrow views. It appears that even in ancient times, there are those who judge based on appearance. Must one always be well-groomed to be considered worthy? Dear in-laws, surely you understand that ignorance is no crime, and you do not strike me as one to hold grudges. Quan Shui's father-in-law stepped forward, asserting his authority as head of the family. At such a moment, old Yuan, flattered by the praise, felt reluctant to continue the argument but noticed Aunt Yuan's dissatisfaction and hesitated to speak. Uncle, please remain calm. I believe this misunderstanding originated with the village lad who was the first to call me girl when he heard them scolding me and then saw me in my shabby attire. Let him serve tea and apologize. It would save everyone from embarrassment. The diplomatic approach truly worked well, pleasing both parties without offending either side. All right, I will admit my mistake. This misunderstanding arose because of me. The village lad proved to be straightforward and readily agreed to apologize. After a round of apologies, Aunt Yuan finally managed to smile. Fine, my daughter is so magnanimous. What do I, as an adult, have to fuss over? Aunt, where's my sister-in-law? Yuan Han sought to ease the earlier tension by changing the subject. Your sister-in-law will return shortly. I suggest everyone sit down for dinner. Quan Shui's mother-in-law laughed, fearing that mentioning a trip to paint nails might upset her counterpart. As the words left her mouth, everyone settled down, noticing the table was laden with dishes. However, Quan Shui's mother-in-law felt a twinge of embarrassment. Well, just make do with what we have. Aunt Yuan also felt too proud to admit it. What do you mean make do? The child simply doesn't understand. These were the kind of unrefined dishes they had not eaten in generations. Child, I don't even know your name. Quan Shui's mother-in-law smiled at Yuan Han, thinking this girl was much preferable to the others. Aside from her fiery temperament, she was generous and did not hold the maid treatment against them. Yuan Han, ever the charmer, replied sweetly, Aunt, my name is Yuan Han. Such a considerate child. I truly apologize for mistreating you as a maid, she said, her voice sweet and cheerful, making amends for the earlier misunderstanding. Yuan Han graciously waved her hand and shook her head, saying, Auntie, what's the big deal? In the future, we will all be one family. It's perfectly normal to have a few bumps along the way. Even teeth occasionally bite the tongue, don't they? Look at how eloquently this girl speaks. The mother-in-law of Quan Shui felt increasingly pleased with her. Such a wonderful girl. Has she been promised to someone yet? Initially, Yuan Aunt was indifferent, as Yuan Han had merely regained a bit of face for the family. But before her joy could fully settle, the girl stole the limelight from her other two daughters. This child, alas, if a match is indeed set, she will be promised to someone. She mused that bringing this girl along was a mistake. Just see, both good and bad fortune have come her way. Yuan Shui's mother-in-law felt somewhat regretful. This child is so straightforward. If only she could speak for the rustic lad. Oh, what a pity. I was hoping to match her with our rustic boy. What? The once jovial Xingxiang, upon hearing this, dropped her chopsticks and sprang up from the bench, exclaiming, No way, I object. This startled everyone present. What does this have to do with you? Xingxiang then realized her reaction had been a bit excessive. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as she stammered, Yuan Han has already been promised to someone. Who knows, she might even become the wife of a top scholar in the future. Oh, is that so? Yuan Shui's mother-in-law smiled awkwardly. Let us eat. Let us eat. A vibrant hue suddenly entered the courtyard, instantly lifting Yuan Shui's spirits. You all eat. I'll step outside for a moment. Haha, just by looking at his beaming face, one could tell he had spotted someone. Yuan Shui's mother-in-law caught sight of Yuan Aunt's scornful gaze and decided to step out to call her daughter, Chun'er. She called from outside, hesitant to enter directly. As Quan Shui was inside with relatives, it would be awkward if they happened to cross paths. Mother, come in. A female voice responded from within. Chun'er, how could you? Your in-laws have been here for quite some time, and you haven't even come out to greet them, hiding away in your room. That's more like it. Then why aren't you changing? A mother's heart is with her child, while the child's heart is on the stone slab. I was just about to change. It's just that this thing came to my room. I didn't want to let her go hungry. I saw she was fine, so I thought I'd step out. Chun'er, I'm leaving now. Go on. Chun'er gave Quan Shui an impatient look, thinking that men just couldn't be given a good face. Give them a little color, and they might start tearing down the house. Chun'er could tell her mother had something to discuss. Mother, do you have something to say? Just speak. As she spoke, she found a simpler outfit to change into. After waiting for her mother to finish, she finally sat on the bed, saying, "Mother, it's all right. With Kwanshui around, everything will be fine. Dear in-laws, please eat." Why isn't anyone eating? Chunner and her mother entered the main room. Noticing everyone at the table hadn't touched their chopsticks and warmly urged them to begin, Chunner stepped forward and slightly bowed her head. "Uncle and aunt, I offer my respects." Very well." Old Yuan looked at his daughter-in-law. "Have you?" Yuan aunt was utterly displeased, feeling as though this was the first meeting with the elders, and Chunner had shown no respect. Chunner felt a bit embarrassed, but stood her ground. What was wrong with wanting to look good? In truth, Chunner was not one to easily back down, and since she was at home, she had no need to impress anyone. Just as Chunner was about to retort, Yuan Han interjected, "Mother, I believe my sister-in-law must have been delayed by something." Chunner glanced at Yuan Han with gratitude, slightly nodding and smiling. "What could be more important than today? I don't understand why you're all dressed up so extravagantly," Yuan aunt continued, not relenting. Feeling bold even before entering, Yuan Han pouted, thinking how she had spent the day looking rather shabby, and said, "Mother, she is dressing up to please her husband. Which man wouldn't he want his wife to shine?" Yuan aunt glared at him, wishing she could strangle him. "In-laws, I apologize. I treat her as my own daughter. Just look at me. Eat. Come, Chunner. Sit here." Kwanshui stepped out to ease the tension, warmly inviting Chunner to sit beside him. Chunner scanned the table and cheerfully stood next to Yuan Han, saying, "I'll sit here, sister-in-law, please." Yuan Han naturally seized the opportunity and politely stood to offer her seat. Once everyone had settled, the elders chatted while eating, and the younger ones devoured their food, creating a seemingly harmonious atmosphere. "What's your name?" Chunner asked the happily eating Yuan Han. After swallowing her food, Yuan Han smiled and replied, "Sister-in-law, I'm Yuan Han. You can also call me Han Han. This girl is truly amusing. Eat more slowly, you look as if you've never eaten before. Be careful not to choke." Chunner half covered her mouth with a handkerchief. Noting Yuan Han's lack of table manners, Yuan Han, with a look of understanding, replied, "Sister-in-law, you should eat more too. To be honest, I've never had such a sumptuous meal before. At home, we hardly see meat for weeks on end." This was no exaggeration. They often had plain porridge or salted vegetables, and even when there was a dish, she often went without. "Are you joking? You've never had meat at home?" Chunner, catching on, continued the conversation. Yuan Han felt a bit embarrassed. "That's not quite true. Han Han, how old are you this year?" Chunner asked to show her warmth, instantly bridging the gap between them. Yuan Han cheerfully replied, "Sister-in-law, I'm almost 17. Age is a woman's secret, and she hadn't intended to share it." "Oh, you're already 17, yet still wearing your hair in braids. Aren't you an adult? Why are you still dressing like this?" Chunner intentionally raised her voice, criticizing the parents for being neglectful. Yuan Han feigned surprise. "I didn't know. No one mentioned it, and I didn't ask it." And no wonder. Mei Xiang was dressed in skirts and had her hair styled beautifully. Unlike herself, uncle and aunt, hasn't Yuan Han undergone the coming-of-age ceremony? Chunner blurted out, wanting to show off. The aunts at the table exchanged sympathetic glances, realizing this child must have suffered at home. "Poor girl, how heart-wrenching. Well, I've been busy and forgot." Yuan aunt felt slapped in the face, her expression alternating between red and white. Bringing her here had indeed brought no good fortune. Chunner noticed Mei Xiang and Xingxiang, who seemed indifferent, and found it amusing. She was their sister-in-law, yet they hadn't even acknowledged her. In comparison, Yuan Han was far more considerate. "Have you eaten enough?" Chunner asked, holding Yuan Han's hand. "I'm full." After all, she would be marrying soon, so calling her sister-in-law was fitting. Yuan Han was overjoyed. "Really? That's wonderful. I've long wanted to be rid of this outfit. Today, I finally have a solution." Chapter 50. From Sparrow to Phoenix, Yuan Han found herself dazzled as she sat in Chunner's room. Truly a proper boudoir, filled with feminine belongings. "Sister-in-law, your room is beautiful," Yuan Han sincerely complimented, wondering when she might have a room like this. Chunner smiled proudly. "Indeed. I've put in so much effort to create this. If you like anything, pick a couple of items to take home as decoration." Yuan Han shyly lowered her head, thinking there would be no place to display them, and they might even be snatched by Xingxiang. "Sister-in-law, they didn't even give me a simple coming-of-age ceremony, so I wouldn't expect anything else. My room resembles a firewood shed more than anything else. The items in the firewood shed far outnumber those in my room. In the depths of her heart, Chun'er couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Could it truly be that Yuan Han was so unappreciated? The old couple of the Yuan family were indeed quite ruthless. It seemed that life after marriage wouldn't be much better, so it would be wise to cultivate a connection first. Although she might not be favored, at least there would be someone to look after her. Best not to dwell on unhappy thoughts. Today, dear sister-in-law would celebrate on your behalf, so just focus on enjoying yourself. Sister-in-law, you are truly kind-hearted. Yuan Han, being a modern individual, could discern sincerity from pretense. Chun'er did harbor some intentions of utilizing her, but it posed no harm to herself. Peaceful coexistence was preferable, after all. Moreover, with a child growing within her, she had a degree of protection. A closer bond with her would not be a disadvantage. Now that you've called me sister-in-law, why be so polite? Chun'er smiled warmly, turning to rummage through the cabinet. Han, you are already 17. Have you received any marriage proposals? I see that girl is 3 or 4 years older than you. Has she received any offers? I have indeed received a proposal from someone in the same village. That is my second sister, but she has not accepted it. Yuan Han recounted in detail. To be honest, it is quite unfair. I have no idea what my future husband looks like. In contrast, Chun'er felt fortunate. At least her husband was a hero, albeit a bit of a fool. There was no mistaking that. They could meet, so why couldn't she? It was indeed puzzling that she would precede her second sister in this regard. What about that young man you've mentioned? Chun'er wondered, intrigued. Such occurrences were rare. It was illogical for a younger sibling to be arranged before the elder. Yuan Han pouted. I've only heard he is quite good, but I have yet to see him. They say he is a scholar, a full 10 years older than I. Chun'er found this even more perplexing. Logically, such a match should be proposed to the second sister, so there must be something amiss. Fearing that further discussion might lead to trouble, she chose to remain silent. Sister-in-law, why is it that you and the elder brother can meet, yet I cannot see my fiancé? Yuan Han truly couldn't comprehend it. Was Aunt Yuan trying to deceive her? This half-grown girl spoke of men with an unabashedness that was quite similar to her own personality. However, some things should remain unspoken. Well, you know, I already carry your elder brother's child, so there's no need for pretense. You are a young maiden, so it is different for you. After saying this, Chun'er finally unearthed the piece she had been searching for. Come, try this on. Yuan Han, not one to be shy, took it and, upon feeling the fabric, realized it was indeed much more comfortable. Then I shall not hold back, sister-in-law. Hurry up and put it on. I want to see which of her own clothes could be deemed unattractive, regardless of the fabric's cost. The style must always be the latest. How is it, sister-in-law? Yuan Han twirled around happily in her new attire, seeking Chun'er's approval. Chun'er smiled and remarked, your figure is quite nice. It fits perfectly. This girl was capable of wearing her clothes, which were all tailored to fit snugly. However, no matter how one compared, Chun'er remained confident in her own beauty. Yet, upon observing Yuan Han, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. You've changed your outfit, but haven't done your hair. How can you dare to go out like this? Chun'er couldn't help but chuckle. Realizing Yuan Han was quite unconcerned with appearances, Chun'er fetched a basin of water to wash Yuan Han's face, then styled her hair into an elegant bun. Turn around. Let me see, sister-in-law. How does it look? Is it pretty? Yuan Han was absolutely delighted, having never experienced such a transformation. As she turned, Chun'er's expression shifted unexpectedly. To her surprise, even a mountain chicken can transform into a phoenix. She had always been confident in her own beauty. It would be better to keep it simple. All right, this hairstyle suits you. Chun'er felt a twinge of jealousy. Was she really being overshadowed? After all, she had always considered herself the beauty of the household. Yuan Han peered into the copper mirror, realizing that her previous hairstyle had been more flattering. You're just flattering me. It's hard to deny that looking good comes with its challenges, despite understanding this. She playfully replied, sister-in-law, this truly looks wonderful. Thanks to you, I feel beautiful for once. Chun'er could no longer muster a smile. After 24 years, she had finally met her match. By the time dinner was finished in the main hall, everyone was resting beneath the eaves. Yuan Han, pursing her lips, stepped outside and stood aside, suddenly feeling shy in her new attire. Isn't this? The village boy was left speechless in astonishment. He had been so blind as to not notice how beautiful she was. Lost in thought, his cheeks began to flush. She truly is lovely. Upon hearing this, Xingxiang felt an uncontainable jealousy rise within her. She was but a sparrow. How could a sparrow ever become a phoenix? This girl merely satisfied her own vanity while digging her own grave. The dragon has 9 offspring, and each is different. Yuan Han was indeed the phoenix. The village boy was captivated, and without thinking, his thoughts slipped out. Xingxiang, disregarding the presence of others, began to tear up, pointing an accusing finger at the boy. You, brother too. I am merely a sparrow. It took a great deal of effort for me to present myself like this. Your compliments make me feel quite bashful, Yuan Han replied, realizing she could no longer indulge in vanity. If this continued, Xingxiang might truly become enraged. I and our family, there is no one skilled in dressing up. If she were to be made presentable, Sister Xingxiang would undoubtedly become more charming. Yuan Han pulled Xingxiang forward and added, besides, I have already made my intentions clear. Look at my sister. She is still young. In a few years, she will blossom into a great beauty. Only then did the village boy turn his gaze towards Xingxiang's face. In comparison to Yuan Han, she lacked the same allure. However, she had already captured another's heart. And Yuan Han fell into an exhausted slumber. The happiest among them was undoubtedly Xingxiang. Although there had been a few minor setbacks, the village boy had ultimately focused his attention on her. And soon, they would be even closer. The most fatigued were the old Yuan couple. As soon as they arrived home, they busied themselves with preparations for the banquet. Most of the necessary items could be found at home. But with only 3 days left before the event, they needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, any further delay would make it impossible to conceal the pregnancy. They also had to consider whom to invite. An essential detail that couldn't be overlooked. The more guests, the more gifts. But the headache was that most gifts were not worth much. Thus, it would be best not to bring entire families, as more mouths meant more expenses. We cannot leave anyone from your side out, Aunt Yuan insisted, valuing her family's reputation. Old Yuan was equally adamant, and my family cannot be shortchanged either. Don't you dare to act embarrassed. Is there anyone in your family worth mentioning? Tight-fisted to the core, it would be better if none of them came, Aunt Yuan scoffed, having little regard for old Yuan's kin. Old Yuan fiercely defended his family, for no matter how poor they might be, they were still his roots. Are there any decent people in your family? Their grievances were palpable. Aunt Yuan, a hefty woman, had once been cheated out of a significant dowry, with the bride price changing constantly and the wedding date being shuffled around. Marrying such a hefty woman had left the entire family feeling stripped bare. The reason for their family's frugality was precisely because they feared being swindled by her family. Are you looking for a fight? Old man, old Yuan grumbled, unwilling to back down. Isn't this all about things that happened when we were young? Who doesn't have their share of worries when marrying off a daughter? Old man, enough with the bickering. Let's discuss serious matters. Once the arrangements for the Qianshui wedding are finalized, we can handle the hoofed animal business as well. We need to prepare everything in double. Old Yuan rubbed his stubbled chin. Wife, if we are preparing everything in double, the expenses will be immense. I say, just inviting 2 relatives for Yuan Han will suffice. It's enough to have a semblance of a celebration, indeed. Just sending a sedan chair over and setting off a few firecrackers will do. Aunt Yuan agreed, finding the suggestion reasonable. Just as the 2 old folks were about to head to bed, they suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, old man, when I was in town the other day, I stopped by my family's place. My older brother has been doing well in business and has left behind several large tile-roofed houses for us. Haven't you already mentioned this? Why keep repeating yourself? Sleep now. There's work to be done tomorrow. Old Yuan was truly sleepy and needed rest to have the energy for work. However, it was still necessary to make Yuan Han a festive outfit for her wedding. Aunt Yuan began to remove her outer garment while murmuring to herself. Old Yuan was too tired to reply. You chatty woman, will you let me sleep? The next day, Qianshui busied herself inviting people from all over, relatives, neighbors, and friends. Mother, I've invited most of the necessary people, she reported, with Yuan Han and the others helping to decorate the elder brother's room a little. The spring water is bustling with excitement. As both my wife and child enter the door simultaneously, what a joyous occasion. This is only natural. My elder brother, I can hardly contain my anticipation and am eager to create some ruckus on the wedding night. Yuan Han's emotions, which I had only ever witnessed on television when observing ancient couples marry, have never felt so real to me. How shameless. Here you are, a girl about to be wed, causing a commotion on your wedding night. You've spent just a day with that little enchantress. What have you learned? Creating a ruckus on the wedding night? You expect others to poke fun at me? Aunt Yuan is seething with anger. This girl simply fails to endear herself to anyone. Sometimes she seems pitiable, but her actions are utterly intolerable. Yuan Han feels truly aggrieved. Is it really that serious merely to seek a bit of merriment? Is it so dire? Oh, it is serious, I tell you. On the day your brother weds, you'd best hide away in your room and not show your face. Aunt Yuan pointed an accusing finger at Yuan Han. It will be your turn. If you don't hide in your room, will you go out and show your face? Aunt Yuan was practically itching to slap her. Yuan Han felt utterly despondent. Why should she hide away? Is it wrong for her to be seen? You should wear your wedding attire on your big day. You must prepare a proper outfit. Aunt Yuan finally found a reason to keep her from appearing. I want to do it. Are you serious? Knowing nothing and still being asked to do this, Aunt Yuan slammed the table, insisting, you must know how to create something beautiful. Draw what you desire yourself. I refuse to believe I cannot manage it. I can draw it tomorrow and have it ready by the day after. It won't be a problem. Such a trivial matter hardly warrants discussion. No, the Li family is coming to help on that day. You cannot be seen. Aunt Yuan's word was final. There was no room for negotiation. Once the gathering concludes, Yuan Han called out to the spring water. Elder brother. What is it? Spring water guessed it likely concerned the earlier matter. Elder brother, you didn't take what I offered last time, so today I've brought it for you. Yuan Han said sincerely as she produced copper coins. Spring water could hardly resist the delightful surprise, sister. This is quite a lot doubled. Indeed, I will make sure to inform you, but I shall not be doing this again. I've been suffering from severe headaches lately. After handing over the coins, Yuan Han made her intentions clear. You're not doing it anymore? Why not? Then tell me the method. Spring water was eager for her to stop. Someone was waiting for this. Hurry up and tell me the method. If you try to play tricks on me, I will ensure you never get married. Forget about being the wife of a top scholar. Brother, are you threatening me? This approach was utterly misguided in front of Yuan Han, yet she was willing to play along. Spring water quickly forced a smile, pleading, my dear sister, this is not a threat. I am merely imploring you. However, Yuan Han was about to say something when Aunt Yuan emerged from her room, seeing the two of them in a tug of war. Hey, what is going on here? What a disgrace. Aunt Yuan's neck stiffened as she prepared to strike. Only to find he was as poor as a church mouse. Chapter 52. Half a life gone. Yuan Han lay on the kang, nearly laughing out loud with joy. Spring water's obsession with wealth had led her to believe in a potential fortune. How splendid. Soon she would receive her salary for the past few days. Oh no, but she hadn't yet used the restroom. Swiftly, she slipped on her shoes and dashed towards the outhouse, only to be seized halfway there. Oh my. Who is it? Help. Before Yuan Han could finish her plea for rescue, her mouth was covered. Spring water lowered her voice. Don't shout. It's your elder brother. Elder brother, you scared me half to death. Yuan Han clutched her chest, panting. If you have something to say, just say it. You can't just capture someone in the dark without a word. How terrifying. I thought I was being robbed. Quickly tell me that method. If spring water had held a fruit knife, the scene would have been perfect. Yuan Han gathered her clothes and whispered, Elder brother, if this spreads, it won't worked. If a third party learns of it, no one will benefit. How could I possibly tell you? Come now, Yuan Han, I am your brother. What difference does it make whether you tell me or not? What distinguishes yours from mine? Spring water nudged Yuan Han with her elbow. Attempting to establish rapport, Yuan Han was utterly exasperated, feeling lightheaded. Why don't you trust me? There's no secret that doesn't get out eventually. How about this? Let me rest for a few days. And I'll get the method for you. Spring water spat inwardly, truly believing she was a fool. With such a talent, why not learn it herself instead of begging her? Enough with the chatter. Just tell me. Even if you kill me, I won't say a word. Yuan Han adopted a defiant stance, knowing that anything easily revealed is no secret at all. She needed to maintain this illusion. Sister, I'll say it nicely one more time. Don't push me. Spring water's anger had already flared several times. Pushed to this extent, she wouldn't mind going to extremes. Money is the root of all evil. Yuan Han, however, was resolute. Stop trying to intimidate me. I'm not falling for it. You leave me no choice. Spring water grinned ominously, her previously amiable demeanor vanishing in an instant. Yuan Han glanced behind her. Suppressing a smile, "You really dare?" The mockery and disbelief in her tone were sure to infuriate Springwater. In truth, Springwater merely intended to scare her, but this girl was not intimidated. She wished to guard the secret for a lifetime. Enjoying riches, while herself faced the harshness of life. No way. If she couldn't have it, then neither would anyone else, Springwater declared, lifting Yuan Han and striding out of the courtyard. "Let us see what's more important to you, your life or that worthless incantation. Elder brother, let us talk this through. Don't be so agitated." Yuan Han feigned fear, but inwardly she was elated. She had hooked the fish. Springwater brought Yuan Han to the riverbank and asked again, "Will you tell me, elder brother? Let us discuss this reasonably." Yuan Han gradually showed signs of fear, her words becoming more pliable. Yet Springwater was too impatient for words. "You've had your drink. Now it's time for punishment. What do you plan to do? Save me?" Yuan Han genuinely began to feel frightened. "What do you mean by serving?" Before she could ponder further, she was suddenly pushed down. And before she could be afraid, her head was submerged in the water. She gulped down a few mouthfuls. The coldness pierced her to the core, and she felt a sense of impending doom. "So, you still want to speak?" Springwater judged it was time and pulled her from the water before she genuinely drowned. Breathing in fresh air, Yuan Han felt an overwhelming sense of appreciation for life. Gasping for breath, she cried, "Elder brother, please show mercy. I'll tell you, spare my life. Where is that girl, Xingxiang? Why hasn't she arrived yet? She wouldn't dare miss this." Springwater finally felt satisfied. Who would have thought a little girl could be so resolute? Indeed, a good scare had her spilling everything. Had she been more stubborn, Springwater would have truly had no way to handle her. It was evident that wealth was important, but life was even more precious. "Quickly tell me," Springwater urged, her expression fierce as she nudged Yuan Han. Reluctantly, Yuan Han beckoned her closer and whispered, "Come a bit nearer." "I'll tell you, elder brother. You must remember not to let a third party know. Otherwise, it won't work. Elder brother, can you treat me a little better in the future if I tell you this method? It won't work for me afterwards. You have no idea how much I've lost. If it weren't for my lack of capital back then, I wouldn't even have asked you." All right. Springwater was far too preoccupied to care about her fate. All she wanted was to surprise his bride. "Elder brother, can I go back now?" Yuan Han leaned against the large tree. "Elder brother, whether this method works or not, you'll only know if you try it. Otherwise, you could always give it a shot." "That's true. Oh no, I only have the copper coins you gave me. If Xingxiang hears this, it will ruin everything. When did you arrive? What are you doing here?" If she heard even a whisper, she would be torn apart. "I just got here a little while ago. It's so dark, I'm a bit scared." Hearing Springwater's unfriendly tone, Xingxiang dared not speak out of turn. "What have you heard?" Springwater only cared whether she had overheard anything. Completely indifferent to her fear, Xingxiang, feeling wronged, thought it unfair to eavesdrop on such hushed conversations. "I couldn't hear anything. I only saw you push Yuan Han into the water." It was indeed the case. "With such ferocity, I hadn't even inquired about what you were doing. My elder brother was teaching me how to swim. See, he instructed me to hold my breath first, and lo and behold, he had just pushed my head underwater." Yuan Han is quite the adept storyteller when it comes to spinning tales. "Sister, let us return. My elder brother won't be back for a while." As Yuan Han spoke, she grasped Xingxiang's hand and began to head back, nearly risking her own life in the process. "Let us walk back with my brother. I am afraid." Indeed, Sister Xingxiang does have her fair share of quirks. She was unafraid upon arrival, but now felt trepidation on the way back. The spring water erupted with a loud roar, urging them to return. Xingxiang hurriedly pulled Yuan Han along as they dashed back. "I truly wished to hide in the shadows and observe the spring water's grand display. But alas, I must quickly catch up on my sleep since I intended to toss coins into the tree hollow at midnight. 16 coins, to be precise." Yuan Han, brimming with excitement, found it difficult to sleep, only sighing in relief upon hearing the footsteps of the spring water. "What luck! Once the spring water is asleep, I shall sneak out." Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Yuan Han rubbed her eyes, mumbling, "Who is it? It is not yet dawn. Do you not wish for anyone to have a peaceful life?" "It is I." The voice belonged to the spring water, laced with a mixture of restraint and exhilaration. Likely overjoyed. "Ah." Yuan Han yawned widely. What brings you here, Yuan Han? Look, 32 coins. The spring water's voice lowered. I will quickly place all my savings inside. Yuan Han, feigning cheerfulness, replied, You aren't joking, are you? My elder brother has struck it rich. It was well known that the money in his hands was a source of great fright for Yuan Han. She was still drenched in cold sweat from the ordeal. Chapter 53. We are earning money after dealing with the spring water. Yuan Han closed the door and leaped onto the bed, humming joyfully to herself, her lips curling into a smile as her heart danced with delight. Bring the money, spring water. After indulging in her private joy, she soon fell into a deep slumber. Yuan Han, you little rascal, it is time for breakfast. How can you still be sleeping at this hour? The house is a chaotic mess, and you lie there like a corpse. Aunt Yuan bellowed with a voice as harsh as a broken gong. Were it not for Aunt Lee's visit to help steam buns today, she wouldn't have bothered calling her. Stretching lazily, Yuan Han acknowledged. I understand. What are you shouting about? Who would yearn for your measly porridge? Though she thought it beneath her, she knew she would be hungry if she missed this meal. They would not save any food for her. As she tidied herself up to open the door, she was greeted by a bustling scene. Indeed, it was a celebration, with many unfamiliar faces. Juhua, rise and hurry to breakfast. A well-meaning woman, though Yuan Han could not recall her name, greeted her warmly. Yet, the way she looked at her seemed rather peculiar. Auntie, I have changed my name. I am now Yuan Han, not Juhua. Yuan Han politely nodded and smiled, explaining her name change, as few had been so kind to her. She could not afford to offend anyone. The aunt was taken aback for a moment, clapped her hands, and chuckled. Ah, this name suits you well, Yuan Han. It sounds lovely. After saying this, she turned away, revealing her true colors. A name bestowed by one's parents should remain unchanged. The kitchen was also crowded, and Yuan Han squeezed in. Mother, where's my meal? Yuan Han, come here. I have warmed your food in the pot. Quickly take it back to your room. More guests will be arriving soon. Be good and do not cause a scene. Do you understand? Aunt Lee spoke, striving to present herself as a caring mother-in-law, wanting others to perceive that Yuan Han was fortunate to have married into the Lee family. Moreover, Aunt Yuan would treat Yuan Han kindly today, given her connection to the Lee family. The villagers were all aware of this, enhancing the Lee family's reputation. Oh, Yuan Han reached for the porridge and buns and returned to her room, feeling more comfortable inside, as the outside was disorganized and overwhelming, making her reluctant to venture out. The busiest one was undoubtedly the spring water, who had to manage both the household and the tree hollow. Having just completed the morning rituals, she had no time to change her clothes before running around borrowing tables and chairs. Aunt Yuan, your family truly has a series of joyful events. After the spring water's matters are settled, it will be Yuan Han's turn. The speaker was the same aunt who had greeted Yuan Han earlier. She was quite amiable, albeit a bit loose-lipped. The kitchen fell silent, all eyes turning to the conversation between Aunt Yuan and Aunt Lee. Anxious to hear what would transpire regarding the Lee and Yuan families, both Aunt Yuan and Aunt Lee were alarmed, covering the aunt's mouth with urgency. Do not speak of such matters. If you spoil our good fortune, how will you face others? Everyone agreed to keep quiet. If Yuan Han learned of this, the neighborhood might become uncomfortable. Aunt Yuan's words carried weight, implying that anyone who disrupted her plans might face dire consequences. The women laughed it off, all wishing to avoid trouble, knowing that offending either family could lead to unpleasantness. Yuan Han's room was too quiet, with only the distant sounds of chatter outside, where strong young men were helping set tables and young women were washing vegetables. You all keep busy. I shall continue with my studies. Yuan Han felt quite pleased, humming her little tune, lost in her own world. Today, all 3 meals were provided by Aunt Lee. Yuan Han had not left her room except to use the restroom. Honestly, what was there to do outside? There were too many people, and the yard was small. One misstep and someone could step on her heel, and that was not even the worst of it. She would also be accused of blocking the way. How unfair. As night fell, the noise outside gradually subsided, and Yuan Han finally opened the door to stretch her limbs. Heavens, the yard is crammed with tables and chairs. This must be for tomorrow's feast. Mother, is everything finished? Yuan Han tiptoed into the kitchen, finding Aunt Yuan sweeping up the remnants of the day. Aunt Yuan snapped, Can you not see? I am a busy woman, unlike you who lounges about like a spoiled child. Mother, I do not appreciate that remark. It was you who told me to stay inside. Yuan Han felt wronged. as if an unjust spirit had possessed her, for how else could she be so unfairly treated? Aunt Yuan, unusually unbothered by Yuan Han's retort, unexpectedly offered her 2 steamed buns from the steamer. Take these for your late-night snack and hurry to bed. Your elder brother will be setting off to fetch the bride in the dead of night. So early, Yuan Han felt a shiver at the thought. Marrying a wife truly seemed like a trial, and no wonder many wished to marry, but when the time came, the reality was fraught with worry. Aunt Yuan said nothing, ushering Yuan Han out of the kitchen and shutting the door behind her, retreating to her room. Truly, fortune is on my side. Yuan Han snapped her fingers and returned to her room. The next day, or rather, in the dead of night, the sounds of commotion outside stirred Yuan Han from her slumber. She buried her ears under the covers, finding it unbearable. If it were in my time, a wedding procession would have been completed in no time. Spring water, come, quickly feed the mule some hay. We must be on our way. Remember to provide the mule with grain and water upon arrival. This was Aunt Yuan's voice, a person who clearly had no sense of subtlety. As the celebratory sound of the Swona faded into the distance, Yuan Han perked up. Spring water, once you leave, this will be my world. Outside, the atmosphere was bustling. The yard was illuminated by flickering flames as a figure, presumably the one in charge, shouted commands while helpers took their positions. The wedding procession was about to commence, and the kitchen was becoming increasingly busy. Counting them by the soft moonlight, good heavens, after deducting my initial investment, there are 500 or 600 coins here. Determined not to miss a single coin, Yuan Han rummaged through the tree hollow once more. Discovering 3 small lumps of varying sizes, they appeared to be small pieces of silver. Feeling guilty for her misdeeds, she hastily buried the silver in a nearby hole she had dug for the pig's head. Not needing to dig too deep, she buried the spring water's private stash and her own collection of over 100 coins. To conceal the evidence, Yuan Han tossed a piece of cow dung on top, followed by some weeds, and placed a heavy stone weighing around 50 to 60 pounds on it. Satisfied that everything was well concealed, she filled in the hole for the pig's head, returning home with a sense of security. Finding it difficult to converse with Xing Xiang, Yuan Han turned to Mei Xiang. Mei Xiang set the box down on the table. It is nothing much. Mother said the yard is too small. When the family of the bride arrives at noon, we cannot have them sitting in the yard, so we must vacate the room for them to rest. Oh, I see. You can stay in my room. Who would have thought that Xing Xiang was not an easy character to deal with? Despite her good intentions, there was no need for her to take offense. It would have sufficed for her to utter a few polite words. Yet she chose instead to put Yuan Han in an awkward position. While she may have contemplated a more gracious response, the humble surroundings of their abode would lead any guest to think they were being ushered into a mere woodshed, which could easily offend. Yuan Han felt an overwhelming sense of indignation, recognizing that it was better to rise above petty grievances. Yuan Han, have you completed the design for the attire? She inquired. Allow me to fetch the fabric. I shall tailor your wedding garment. Despite her occasional harshness, Mei Xiang demonstrated her genuine character during such moments. Yuan Han extracted a piece of paper from beneath her pillow and presented it to her sister. Here, sister, take a look at. What a lovely pattern. It's quite exquisite, Mei Xiang exclaimed, admiring the design Yuan Han had created. It seems that, even after a fall, Yuan Han has managed to showcase her talent. Yuan Han beamed with pride. Sister, this is a 4-leaf clover. Whoever finds one amongst the 3-leaf clovers will find happiness. Isn't it beautiful? Indeed, it is, Mei Xiang replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. Seizing the moment, Yuan Han added, Sister, I kindly ask you to sew it with care, and I will create a design that suits you perfectly. Mei Xiang, slightly bashful, covered her flushed cheeks and asked, What kind of pattern do you think would suit me? Sister, you are akin to a rose. Enchanting and delicate. Paired with a pattern of auspicious symbols you adore, it would certainly be stunning. I believe you have high expectations for your future brother-in-law. Striving for perfection, Yuan Han flattered, showcasing her knack for sweet words. Leaned in and asked, Yuan Han, what do you think would suit me? Please draw me a design as well. Yuan Han cast a sidelong glance and cleared her throat with mock seriousness. You are best suited to the morning glory. Vibrant and carefree, morning glory? What kind of flower is that? Is it lovely? Xing Xiang feigned composure while secretly reveling in the compliment. Just then, a shout echoed from outside, announcing the arrival of the bridal procession. Quickly, everyone, get to your tasks, serve tea, and be brisk about it. Little rascal, hurry and light the firecrackers. Wow, The bride has arrived. I want to go see, Yuan Han exclaimed, leaning out of the window, enchanted by the lively scene outside. Xingxiang, with the spirit of a child, who had just been complaining moments before, now eagerly craned her neck to join in the excitement. Let me see too. Move aside. In their playful tussle, they inadvertently tore a large piece of the paper covering the window. Yuan Han sighed and remarked to Xingxiang, well, now all three of us concede, in this region, there was a custom where, upon the bride's descent from the sedan chair, young men and children would throw pieces of radish at her. Yuan Han chuckled to herself, envisioning the suppressed cries of vengeance within their hearts. The bride, flustered and keeping her head down, hurried towards the hall, but the crowd's enthusiasm made her path anything but smooth. A small stone grazed by her, a testament to the fervor of those gathered. Yuan Han scanned the crowd and recognized the culprit, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, who, upon realizing her actions, hastily thrust her child into the arms of a nearby young man and fled. Despite her distress, the bride managed to maintain her composure, shielding her belly with both hands as she entered the house. Only someone as poised as Chun'er could manage such grace under pressure. Others would have lost their composure entirely. Chun'er was infuriated by the heartlessness of the crowd. What if the child is hurt, she thought, torn between wanting to chastise the raucous gathering and understanding that the more the merrier on such a joyous occasion. Once the playful jest towards the bride concluded, the formalities of worshipping heaven and earth began. Yuan Han, unable to squeeze into the throng, stood outside, listening to the chants of reverence. She barely caught a glimpse of the bride before she was whisked away to the bridal chamber, where she was met with reprimands from Aunt Yuan. Feeling disheartened, Yuan Han dusted off her shoes, which had been sullied by other steps, muttering, I shall soon take center stage myself. The feast was not meant for the three of them. But Aunt Yuan was kind enough to send some food and drink their way. The three of them giggled, managing to enjoy a moment of levity amidst the chaos, even sharing in the misfortune of two unappealing individuals. Sister, please sew my dress with utmost care. I promise to create a beautiful design for you, Yuan Han urged, her hopes pinned on her own creativity since she could not partake in the wedding festivities. Mei Xiong smiled softly, rest assured, your promise will be honored. Even the finest attire would be in vain if no one were to see it. Xingxing chimed in, her mischievous nature resurfacing. Mei Xiong and Yuan Han shot her disapproving glares. If you have no intention of watching, then refrain from mocking. Regardless of your quarrels with Yuan Han, her joyous occasion should not be a subject for jest. Yuan Han felt a rush of gratitude. Mei Xiang, in crucial moments, remained steadfast in her principles. Chapter 55. All the coins are gone. With a resounding crack of firecrackers, the clinking of cups and plates filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere, despite the sun beating down, causing beads of sweat to trickle down their backs. The guests indulged heartily in the feast. If only we could have a hot pot, Yuan Han mused, her mouth watering at the thought. As she daydreamed, she stealthily wiped away the drool that had escaped her lips. Fortunately, Yuan Han had a fair amount of knowledge about hot pot, even if she had never prepared one herself. After savoring the moment, she made a significant decision. When she was financially able, she would open her own hot pot restaurant. Yuan Han, stop standing by the window drooling. You're bringing shame upon the Yuan family, Xingxiang remarked. Having observed Yuan Han's gluttonous expression, Yuan Han blushed, retorting, I wasn't drooling. I was merely parched. How embarrassing. If anyone knew, they would surely mock me, she thought. Isn't that just water? Xingxiang quipped, her expression one of amusement, having seen through Yuan Han's pretense. Before Yuan Han could raise the cup to her lips, Xingxiang continued, what do you think will happen once we have a sister-in-law? Will mother still care for us? No, mother loves you the most, Mei Xiong reassured, her brow furrowing slightly at her younger sister's worry. Yuan Han sighed, shaking her head. Sister, I believe mother will not favor the sister-in-law, but I cannot fathom her neglecting her grandchildren, especially knowing there is a precious life within her. Indeed, even if she were to disregard her, it would be unwise to be too harsh towards the one carrying the child, Mei Xiang added. What shall we do? Xingxiang fretted. Will we become the forgotten children? Like mere weeds, Mei Xiang seemed to resonate with this fear, her resolve wavering as she bit her lip. What is there to fear? That child won't remain in her womb forever. At most, it will be 10 months. Yuan Han was taken aback by Mei Xiang's harsh words. Sister, that is still our elder brother's flesh and blood. Is it not enough to wish for the child's safety without concerning ourselves with favoritism? I was merely teasing you both, Mei Xiang quickly backtracked, realizing her slip. The last thing she wanted was for their brother to hear of her words and be displeased. Ah, sister, you are quite the master of jest. The sun began its descent. Some of Chun'er's family lingered, while others, feeling the pull of home, took their torches and left. Just as Yuan Han stepped outside for a breath of fresh air, Quan Shui approached her. Looking disheveled and anxious, he struggled to find his words, and Yuan Han, concerned for him, urged, "Brother, what troubles you? Today is a joyous occasion. You must wear a smile. I feel as if my heart might burst from despair." "Do you not understand?" Quan Shui finally managed to articulate. "What are you all doing? Come here. You must toast with your family and reassure them that their daughter is in good hands," Yuan Aunt chimed in. Her spirits high, not only satisfied with the bride, but also the grandchild she would soon welcome. Quan Shui gritted his teeth, muttering as he headed towards the main hall, "I shall tell you later." The evening banquet was attended by neighbors and the maternal relatives of Chun'er, as well as those of Aunt Yuan and the family of old Yuan, due to the presence of unmarried adult males at the gathering. Yuan Han and her companions were not permitted to sit at the table. What a predicament. It felt as though they were treated like children, relegated to nibbling on food while perched on small stools. As Yuan Han complained while eating, she lamented the lack of respect for women, a sentiment that was deeply troubling for someone like her, who fancied herself capable of holding her own in the world. Xingxiang, leaning against the window, rested her chin in her hands, gazing dreamily into the main room. Wasn't it true? Why was no one stepping outside for a breath of fresh air? It felt stifling to remain indoors. Shaking her head, Yuan Han mused on the two sisters, one lacking discernment, the other having too lofty a standard. Xingxiang, caught in her thoughts, bashfully returned to her stool, covering her face, feigning ignorance of Yuan Han's comments. "Yuan Han, come out." "Oh." Yuan Han hesitated briefly before stepping outside, a twinge of anxiety gripping her. Surely Quan Shui wasn't going to make a scene again. After all, she had earned her living through hard work. Quan Shui, swaying unsteadily, spread his hands wide, exclaiming, "It's all gone. Everything is gone. There's nothing left in the tree hollow. Explain to me how this happened. What do you mean by that?" Yuan Han pulled Quan Shui slightly aside. Her concern piqued. "What happened? I returned from a wedding, and the tree hollow is entirely empty." Yuan Shui's anger was beyond words. He was convinced that Yuan Han was responsible. "Was this your doing?" Yuan Han feigned fear. Retreating slightly. "Good heavens, you mustn't speak so recklessly. Wasn't it you who was counting the money yesterday without blaming me? But you were the only one who knew about this," Quan Shui insisted, still in disbelief. "It couldn't simply have vanished," Yuan Han sighed, attempting to soothe him. "Brother, I understand your frustration over the lost money, but aside from that night when you dragged me out, I haven't gone anywhere else. You can ask Erji and Xingxiang." "Xingxiang, have I not been with you all day?" Yuan Han called out, trying to prove her innocence. Xingxiang, fully aware of the situation, replied, "Indeed, being with you is quite bothersome." With Xingxiang's testimony, Yuan Shui's suspicions were alleviated, yet he remained perplexed as to why so many coins had seemingly vanished into thin air. "When did you go to retrieve them?" Yuan Han feigned eagerness to help unravel the mystery. In the afternoon, Quan Shui recounted, hoping desperately to recover the lost coins. "Oh dear, my good brother. Didn't I mention? You should have gone before dawn," Yuan Han exclaimed, slapping her thigh. "Today was so busy that it slipped my mind." Quan Shui regretted not making time for the retrieval. Realizing too late, Yuan Han, unsure of what to say, reached into her pocket for coins, but found nothing. "Brother, it's all right. You can always find more capital, as long as you have the skills." Catching a glimpse of the pristine sheets and quilts from beneath her veil, finally, she was to marry again. Was she happy? Perhaps, yet perhaps not. The joy stemmed from her allure, having married several men without being cast aside. Should she bear a son, she would ensure he was well-educated and became a scholar. If a daughter, she would teach her the arts of womanhood, so she might one day secure a prosperous husband. "Wife, I have arrived." Quan Shui, having been reassured by Yuan Han, rushed into the bridal chamber, gazing at his stunning bride, adorned in a vibrant red veil. His heart raced with excitement. Lifting the veil revealed a breathtaking beauty. And he breathed, "Wife, you smell divine." Quan Shui, intoxicated with desire, leaned in closer to Chun'er's face, his breath growing heavier as his hands began to explore her form. "Where do you smell so good?" Chun'er, overwhelmed by Chuanshui's fervent caresses, felt her own desire stirred. My wife, you are delightful all over. Quanshui, unable to restrain himself, seized her crimson lips in a passionate kiss. Chun'er, equally impassioned, responded eagerly, and the two naturally succumbed to their desires. What is going on in there? The noise is so loud it sounds like someone is gasping for air. The young maidens sitting in the yard, soaking their feet, strained to hear the commotion. Yuan Han, not one to be fooled, understood perfectly what was happening, yet she could not speak of it. She had to maintain her innocence. No woman in ancient times would be ignorant of such matters. Stop looking and return inside. Aunt Yuan appeared just in time to usher the girls back into the house. Yuan Han returned to her room with a smile, hiding her amusement. Who didn't know what was happening? Humphed. Chuanshui's ill fortune was evident. But thankfully, his in-laws were asleep. Otherwise, he would have been mortified. Aunt Yuan was furious, exclaiming, "See, marrying a wanton has led to this disgrace." Old Yuan leaned against the bedroom door, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Wife." Aunt Yuan wasted no time, twisting old Yuan's ear and dragging him inside. Once the door was closed, she gave him a good thrashing. "You old fool. Even at your age, you still have those desires. Just wait until I deal with you." "Wife, take it easy. Oh dear, take it easy. I didn't mean it." Old Yuan's fleeting feelings were quickly extinguished by Aunt Yuan's reprimand. Aunt Yuan, infuriated, plopped down on a stool, nearly toppling it over. Quanshui, oblivious to the consequences, failed to consider that his wife was carrying his child. What if something went awry? How long would they have to wait to hold their grandchild? You have a point. We are nearly 60. Look at those old folks in the village, shamelessly doting on their grandchildren while we haven't even had a taste of that joy. Old Yuan felt a wave of shame wash over him. Realizing that he was still competing with younger folk, he slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "I need to remind Quanshui to be mindful of his wife's condition. You shameless old man." Dared not argue further, covering his bruised face as he humbly explained his intentions. Aunt Yuan, realizing the need for discretion, refrained from causing a scene, knowing that if outsiders overheard, her dignity would be lost. Old Yuan, witnessing Aunt Yuan suppressing her anger, obediently stripped off his clothing and went to bed. "You old fool, why are you undressing so shamelessly?" Aunt Yuan, feeling the heat rise within her, kicked him off the bed. Meanwhile, Quanshui and Chun'er, after several passionate encounters, lay entwined at the head of the kang, resting. "Wife, show me your dowry," Quanshui said, reaching for Chun'er's increasingly ample-bosomed. Chun'er pushed his hand away, saying, "You think of my dowry the moment I step through the door? Not a chance. Wife, how could I dare? I have my uses," Quanshui replied, trying to appease her. Chun'er was justified in her displeasure. A husband should contribute to the household rather than ask for support. She turned away, distancing herself from Chuanshui's embrace. "I care not for your usefulness. My dowry is my safety net. It defines my status in your household. If you were to take it away, how would I survive?" "Wife, please don't fret. Be careful not to disturb the baby," Quanshui hurriedly consoled her, recognizing that her anger was inconsequential, but the well-being of their unborn child was paramount. Chun'er found Chuanshui's knob exasperating. Now he was concerned about the child. "Why did you not think of that earlier? If anything were to happen to me, it would be your fault." As she spoke, a blush crept across her cheeks. "Oh dear, my wife, it must remain a secret. If I speak of it, it will lose its magic. Besides, 20 coins are hardly a loss. Wouldn't you agree?" Quanshui coaxed, understanding her desires, while his hands roamed. Chun'er, overwhelmed by Chuanshui's advances, muttered incoherently, "You naughty man." After another round of passion, the two fell into a deep slumber. Before dawn, Quanshui slipped out, clutching 20 coins, murmuring, "May the god of wealth bless me, the spring water." Having cast a copper coin into the depths, fervently bowed in all directions and, upon finishing, departed with a heart full of contentment. As the spring water walked, a breeze followed in its wake. Tomorrow, when the wife awakens, she will find the bedside reeking of the metallic scent of coins. She opened the door, having repeated this scene countless times. "Brother, what brings you here at such an hour? Your method has ceased to yield results. See for yourself," the spring water exclaimed, visibly agitated. "But there are coins here." Yuan Han pointed to the copper coins in the spring water's hand. "These belong to your sister-in-law. Not a single coin more." As the spring water spoke, he tucked away 20 copper coins into his pocket. You must explain yourself. Yuan Han had long prepared her response. Brother, please don't be angry. I suspect this is related to your sister-in-law. The spring water was taken aback. What does this have to do with her? Yet he was also eager to uncover the truth. He pulled Yuan Han out of the courtyard. Clarify this for me, or else, brother, let go of me. Listen to what I have to say. Yuan Han tugged at her sleeve. Allow me to analyze this. First and foremost, the god of wealth does not indiscriminately bestow money upon people. A person's fortune is predetermined throughout their life. Brother, you should be aware that this method signifies your good fortune. Logically, you ought to be immensely wealthy. Complimentary words cost nothing. Yuan Han endeavored to cast the spring water's fate in a favorable light. The spring water nodded in agreement. Indeed, how could it be otherwise? Brother, be patient. Hear me out. Ultimately, it all stems from this marriage. Look, your sister-in-law is known for her tough fate. She is infamous for bringing misfortune to her husbands. The spring water could not deny this fact. Go on, consider this. Your sister-in-law's previous husbands all met untimely ends. Only you can withstand her, and it is merely a slight financial loss. Your fate is somewhat lacking. Perhaps you. Yuan Han mimicked a choking gesture. Rolling her eyes, the spring water shivered at the thought, feeling utterly dispelled of his earlier resolve. This girl, is she attempting to frighten me to death? By the way, brother, may I ask you a personal question? Please do not feel embarrassed, Yuan Han said with a playful grin. The spring water's face flushed, though it was hard to tell, as his skin was not fair. His face felt warm. Ask away, are you and your sister-in-law intimate before marriage? Yuan Han inquired delicately, knowing the spring water was not foolish. What does that have to do with anything? The spring water hesitated to answer directly, feeling somewhat awkward at such a blunt question. Yuan Han immediately shook her head, expressing dismay. Oh, brother, you are confused. I ask you, don't wealthy families bathe and burn incense before worshipping? Shouldn't you maintain purity? Yet, you were intimate with your sister-in-law. Is that not disrespectful to the deities? I was not aware. You never informed me. The spring water lamented in frustration. Brother, I only speak of this now because we have reached this point. Otherwise, I could not have said it. Yuan Han pouted. Feeling wronged, what unmarried girl would bring up such matters? Then, is this the conclusion? I have not earned a single copper coin and have instead lost a significant amount. The spring water lamented his bitter fate. Was marrying a wife truly such a costly endeavor? Brother, consider yourself fortunate to have married such a beautiful wife. You possess the strength to keep her in check. What is there to fear? Over time, her fate will be influenced by you, and things will improve. Yuan Han reassured him. Yuan Han, you are quite remarkable. When did you acquire such wisdom? Are you even still the same Yuan Han? The spring water squinted, regarding her with a peculiar gaze. This Yuan Han was a completely different person from the one he had known. Yuan Han felt a fleeting sense of guilt. Brother, have you heard of rebirth through nirvana? That fall the other night nearly took my life. Surviving by mere chance has changed me fundamentally. If I do not adapt, how can I continue living? I should return now. The spring water cast Yuan Han a lingering glance. This sister had changed yet somehow remained the same. The essence within her was transformed. With a disheveled appearance, the spring water entered the house, gazing at Chun Er, who was still peacefully slumbering on the kang. How lovely she looked, what a pity. Chun Er turned restlessly in her sleep, and upon opening her eyes and finding the bed empty, she quickly turned to search, only to see the spring water sitting at the table. Chun Er, pulling the quilt around her, sat up with a mix of sulkiness and grievance. What are you doing? Why leave me alone? The spring water's heart melted at her pitiful demeanor. I just stepped out for a moment. I needed to relieve myself. Stay and sleep with me a little longer. Chun Er's voice was soft and languid, and the spring water, unable to resist, climbed back onto the kang. As he lifted the quilt, he was met with her delicate form, and his heart began to waver, recalling Yuan Han's earlier words, and he suddenly felt despondent. Chun Er was bewildered by the spring water's actions. What was happening? She had clearly seen desire in his eyes, yet now he had halted. Chun Er reached out to touch the spring water's cheek. What is wrong? Nothing. The spring water impatiently brushed Chun Er's hand away, shifting away to maintain some distance. Chun Er could not accept this and, with a sniffle, began to dress. You disdain me already? I will return to my family. You may as well divorce me. What are you doing? The spring water was slightly angered, but not to the point of wanting to divorce her. He could not bear to part with such a beautiful wife, yet his heart felt stifled. Wanting to vent his frustrations, clarify your words. Otherwise, this matter is far from over, Chun Er declared, pushing the spring water. If you don't tell me, you're not a man. The spring water had no choice but to explain the situation. I could have provided you with plenty of silver. I thought marrying such a beautiful wife meant I would ensure your well-being. I learned from Yuan Han about a method of making money and seized the opportunity. He elaborated on the method in detail. Chun Er was somewhat skeptical. I haven't heard of this. She wouldn't be deceiving you, would she? It sounds like a scam. It can't be. In my mother's house, there is no way she could hoard private funds. Besides, I witnessed it firsthand, and I even tried it myself, earning 16 copper coins the first time, but after going to fetch the bride, the coins vanished. The spring water was steadfast in his belief in Yuan Han. As he had indeed earned those 16 copper coins, Chun Er shook her head, doubtful. What if she took them? Impossible. She hasn't left her room in days. The spring water held firmly to his preconceived notions. Honestly, what affects me is your fate. T.O. convinced Chun Er. He recounted Yuan Han's reasoning. Your fate is too tough, and now that we have been intimate, we cannot gain anything further. Chun Er, upon hearing this, began to sob again. You disdain me? Not at all. I merely wish for your desires for a good life to come to fruition. The spring water dared not speak harshly, focusing instead on what she wanted to hear. Having lost the woman, must I also lose my fortune? It would be disastrous to lose both life and wealth. Upon hearing this, Chun Er's tears subsided, and she smiled. Then sleep with me. Not possible. I must uphold my vows. The spring water hesitated, still managing to restrain himself. Chun Er grasped the spring water's arm. What vows? The spring water found it amusing. With everything lost, was he not allowed to indulge? Ah, I possess a fate worthy of great wealth. Yet here I am, completely at your mercy. So, you have married a wife of immeasurable value, Chun Er replied, settling back down. What value is there in wealth? One may die beneath the flowers, yet still be a spirited ghost. Chapter 58. The evening before Yuan Han's wedding days passed peacefully, and soon the day of Yuan Han's wedding arrived. Tomorrow, she would be wed. Sister, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. The embroidery is exquisite, if sold in our town. Felt pleased and chuckled. What a jest. Many can embroider. How could it fetch a good price? Yuan Han laughed heartily. I simply adore it. Sister, this is for you, and I promise I will not go back on my word. She then produced a piece of paper from beneath her pillow. Sister, look, is it not beautiful? Yes, it is beautiful, though somewhat dark. Mei Xiang noted, admiring the vibrant flowers depicted. Curious how Yuan Han's paintings differed from those of the literati. Appearing more lifelike, Yuan Han quickly took a closer look. This flower is meant to be a bright red, but alas, I lack red ink. Sister, you're as beautiful as this flower. Flattery. Mei Xiang blushed, having never received such compliments before. And with a smile, she hurried out of the room. Yuan Han, what about me? You said I was suited for the morning glory, yet I have not received mine. Xing Xiang piped up, having observed from the side for quite some time. May I ask, did I ever promise to draw for you? What gives me the obligation to assist you? Xing Xiang pouted in annoyance. You said I was suited for the morning glory, yet you have gone back on your word. I have no desire to quarrel with you. Have you ever helped me in any way? Besides, how old are you? Just 14, hardly mature yet. When you are older, perhaps I will assist you. The wedding is tomorrow. I shall not add to my troubles. Initially, I wished to put her in a difficult position, but upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary to create enemies before departing. Disappointed, Xing Xiang shook her head and, somewhat angrily, remarked, there won't be any opportunity left. Where's there time for so much? What do you mean there is no opportunity? That's quite absurd. Yuan Han found Xing Xiang's behavior peculiar. The girl was merely in her early teens. Surely she wouldn't be contemplating an imminent elopement. Realizing she had misspoken, Xing Xiang hastily stammered an explanation. No. What I meant was, once you marry, you will belong to someone else, and it won't be convenient to trouble you constantly. Oh, that's quite all right. I will certainly help you with your drawing. Yuan Han was perplexed. When had she become so sensible? Have you suddenly changed? Not at all. You are getting married, so I ought to be more considerate. Xing Xiang remained calm, not letting this altercation provoke her into an argument with Yuan Han. Yuan Han felt a surge of emotion. Her little sister had finally matured. Sister, you are growing up so fast. Even faster than bamboo shoots, Xingxiang cast a disappointed glance at Yuan Han before leaving. Yuan Han hadn't even begun her own drawing. That stubborn Yuan Han, if not for Mother's instruction to treat her kindly, I would have confronted her long ago. Han Han, what are you up to? Chun Er entered gracefully, dressed in attire that made Xingxiang envious. Upon seeing her ally, Yuan Han quickly rose to greet her. Yuan Han's elation grew as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, sister-in-law. Remember, this spot should be tightly wrapped with red thread. After Chun Er finished styling her hair, she particularly pointed out some crucial details. Yuan Han admired her reflection, exclaiming, "It looks absolutely splendid. Thank you, sister-in-law. I'm so glad you brought a copper mirror. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see it. If you like it, consider it a gift." Chun Er smiled softly. She had many copper mirrors and did not need to miss this one. Then I shall not be polite. Yuan Han cherished it dearly, refraining from expressing her gratitude further, fearing it might be a mere formality. When a family is harmonious, life flows smoothly. Before long, afternoon had arrived, and Aunt Yuan, with a cheerful smile, wiped her hands and asked, "Yuan Han, what would you like for dinner tonight? Speak up, and I shall prepare it for you." "Mother, are you feeling well? My goodness, has something possessed you?" The normally fierce Aunt Yuan was displaying an unprecedented kindness, her eyes filled with love, truly overflowing with affection. "I will make it for you." Aunt Yuan pulled Yuan Han close, enveloping her in a warm embrace, her calloused hands gently caressing Yuan Han's cheeks, having not felt a mother's warmth for so long. Yuan Han leaned against Aunt Yuan's broad chest, unable to suppress her tears. She had often complained about her, but in truth, it wasn't easy for her either. She had to support the entire household. "Mother, I love everything you cook. All right, you enjoy your time with your sisters. I shall go prepare dinner." Aunt Yuan beamed as she guided Yuan Han to a small bench before heading to the kitchen. Yuan Han looked around at the people gathered and shivered. "Who are you all? Where has everyone from the Yuan family gone? Yuan Han, is something amiss with you?" Xingxiang observed Yuan Han's frightened expression with curiosity. "Isn't everyone treating you well? Why are you unhappy?" "It's not that. It's just all too sudden, and I fear this might be a dream." Yuan Han anxiously rubbed her hands, suddenly experiencing a complete reversal. How could one not be frightened? Without a moment's hesitation, Xingxiang pinched Yuan Han's thigh. "Ouch!" Yuan Han yelped at the unexpected assault. "Why did you pinch me? If it hurts, then it must be real." Xingxiang triumphantly clapped her hands. "See, you can't claim it's a dream now." Yuan Han rubbed her thigh, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "You really pinched too hard." Suddenly, Yuan Han seemed to have an epiphany. Could it be that they were treating her so kindly because of the 10 taels of silver for her betrothal? Yet their change in demeanor didn't seem feigned. Was it really necessary? Yuan Han scolded herself internally. It was just 10 taels of silver. She could give it to them. After all, they were not truly her kin, having enjoyed their hospitality for so long, and now finding such a good home. She should consider it a gesture of gratitude. Superficial sentiments would not bring her joy. Falsehoods could never become reality. "Mother, here is the remaining 10 taels of silver, returned to you intact." Yuan Han reached out her hand, holding the silver as she observed Aunt Yuan busily working. Originally, she had intended to bury the silver in the pit near the river, where the pig's head was to be dug up. Once Aunt Yuan finished her task, she wiped her hands on her apron and glanced at the silver ingot before closing Yuan Han's hand around it. "Child, keep it. Consider it your dowry from me." Chapter 59. Yuan Han is married. Yuan Han stood in stunned silence for a full 10 minutes, bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't she been longing to reclaim those 10 taels of silver? Why was she now refusing it when it was offered? Watching Aunt Yuan, with her somewhat clumsy figure moving between the stove and the cutting board, Yuan Han realized she had once held disdain for her. Yet this was precisely the image of an ordinary mother. In that moment, Yuan Han believed Aunt Yuan truly cherished her. Receiving such an outpouring of maternal love made her heart swell with sweetness, and she finally burst into tears of joy. Aunt Yuan, unable to withstand the emotional scene, wept alongside her. After all, she had raised this child with great care, and tomorrow she would belong to another family. The thought left her feeling hollow. "What are you two doing?" The heart-wrenching cries from the kitchen startled the onlookers enjoying the evening breeze outside, prompting them to rush in to see what was amiss. only to find the two of them embracing and weeping. Realizing their emotional display, the two women felt embarrassed and quickly wiped their tears. Aunt Yuan lightly tapped Yuan Han on the head. "It's your fault for causing such a commotion. Mother, you keep it. I have your love, and that is enough for me." Yuan Han again extended the silver to Aunt Yuan, prioritizing their emotional bond over material wealth. Since everyone had begun to show her affection, she decided to cherish it. The dining table was filled with an unprecedented joy, the cheerful voices of the family mingling with the dishes being served. It appeared Aunt Yuan had brought out the dishes she usually refrained from preparing. "Wow, it smells wonderful. Ham fried rice. Haha, my favorite." Yuan Han gazed at the table piled high with meat, her excitement rendering her speechless. Although, as a modern individual, she should understand the importance of healthy eating, this meal held immense significance. She could not hold back. Yuan Han intended to savor every bite of soup and meat. "Sister-in-law, this ham fried rice is delicious. You must try some." Yuan Han served a small bowl of fried rice to Chun-Erd. "Sister-in-law, you should eat more. After all, you are carrying the Yuan family's first grandson. Yuan Han, you must eat plenty as well. Yuri getting married tomorrow." Old Yuan, with tears streaming down his face, served Yuan Han more food, seizing the moment to show her affection. Having not been particularly tender to her before, everyone continued to pile food onto Yuan Han's plate, which she graciously accepted without hesitation. "Please, don't worry about me. You all eat as well." The Yuan family was filled with happiness, while the Li family was bustling with preparations for the wedding, which had its own set of complexities. "Old man, our son is getting married. I'm so delighted." Aunt Li chattered as she filled Old Li's pipe with tobacco. Old Li blinked his moist eyes, lifting his head with a slight smile. "Indeed. After finishing with the oldest, it's time to start arranging for the second. Once they are all married and settled, we can retire." "Yes, but let us not rush Kuzhao. We should wait until after his exam. What if he becomes the top scholar? That would be splendid. He could marry a lady from a well-off family, which would benefit him later." Aunt Li was astute, knowing that if her son became a top scholar, his options would multiply, allowing him to attract the attention of many official families, enabling him to choose from the best. Old Li was somewhat disapproving. "No, it's not good to marry someone from a high family background who we can't manage. A village girl is more practical." Aunt Li gave him a dismissive look but handed him the pipe. "As long as we can manage our son, it's fine. After marriage, she will follow her husband. What is there to fear? Don't blame me. You worry too much about the eldest brother's affairs. I haven't even begun to think about my own future." Li Kuzhao chimed in, overhearing their conversation while washing his hands outside, finding it both amusing and frustrating. "What we worry about most is you. Don't get too smug. After these few days pass, if you don't behave, it will be a miracle." Aunt Li looked at her son with affection, feigning a fierce warning. Luo Jun also entered after washing his hands. "I agree. It's best if the meat is skewered on sticks." "Ah, you little instigator." Li Kuzhao playfully scolded. "Don't be fooled by his usually serious demeanor. He is quite the instigator." Aunt Li hurriedly intervened. "All right, the food is laid out on the table for you. Go eat, especially you, Luo Jun, after a long day of work." "Aunt, what are you saying?" "I'm happy to help," replied Luo Jun with such a close bond between Luo Jun and Li Kuzhao. It was only natural for him to lend a hand. After they finished their meal, Li Kuzhao saw Luo Jun off, saying, "Get some rest early. Come over tomorrow morning. If you're a moment late, I'll douse you with cold water." "Understood." Luo Jun chuckled as he walked inside. "Aunt and uncle, please come over early tomorrow. I want to come to invite you." Li Kuzhao greeted the elderly couple sitting in the living room. Aunt Luo and Old Man Luo stood to greet him at the door. "Don't worry. Get back and rest early. We will come over on our own." The next day, Yuan Han was dressed early, waiting in her room. "Why aren't they here yet? Isn't the wedding procession supposed to start early?" Yuan Han anxiously fiddled with her veil, feeling like an ant on a hot pan. "Don't fret, it's just a short distance. You could walk it with your eyes closed. We must wait for the auspicious moment to escort you." Mei Xiang remarked, amused by Yuan Han's eagerness to marry, while feeling compelled to explain. "Old man, what are you crying about in the corner?" Aunt Yuan confronted Old Man Yuan, who was squatting outside Yuan Han's room. Weeping, "I can't bear to part with my daughter. She is such a dutiful child. If you can't bear to part with her, must you tie her to your side for life?" Aunt Yuan retorted, exasperated. This old man, at times devoid of sentiment, could also be the most tender-hearted. Mother, the wedding procession has set off. Quan Shui rushed in after checking. Upon hearing this, Aunt Yuan immediately began to sob. My child, my flesh and blood. It was truly bittersweet to see her daughter, now a grown woman, leaving. Mother, please don't cry. My marriage is a joyous occasion. We should celebrate. Besides, I can return home anytime. I'll be back every day. Yuan Han consoled her mother, gently wiping away her tears and cheerfully preparing to leave. Aunt Yuan quickly grabbed her, saying, Silly girl, if you must cry, cry loudly. The louder, the better. I can't cry, Yuan Han replied. I am not going to my death, so why should I cry? Finally, the bridal sedan was carried away, and the family stood dazedly watching the departing procession. Aunt Yuan sighed. Stop dawdling, we have our own tasks to attend to. Let us hurry to the Li family for the wedding feast. Each person returned to their rooms to prepare, while Yuan Han was about to enter a new family. Chapter 60. The Radish Battle. Yuan Han sat joyfully in the sedan, pulling back the small curtain to peek outside at the fields. Due to their proximity, they had circled the village twice, and this was Yuan Han's first time seeing the whole village. The village may not have been large, but it was bustling with onlookers. Look at that bride. So silly. Sticking her head out. Isn't she ashamed? Some children pointed and laughed at Yuan Han. In response, she stuck out her tongue and made a face before retreating her head, fearing the adults would see and gossip. After a few more minutes, the sedan came to a stop. As she was helped out, she was unexpectedly pelted by numerous flying objects. Hey, who hit me? Seeking death, she exclaimed. Oh my, it's radish chunks. Furious, she cursed under her breath. Relieved that the crowd's noise masked her words, a nearby woman helping her nudged her, reminding her of the tradition of hitting the bride. Fine, you want to hit me? Go ahead, it's tradition after all, but there's no rule against fighting back, right? Without a second thought, Yuan Han squatted down to gather some radish pieces and threw them back into the crowd, reasoning that with her veil on, who could tell who was who? If she accidentally hit someone elderly or a child, she could only apologize in her heart, but if she hit a strong young man, that would be their own fault. Thus began a lively and chaotic radish battle. However, soon outnumbered, Yuan Han found herself overwhelmed and crouched down, pleading for mercy. I give up. I give up. Please stop. Ouch. Woohoo. The young men, seeing the bride surrender, halted their onslaught, bursting into laughter. What a bold bride. Sorry if we were a bit rough. This was indeed a unique experience. It was the first time they had witnessed a bride fighting back. Those radish pieces hurt. Just look at the ground, covered in radishes. Even the untouched ones were thrown into the fray. Thankfully, no one had resorted to throwing stones. Had Zhang's daughter-in-law been present, she might not have survived the day. This wedding almost cost her half her life. Fortunately, the young men soon lost their enthusiasm for the fight, and Yuan Han managed to enter the main hall unscathed and with dignity. Hurry and urge them. The auspicious time is nearing. We need to prepare for the wedding ceremony. Although Aunt Li had her reservations about Yuan Han's earlier behavior, she was still pleased and hurriedly sent a little boy to fetch Li Kejao. Moments later, a helper rushed in. Aunt Li, we have a situation. Come quickly. Yuan Han, overhearing, was anxious to lift her veil. What's the matter? I love a bit of excitement. Put that down. It's about the kitchen. As Aunt Li was about to run out, she noticed Yuan Han's restless hand and quickly pressed it down, then left with the helper. What's the matter? Ku Zhao has broken his arm. The helper exclaimed, panic evident. Upon arriving, Aunt Li found Li Kejao cradling his arm, groaning, while Luo Jun supported him. Aunt Li, is there anything we can do? Get 2 wooden boards and tie them with hemp rope. I trust you. You're a gentleman. I don't trust the other young men. What if they misbehave in the bridal chamber? You've always called my elder brother since childhood. Surely we have some brotherly bond. Li Kejao wouldn't take no for an answer. The other proceedings were manageable, but it was crucial who would escort the bride into the chamber. Aunt Li's eyes lit up upon hearing this. With no way out, Luo Jun, seeing the time slipping away, finally relented. I'll comply. Then, amid the cacophony, Yuan Han heard a loud call. The auspicious time has come for the ceremony. Not finding it bothersome, Yuan Han joyfully followed the calls. Before she could ponder it further, she was led into the bridal chamber. Once inside, she waited eagerly for her groom to lift her veil, but after waiting for what felt like an eternity without any movement, she called out, "Hello, are you there? Hurry and lift the veil. Receiving no response, Yuan Han's heart sank. Could it be that she married a mute? Just then, a stick of incense was offered to her. Li Kejiao's pain had lessened significantly. Did you really need to take my place in the ceremony? She spoke to me, and you think I dared to reply? Luo Jun felt that Li Kejiao was being unreasonable. Had he uttered a sound, it would surely lead to trouble. Li Kejiao chuckled. What did she say to you? Only Yuan Han would be so unreserved. She asked me to lift the veil. I was so frightened I wanted to run away. Luo Jun felt as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. During the ceremony, his mind had been blank, almost unable to keep up. Li Kejiao, using his uninjured hand to pat the kang, remarked, "Thank goodness you were quick. Had she lifted it herself, she might have thought you were the groom." "Don't say such things," Luo Jun replied, his expression tightening, though inside, ripples of thought stirred. He was the groom. This was something he had never considered. Having always been aware that it was not his affair, sitting on a chair, he took a sip of water, recalling the brief contact when he accepted the incense from her hand. Of course, he dared not dwell on it further and diverted his attention back to conversation with Li Kejiao. Meanwhile, Yuan Han sat in her room, feeling frustrated. It's so embarrassing, not even daring to lift the veil. I'll do it myself. Yuan Han, speaking with fervor, impulsively tossed aside the veil, revealing an array of delicacies laid out upon the table. Without a moment's hesitation, she prioritized satiating her hunger above all else. Rising early that morning had left her fatigued, and now she felt the weight of sleep beckoning her. She decided to rest until her husband returned to consummate their union, chuckling to herself at the thought. In the 61st chapter, Married to a Corpse, Yuan Han slumbered for quite some time. When she awoke, the pangs of hunger had already set in, and she soon realized it was the dead of night. Though she remained oblivious to this fact, the table was adorned with a variety of noodles and snacks, and beneath her pillow lay a handful of peanuts and dates, which she nibbled on to stave off her hunger. Once her belly was filled, she noticed she was still alone. Was her husband truly so engrossed in his studies that he lost track of time? How could he, a scholar, not understand the value of a single moment? She complained inwardly, but bore no ill will. Diligence was commendable after all. Success in the examinations would not simply fall from the heavens. As she waited, unable to succumb to sleep, Yuan Han entertained herself by tossing peanuts into the air and catching them in her mouth. A delightful distraction. Yuan Han's lack of impatience stemmed from the fact that she and her husband had never met before. It seemed inappropriate to engage in such honesty immediately upon their wedding, even if you were handsome. She felt it necessary to cultivate some feelings first. The peanuts were rather enjoyable. She caught one and savored it, then tossed another, only to accidentally throw it over her head with a bit too much force. In the midst of her playful chatter, she turned to follow the trajectory of the peanut and was startled to find a shrine positioned against the wall facing the door, adorned with a memorial tablet. How eerie it was to have such a thing in a room so festive. Who was it dedicated to? The person was no longer present yet remained so vividly honored. As Yuan Han approached to remove the item, she was overtaken by a tremor upon seeing the name inscribed. Li Kejiao. A shrill scream escaped her lips as she hurled the tablet far away, retreating beneath the covers, trembling. Li Kejiao, that was the name upon the tablet. Who, then, was she to wed? Could it be that she was to marry his ghost? Despairing for what felt like an eternity with no one to answer her cries, she curled weakly in her blankets. It was no wonder. Something must have gone awry during the wedding ceremony. These deceitful people had led her to this fate. Yet, who was she truly to wed? Yuan Han's mind raced. If Li Kejiao had died at the time of their wedding, why had no one mentioned it? How could they have celebrated so joyfully? Was she trapped in a dream? She pinched herself, feeling the sting, and realized this was no dream at all. Peering from her cocoon of blankets, she cautiously glanced toward the direction of the fallen tablet, only to find it still there, the name of Li Kejiao glaring back at her. Help! Someone! Help! There's been a death! She cried in a frenzy, rushing to the door in an attempt to escape, only to find it locked from the outside. Open the door. Help! Is anyone there? Despite her desperate pleas, silence enveloped her. Frustrated and frightened, she called out to Li Kejiao. Have you perished too? Is everyone in this house dead? Fortunately, she reassured herself, the wedding ceremony had no validity. She was a modern woman, and only a marriage certificate could deem them a legitimate couple. None of this counted. None of it at all. Anyone there? The lights are fading. Can someone bring me a lamp? I am terrified. Yuan Han's voice grew hoarse from crying out. It seemed impossible to persuade them to release her. She would have to settle for a lesser outcome. At last, there was movement, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Yuan Han heard the lock turn, and the door cracked open. It was Li Kuzhao. You, Li Kuzhao, are not human. You've brought this calamity upon me. She fumed. You lack all decency, sister-in-law. Your curses do me no good. I am truly sorry. Li Kuzhao's heart raced. He had anticipated the storm of her wrath upon her discovery. And indeed, he felt the weight of her scorn upon himself and his family. As Yuan Han seized the opportunity to flee while he brought in the oil lamp, he swiftly closed the door behind him. Sister-in-law, it would be wise to rest, he suggested gently, though the tension was palpable. How dare you? You've harmed me. I shall bring this to the courts. Your entire family shall pay. Yuan Han seethed, her teeth clenched in indignation. She fished out the copper mirror gifted by Chun Er, revealing a visage akin to a vengeful spirit, a rather formidable one at that. Oh no, she exclaimed, hastily brushing her hair in an attempt to dissociate herself from the spectral figure. Open the door. I refuse to marry a ghost, Yuan Han shouted, her voice weary and defeated. Ultimately, she resigned herself to the futility of her situation. As long as she held no guilt, there was no need to fear the specter knocking at her door. She comforted herself, retreating into the warmth of her blankets to rest. Yet, the simmering anger within her refused to dissipate. If she remained unsatisfied, then neither would anyone else find peace. Without further ado, she grabbed a basin and began to pound it rhythmically, creating a cacophony that disrupted the household. This commotion ensured that not only Li Kuzhao's family was deprived of sleep, but the neighbors too found their slumber interrupted. Luo Jun, yawning profusely, donned his outer robe and made his way into the Li household. Curious about the ruckus. What is happening? The noise is quite significant. Though he lay in bed tossing and turning, Uncle Li remained silently puffing on his pipe, while Aunt Li sat tearfully on a low stool. Li Kuzhao sighed. It's all that young lady's doing. Now that she knows, she is causing a ruckus in her room. She has exhausted every trick in her repertoire. I truly feel for you all. He asked Uncle and Aunt, what do you plan to do? Should we perhaps intervene? Uncle Li took a couple of puffs from his pipe and sighed. Intervene? How could we? This is a matter of a lifetime. Let her make her noise. Once she tires, she will settle down. Why are you crying, dear wife? Stop, it's embarrassing. Did you not hear her berate our son? My heart aches. The Yuan family truly has no redeeming qualities. Allow her to come to terms with it in her own time. Humph. Very well. Even if she causes a ruckus to the heavens, she remains my Li family's daughter-in-law. Let her be, if you ask me. There isn't a decent person in the Yuan family. You all are yet to discover their true nature. Aunt Li grumbled for a while before conceding, before she could continue her tirade against the Yuan family. Li Kuzhao gestured for silence. Mother, hold your tongue, lest sister-in-law overhear. Just as he finished speaking, they heard Yuan Han's voice calling from the room. Is anyone there? I'm hungry. I'm hungry. In the 62nd chapter. Cheap parents cannot be relied upon. The Li family, once enveloped in sorrow, found themselves in a state of bemusement at Yuan Han's cries. Aunt Li was reduced to tears, pulling at Uncle Li's sleeve as she lamented. What kind of heart does this daughter-in-law possess? Her mood shifts so rapidly. I can hardly keep up. And, if she is willing to eat, it signifies her acceptance of the situation, Luo Jun remarked cheerfully. Taking pleasure in the fact that Yuan Han's voice sounded lively, Aunt Li, encouraged by Luo Jun's optimism, stood up to prepare some food for Yuan Han. I shall fetch something for her. If she eats well, perhaps she will calm down, and we can all rest. I will go and apologize to the neighbors. Dear wife, prepare some of those noodles. I shall deliver them, Uncle Li said, ever the pragmatist. After all, Yuan Han had been tirelessly managing affairs for days, and to disrupt her peace would only foster resentment. Bring me some hearty dishes. No vegetarian fare, Yuan Han called out, her hunger demanding sustenance after all the commotion. She needed to replenish her energy and transform her anger into nourishment. I want meat. I will inform my mother, Li Kuzhao, upon hearing Yuan Han's demands, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, but hurried to the kitchen to relay her message. Before long, food and drink were prepared, and as Li Kuzhao balanced the tray, he hesitated. Who will go? I will not, he declared, unable to withstand Yuan Han's relentless barrage. He would rather endure Luo Jun's wrath than face her welcome. I'm turning in for the night. I have work to do tomorrow, Aunt Li said, unwilling to see Yuan Han at that moment, her anger still simmering from Yuan Han's earlier tirade. With Aunt Li opting for rest, Luo Jun decided not to intrude further. Taking his leave, he sensed the tension in the air and was reluctant to confront Yuan Han. Li Kuzhao dashed after him. Luo Jun, you are quite ungrateful. Luo Jun paid him no mind. Retreating into his own courtyard, choosing silence over confrontation, Li Kuzhao, resigned, approached Yuan Han, sister-in-law. The food has arrived. Bring it in, Yuan Han ordered, her legs crossed casually. Li Kuzhao complied. Entering with the tray. Sister-in-law, please take your time. I shall step out for now. Yuan Han stopped him. Wait, I have a question. She cast a pointed glance at Li Kuzhao's bandaged arm. How quickly karma arrives, doesn't it? Quite satisfying, indeed. Sister-in-law, are you not feeling hungry? I shall refrain from disturbing your meal. Li Kuzhao was solely preoccupied with the desire to leave promptly, lest he be subjected to her scathing rebukes. Yuan Han, while savoring her meat, inquired, You knew long ago that I was to marry your deceased brother. Why did you not utter a word? How unbecoming of someone educated. Li Kuzhao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Sister-in-law, please lower your voice. If mother hears, she will be displeased. What is there to be displeased about? Yuan Han retorted, perplexed. If anyone should be upset, it ought to be myself. Mother dotes on elder brother the most. You call him deceased. Deceased? Li Kuzhao dared not speak too harshly, for such tactics were hardly honorable. Yuan Han, emboldened by his timidity, declared, If she is displeased, then so be it. If she is unhappy, I shall take joy in it. Deceased. While eating, her words were meant to infuriate. I tell you, do not call me sister-in-law. I am not one to mark my words. Today I shall endure, but tomorrow I shall return, as if this affair never transpired. Yuan Han indulged herself in food and drink, feeling it would be a disservice to her nearly shattered heart if she did not exact some revenge on them. Old Li, who had just returned with some noodles, intended to check on Yuan Han's behavior, hoping for some peace for a good night's sleep. However, upon stepping outside, he overheard her remarks and thought, Dream on. Having entered, You think you can simply leave? A mere maidservant should not have such power over her. You're deceiving me into marriage. Humph. I could report you to the authorities. Yuan Han was no naive child. Intimidation would not work on her. Her words nearly silenced Old Li. Once the authorities intervened, repercussions could ensue. Yuan Han was indeed unaware, as the authorities seldom concern themselves with such matters. Marriage in our family follows tradition. Who claimed that the eldest Li was studying in town? Deceiving into marriage yet wanting to evade responsibility. Go fetch my dashing and eloquent husband from the academy in town. Yuan Han's assertiveness rendered Old Li defenseless. Although Li Kuzhao was an educated man, he found himself at a loss against Yuan Han's formidable presence. Moreover, her reasoning was sound, and indeed, the Li family stood at a disadvantage. What deception in marriage? This betrothal was directly promised by your parents, with matchmakers and gifts involved. You may report me. I fear not even the Jade Emperor. Aunt Li's timely arrival revealed how formidable this girl truly was. Leaving her son speechless, had she been involved, she too would likely have been at a loss for words. Yuan Han scoffed at the Li family, still engaged in their futile arguments. That much is true. This is indisputable. Aunt Li showed no concern for her feelings, knowing she would discover the truth eventually. Yuan Han felt a pang in her heart. She had always known her untrustworthy parents would fail her. Old Li and Old Yuan went to the market in town together. On their way back, they encountered an official sedan chair, and not far along, Old Li spotted 2 ingots of silver, 20 taels of official currency. Old Li, in dire need of the silver, resisted, only for Old Yuan to threaten him with a report to the authorities. Left with no choice, Old Li admitted he needed the silver to arrange a marriage for his son. Old Yuan, without hesitation, pounded his chest in assurance that he would marry Yuan Han to Li's eldest son, with the condition of a 20-tael betrothal gift. Although the demand was excessive, refusing would lead to further complications. And in the end, he acquiesced. Thus began the tale of Yuan Han's unwilling confinement, eventually leading to her agreement to the marriage. Aunt Li, seeing Yuan Han's face drain of color, twisted the knife further, stating, Your father did not bat an eye when he exchanged you for this silver. Initially, Yuan Han held on to a sliver of hope, but upon hearing the truth, her heart felt as if it were being cleaved in two. She burst into inconsolable tears, her wails echoing with despair. Chapter 63. An empty abode. Upon returning home, Luo Jun did not immediately enter, but instead sat on a stone bench beneath the wall separating the two families. Unsure of what he sought, he simply sat quietly, listening to the sounds from next door. The specifics of their conversation eluded him, but he was not eavesdropping. He merely wished for everyone's well-being. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the stillness, jolting Luo Jun upright. In his haste, he reached out, only to collide painfully with the wall, resulting in an indescribable agony that intensified with the wailing. Observing the skin on his hand was abrasively torn. He hurried inside to tend to his injury. June, what happened to your hand? Old Luo and Aunt Luo, having awaited his return in his room, were taken aback upon seeing his injury. Luo Jun flushed, stammering, "It's nothing. I just grazed it accidentally." "Did the daughter-in-law of the Li family strike you?" I heard quite the commotion. Aunt Luo was incredulous. Her son was usually so composed and prudent. How could he possibly be clumsy? Luo Jun felt a twinge of annoyance. Why did his mother jump to conclusions without understanding the situation? "Mother, that S nodded. I merely went to check on Aunt and the others. It has nothing to do with Yuan Han." "June, that's not what I meant. It was just that the noise was quite loud. You see, I misspoke. Forgive me." Aunt Luo looked at her son with concern and handed him a clean cloth to tend to his wound. Luo Jun felt a pang of guilt, realizing he should not have spoken harshly to his mother. "June, you should rest early. Your father and I made you a bowl of steamed eggs. Eat before sleeping." Old Luo observed that Aunt Luo had nearly finished tending to their son's injury and felt reassured. Luo Jun's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he expressed, "Father, mother, you have gone through so much." "Do not say such things. You are our treasure. It is no burden at all." Aunt Luo caressed her son's cheek, supporting old Luo as they retired for the night. After consuming the egg custard, Luo Jun lay on the kang, gazing at his bandaged hand, questioning his own motives. Did he wish to wipe Yuan Han's tears? Did he desire to comfort her? But propriety dictated that men and women should not engage so intimately. How could he entertain such notions? Perhaps he perceived her forthrightness as akin to that of a man. With a sigh, Luo Jun dismissed his thoughts. Even if he felt sympathy for her plight, it was inappropriate for him to offer consolation. He was but an outsider, and it was not his place to intervene. He hoped that Li Kejao could provide her with some solace, allowing her to live a stable life. With this thought, Luo Jun felt a weight lift from his heart, and he drifted into a deep slumber. Yuan Han cried until exhaustion overcame her, staring blankly at the rafters of the ceiling. Speechless and unblinking, the Li family dared not sleep, concerned that Yuan Han's sorrowful state might lead her to despair. Aunt Li regretted her harshness, reflecting that at her age, she should not engage in trivial disputes with a young girl. "Old man, let us fetch some wood and boil some water." Old Li, catching his wife's meaning, nodded in agreement. "All right, I will gather some firewood. Kejao, stay here and keep your sister-in-law company." "Understood. Do not worry," Li Kejao assured them. As he too wished for Yuan Han's well-being, recognizing her as a decent person. "Old man, I think we should not sleep. Did you not see how she stared blankly at the rafters? She is likely contemplating hanging herself." Aunt Li commented while adding firewood to the stove. Old Li nodded in agreement, having noticed the same. "I also observed. You should not have spoken so harshly. I regret it now." Aunt Li sighed. Yuan Han, having stared at the rafters for quite some time, felt her neck grow sore. Stretching it, she picked up a chicken neck and began to chew. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman before?" "Sister-in-law, you'd..." Li Kejao found himself choked by her words, coughing for a while in embarrassment. "I am not your sister-in-law." While Yuan Han ate, she continued to correct him, wishing to see him yield, but he would not relent. Yuan Han deliberately leaned closer to Li Kejao, asking, "Hey, how is your injury?" Her words expressed concern, while her hand pressed firmly against the arm he had injured. "It is nothing severe. Thank you for your concern." Sister dash and dash Lod. Li Kejao grimaced as pain shot through him, yet he forced himself to express gratitude, as one must not strike a smiling face, especially when that face belonged to a sister-in-law he felt guilty towards. Yuan Han had initially been smiling, but upon hearing Li Kejiao's words that there was no significant harm, her expression immediately fell. How could it be that everything was fine so quickly? Li Kejiao could no longer endure the situation and, with a cry, dashed out, utterly exhausted by the emotional turmoil. Aunt Li, feeling guilty towards Yuan Han, prepared some sweet soup for her, saying, "Yuan Han, do have some? Wow, this is so sweet. Eating too much at this late hour isn't good." "What if I get diabetes?" Yuan Han replied, unceremoniously accepting the bowl, taking a sip, and then pushing it away with a look of distaste. "What is diabetes?" Aunt Li asked, her curiosity piqued. Yuan Han, impatient, waved her hand dismissively, saying, "You wouldn't understand even if I told you that." As dawn approached, she insisted on returning to clarify matters. "You all go to sleep," she said, turning her face into the shadows to stifle a laugh before declaring, "I need to be alone." "No, you should rest if you're tired. Your father and I are not sleepy. We will stay here with you." It seemed to Yuan Han that they were intent on keeping her away from attempting something drastic. She didn't press them further. "All right then, wake me when it's light. I must return to seek clarity." She wanted to see if these people had any semblance of humanity. Upon hearing this, Aunt Li felt a wave of worry wash over her. What is there to ask? Just stay here peacefully. Questioning will only lead to sorrow. That I, for one, must die with clarity. Yuan Han was resolute. It was unacceptable to simply let matters rest, even if the truth was grim. For the fleeting warmth she experienced before marriage, she needed to understand. Yuan Han lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. When dawn finally broke, she rushed back without even changing out of her wedding attire, with the Li family hastily following behind, urging her to slow down. "Old Yuan, open the door." "Quan Shui, Xing Xiang, Mei Xiang, open up," Yuan Han shouted frantically, banging on various doors, but no one responded. "You turtles hiding your heads, open up, your aunt is here to settle the score." Yuan Han was exasperated, realizing that the truth was indeed more startling than pearls. Isn't that the daughter-in-law of the Li family, returning to her parental home? A passerby remarked, noticing her in her vibrant red attire. "They moved out yesterday with their entire family." A kind-hearted elder carrying firewood paused to observe Yuan Han and advised her to set her burden aside and watch the scene unfold. Upon hearing this, Yuan Han collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. Chapter 64. Forming a connection in the underworld. Yuan Han stared blankly at the tightly shut doors, astonished. She had believed that they had finally opened their hearts and were ready to truly become a family, only to discover they had fled, leaving her in such a dire predicament. Heavens, what wicked deeds did I commit in my past life to have such parents? They are truly despicable. After a long moment of silence, she finally shouted, causing the Li family members nearby to breathe a sigh of relief. Yuan Han had been married for 20 taels of silver, and there was nothing more valuable in the house than her. They could not afford any misfortune to befall her. "If that's the case, let us return," one suggested. "I refuse to go back. I shall set this house ablaze to express my pent-up rage," Yuan Han declared. "In my entire life, I have never been deceived like this." Before she could finish her sentence, a voice rang out from behind her. "Do not burn it. That would be unwise." "Why not?" Yuan Han wiped her tears. Bewildered, the little affection she had built with the Yuan family had evaporated with her tears. The man clasped his fists and proclaimed, "This house now belongs to me." His demeanor was that of a true rogue. "How many taels did old Yuan sell you?" she asked. Given the character of old Yuan and his wife, they would never have given anything away for free. They must have sold it. The man chuckled. "Not much. I paid 8 taels for this house. This place was remote, not too shabby, and he was a wanderer, so even having a roof over his head was satisfying. Only 8 taels? That was hardly a loss." Yuan Han felt a laugh bubbling up. She had gone to great lengths to marry a dead man for 20 taels, and now the house had sold for just 8. The man, ever smiling, glanced toward the approaching cart. The owner was eager to sell, naturally not fetching a high price. Come, let us unload the goods here," he said, pointing to the cart. "It seems the young lady is in a celebratory mood. May I ask for a cup of wedding wine?" "That won't do. It's impossible now." Yuan Han quickly refused. "What is your relationship with the owner?" "I have no connection with the owner. It was simply a willing seller and a willing buyer," he answered, then entered the yard, opening every door and taking a look around before coming out again, exclaiming, "Oh my, The owner was quite efficient in moving, not a single unnecessary item left behind. Yuan Han, upon hearing this, leapt to her feet and went inside to inspect. Indeed, even the few broken pots had been taken away. She was taken aback, and upon checking the pantry, she gasped, "My goodness, they even took the few potatoes." Truly, the fat water does not flow to outsiders. Joyfully, she ran out, patting the man on the shoulder. "Brother, my condolences." "Condolences? What for?" "The family claimed they had everything necessary," he replied, bemused. "Condolences are only for the deceased, right?" Yuan Han chuckled. "Do you really expect the owner to leave anything behind? Given their character, not taking the roof tiles would be considered merciful. It's as if bandits have come to raid the village." It was filled with weapons and various jars, but notably lacking in pots and pans. "Ah, no wonder you treated me so well and prepared such a feast. You couldn't take anything with you." Realizing this, she pounded her chest in frustration. They had all acted so well, duping her completely. The award for best performance should go to them. Noticing Yuan Han's size, the man asked, "May I inquire what your relationship is with this family?" "You wouldn't believe it. I am the daughter of this family. I was just married, and they left right after, and worse yet, they deceived me into marrying a dead man," Yuan Han exclaimed, her emotions spilling forth. The man, equally enraged, clenched his fist. "How can there be such cruel parents in this world? Truly inhumane. Isn't it? They are devoid of humanity, and here I was, worried about them." Yuan Han gritted her teeth in anger. Wishing she could marry Xingxiang and Mei Xiang off to a dead man as well. A few onlookers had gathered, with Aunt Li's family blending into the crowd. That was one thing. But even more infuriating was the son who claimed he was no longer in this world. "I say, Yuan Han, since your parents have left, shall we not return? What are we doing here, Aunt Li?" Not wanting to cause a scene, could only suppress her frustration while trying to persuade Yuan Han, lest they be accused of being harsh. Yuan Han had almost forgotten her displeasure while conversing with the man. But Aunt Li's words rekindled her irritation. "What's wrong? Is marrying into the Li family not allowing me any freedom? Is it wrong for me to take a stroll? This is no stroll. You've talked to this man for ages. Do you not care what others might say?" Aunt Li was thoroughly exasperated, feeling it was akin to paying for discomfort. Yuan Han leaned closer to Aunt Li. Her face darkened. "What do others say? I merely exchanged a few words with him, inquiring about the whereabouts of my deceased father and the others. Is that not acceptable? I don't care. Return with me." Aunt Li insisted, rushing forward to pull Yuan Han back. Yuan Han sidestepped her grasp. "Li Kejao, aren't you going to say something? You're a scholar, after all." Li Kejao was at a loss for words. Unsure of what Yuan Han wanted him to say, It was the man who intervened. "This lady warrior, I was merely chatting with this young girl. What is there to it? We are all children of the rivers and lakes. Unconcerned with trivialities. Bah, lady warrior, I'm just a peasant. What concern is it of mine regarding your daughter-in-law?" Aunt Li remarked, realizing this man must be a vendor from the market with a typical rogue's demeanor. Yuan Han found the man's understanding nature endearing and realized she didn't even know his name. "Everyone calls me Tongbi Wang-san. Since we seem to hit it off, you can call me Uncle Wang." Tongbi Wang-san felt that Yuan Han's open and exuberant personality was quite likable. Yuan Han joyfully exclaimed, "Uncle Wang." She clasped her fists in gratitude. "From now on, I shall rely on Uncle Wang for support. If anyone dares to bully me, you must stand up for me, of course. If anyone dares to bully you, my iron fists will not spare them," Tongbi Wang-san promised with a thump on his chest. Oh, if only Uncle Wang had come sooner, I could have taught Quan Shui a lesson. Alas, what a pity. She suddenly remembered that Uncle Wang had no cooking pots or utensils. "Uncle Wang, it seems you're short on cooking supplies. Come with me, I have some extras." Chapter 65. The whip of the mother-in-law. Yuan Han's enthusiasm for Tongbi Wang-san greatly displeased the elderly Li couple. It was one thing to speak. Upon hearing Aunt Li's shouts, inquired with a smile, "Are you waiting for it to bear you a son?" Aunt Li, feeling utterly embarrassed by Yuan Han's jest in front of the crowd, retorted, "You wicked creature. It seems there isn't a good one among the Yuan family." The villagers nearby began to chastise Yuan Han, declaring her behavior utterly disgraceful. After all, throughout history, filial piety has always been paramount, and Yuan Han's actions were profoundly disrespectful. Some individuals who typically had grievances against the Li family joined in the mockery, saying, "How amusing. After all that selection, you ended up with a broken lantern for 20 taels of silver. Did you think you were marrying a treasure? Well, I suppose it is a treasure of sorts. Upon hearing this, many turned their heads, eager to hear the explanation behind such comments. Those with a penchant for gossip seized the opportunity. You didn't know? A lively fool counts as a treasure too. Ha 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 ha. Beware of the afterlife. One who speaks carelessly may find their tongue claimed by the king of hell. Antley, skilled in cursing, remarked that everyone has had their share of quarrels. The crowd, sensing the futility of the situation, dispersed, unwilling to confront the matter head-on, especially with the scholar's son standing nearby, who knew when he might achieve success, and they didn't want to invite trouble upon themselves. With Antley seeing her opponents retreat, she felt a sense of vindication, urging her husband and son to hurry back, lest Yuan Han completely clear out the household belongings. Li Kujiao, having witnessed the scene unfold early in the day, was left in awe, realizing the truth in the saying that all forms of existence are inferior, with only education holding true value. However, at that moment, he found himself unable to interject. He felt that his parents were overreacting. After all, Yuan Han had not committed any scandalous acts, and she had even lent a helping hand. "Mother, please do not speak ill of my sister Dash-in-Dash-la." By the time they returned home, Yuan Han had nearly finished packing. Not only had she given the pot from the wall's base to Tong by Wang San, but she had also gathered several bowls, chopsticks, cups, and plates. "Yuan Han, you prodigal child, are you planning to take everything? Don't be so stingy. Will you ever use all this?" Yuan Han found another cloth bag, gathered some vegetables and potatoes from beneath the cutting board, and handed them to Tong by Wang San. "Uncle Wang, make do with these for now. Is it sufficient? What a timely gift. Dear girl, thank you so much." Tong by Wang San expressed his heartfelt gratitude, unable to feel it was insufficient. Yuan Han smiled and waved her hand. "Uncle, there's no need for such formality. Just call me Han. It is only right for the younger generation to assist their elders." As the two exchanged pleasantries, Antley seized the cloth bag from Tong by Wang San's hands, declaring, "Your thanks are futile. I am the head of this household." This action deeply wounded Tong by Wang San. Though he faced hardships, he was not one to grovel. Antley's behavior was akin to that of someone apprehending a thief. "Very well then, if that is the case, I shall return it. I am merely acting on Han Han's behalf, and I, Tong by Wang San, am a man of honor. Farewell." Yuan Han, unfazed, snatched the bag back from Antley and handed the pot and bowls to Tong by Wang San. "Uncle Wang, don't mind her. Just remember my kindness and disregard this madwoman. You uncouth wretch. Wait until I teach you a lesson," Antley retorted, taken aback by Yuan Han's audacity in calling her a madwoman. In a fit of rage, she grabbed a branch to strike Yuan Han. Seeing this, Li Kujiao quickly intervened. "Mother, stop. My sister-in-law is merely doing a good deed. This uncle needs assistance, and we happen to have excess. It would be wasteful not to offer it to him." "Precisely. That is the essence of humanity," Yuan Han concurred, nodding. She then addressed Antley. "You act as if you are a villain when you see someone in need. You refuse to help. What is your intent? You claim that everyone in Yuchuan village is simple and kind-hearted." Antley, taken aback by Yuan Han's words, found herself at a loss for a retort. Especially with neighbors present, she tossed aside the branch, huffed, "Fine, out of sight, out of mind. Uncle Wang, you should return home and tidy up," Yuan Han said, finally seeing off Tong by Wang San. He, not one to be rude, accepted the items, promising that the kindness shown today would surely be repaid in the future. Once Tong by Wang San had departed, Yuan Han stretched lazily, feeling both hungry and weary after a morning of exertion. "Li Kujiao, do you have anything to eat? There is food, but it's all cold," Li Kujiao replied honestly. Though he was worried for her, her defiance of their mother's wishes might lead to consequences. Indeed, as soon as Yuan Han entered the house, she was greeted by Antley, whose face was contorted with rage. Seeing Yuan Han's unconcerned demeanor only fueled her anger further. "Kneel," Antley commanded, her authority as an elder on full display. "Kneel? You must be mistaken," Yuan Han replied, pointing to herself, bewildered. "Is there anyone else here?" Antley, intent on asserting her dominance, was determined to intimidate her. Recognizing Antley's intention, Yuan Han sat down in a chair. clapped her hands and laughed. "Aunt, I believe you are mistaken. You expect me to kneel? Perhaps you should wait until the next life when I can be reborn as your daughter. Kneel or face the consequences." Aunt Lee threatened, brandishing a rattan stick. "You dare to strike me?" Yuan Han laughed in disbelief. "I am not a child. Do you think a mere rattan stick can intimidate me?" Before she could finish her thought, she felt a sharp sting on her leg. "Ouch, you really hit me." Seeing Yuan Han in pain, Aunt Lee smirked disdainfully. "Did you think I was a paper tiger? I'm not just playing around." With that, she struck again. Yuan Han, now enraged, took a step back. "Enough. I'm not going to fight with an elder, but don't provoke me. Don't blame me for lacking respect for my elders." Had she not feared that Li Kujiao and his father would enter and side with this woman, she would have retaliated. "Go ahead and strike back. Let us see how the crowd reacts when you hit your mother-in-law." Aunt Lee taunted, pushing her luck. Knowing Yuan Han wouldn't dare retaliate. "You old hag, I've tolerated you long enough. Don't push your luck." Yuan Han was thoroughly incensed. Throughout her life, her parents had never even dared to flick her finger. Yet today, she was being struck by this woman, and like a child at that. It was too much to bear. Just as she thought this, Aunt Lee swung the rattan stick once more. Yuan Han, no longer willing to endure, snatched the stick from Aunt Lee and shoved her onto the bed, stepping on the stick until it snapped. "Help, my wife is attacking me. Someone save me from this madwoman." Aunt Lee's sudden cry caught Yuan Han off guard. As soon as she shouted, a crowd rushed in, and Yuan Han realized the gravity of her predicament, sitting by the wall in the neighboring courtyard. Luo Jun sighed upon hearing Aunt Lee's call for help. "Yuan Han, I thought you were different from the rest. Turns out you are just the same." Chapter 66. The desire to flee from home. It is evident to any discerning individual what the situation entails. However, it is only natural for a mother-in-law to discipline her daughter-in-law, and thus Yuan Han must endure. Aunt Lee, having wiped away her tears, declared, "Very well. Let this serve as a witness for all. A child so unruly deserves to kneel for 2 hours. As for punishment by beating, let that be avoided. It must be clear to everyone that I, as the mother-in-law, am not harsh." The old man nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "The Lee family is quite reasonable. Child, do you see how well your mother-in-law treats you? Given the circumstances, it would be wise for you to behave. To be frank, you have been rather presumptuous. Deceiving me into marrying a dead man is your idea of kindness? Please, if you sought a future for your son, why must it be with a living person? Do you not realize you have condemned my entire life? I wonder if you have a granddaughter. Why not marry her off to the Lee family?" Yuan Han was infuriated, feeling as if she might spit blood. For there was no one willing to speak in her defense. The old man found himself at a loss as Yuan Han confronted him, and no matter the circumstances, one must not resort to violence. "Yuan Han, let us be honest. Your mother in Yuchuan village is quite formidable, yet even she did not possess your audacity. My mother, who would dare to upset her?" Yuan Han replied nonchalantly. "To bully Aunt Yuan is merely seeking one's own misfortune." The old man chuckled. "Do not doubt me. Your mother, in the presence of your mother-in-law, is rather obedient. When the rooster crows to awaken, or when night falls, your mother is ever so anxious to please her mother-in-law." Yuan Han listened without comment, realizing that even a domineering Aunt Yuan could exhibit a softer side, though regrettably, she had never witnessed it. "All right, let us all return home. Do take care." The old man was eager to leave, for he, too, was a prominent figure in the village, yet he felt that Yuan Han regarded him with utter disdain. "Take care, sir," Yuan Han replied, wishing for him to depart swiftly, after seeing off the onlookers. Yuan Han stretched, declaring, "Enough of this commotion. Let it disperse. Yuan Han, come here." Aunt Lee summoned with a serious tone. Yuan Han, caught off guard, approached. "What is it, Aunt?" Before she could finish, Aunt Lee began to strike her with a rattan stick, exclaiming, "This is to teach you a lesson. This is punishment for your disobedience." "Ouch, that hurts," Yuan Han cried, shielding her head as she dodged, realizing that a woman's mood can shift more swiftly than the turning of a page, and thus struck even harder despite her cries for mercy. Li Kujiao, witnessing the unfortunate scene, felt compelled to intervene but was at a loss for how to do so. Seeing Yuan Han in such distress, he rushed forward to shield her from the rattan stick. Kujiao, did you get hurt?" Aunt Lee exclaimed, realizing that her strikes had landed on her son instead. Quickly, "I must put down the stick," Li Kujiao grimaced. "Mother, please do not trouble my sister-in-law. She has done nothing wrong. Let it be. This simply cannot stand. What will people say of me? They will claim I cannot even manage my daughter-in-law, and I shall have to hide my face when I venture out." Aunt Lee protested vehemently. "Sister-in-law, please relent. Mother does not wish to impose harshness upon you. After all, she is your elder." Li Kajia found himself caught between loyalties, fearing to upset either Yuan Han or his parents. Thus, she stood aside, bowed her head slightly, and said, "I apologize. I was wrong to create such a disturbance. Please, forgive me this once." Aunt Lee had not intended to forgive her. But upon seeing her son's earnest pleading and recalling the adage that harmony breeds prosperity, she relented. Aunt Lee believed she had shown remarkable magnanimity in forgiving Yuan Han, while Yuan Han perceived it as blatant mistreatment. Although she feigned submission, her heart swelled with indignation. If this continued, she would surely face repeated beatings. How could individuals with such divergent ideologies coexist? Rather than live under someone else's roof, it would be better to seize an opportunity to escape. Chapter 67. No turning back. I shall run away. Though Yuan Han appeared docile, she was resolute in her decision. It was preferable to flee and seek adventure than to remain here and endure abuse. A well-laid plan was necessary. First, she would scout the path, then return for her belongings. And finally, she would vanish into the horizon. After Yuan Han had submitted, Aunt Lee retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal, and with Li Kajiao's intercession, Yuan Han was spared the need to kneel, which was a considerable relief. As a time-traveling woman, she contemplated matters more deeply than others. Influenced by the novels she had read, she believed she was certainly not meant to remain a mere fish in a pond. Such a stunning beauty as herself would be wasted in Yuchuan village. Where could she truly find her worth? Certainly, in the bustling political center of Hongdu, a place where wealth, power, and beauty converged. Perhaps there she might encounter some dashing nobles, high-ranking officials, and steadfast suitors, stirring jealousy amongst them all, leading to a tale of beauty that would echo through the ages. With a grin, Yuan Han pondered, her thoughts bringing forth laughter. It was indeed a splendid idea. And she found herself growing impatient. The following day, she would venture to the town to gather supplies and inquire about the fare to Hongdu, for she understood that whether in modern times or ancient, stepping outside her door required a financial foundation. Some might deem her thoughts misguided, yet she urged others not to trust the portrayals of dilapidated temples and abandoned cottages found in dramas. Where might one find props that suit their needs? Even if such places existed, what girl would not feel fear in the wilds? Accommodations must be secured in reputable inns, and she needed to ascertain the cost of traveling to Hongdu, whether it required transfers or was a direct route, whether it offered hard seats or soft berths, and what if it involved a boat ride, which would leave her seasick. It was said that the town lay quite far, so she must prepare herself, ensuring her pockets were not weighed down with excessive funds, for a girl with 2 coins in her purse is bound to spend them. Such money was her blood and sweat, to be utilized wisely. With her thoughts arranged, she indulged in a brief nap, only rousing when she heard Li Kajia calling her for dinner. The Li family's meals were far superior to those of the Yuan household, and with the leftovers from the recent wedding feast, the spread was even more lavish. Yuan Han initially savored her meal, but as she continued, a bitter taste emerged. From another perspective, Aunt Lee was indeed a good person. At the very least, she was a caring mother, having devoted so much effort to her deceased son. Each morsel was a testament to Aunt Lee's love for him. "I have had my fill," Yuan Han declared, setting down her bowl and preparing to leave. The other 3 at the table exchanged concerned glances, unsure of what she might do next. "Rest assured, I cannot defy fate. I concede. I shall step outside to walk off my meal and then check the crops at the Yuan family's land for vegetables to prepare for dinner." Yuan Han understood their concerns, but had little inclination to worry. Old Yuan set down his bowl, inquiring, "The Yuan family has departed. Where do you intend to go? Have they not sold the land?" "Though they have left, land cannot simply be moved. They departed in haste, selling their home for a pittance. Who would concern themselves with the land?" "Very well, I shall consider it my dowry," Yuan Han secretly rejoiced, believing they must have overlooked something in their rush. After speaking, Yuan Han strode confidently toward the exit, but Old Li hurried after her, warning, "That land still belongs to your parents. What if they return one day to reclaim it? It would be unwise to interfere. The Yuan family is akin to glue. Once mixed, They are stuck together. Should they dare return to demand recompense for selling me, I shall take my revenge. After all, I have nothing left to lose. Yuan Han's eyes widened with determination. Should they return, it would surely dissolve the marriage arrangement. By a twist of fate, Yuan Han's bold declaration caught the attention of the village gossips. And by afternoon, word had spread throughout the village that she intended to take vengeance on her parents. Humming a tune and observing the onlookers, she smiled. Let it be known, today's spectacle is concluded. If you wish to see more, return tomorrow. With that, she headed toward the Yuan family's former residence, now the Wang San family. Uncle Wang, have you eaten? Yuan Han greeted in the most traditional manner. Upon seeing her, Wang San welcomed her into his yard with a smile. Yes, thanks to your help. Uncle, you are too kind. Yuan Han chatted amiably with Wang San before inquiring, which path leads to the town? You wish to go to the town. Upon exiting this village, there lies an official road. Follow it for 2 hours, and you will encounter 2 forks. Take the right path. Wang San, eager to assist his benefactor, promptly shared the directions, for Yuan Han was his first friend in Yuchuan village. However, it struck him as odd that she was unaware of the route to town. Yuan Han nodded in understanding and then asked, "And what of the way to Hongdu? This situation has become somewhat troublesome, yet it is not insurmountable. The town possesses carriages specifically for such escapes. As long as one pays adequately, they will undoubtedly know the way. Although I am eager to contribute, I must confess that I have never ventured to Hongdu, which is rather embarrassing. However, I shall make a trip to Hongdu soon enough, and at that time, I can elaborate further." "Oh, I see. Thank you, dear uncle." Yuan Han inquired for a general understanding, which is certainly preferable to being completely in the dark. Yet Wang San, curious, wondered why a young girl would ask such questions. Han, what are you inquiring about? Are you planning to travel far? Uncle, please lower your voice. I wish to explore for a few days. I have never been to the town nor to Hongdu. It feels like a pity. Yuan Han was quite startled by Wang San's volume. Despite knowing he was speaking softly, the penetrative force of his voice was still formidable. Regarding the concept of travel, Yuan Han spent approximately 3 minutes explaining. Yet Wang San remained bewildered, causing Yuan Han to exclaim in frustration, "Uncle, it's about enjoying the mountains and waters, you understand." "Oh, I comprehend now." Wang San clapped his thigh, a look of enlightenment gracing his face. Yuan Han felt that further discussion was pointless, so she rose to take her leave. "Uncle, I am heading back now. Please do not mention our conversation to anyone. Once it reaches me, it is as if a stone has sunk into the sea." Wang San reassured, "Those of the rivers and lakes are the most trustworthy. Goodbye." Only then did Yuan Han depart with a smile. Wang San stroked his curling beard, pondering, what does goodbye mean? I often find it difficult to understand this girl's words. Alas, it is quite inconvenient for a young girl to venture out alone. Having thought this, he realized Yuan Han had already left and decided it was best to wait until their next encounter, to avoid running into that old sister-in-law again. Upon Yuan Han's return, she exhibited exemplary behavior, assisting with wiping tables, sweeping floors, and washing dishes, leaving Aunt Li in a daze, feeling as though she had married a virtuous daughter-in-law. Yet unbeknownst to them, at the break of dawn the following day, Yuan Han had consumed a cold bun and tucked a few potatoes into her belongings, setting off on her journey. Chapter 68. A return midway as Yuan Han stealthily slipped away. She increasingly felt her vision broaden, her spirits lifted considerably. She reveled in her joy, laughing heartily, gazing at the transient world with a sense of timelessness. The sensation of escaping from confinement was indescribable. And she unconsciously hummed an old tune. Wow, such beautiful little flowers. Yuan Han, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, marveled at everything, exclaiming, "Wow, what a magnificent tree." Yuan Han's heart transformed into a little bird, soaring ever higher. When fatigue set in, she took a moment to glance back, bidding farewell to Yuchuan village. "I shall never return, never return. I am bound for Hongdu, destined to become the greatest calamity in the world." However, it seemed Yuan Han had become somewhat overly self-satisfied. Her intention was merely to gauge the circumstances, and she still had time before truly embarking on a journey away from home. "First, let me have something to eat." Yuan Han had an affinity for food. As long as there was something to munch on, the absence of it would linger in her thoughts. How fragrant. These people truly lack discernment, wasting such fine produce on swine. Just imagine how delicious these roasted potatoes must be. Yet gradually, Yuan Han began to feel the strain of her exertion, without any mode of transportation. The journey was utterly exhausting. It was no wonder there were so many slogans proclaiming that to become prosperous, one must first build roads. After all, this was indeed the route to the town. How could it be that not a single soul was in sight? The ancient folk must be exceedingly frugal. It was hard to believe that they could go 10 days, or even half a month, without visiting the market. Yuan Han pressed on, determined to reach her destination, while the Li family grew increasingly anxious. Aunt Li was genuinely distressed. 20 taels of silver, and she had contributed nothing before vanishing without a trace. Such a significant matter could not go unnoticed by the Luo family. However, upon hearing Aunt Li's words, Luo Jun felt a twinge of discomfort. Yuan Han had never left the village. Regardless of other considerations, her safety was of utmost importance. Indeed, Luo Jun agreed, yet I suggest we refrain from panicking. Perhaps she is merely hiding and will return shortly. Li Kejia believed that Luo Jun's perspective was more sensible. With someone missing, worrying about silver was pointless. We should focus on our responsibilities. If she returns and finds us fretting, she might become upset. Our family would never allow such a girl to enter our home. Thankfully, our son is destined for greatness. One day he will shine, marrying only a well-educated young lady from a reputable family, sparing us any concerns. I am merely fearful she might run away. Aunt Li dared not voice her true feelings. Death would be preferable, for then she could join her son in the afterlife. But if she ran away, it would be a tragedy, her son's wife marrying another. Luo Jun could not bear to hear Aunt Li speak of Yuan Han in such a manner, and took it upon himself to investigate, asking, "Has anything gone missing? Is there any food left? What about her clothing?" "None of that is missing," Aunt Li replied, treating Luo Jun as though he were a lifeline. His words seemed to ease her worries. Who would be foolish enough to attempt an escape without packing their belongings? After comforting Aunt Li, Luo Jun returned home, pondering, uncertain of where Yuan Han could have gone, whether she ran away or merely sought some solitude. He hoped for her safety. Yuan Han truly possessed a knack for causing a stir. What a day of commotion it had been. As Aunt Luo entered her home, she began to berate Yuan Han. Although Yuan Han was not her daughter-in-law, even as an observer, she could no longer tolerate the situation. It had been mentioned previously that while the Luo family resided in this small village, their upbringing adhered to the traditions of a scholarly family. Aunt Luo, a person like Yuan Han was utterly unconventional. "Mother, you must not speak ill of others. Yuan Han is a good girl." Hearing his mother speak of Yuan Han caused a wave of discontent to wash over him. "Very well, mother. I shall not speak further. Juner, do not dwell on it. Focus on your studies." Aunt Luo, wishing to avoid upsetting her son, "Let me rest for a moment." Yuan Han yawned, feeling dizzy and weary. The sides of the road were barren, devoid of shade. She ventured into the woods, ensuring not to stray too deep, merely finding a cool spot at the edge. "I must get moving." Yuan Han struggled to her feet and continued on her way. However, as she walked, doubt began to creep in. "I wonder how much farther it is to the town. What if I cannot make it before nightfall?" She cursed Aunt Li and the others. They would leave in the morning and return by nightfall, while she had been on the road for an entire day. Yet, Yuan Han did not reflect on her situation, for it was often said that wandering those paths too frequently would lead to death. Luo Jun, Auntie. Li Kejia entered the courtyard, raising his voice. Luo Jun promptly set aside his book and rushed out. "What is it? Has Yuan Han returned? Have you all eaten? Yuan Han is still missing. We must search for her. We have already searched several times and found no trace." Li Kejia was in a panic. Yuan Han's behavior was truly concerning. As a grown individual, she ought to be more responsible and at least inform someone of her whereabouts before disappearing without a trace. "Very well, let us go look for her," Luo Jun declared, ready to head out. Old Luo and Aunt Luo also prepared to leave, restraining Luo Jun. "Eat first. Your father and I will go search it." "I want to go too," Luo Jun insisted. "You cannot go. Everyone has left. If Yuan Han returns, no one will be here to inform us." With nightfall approaching, Aunt Luo could not bear to see her son wearied by the search. "There are enough of us. We will manage. Hurry, let us go." Li Kejia agreed. "You stay here. If Yuan Han returns, please let us know." Chapter 69. Take me away. My apologies for the earlier oversight in sending a chapter. I shall rectify that today, lest the entire narrative become disjointed. Luo Jun spoke, yet his mind remained occupied with thoughts of Yuan Han's blistered feet. Let us move ahead. I will start a fire, and you can rest for a while. Good. Finally some sensible words. A smile graced Yuan Han's face at last. Yuan Han casually sat down on the ground, observing the industrious Luo Jun as he busied himself with gathering hay and firewood. A sense of reassurance settled in her heart. Though the surroundings remained somewhat indistinct, she no longer felt afraid. In truth, she wished to express her gratitude, for had it not been for his presence, she would likely have succumbed to sheer terror. Who could have known he possessed such determination? Everyone assumed he was hiding away in some remote corner, while they searched the mountains in vain. Luo Jun truly admired her audacity. Yet, she mused, if he intended to flee, why not venture further away? If he claimed to be a delicate maiden, he should know how to escape. If he asserted himself as a man, how could he still be here after running all day? Who said I wanted to run? She retorted. You have no idea of my plans. Yuan Han's words were sincere, more genuine than pearls. Is the fire ready? Almost. Just a moment longer, came the reply. Her inquiry, Luo Jun felt a pang of anxiety. Truth be told, he had never kindled a fire before, uncertain if he could manage. Indeed, after a considerable time, the flames still had not ignited. Sitting idly, he felt the chill seep into his bones, his garments damp with cold sweat. Can you even do this? I'm freezing. Just a moment, he mumbled, hastily trying to coax the fire to life. However, the more anxious he became, the more elusive the flames remained. Yuan Han sighed, her hopes dissipating into thin air. Perhaps he was merely a slothful glutton. Oh well, I suppose I shall take matters into my own hands. Even if visibility is poor, it's clear you cannot start a fire. How could you be so inept? Yuan Han winced as she stood up, her aching feet urging her to move closer to Luo Jun. Is the grass you gathered dry? Yes, he nodded. And what about the firewood? It must have hollow spaces beneath. Otherwise, there won't be enough air for it to catch fire. This was another instance of someone pretending to be knowledgeable. He had merely gleaned a smattering of information from a survival guide. He spoke of self-sufficiency, yet merely stood there with his arms crossed, showing no intention of taking action. It wasn't that Yuan Han was lazy. She merely excelled in verbal prowess, and should she fail to produce results, it would be utterly embarrassing. Luo Jun dared not be careless, following her instructions meticulously, and soon enough, he managed to ignite the hay. There we go, your method truly works. Who would have thought? It's a bit gratifying. Fool, everyone in your village knows how to do this. This simpleton. Fire was kindled in such a mundane manner. Luo Jun felt wronged. He was cautious yet constantly criticized. Fine, a gentleman ought not quarrel with a woman, he said, raising his gaze to Yuan Han. Why not sit closer and warm yourself by the fire? We should rest before heading back, lest uncle and aunt grow worried. Luo Jun lifted his gaze. It was more captivating than the smile of a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Yuan Han was momentarily taken aback, her heart skipping a beat. Could it be that heaven, seeing her plight, had sent an angel to protect her? Suddenly, the visage she yearned for appeared without warning. If this was fate's design, there was no room for hesitation. Yang Guang, with all her strength, Yuan Han leaped forward, clinging to him like a piece of taffy, unable to let go. At long last, we are together. Luo Jun was completely taken aback by Yuan Han's sudden action. What was happening? He felt the curves and softness of her body, yet remained rigid, afraid to move. Yuan Han, this is inappropriate. Release me. Luo Jun was engulfed in guilt. She was Li Kuzhao's sister-in-law. Yet here she was, embracing him tightly. How could he betray Li Kuzhao and their family's trust? Please, let go. Yuan Han, reason prevailed. I will not release you. I have finally found you, and I shall not let go. Not now. Yuan Han's heart soared. In this place where time crawled, encountering him made it impossible to part ways. Yuan Han, Luo Jun's heart raced with unease. He felt torn between guilt towards the Li family and the allure of her warmth. You are not Yang Guang. You have mistaken me. Yuan Han fell to the ground. She scrutinized him closely. They merely shared a striking resemblance. Luo Jun possessed a face reminiscent of picturesque landscapes, while she was merely a humble Cinderella. Seeing the look of disappointment on her face, Luo Jun's spirit sank. Would she be happier if he were the figure she envisioned? Fortunately, Yuan Han's emotions were fleeting. Her disappointment vanished almost as quickly as it arose. Comparatively, Luo Jun seemed more to her liking. It matters not. Knowing you is enough. Who cares about Yang Guang? Yang Guang had his merits, yet Luo Jun possessed his own charm. Cherishing the present company, who cared for the fleeting illusions of beauty? To be honest, you bear an uncanny resemblance to a pig I know, albeit he is rather unsightly compared to you, Yuan Han observed closely. She was indeed a straightforward girl, unabashedly praising a man without a hint of shyness. Seeing her mood lift, he too felt elated. Though her temper was volatile, it wasn't entirely a bad thing. I am not afraid to be alone. I simply do not wish to return. That old hag strikes at a whim. Yuan Han had no intention of going back, not when it meant living under someone else's thumb. Mentioning beatings made Luo Jun want to admonish her. Aren't you the one who strikes others? How could you end up being beaten? Making mistakes is not the issue, as long as one learns from them. Luo Jun eyed Yuan Han with suspicion. Surely she wasn't fabricating tales for sympathy. Seeing his doubt, Yuan Han rolled up her sleeves without hesitation. Look, there are marks from the rattan. How could I dare to hit her? They are all of one mind against me. I am merely an outsider. It was a tale of woe. If others did not believe her, it was one thing, but Luo Jun had to trust her. His skepticism was truly disheartening. Luo Jun had not anticipated Yuan Han's sudden display, and before he could react, he noticed the faint bruises on her delicate arms. Luo Jun's heart raced, unsure of what to say. Most terrifying was the pang of sorrow he felt upon seeing her injuries. Come back with me. I shall speak on your behalf. She will never strike you again. He never imagined that the usually respectable aunt would possess such duplicity. Enough, I will not return, Yuan Han firmly rejected, without a second thought. Besides, why should you intercede? Would she even listen to you? Luo Jun raised 3 fingers in promise. They've watched me grow since childhood. I share a brotherly bond with Li Kuzhao. If I plead on your behalf, they will surely heed my words. A young lady cannot simply wander away. Where could you possibly go, though returning means facing restrictions? It is far better than living in uncertainty. Humph, if they discover you have seen me unclothed, would your pleas carry any weight? Yuan Han's eyes sparkled mischievously as she grinned. Luo Jun quickly distanced himself. Feeling ashamed, you are right. Should you reveal it, it would spare me from speaking up. I shall accept my punishment willingly. You jest. It was I who compelled you to look. If neither of us speaks of it, no one will ever know. What a fine person she was, yet so oblivious to his feelings. If he was willing to endure, Yuan Han would never want him to suffer. With a resigned sigh, she rose and took a few steps, only to hear Luo Jun exclaim in surprise. Chapter 70. An unexpected encounter. Yuan Han was truly remarkable. She had left without a word, leaving the entire village searching for her. Oblivious to their plight, as darkness descended, she began to fear, hastening back home. Yet how could she outrun time alone? Nightfall came, but fortunately, the moon shone down, casting a delicate light that allowed her to discern her surroundings. Why is no one searching for me? Am I truly missing and not a soul cares? Yuan Han hugged herself in fear, returning home while clinging to hope, wishing for a glimpse of firelight ahead. However, that thought only heightened her anxiety. What if it were a will-o'-the-wisp? How foolish she was, scaring herself. Poor Yuan Han. Why hadn't she thought more before running away? It seemed her life had been a failure. Even if she perished on the road, would anyone lament her loss? Mom and Dad, what are you doing now? Are you watching the news? Yuan Han muttered to herself, seeking distraction from her spiraling thoughts. Meanwhile, Luo Jun remained at the Li residence, his book now merely an ornament. A young lady out so late. Had she encountered some misfortune? His heart raced with worry as he paced outside the yard. Anxious for her return, when she did, he would surely admonish her. This behavior was utterly unacceptable. Luo Jun, upon finishing his words, found them rather peculiar. What gave him the right to mention Yuan Han? This contemplation only deepened his vexation, prompting him to shut the door and stroll along the path. Why was everyone wielding torches to search the mountains? Since he could not remain idle, he decided to wander alone, perhaps to chance upon some fortune. In the vastness of the world, searching blindly for someone felt akin to fishing for a needle in the ocean. Yet, he held on to the hope of contributing in some small way, not expecting to find her, but merely seeking a sense of peace in his efforts. Meanwhile, Yuan Han was engulfed in fear and trepidation, her heart taut at the slightest rustle in the grass beside her, too frightened to even breathe. The weather at this time of year was warm during the day but turned slightly cool at night. However, she was drenched in sweat, crying out for someone to save her, terrified to her core. If only someone would come to her rescue, she would offer her heart in return. In her despair, she quickly added, "Please, send a handsome hero to save me." Li Kujiao, how heartless he was, they were acquainted. Yet he showed no concern for her whatsoever. That scoundrel would surely fail to achieve great success in the future. Achoo! Li Kujiao sneezed while holding a torch, scanning the surroundings, realizing someone was speaking of him. His feet ached terribly. After cursing Li Kujiao, Yuan Han felt the pain intensifying. After a day of walking, her feet must have developed blisters. Suddenly, a rustling from the grass nearby startled her. A coiled snake emerged. It seemed he had wandered quite far. Surely, Yuan Han would not be along this route. After walking for an hour and a half, he realized he had strayed far without encountering a single soul. He decided to turn back, but thought, I might as well walk for another half hour. If I find no one, I shall return, fearing she may have taken refuge somewhere. Regardless, if he returned without locating Yuan Han, he would not rest easy. He was willing to assist even a complete stranger, let alone someone he knew. After an additional tea's worth of time, he faintly heard the sound of weeping ahead, intermittent and ghostly against the backdrop of the desolate night, sending chills down his spine. Luo Jun, what are you afraid of? Unbeknownst to him, his noble spirit warded off malevolence. Luo Jun underestimated himself. A stalwart man should not yield to fear. As he drew closer, he discerned a figure squatting by the roadside, clutching her head, steeling himself. He inquired, "Might I ask if you are facing any difficulties?" Yuan Han, frightened and cradling her head, became even more terrified upon hearing a voice. Who else would be traveling at such an hour? Surely, upon this realization, she began to sob uncontrollably, thinking her life might come to an end here. "Miss, are you Yuan Han?" Luo Jun's voice became clearer, recognizing it was indeed a female voice, and he slowly approached. Hearing her name sent further panic through Yuan Han. She thought, oh no, if they know my name, it must be the end for me. The sound of footsteps drew nearer. In the wilderness, suddenly confronted by someone calling her name. Fear overwhelmed her, and she sprang up, exclaiming, "Ah!" Luo Jun intended to step forward to investigate. Even if it was not Yuan Han, he should offer assistance. However, as he drew near, the crouching figure suddenly stood and screamed, startling him. Both were left breathless, their hearts racing, but it was Luo Jun who regained composure first. "Yuan Han, only you could make such a commotion. Indeed, and you are a fool." After a moment of shock, Yuan Han recognized the familiar voice. "No, it is I." Luo Jun, hearing her name, brought relief to Luo Jun, but he could not help but find her teasing irritating. Calling someone a fool without fear of reprisal was quite bold. "Well, at least I've found you." Yuan Han, both wary and curious, asked, "How do you know my name? I don't recognize you." Finally, someone was searching for her, yet her heart was not as hopeful as before. What was this person after? A trafficker? Despite not being able to discern his expression in the dim light, she could sense a hint of caution in his words. He smiled helplessly, "I seek you out with good intentions." Prompting her to retort, Luo Jun could not help but chuckle. "Why do I not see anyone pursuing you? Enough of this chatter. Come, let us return. Everyone in the village is searching for you." He had intended to admonish her, yet he found himself smiling instead. What's so surprising about that? A slap followed by a date. "I am not foolish. My feet are blistered. I can walk no longer." Yuan Han remained skeptical, thinking, such kindness must mean he is yet to extract sufficient torment from me. Believing they merely wished to witness the spectacle. "You are truly stubborn." Luo Jun felt his annoyance grow. She consistently misconstrued others' goodwill as malice. "Ah!" Yuan Han, upon hearing Luo Jun's exclamation, feared he had spotted something ominous and crouched closer to him. "Did you see something?" Yes. Luo Jun observed her pallid face, devoid of color due to fear, and the slight flutter of her nostrils. It was evident she had been frightened. He regretted his earlier outburst. Yet, her ashen complexion suggested her discomfort ran deeper than mere fright. "Yuan Han, are you unwell?" "How did you know I was unwell?" Yuan Han, regaining her composure, felt a twinge of joy mixed with curiosity. "You must tell me if you feel any other discomfort." Yuan Han, noticing Luo Jun's serious demeanor, took stock of her body and realized her abdomen ached slightly, but it was nothing new. Her monthly cycle had always caused such discomfort. She thought, recalling her earlier sensations, but had not given them much thought. Her cheeks flushed as she suddenly remembered they were in ancient times, and such matters were not openly discussed. Oh no. Luo Jun must have figured it out. He is surely thinking something scandalous. You must not dwell on such thoughts. I am fine, Yuan Han shouted angrily, determined to convince him do not engage in self-destructive behavior. Luo Jun had intended to check on her, yet the distinctions between genders and the sensitive nature of her injuries made him hesitant. Surely, she must feel embarrassed. I will not look. Please do not get agitated. Yuan Han felt increasingly flustered. You should not speak of it. Just stop. What a predicament. Without water or any means for relief, how could she manage? Luo Jun remained unconvinced, yet wary of provoking her further. From his pocket, he retrieved a handkerchief, turning his back as he offered it to her. Please take this to bandage your wound. Once we return to the village, we can have the healer attend to you. I refuse. Yuan Han bit her lip. How could she use his handkerchief? The thought alone felt strange, and she pushed it back, insisting, I will use my own things. Do not look. After saying this, she lifted her outer skirt and tore a significant piece from her undergarment. I will go over there. You speak, whatever you liked. And oh, peeking and no leaving. What an embarrassing situation to find herself in front of someone she admired. She would certainly need to find a way to explain this later. He truly had not moved at all. Oh dear. Should I commend you as a gentleman or call you a blockhead? Just turn around. Luo Jun, receiving permission, finally moved, stretching his limbs. I am fine. It was merely an accident while traveling in the dark. Nothing serious. Yuan Han spoke without concern for the truth of her words, knowing Luo Jun was unaware of such matters. This could not be blamed on Luo Jun. His family was not of noble status, and thus he had not been exposed to such knowledge. Furthermore, being a scholar who only studied the classics, it was not surprising he was unaware of these topics. Oh, that is good. Luo Jun found her explanation somewhat implausible, but accepted it as the best he could get, refraining from pressing further. After basking in the warmth of the fire for a while longer, Luo Jun finally broke the silence. Have you rested well? Shall we set off back? Yuan Han, secretly relishing the comfort of having a handsome companion nearby, suddenly lost her enthusiasm upon hearing Luo Jun's words. I will not return. A good horse does not eat the grass it has already passed. I have come this far. Returning now would be too humiliating. Who said that? Uncle and aunt have been searching for you everywhere. They are quite concerned about your well-being. As someone who is married, where else could you possibly go? Luo Jun is not fond of Yuan Han's words. The entire village is looking for her. To put it another way, even if no one else cares for her, he could still lend her a helping hand. They're concerned for me, but I am worth 20 taels of silver. Do you think I am foolish enough to return with you? I am not the kind of person who would leap into a pit of fire right before me. If you had informed me sooner that Li Kusho is deceased, I might have fallen for it. Yuan Han felt a surge of anger. Why did he share the same sentiments as those people? Such a marriage is utterly meaningless. The thought of Yuan Han growing old alone pained Luo Jun. Yet what alternative is there now? You are unfamiliar with the outside world. How will you survive? Return home, for at least your fellow villagers can provide you with some assistance. Upon seeing his concern for her, Yuan Han felt a warmth in her heart and half-jokingly suggested, since you care for me so much, why don't you stay and we can elope together to a place where no one knows us and start anew? Luo Jun was taken aback by Yuan Han's words. Walking together would make them appear as if he had abducted a respectable woman, and he could not afford to become a wanted criminal. Such jokes cannot be entertained. You are already someone else's wife. So refrain from such talk. I'm merely jesting. I would be the one at a disadvantage if we eloped. It's evident that you are merely a carefree bystander, although Yuan Han knew the outcome. She couldn't suppress her disappointment. If only he could boldly assure her that he would follow her to the ends of the earth. While feeling disheartened, Yuan Han also found amusement in the situation. They had only just met, so why should he be compelled to make such promises? Even if she were beautiful, he was an upright scholar. How could he be swayed by mere looks? What a fanciful notion. That is not my intention. Luo Jun, unable to witness her disappointment, opened his mouth to explain. Yuan Han interrupted him with a resigned smile. I was only joking. I am aware that what I said is against propriety. How dull it would be otherwise. I genuinely do not intend to return. Yuan Han, with her mischievous nature, recognized his concern for her and continued to coax him into expressing more flattering sentiments. Return, for it is rare for a woman to leave her home. If you encounter difficulties in the future, I will certainly assist you. Luo Jun was resolute in not allowing her to wander alone. Yuan Han chuckled and provocatively asked, "Why do you want to help me? What are your intentions in being so kind to me?" "I merely wish to assist you, nothing more," Luo Jun replied, feeling cornered by her gaze. Even he could not comprehend why he was so eager to help. He simply understood that if she left, he would never see her again, and he would miss her literary talents. "All right, if returning is what you want, then I shall go back. However, it is you who insisted on my return. So you must take responsibility for my future. If I encounter any unfair treatment, you must stand up for me." Yuan Han stretched and laughed, realizing that in the dead of night, without following him back, she had nowhere else to go. Moreover, having encountered him, she was determined to win his heart. "Oh dear, my feet ache. Could you carry me?" Chapter 72. Establishing a career before marriage. Luo Jun's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet Yuan Han was so eloquent that what was initially improper became a noble act in her words. Bewildered, Luo Jun allowed Yuan Han to climb onto his back. Upon reaching the village entrance, he asked, "Can I set you down here? Will you be able to walk on your own?" Yuan Han rested on Luo Jun's back, hesitating to bury her head in his neck. Instead, she braced herself against his back, using her hand as a pillow. This position allowed her to inhale the faint scent of books emanating from him, a fragrance that brought her comfort and peace. "What did you say? Did you hear my words?" Luo Jun asked, puzzled by her secretive laughter. "I did not speak," Yuan Han replied, feeling somewhat displeased. In truth, she wished for everyone in the village to witness their interaction. Should anyone gossip about them, it would only add to her amusement. People in ancient times were often conservative. If her reputation were tarnished because of him, he would surely be held accountable, allowing her to achieve her desires. This notion was rather appealing. Yet she felt a twinge of guilt for calculating against someone as noble as him. In contrast, she saw herself as a cunning and scheming woman, while Luo Jun appeared to be a kind-hearted gentleman. "Luo Jun, I think I should walk on my own now. I fear I may tire you out." Ultimately, Yuan Han could not bring herself to use such underhanded tactics to obtain love. She wanted him to love her willingly. Luo Jun, being the refined scholar he was, had not walked far before he was out of breath. "Am I too heavy?" Yuan Han asked. Feeling a pang of pity for him, imitating a scene from a drama, she dramatically wiped the sweat from his forehead with her sleeve, despite him not being hot at all. "It's all right. I shall carry you. I am a man, after all, and I cannot bear to let you walk anymore, though you are indeed a bit heavy." Little did Luo Jun know how to decipher a woman's feelings, and he had unwittingly stepped on a sensitive nerve. Strangely, Yuan Han did not seem angry. Instead, she muttered softly to herself, "It seems I should lose some weight, lest I tire out my little husband." "What did you say?" Luo Jun asked. Unable to hear her clearly and wishing for her to repeat herself, Yuan Han snapped back, "Nothing." "Did your ears catch a cold? Must everything be repeated?" Luo Jun was taken aback, trembling internally. He had just been speaking softly, and now she was fierce and intimidating. "Luo Jun, do you have a girl you fancy? Has your family arranged a marriage for you?" Yuan Han could no longer contain her curiosity. What if such an admirable man was already engaged? Of course, Yuan Han was not one to back down from pursuing him. Even if he were promised to another, her tactics would merely change. Regardless of his circumstances, she was determined to have Luo Jun for herself, and she would not harm another in the process. In any case, she was resolute in her pursuit of him. Luo Jun was caught off guard by Yuan Han's question and hesitated to respond. He was not well-versed in matters of romance. If he bluntly stated he had no interest, he feared Yuan Han would look down on him, yet if he admitted to having someone in mind, he was uncertain who it might be. "These are matters I have yet to consider. A man must first establish a career before thinking of marriage." "Indeed, that is splendid. I wholeheartedly agree with you. A man should not marry without having achieved something in life. Otherwise, his life would be in vain. If one cannot provide for a family, what right do they have to speak of ideals? Wouldn't you agree?" This sentiment resonated perfectly with Yuan Han, alleviating her concerns. She had not anticipated that a woman could possess such insight. As she had said, daily sustenance was a pressing issue, and there was no room to discuss anything else. Luo Jun was somewhat taken aback. Yuan Han was indeed different from other women, as she had accurately articulated his own thoughts. Yuan Han felt a swell of pride and unabashedly boasted, "What? Have you quickly recognized my virtues? She certainly would not spend her life in mourning for the late Li Keshou, yet she feared that the Li family might not allow her to leave. Luo Jun nearly stumbled upon hearing her words. What? You wish to remarry? Indeed, I have been deceived into marriage. How can it be binding? They took advantage of my amnesia to act as they pleased. I cannot bear the consequences of their actions. Yuan Han endeavored to present herself as innocent and pitiable, which was, after all, the truth. Hoping to elicit sympathy, Luo Jun felt a pang of sorrow for her. Indeed, her life was now in disarray. However, even if she were to be pitied, the die was cast, and one could not simply change course. You are already bound in marriage. You cannot remarry. Yuan Han, I advise you not to dwell on such thoughts and to live a quiet life instead. I understand your feelings, but I hope you can find some peace. Yuan Han did not expect Luo Jun to say such things. She was genuinely angered, disregarding her aching feet, and jumped down from his back. What do you mean by saying you understand my feelings? You claim to understand, yet you truly do not, for you are not me. Luo Jun was taken aback by Yuan Han's vehement reaction. Do not be agitated. If you were to share this matter anywhere, the response would be the same as mine. Of course, forget what you have told me and do not speak of it elsewhere. A cat weeping for the mouse. Yuan Han knew she could not fault Luo Jun. Even though he knew she was reluctant to acknowledge their marriage, he offered, It's all right. I shall carry you. After all, I am a man, and I cannot bear to let you walk. Yet, Yuan Han coldly regarded Luo Jun and concluded, Never mind. Limping as she walks, mocks Luo Jun, Are you aware that I have blisters on my foot? You've seen them. Very well, I merely uttered a couple of unflattering remarks. There is no need for you to take it out on yourself. Hurry up and get on it. As Luo Jun spoke, he crouched down, awaiting Yuan Han to climb onto his back. It was best they returned quickly, for only then could everyone breathe easy knowing she was back. Yuan Han glanced at his not particularly broad back, feeling petulant and wishing to refuse his offer, yet she craved that warmth. It was you who insisted on carrying me. I did not force you. Chapter 73. Long acquainted as the two approached the village, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight of torches illuminating the mountainside. Yuan Han could not help but exclaim in admiration, Wow, it's the Torch Festival. Quite the scale, isn't it? Do you possess any sense of decency? The entire village is searching for you, and while you ought to appreciate their efforts, you still have the leisure to admire the torches. Luo Jun was rendered speechless. Being with Yuan Han was a constant source of potential frustration. Thus, in a huff, he set her down. Hey, we're not at the village entrance yet. My foot hurts, Yuan Han protested. Unwilling to part from the warmth of his back, wishing to linger a little longer. I am indeed grateful, but I cannot overlook the beautiful scenery. I am viewing it with a heart full of appreciation. Luo Jun found Yuan Han's reasoning absurd. Gratitude, is that how it is expressed? He felt both exasperated and amused. Glancing up the mountain casually, he acknowledged the beauty. Indeed, it was quite a sight to behold. You're not scolding me now, are you? Yuan Han retorted, limping along while teasing Luo Jun with such dry weather and the trees being parched. Though holding a torch may be picturesque, it is also perilous. Surely you have never witnessed a great fire raging across the mountains. Now that would be a sight to behold. Indeed, I have never seen one. It must be quite magnificent. Imagining the fiery expanse, she mused. It must be dazzling. Yuan Han shot Luo Jun a disdainful glance. Are you really so oblivious? Do you not understand the risks of fire in dry conditions? Trees too have lives. Not always criticize me. Regardless of the circumstances, just know that I am a kind-hearted girl. With no hypnotic spell at her disposal, she resorted to planting seeds of persuasion, believing that repetition might render it true, such a delicate and seemingly frail scholar. Yet possessing integrity, surely he would be drawn to kind-hearted girls. Inner beauty surpasses outer beauty, and fortunately, she also possessed exterior charm, a double assurance. Luo Jun felt somewhat embarrassed. He had indeed wronged her. I know you are a good person. They encountered Li Keshou, who was holding a torch and a water jug. Luo Jun called out to him, Keshou, no need to busy yourself. We have found her. What? You found her? Splendid. Li Keshou cheered, finally noticing the limping Yuan Han behind him. Sister-in-law, where have you been all day? The entire household has been frantic. What do you mean? I merely took a stroll, got lost, and now my foot has blisters. I almost couldn't return. Yuan Han felt a pang of guilt. Finally calming down, they had made such a fuss to find her, it was likely she would face punishment upon returning. I truly got lost. Li Kejao understood that Yuan Han's excursion was not as simple as she claimed. Yuan Han exhaled deeply, grateful for the temporary reprieve from punishment. All right, Luo Jun, take sister-in-law home to rest, and return the jug as well. After exchanging a few words, Li Kejia handed the items to Luo Jun and ascended the mountain to inform the others. Goodbye. Yuan Han eyed the Li family's courtyard, realizing the moment to part with Luo Jun had arrived. Luo Jun smiled and followed Yuan Han into the house, setting the water jug down before saying, I fear it may be difficult for you to avoid seeing me in the future. I reside next door. What? Yuan Han gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. Heaven above, why must you treat me this way? It turns out I am merely 3 minutes away from Luo Jun, yet I have never encountered him despite the passage of time. This revelation incited a mix of frustration and disbelief within Yuan Han. Do you never venture outside? Why have I never crossed paths with you? How could that be? I visit the river daily to study. I do not confine myself indoors all day, Luo Jun replied. Perplexed by her inquiry, Luo Jun's words struck a chord within Yuan Han, igniting a realization. You frequently go to the river. Indeed, Luo Jun had long since forgotten the events of his time disguised as a pig's head. She had only focused on the stench and forgotten its inherent brilliance. That incident with Li Kejia and the bees was quite painful, Luo Jun recalled, shuddering at the memory of the swelling. Not that it was ugly, but the pain was dreadful, and worse still, it required the assistance of a woman's milk for swift recovery. Why must everything be related to the Li family? Truly, Yuan Han lamented. Li Kejia was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Had it not been for these events, perhaps she and Luo Jun would have already embarked on a romantic journey. Luo Jun, unaware of her grievances, but rather about his. From what she had gleaned from television and literature, it was considered inauspicious for a man to see a woman's menstrual blood, and should others discover it, he would be ridiculed for days on end. Luo Jun, has my daughter-in-law returned? Just as Luo Jun sat in boredom, Aunt Li's voice rang out from beyond the courtyard wall. Luo Jun quickly rose to greet her. Yes, Aunt. Aunt Li, beaming with excitement, clasped Luo Jun's hands, ushering him into the house. Oh, thank you. Just tell me, how did you manage to find her when our whole group could not? Indeed, it was quite serendipitous, Luo Jun admitted, not wishing to take credit for the fortunate turn of events. The room quickly filled with people, each chattering about the day's events. This girl truly has a knack for causing trouble. Aunt Li, please be patient and teach her gently. Thank you all for your efforts. We shall properly express our gratitude tomorrow. Old Li clasped his fists in thanks to everyone in the room, acknowledging the commotion they had endured throughout the day. Well then, having worked hard all day, we've had our drink. We should return home. Tomorrow we must tend to the fields. After a brief rest, some villagers stood to leave, having used a considerable amount of torches in their search for their daughter-in-law. Do not blame or scold her. That girl has such a fiery temper. If she runs away again, we will be in quite the predicament. Chapter 74. Close to the water's edge inside the house. Everyone sat in silence, exchanging glances, hesitant to break the quiet. Finally, Aunt Li could no longer contain herself, stammering, Yuan Han, are you hungry? The frustration within her made her wish to give Yuan Han a good thrashing. But the fear of her running away again held her back. Yuan Han, barely opening her eyes, regarded Aunt Li, relieved that she was not being scolded. It seemed she had narrowly escaped a calamity. Then I shall fetch you something to eat. Aunt Li, unsure where to place her hands, wiped them on her apron before heading to the kitchen. The room was left with just the Li family and the 3 members of the Luo family, and they seized the opportunity to lecture Yuan Han. Li Kejia cleared his throat. Sister-in-law, do not hold a grudge against our mother. Let us all get along moving forward. Yuan Han found it amusing. She was the one at a loss, yet it felt as if she were the one being admonished. Am I truly such a petty person? Tell me, if a dog bites you on the road, would you bite it back? Naturally not. One should not lower oneself to the level of a beast. Li Kejia pondered before answering. Precisely. So how could I hold a grudge? Yuan Han remarked appreciatively, acknowledging that revenge was not an option. She could only claim verbal superiority. Upon hearing Yuan Han's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, believing she was still teachable. Only Luo Jun felt his heart racing. Yuan Han was indeed bold, likening her mother-in-law to cough, cough. Come, let us all enjoy a late-night snack. Aunt Li enthusiastically laid out an array of food and drink on the table, inviting the Luo family of 3 and Yuan Han. Old Luo politely declined. Aunt Lee chimed in with a cheerful smile. Come, sit for a while. Well, since you insist, we shall oblige, though I must admit, this is the first time I've eaten at such a late hour, old Luo said. As Aunt Luo urged Luo Jun to take a seat, Yuan Han, already ravenous, gazed at the sumptuous spread, her appetite awakened by the delightful aroma. Please, eat up. Aunt Lee was eager to ease the tension between the two. So she kindly served a piece of chicken to Yuan Han. Yuan Han, happily accepting, began to eat, finding the flavor quite delightful. Indeed, potatoes could not compare. Enjoy your meal. Don't be shy. It's absolutely delicious. Indeed, your mother-in-law is quite the cook, Aunt Luo remarked, serving some lighter dishes to Luo Jun and some to old Luo, before praising Aunt Lee's culinary skills to Yuan Han. Yuan Han couldn't help but nod in agreement. Aunt Lee's cooking was truly exceptional, and she felt fortunate to indulge today. After all, just a couple of days prior, the food had lacked flavor. This girl, calling you Aunt Lee, should really start addressing you as mother now. Aunt Luo teased, observing Yuan Han's demeanor. Yuan Han felt a twinge of discontent, but managed to mask it, appearing slightly shy as she thought to herself, Aunt Luo, you are mistaken. It is you who I wish to call mother. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan Han boldly called out, Mother, reasoning that the term could also be used as a respectful address for elders. At last, you've spoken up. Good girl. The elderly couple was overjoyed. Though it was merely a term of address, they believed things would gradually improve. Look at how pleased you all are. Now that the eldest's wedding is settled, when will you start arranging for Kujao? The conversation flowed merrily, and sleep was far from anyone's mind, prompting Aunt Luo to change the topic. Li Kujao, who had been quietly eating, felt the sudden embarrassment wash over him as the conversation unexpectedly turned to him. Aunt, why are we discussing me? I'm still young. There's no rush. Initially, it seemed innocent enough, as it was normal for a young man to feel bashful in front of adults. However, his remark about being young was unfortunate. Young, you say? The son of the Luo family behind the village is your age, and they can already catch fish in the river. Indeed, Kujao is no longer a child. However, there's no need to rush his marriage. Let him focus on the autumn exams first, Aunt Luo remarked, chuckling. You think alike. If there's an opportunity after high school, it can wait until then. You women truly have foresight. Both old Luo and old Lee chuckled helplessly, acknowledging that the head of their family was merely a title. However, waiting until after the autumn exams is one thing. If he doesn't pass, it won't matter. What's most important is that June finds happiness. After all, they are to live together for a lifetime. Choosing poorly would be a regret. Aunt Luo added a few more thoughts. Yuan Han couldn't help but scoff internally at the double standards present. Their son was a treasure while she was seen as mere grass. Isn't marriage a matter of parental consent and matchmaking? Why are the children's opinions even considered? Yuan Han feigned ignorance, ready to challenge their notions. The adults hadn't anticipated Yuan Han would counter them, but she insisted. Indeed, it's ultimately the adults who must agree. This matter must be handled properly. So, what are your plans? Brother Jun, Yuan Han deliberately inquired about Luo Jun, hoping to draw the attention of the older generation. I haven't given it much thought yet, but if I were to choose, family background would be secondary. The most important quality would be kindness and gentleness. Luo Jun hesitated for a moment before speaking candidly, realizing it was better to express his thoughts than to risk conflicting with his parents later. Isn't that asking too much? Kindness is sufficient. Why must she also be gentle and virtuous? Being lively and cheerful is quite nice too. If you pick someone just like you, wouldn't that make your family rather dull? Is that really enjoyable? Yuan Han inwardly grumbled, feeling that the notions of gentleness and virtue were far removed from her own character, clearly indicating her lack of opportunity. Luo Jun was momentarily taken aback by Yuan Han's comments. Is that so? Perhaps it is precisely because such qualities are rare that they are cherished. Isn't the standard for seeking a wife always this way? Isn't it essential to have a gentle disposition? Yuan Han trembled with indignation, realizing that married individuals seemed to have no market value. If she were still single, perhaps she would have been considered by Luo Jun. Aunt Luo also felt some discontent, adding that besides these qualities, one should also be noble, graceful, and dignified. I think I'll head to bed now. Unable to bear the conversation any longer, Yuan Han retreated to her room, feeling utterly defeated. Seeing Yuan Han leave in a huff, Luo Jun lost interest in the gathering. Father, Mother, shall we head back as well? Very well, let us return. Please take care of the dishes, Aunt Luo said as she stood, apologizing for the disturbance before following old Luo and Luo Jun back. Yuan Han, still seething in her bed, remained upset over the comments made by Luo Jun and his mother. Just you wait. Luo Jun, you are destined to be mine, Yuan Han's treasure. For those who dwell close reap the rewards. Chapter 75. Adopting a son. Early the next morning, someone knocked on Yuan Han's door. Frustrated, she wondered why all the Yuan family members had vanished, yet the annoying habit of knocking at dawn persisted. Who is it? It's me, your mother -in-law. It's time to get up. Aunt Li felt a bit displeased. This girl seemed utterly oblivious to the expectations of a new bride toward her in-laws, daring to sleep in. However, she could not voice her frustrations. Oh, Yuan Han groggily responded, then turned back to her pillow. Aunt Li scrutinized Yuan Han as she opened the door, saying, "Go wash up. Why would a widow need to dress so splendidly? Good morning, big sister." Li Kuzhao had never seen Yuan Han looking so beautiful and was momentarily taken aback. Unfortunately, instead of the desired view, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Luo Jun's mother. "Oh dear, you startled me, Mrs. Li. What are you doing, my little darling?" Yuan Han softly replied, then smiled and added, "I was merely looking around." Still unfamiliar with the neighbors. "I apologize for startling you. It's quite all right. Don't worry about it. Come over to visit your mother-in-law when you have time," Aunt Luo said with a warm smile. Appearing genuinely welcoming, Yuan Han, having no qualms about the invitation, replied, "That sounds great. I'll come by when I can," since it was Aunt Luo who extended the invitation. Yuan Han was eager to take advantage of the opportunity to see Luo Jun again. Aunt Luo didn't respond further and carried the folded vegetables inside, prompting Luo Jun to ask with concern, "Mother, what happened just now?" Aunt Luo had intended to explain but thought her son might not want to hear it. Calling out, "Luo Jun, where are you going? You better get down from there. It's quite improper." Luo Jun was taken aback by Yuan Han's sudden approach. If someone happened to see, it would surely lead to rumors. Yuan Han, initially intending to greet Luo Jun, felt slighted by his reprimand. What's with the attitude? Humph. She took her revenge by jumping down from the stone stool and set about washing up. Luo Jun understood why his mother had been startled earlier and went back inside to inform Aunt Luo. "Yuan Han, come in for breakfast." Aunt Li, unaware of Yuan Han's earlier actions, called her to the table. If she had known, it would have been a different story. In this place, there was a saying, widowed women living alone ought to raise their courtyard walls. Why, you ask? One reason was for personal safety. Inviting scorn and disdain. If Aunt Li had known about Yuan Han's earlier behavior, she would likely have had to impose strict discipline. "Yuan Han, after breakfast, what do you plan to do?" Aunt Li inquired while sipping her porridge. One cannot simply lounge around all day, indulging in leisure. Yuan Han was consuming a bland porridge and chewing on a steamed bun, pondering the profound emptiness of her day, utterly at a loss for what to do. The hours dragged on in a languid state of idleness. Aunt Li, possessing a naturally contemplative disposition, surmised that Yuan Han must be lamenting the solitude of her empty abode, and with a smile, suggested, "Indeed, it is quite a pity. How about I ask your father to spare some time to venture into town and procure some embroidery threads and fabrics for you? You could engage in embroidery, which would not only help pass the time but also contribute a modicum to the household expenses." Yet, Yuan Han scoffed at the notion, declaring, "No, I cannot simply sit around all day, devoid of companionship for conversation or amusement. Embroidery? Not a chance. My hands tremble at the mere thought of a needle. Surely, I cannot spend my entire life stitching flowers." Aunt Li, fearing Yuan Han's restlessness might lead her to entertain dubious ideas. "What say you? This way, you would have something to look forward to." Yuan Han was utterly exasperated with her, realizing that such schemes reflected a determination to bind her to their whims. "Adopt a child. You mean to have me rear someone else's offspring, only for them to reclaim their biological parents while I am left to wither alone? How absurd. Why should I be burdened with raising a child when I am perfectly capable of having my own? I am not a barren wretch, nor am I a pitiful orphan in need of rescue. This is all for your selfish desires, and I refuse to sacrifice my life for it." Aunt Li's temper flared at her lack of gratitude. "You have married into the Li family. Must you not consider the continuation of our lineage?" Yuan Han shot back. "I would gladly do so if you could bring back Li Kuzhao." Li Kuzhao hastily intervened. Calm down, calm down. This is hardly the issue at hand. Let us enjoy our breakfast in peace." He wished to avoid any disturbances that might disrupt their tranquil existence. Mother, my sister-in-law is still quite young and inexperienced in life. How can you possibly expect her to manage a child? Furthermore, that would be my child. Seeing them suffer would break my heart. Li Kujiao firmly aligned himself with Yuan Han. Recognizing the injustice she faced and acknowledging his own feelings of guilt towards her, let us eat and refrain from this discussion. Aunt Li, not wishing to create further discord in the household, resolved to let Yuan Han manage her own affairs. Chapter 76. A visit to the Luo family. Meanwhile, Luo Jun and Li Kujiao were lamenting their circumstances, while Yuan Han, like a proud peacock. Yuan Han, what was the name of that poem you recited earlier? Luo Jun inquired, bewildered by her sudden shift in demeanor. The title of the West Forest Wall. Yuan Han replied curtly, not bothering to turn back as she walked away. Returning to her quarters, Yuan Han reflected on their astonished expressions, finding a certain humor in their condescension, yet soon grew bored with the thought, perhaps I shall take a nap. She mused, if only I could transcend this rural existence and embody the role of a refined lady. How delightful that would be. Alas, I am confined to this humble abode, forced to endure the monotony of life. Yet, she knew idleness was not a viable path. Laziness could lead to a wretched existence. A talented individual deserves a worthy counterpart, she thought, noting Luo Jun's vivacious spirit and realizing she could not afford to appear prematurely aged. The age-old adage regarding the complexities of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships echoed in her mind. And Yuan Han, disinterested in serving her nominal in-laws, considered seizing an opportunity to forge a bond with Luo Jun's mother. In their eyes, she was already a married woman, albeit in name only. She was. Aunt Luo emerged with a beaming smile, but upon realizing it was Yuan Han, her expression dimmed slightly. Oh, it is you. What brings you here? Given the morning's events, Aunt Luo felt somewhat awkward, greeting her with a lukewarm demeanor. Nothing much. I recall you mentioning I could drop by, so here I am. Yuan Han attempted to appear at ease, undeterred by Aunt Luo's cool reception, and smiled graciously. That so? I should have welcomed you. But I was occupied with some tasks in the back, Aunt Luo responded, her tone lacking warmth. The conversation had reached an impasse. Yuan Han understood the unspoken message. That's quite all right. I find myself with ample leisure as well. Perhaps I could assist you in some way, Yuan Han offered, fully aware that Aunt Luo's indifference stemmed from the earlier incident, likely believing a woman should not act so boldly. Then follow me. Aunt Luo conceded, unable to dismiss Yuan Han entirely. Once inside the Luo household, Yuan Han seized the opportunity to explore, her curiosity piqued by a room brimming with books, presumably Luo Jun's study. Wow, so many books, she exclaimed, her feet moving of their own accord as she ventured inside. This must be Luo Jun's bedroom, she mused, marveling at the volumes surrounding her. What a veritable river of literature. Even the bedside is cluttered with books. I would surely drown in such a sea. Yuan Han, you seem to have entered the wrong place, Aunt Luo chided, returning to find her exploring Luo Jun's private quarters. A surge of frustration welled within her. Yet she stifled her ire. What a reckless girl, prying into everything. Oh, forgive my curiosity. I have never encountered so many books before. This not Luo Jun's study. Yuan Han, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, hastily clarified her intrusion. Aunt Luo, though annoyed, could not voice her displeasure outright. Instead, she forced a smile and beckoned Yuan Han to follow her deeper into the house. Come with me. I apologize for neglecting you. It is your first visit after all. Previously, Aunt Luo had deemed Yuan Han a commendable choice for a daughter-in-law by common standards, gentle, obedient, and industrious. However, her current behavior seemed utterly devoid of propriety, and her sense of modesty was non-existent. Despite this, Aunt Luo, valuing her reputation, set aside her misgivings for the moment. Yuan Han, make yourself comfortable. I shall attend to my tasks. No need to worry, Aunt. I shall keep myself busy, Yuan Han replied, feigning a desire to assist while sinking into a chair. Utterly unable to rise. Aunt, what are you working on? Aunt Luo, typically a composed individual, found herself suppressing an exasperated thought. Have you no eyes to see the work at hand? We have some here as well. They have been stored for a while. I fear they may be eaten by pests if not sorted, Aunt Luo explained, directing Yuan Han's attention to her task. May I take a look? Yuan Han inquired, intrigued. These are dried sweet potatoes, aren't they? They appear to be of good quality, a delightful golden hue. They are quite tasty, with a chewy texture and a hint of sweetness. These are dried sweet potatoes. You did not know? Aunt Luo remarked, surprised. These are among the most common provisions for farmers. During lean years, they serve as crucial sustenance. A pot of boiling water with some added flour can easily constitute a meal. Yuan Han laughed heartily, taking a piece and savoring its flavor. Indeed, I know. I used to eat these at my grandmother's house when I was a child. Aunt Luo found her words peculiar and regarded Yuan Han with a scrutinizing gaze. Yuan Han, oblivious to Aunt Luo's scrutiny, eagerly indulged in the treat, exclaiming, "Delicious, Aunt, please continue with your work. I shall help myself," lost in the pleasures of the moment. Yuan Han had almost forgotten her original intent for visiting the Luo household. How splendid! Aunt Luo's smile faltered, realizing how unreservedly Yuan Han had taken to her hospitality. You do realize that consuming too much can lead to an upset stomach. It may not seem bothersome at first. Yuan Han's favorite food is something she never finds troublesome to discuss. However, I can't say for certain if we have any at home. The resentment in Aunt Luo's heart was palpable. This girl was far too clever, hinting without ever speaking plainly. IT wasn't anything of great value, yet Aunt Luo was reluctant to part with IT. IT seemed that the household had likely exhausted all their resources. If you love it, I'll just take a small basket and let you take some home. That would be immensely appreciated. Yuan Han replied hurriedly, expressing her gratitude when it came to what she desired. Yuan Han was never shy. She feared only the giver's reluctance. Aunt Luo, wearing a forced smile, turned back to continue harvesting corn, figuring she ought to lend a helping hand. "Aunt, I've troubled you long enough. I should be on my way. Thank you for everything. Goodbye." Yuan Han collected some dried sweet potatoes and prepared to take her leave. "Shall you not stay a while longer?" Aunt Luo insisted. "No. You carry on with your tasks." "I am leaving." Yuan Han declined with a smile and swiftly departed. In a fit of frustration, Aunt Luo overturned a basket full of harvested corn kernels, her anger boiling over. Chapter 77. A fire that burns. Luo Jun returned home with a book. And upon seeing no one in the house, he headed towards the back, only to find corn scattered everywhere. "Mother, what happened?" "June, it's nothing. I accidentally knocked it over and didn't have time to clean it up." Aunt Luo replied with a forced smile, turning back to her work. Luo Jun immediately sensed his mother's displeasure and began picking up the dried sweet potatoes. "What's wrong? Did you have a quarrel with father?" He had never seen his mother this upset except when she argued with his father. Aunt Luo sighed and set down her work. "June, it's not that your mother is harsh, but I simply cannot tolerate that Yuan Han. I had no desire to meddle, yet she came to my home and caused me discomfort. Mother, I apologize." Upon hearing this, Luo Jun understood everything. His mother had high standards, and Yuan Han's boldness surely did not sit well with her. Aunt Luo found his apology amusing and exasperating. "My foolish son, Yuan Han has upset me, and you apologize? Have you truly become foolish from all that reading?" "Mother, Yuan Han is someone I brought back. I share some responsibility in this matter." Luo Jun realized his words might have been somewhat abrupt and struggled to find a more suitable excuse. Aunt Luo pulled Luo Jun aside, chuckling softly. "Why speak of it so? The Yuan family is not the only one with faults. Even the Li family has its shortcomings, and I too have my flaws." "Mother, what do you mean by that?" Aunt Luo gazed at her increasingly handsome and mature son, filled with pride and warmth. Luo Jun smiled awkwardly, realizing that as long as his mother was happy, he would always be her son, no matter how old he became. "Indeed, you should have someone by your side, but in this rural village, there is hardly anyone worthy of you, which is rather unjust." Aunt Luo lamented her son's lack of a caring companion. Finding no one in sight who matched his caliber, feeling a bit embarrassed, Luo Jun said, "Mother, why discuss this? It's not urgent. What's wrong with this topic? You should speak freely." Aunt Luo was amused. Observing that her son was merely a bookworm, left with no choice, Luo Jun pondered carefully. "I would like someone innocent and straightforward, free from trivial concerns, with a kind heart and filial piety. My foolish child. You aspire to be a man of authority. If you seek such a partner, you will only find village girls." Aunt Luo frowned, feeling her son was somewhat naive. "Mother, let us not discuss this, as long as you are satisfied. That is enough for me." Luo Jun wished to avoid any further debate with his mother. Aunt Luo finally smiled. Rest assured, I will certainly find you a good match. While they were engaged in this conversation about Yuan Han, she remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Yuan Han, it's time to prepare lunch, Aunt Li called out, dropping her hoe from her shoulder. Upon hearing this, Yuan Han felt an immediate headache. It was akin to a tightening grip around her head. Seeing that there was no response, Aunt Li washed her hands and entered Yuan Han's room. Yuan Han, it's time to cook. I cannot cook, just as Yuan Han had set her paper and pen to practice writing. Aunt Li barged in. Aunt Li, observing Yuan Han fiddling with her belongings, raised her voice sharply. What's the use of that? Do you fancy yourself a female scholar? Stop being lazy and return the items to Kuzhou. Avoiding Aunt Li's gaze, enough chatter. I don't wish to argue with you, lest others think I mistreat you. Be content. Not knowing how to cook is fine, but you must learn. Aunt Li lowered her voice. Addressing Yuan Han, a daughter-in-law cannot act like a young lady, especially with your physique. Unable to counter Aunt Li's assertions, Yuan Han recognized that any retort would lead to further conflict, and she decided it was best to remain silent. Aunt Li beckoned. Come here, if you cannot cook, start by preparing pig feed. Go to the back, boil some water, and I will teach you. Aunt Li felt a sense of triumph, believing that merely stating her inability would exempt her from work. Having grown up in the Yuan household, she thought Yuan Han was Na'vi very well. Yuan Han reluctantly lowered her head, realizing she still depended on them for food and shelter. She had no choice but to comply. Besides, the treatment here, aside from the occasional scolding, was far from poor, and at least the meals were shared. In the backyard, Yuan Han noticed a pig pen in the left corner and a simple thatched shed on the right, where a large pot was placed. The size of the pot was such that Yuan Han could bathe in it. Look at me, so adorable and charming. How can they expect me to do hard labor? Humph. Muttering to herself, she squatted down and haphazardly added firewood to the stove, taking some dry straw to ignite it. Finding the space a bit cramped, she nudged the piled-up wood with her foot. Realizing that lighting the straw was much easier than getting the firewood to catch, to save time, she squatted and continuously lit the straw, the stove glowing brightly with flames. Mother, take a break. Just as Yuan Han lit another handful of straw, she suddenly heard Luo Jun's voice coming from the adjoining courtyard. Yuan Han felt a surge of energy upon hearing him, feeling that fate had brought them together, and tossed the straw aside to peek through the gap in the bamboo mat. The fleeting outline captivated her. If he were a bandit, she might have been swept away. So handsome. Look over here. Yuan Han, completely enamored, watched with rapt attention, feeling flushed all over as she awaited his gaze to meet hers. Hoping for a silent connection, to her surprise, Luo Jun indeed turned, but his expression was not warm. Instead, he wore a frown, as if he had seen something troubling. Yuan Han quickly lowered her head, worried that her face might appear unsightly. As she bent down to check her reflection in the water jar, she noticed that the hem of her skirt and the straw in the stove had caught fire. Oh dear, help me. Chapter 78. The fire. No wonder there was a scent of something burning. It turned out the backyard was ablaze. Initially hesitant, Luo Jun, upon hearing Yuan Han's cry, cast aside his usual timid demeanor and, without hesitation, broke through the bamboo mat barrier. Seeing the flames spreading, Yuan Han stood frozen in fear, oblivious to her peril. Luo Jun, disregarding any notions of propriety, swiftly scooped Yuan Han up and tossed her into the nearby water jar. Aunt Luo, witnessing the chaotic scene, was stunned. If the fire spread, nothing nearby would escape its wrath. Quick, don't just stand there. Grab some buckets. After throwing Yuan Han into the water jar, Luo Jun shouted at his dazed mother. Aunt Luo snapped back to reality, her head nodding vigorously as she rushed toward Aunt Li's kitchen, calling out, Fire, fire, we need to extinguish it. Indeed, when I heard Yuan Han scream just now, I thought she was merely trying to shirk her responsibilities and had ignored her. Aunt Li, upon hearing the commotion, wasted no time gathering 2 basins and sprinting to the backyard. The group scrambled and rolled to extinguish the flames. Finally breathing a sigh of relief, Luo Jun wiped the sweat from his brow. Thankful they had discovered the fire in time to prevent a disaster. Yuan Han, I asked you to prepare pig feed, and look at the trouble you've caused, as Aunt Li thought of the instigator. Her fury became uncontrollable. After toiling for half a day, the one responsible for the mishap remained blissfully unperturbed. Yuan Han was still squatting in the water vat, tremblingly responding when Aunt Li called her name. I was careless, I didn't pay attention. Careless? Oh heavens, what sins has our Lee family committed to have taken in such a daughter-in-law? Aunt Lee lamented, wailing that they had married back a celestial being. One could neither hit nor scold her, and she was utterly useless to boot. Bringing her home was nothing short of a disgrace. I told you I couldn't do it, yet you insisted I try. Aunt Lee spat in disdain, hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at Yuan Han, and here I thought you were so clever, hiding in the vat while the fire blazed, saving your own skin. I see. You must be feeling quite indignant about marrying into the Lee family, plotting to set this place ablaze to make your escape. Yuan Han, feeling the tug of Aunt Lee, instinctively shrank back. I didn't. Seeing the two women bickering, Aunt Luo stepped forward to calm Aunt Lee. Don't be angry. This girl just had a fright. If she's the only one precious here, we're all mere weeds. Aunt Lee retorted, her ire only swelling. She approached the water vat, ready to pull Yuan Han out. Oh, you think you're so clever, hiding in the vat while the fire rages? What about your life? You must be incensed about marrying into the Lee family, wanting to set this place on fire to escape. Yuan Han, pulled by Aunt Lee, quickly shrank down once more. I didn't. Aunt Luo, observing their quarrel, felt compelled to intervene. She reached for Aunt Lee's chest to soothe her. A hint of crimson floated up from the water, gradually dispersing. Aunt Luo's heart sank as she realized it was likely Yuan Han's monthly visitor. Let her stay in there long enough to soak. Aunt Lee was relentless, seizing the opportunity to teach her a lesson. Aunt Luo glanced at Luo Jun and pulled Aunt Lee aside, whispering, enough. This child has her monthly visitor. You can't let her soak like this or she'll end up ailing. Is that so? How come I didn't know? Upon hearing this, Aunt Lee was taken aback. Muttering apologies, Aunt Luo was filled with indignation. Ever since Yuan Han's ill-fated incident, misfortunes had befallen them one after another, particularly those that affected her precious son. Aunt Lee too felt a pang of frustration. Why couldn't Yuan Han be more mindful, especially with men around? June, let us hurry back and wash our eyes, Aunt Luo declared, her anger palpable. This was the first time Aunt Luo had been this incensed. It wasn't Aunt Han who suffered, but rather her son who bore the brunt. Aunt, what are you doing? Originally, it was Yuan Han who had made a mistake. Why was Aunt Luo so displeased? Silently, Aunt Luo led Luo Jun back. Go inside and change your clothes. Aunt Lee pulled Yuan Han back as well, grumbling, what use are you alive? You can't just eat and drink for free. She complained. She handed Yuan Han a set of clean clothes. Yuan Han lowered her head, feeling awkward. She understood the struggles of being dependent on others. But what else can I do? I never learned anything. Let me handle something else. I can't cook or make a fire. All I see is you being lazy and gluttonous. Aunt Lee glared at her, demanding, what else do you have to say? Yuan Han, while changing, asked, then why did you insist on marrying me? Wasn't Mei Xiang or Xing Xiang good enough? Those two are even lazier. Who knew you'd end up like this? Aunt Lee replied, incredulous. Just then, Li Kuzhao returned. Mother, is sister-in-law all right? She's fine, but I was startled. If a fire had consumed everything, it would have ruined my life's work. Aunt Lee lamented, eager for everyone to share her disdain for Yuan Han. Mother, don't be so harsh on sister-in-law. She's not like other women. Let us not pressure her. Since that morning, Li Kuzhao had developed a new perspective on Yuan Han. How is she different? What can she do? Aunt Lee rolled her eyes. We can't keep feeding her for free. Yuan Han emerged in her new clothes, feeling resentful at Aunt Lee's disparaging remarks. I can do business. Chapter 79. Employing two fools as laborers. A perfectly fine day had turned into a farcical disaster due to the fire. I truly frightened you. Yuan Han straightened herself, her face reflecting sincerity. Make amends. I shall chop wood on the mountain tomorrow. You? Chop wood? Don't endanger yourself. Aunt Lee muttered dismissively, hoping she wouldn't cause further trouble. Yuan Han retorted, you say I'm living off you for free, but I want to prove I have capabilities. Either treat me like a young lady or stop complaining. Mother, if sister-in-law wishes to go, let her. She can learn slowly. No need to rush it. Li Kuzhao's words leaned in Yuan Han's favor, understanding the unfairness she faced. The old manly, usually reticent, remained silent. If his son made a mistake, he would speak up, but when it came to his daughter-in-law, he felt it wasn't his place to intervene. Fine, you may go chop wood. Aunt Lee reluctantly agreed, adjusting her apron. But what will I eat on the mountain? I can't starve all day. Aunt Lee rolled up her sleeves. I'll make fire-baked bread right now. Add some filling. Yuan Han clapped her hands in delight. The old manly, seeing the issue resolved, retreated to lie down. There was nothing else to do. Yuan Han strolled into the yard with her hands behind her back, reciting aloud. Far up the cold mountain, the stone path slopes, in the depths of white clouds. Their homes, stopping to admire the maple woods at dusk, frosty leaves redder than February flowers. Yuan Han's voice was loud, captivating the attention of Li Kujiao and Luo Jun. Once we reach the mountain, it'll be delightful to chop wood while enjoying the scenery, though it's a pity to be all alone, no one to appreciate my poetic sentiments. Yuan Han feigned a sigh, deliberately mentioning her intention to compose poetry on the mountain. Luo Jun felt a stir of excitement. It was enviable how Yuan Han could articulate poetry so effortlessly, yet he found it awkward to express his admiration. Luo Jun, shall we journey to the mountain together tomorrow? Yuan Han extended an olive branch towards him. Luo Jun hesitated, aware of the propriety between men and women. It seemed inappropriate to go together, even if he found it agreeable. Yuan Han glanced back. If it's inconvenient for the two of us, we can invite a member of the Li family, making it more suitable. How about we ask Li Kujiao to join us? That way, we can avoid any impropriety and engage in some friendly competition. I just wonder if Kujiao would like to come. Luo Jun pondered, recalling how he had teased Yuan Han that morning. He wasn't sure if she still held a grudge. Don't worry, I'm certain that as long as you go, he will definitely follow. Li Kujiao is like your shadow. He won't miss out. Yuan Han reassured him with confidence. All right, I'll speak with Kujiao later. If he agrees, I'll join. Please do encourage him to come along. Yuan Han was eager not to miss out on any time spent with him. After lunch, as Yuan Han played in the yard, she noticed Li Kujiao approaching awkwardly. Sister-in-law, may I join you on the mountain tomorrow? Of course. What is the harm in that? The more, the merrier. Yuan Han beamed, but would simply call her by her name otherwise. I won't forget. Don't worry, I can manage both work and play. Yuan Han thought to herself, curious what Li Kujiao was thinking. That's good. Even though you're exceptional, you still have your mother watching over you. I don't want you to feel pressured. After a brief hesitation, Li Kujiao spoke his mind. Yuan Han smiled. Honestly, it's just a trip to the mountain. Why the delay? Yuan Han, for the umpteenth time, glanced around, finally spotting the two tardy figures. At last, you've arrived. Honestly, we have work to do. Why are you carrying so many books? Isn't this an adventure? Naturally, we must be well prepared. Li Kujiao, drenched in sweat, wiped the perspiration from his forehead with his sleeve. We have come to gather firewood. Yuan Han reiterated the purpose of this outing. Luo Jun and Li Kujiao exchanged glances, seemingly deceived by Yuan Han. Let's not dawdle any longer. Let us depart. Yuan Han did not give them a chance to realize their predicament and took the lead. Luo Jun and Li Kujiao had no choice but to follow, resigned to the fact that they might have to endure some hardship today. Yuan Han, don't wander off. This area is quite good. Seeing Yuan Han endlessly meandering, Li Kujiao remarked that for the purpose of gathering firewood, venturing deep into the mountains was unnecessary. The trees here are quite satisfactory, about the thickness of a small bowl. Yuan Han glanced around, set down his sickle, and declared, Come, each take a tool. Let us begin our labor. What? Luo Jun was taken aback. Were they really being asked to chop wood? Yuan Han? What do you mean by this? Li Kujiao was equally confused. Yuan Han thrust the sickle into their hands. What? You don't understand. As the ancients said, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it will first torment their mind and will, subject their body to hunger, and disrupt their actions, thus making them resilient and enhancing their abilities. What does that mean? Can you explain? Luo Jun perked up, impressed that she could recite such a fine passage. The meaning is that to achieve great things, one must possess the determination to endure hardships, to withstand various difficulties, thus fortifying one's will. You all start working first. Once you finish, I will explain it to you slowly. Yuan Han stammered through his explanation, eventually losing his own train of thought. The essence was somewhat along those lines, but it was articulated so clearly, and it was vexing that both were the type to dig deeper into every inquiry. Luo Jun pondered deeply but found no immediate flavor to the matter, so he began to work. You rest first. All right, you all start chopping. Li Kujiao, hurry up. Don't just stand there. Yuan Han cheerfully retrieved a baked bun from his pack and began to munch on it. Li Kujiao, caught off guard, steeled himself to join in the effort. Chapter 80. I am a wandering spirit. Yuan Han, overwhelmed with boredom watching the two chop wood, eventually succumbed to sleep's embrace. Yuan Han. Yuan Han. Li Kezhao wiped the sweat from his brow, set down his sickle, and broke off a piece of the baked bun. Yuan Han, startled awake, stretched and asked, "Is the wood chopped?" wiping the drool from his mouth with his sleeve. He was caught by Luo Jun, which was quite detrimental to his image. "Stop wiping, we saw it all. You not only drooled in your sleep, but also ground your teeth." Li Kezhao seized the rare opportunity to ridicule Yuan Han, who was now in a most disheveled state. Embarrassed, Yuan Han quickly covered his head and lamented, "Is it true? Luo Jun, you saw it too, didn't you?" Luo Jun, with a cryptic smile, nodded. Yuan Han, with a mournful expression, asked, "Do you think I appear sloppy, lacking even a semblance of a lady's grace? Look, this is the consequence of becoming overly confident. After finally seizing a chance to travel together, I've ended up making such a fool of myself. And I fear I have distanced myself further from Luo Jun. You were never a lady, so why be so concerned?" Having spent ample time together, Luo Jun had become less rigid, occasionally sharing light-hearted banter with them. Yuan Han's face flushed with indignation, tremblingly pointing at Luo Jun. "How can you say that? Why should I care about my image? Why do you think?" The sentence hung in the air, but Yuan Han stopped short at the last moment. For a glaringly bright light bulb nearby was fixated on her, awaiting her to finish. "What are you staring at?" Yuan Han, somewhat irate, shoved Li Kezhao. "You're in the way." "Ouch!" Li Kezhao exclaimed. "My hands are covered in blisters." "Why are you pushing me? Who told your eyes to bulge so wide?" "I was frightened." Yuan Han, in her playful antics, was relentless, having summoned him for work, not to be a curious onlooker. Luo Jun had shown no curiosity. Yet he was the sole one intrigued. Li Kezhao, not genuinely upset, merely chuckled awkwardly. "What do you mean by bulging eyes? Do you truly wish to know?" Yuan Han suddenly perked up, and if he genuinely wanted to know, she wouldn't mind demonstrating. "I do," Li Kezhao replied, his face brimming with excitement. Since he was bored, he preferred to listen to Yuan Han's whimsical tales. Yuan Han suppressed the impulse to retaliate and, grinning, pointed at Li Kezhao's eyes. "There, your eyes are the bulging ones." "Yuan Han, stop with the nonsense. Tell us about that piece you recited, the one I like so much." Luo Jun had already taken out a brush and prepared paper, eager to transcribe. Yuan Han, displeased, pouted, "This is so lacking in charm. How can we turn a pleasant outing into a classroom setting? Since you enjoy these texts so much, why don't you appreciate me? I am a book in my own right, filled with countless articles. Sister-in-law, how can you say such a thing?" Upon hearing this, Li Kezhao was so startled that he nearly dropped his baked bun. Hastily placing himself between Yuan Han and Luo Jun, attempting to create some distance, Yuan Han, finding his defensive stance amusing, thought how naive it was to think he could separate them by standing in the middle. Yuan Han stood up, hands on her hips, and kicked Li Kezhao away. "What's wrong with expressing affection? Don't you think my way of doing things is quite different from yours?" "Indeed, why is that?" Both Luo Jun and Li Kezhao leaned in with curiosity. "To be honest with you, I am not from around here. I have traversed from a faraway place." Yuan Han had long wished to disclose her identity as a wandering spirit to the world, but had struggled to find the opportunity. Luo Jun was baffled. "What do you mean by traversing? You could interpret it as borrowing a corpse to return to life. Otherwise, why would the former Juhua undergo such a drastic personality change after a fall? Not only that, but she has also become eloquent." Yuan Han intended to explain the term traverse, but found that being too explicit would spoil the intrigue. It was better to maintain an air of mystery, blending in elements of the supernatural to instill a sense of awe. Indeed, upon hearing this, Luo Jun and Li Kezhao instinctively recoiled a few steps, regarding Yuan Han with a hint of trepidation. As if genuinely frightened, Yuan Han regretted her heavy-handedness and promptly countered, "Do not worry, I am human now, not a ghost. If you truly are a wandering spirit, then please depart quickly and allow the original owner of this body to return." Luo Jun felt that a wandering spirit should not possess another's form. Yuan Han looked at Luo Jun in surprise. "What are you saying? Let me go. You want me to return the body?" "I didn't hear you wrong, did I, Luo Jun? Have I wronged you in any way? Do you wish for my demise?" "I do not wish for your death. I simply want you to relinquish this body, which does not rightfully belong to you." Luo Jun was uncertain of his own feelings, but he believed that usurping another's body was inherently wrong. Yuan Han furiously kicked at a wooden post. What do you think, Li Kezhao? I dot Li Kezhao stammered for a long time but could not articulate a single word and turned away in silence. Luo Jun, Li Kezhao, you are truly ruthless. You want me to leave this body. But how can I? I have become her. If you truly wish for me to depart, I might as well throw myself against a tree. Yuan Han was heartbroken. After all this time, she felt less valued than a few fleeting words from the former Zhuhua. You may carry my corpse back. After I die, your family will have no bride left. My wandering spirit will roam endlessly, refusing to accompany your brother. You are all murderers. As Yuan Han spoke, she feigned a dramatic crash against a tree. Li Kezhao and Luo Jun were alarmed, rushing to catch her. Stop, don't do anything foolish. You are already here, so make the best of it. Just don't harm anyone. Who have I harmed? Yuan Han's heart raced. Had they delayed even a moment longer, she might have truly collided. Not far away, a person carrying firewood glanced over. Oh, aren't those the daughter-in-law and son of the Li family? It seems they're quite a spectacle to behold. Chapter 81. Keep it a secret. Luo Jun and Li Kezhao exerted considerable effort to convince Yuan Han to calm down. Do not speak of this to anyone else, lest they mistake you for a ghost and attempt to burn you. Do they dare? Yuan Han crossed her arms defiantly. If they truly dare to burn me, I would not spare them as a ghost. Once I become a ghost, I will return to haunt every person in Yuchuan village. Li Kezhao and Luo Jun, initially skeptical of supernatural tales, found Yuan Han's words oddly compelling, and it was the only explanation they could muster for her transformation. Thus, they listened with some apprehension to her ominous declarations. Just don't harm anyone, and we assure you they won't attempt to burn you. All right, that's more like it. Now that you are aware of my true nature, you must not regard me with the same peculiar glances as others. I am not an ordinary person. Yuan Han clapped her hands in satisfaction, earnestly warning them to treat her well. Hearing Yuan Han assure them that she would not harm anyone, Luo Jun felt a sense of relief. After all, ghosts could be categorized as either good or bad, and someone like Yuan Han could only be considered a proud spirit. The verses you recited are unfamiliar to me. Could you elaborate on them? Luo Jun has consistently devoted the majority of his thoughts to poetry and prose, yet this behavior has incensed Yuan Han. In a fit of rage, Yuan Han picked up a stone and hurled it into the distance. Exclaiming, "Could you refrain from incessantly talking about poetry? You are only stirring up my heartaches and then abandoning me." What prompted such a remark? Luo Jun found himself perplexed. Am I a ghost without kin in my past life? I had almost forgotten, yet you insist on forcing me to remember. Yuan Han's heart was truly heavy, realizing that Luo Jun, in his obliviousness, failed to perceive her affections for him. With utmost fervor, Luo Jun remained blissfully unaware. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon and lower it to think of my hometown. Yuan Han raised her gaze to the sun, reciting the lines with tears streaming down her face. And in the end, she wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Marvelous. With just a few lines, the sentiment of longing for home is vividly portrayed. I am truly in admiration, she declared. Both Li Kezhao and Luo Jun were captivated by Yuan Han. Feeling fatigued from standing, Yuan Han settled down, her hands fiddling with a clump of mud, her mind rife with complaints. You cannot help but admire the unparalleled poet. Even I, your elder sister, am utterly impressed. The prospect of romance seems utterly bleak. Even without the presence of Li Kezhao as an unwelcome third party, one cannot expect this blockhead to grasp your feelings. It would be futile to voice them. Yuan Han then fretted over their hands. You both have developed blisters. How will you explain this upon your return? You are cherished treasures at home. What will cause such concern? You are both so oblivious. If you return claiming to have collected firewood, wouldn't that be akin to pushing yourselves into a pit of fire? Chopping wood is what we do, Li Kezhao blurted out without thinking. Ah, rotten wood, Yuan Han sighed, shaking her head. Are you deliberately trying to make my life difficult? If your mother finds out, she will surely devour me whole. Li Kezhao wore a mischievous grin. This is your just desserts. You tricked us into doing your work while we should have been studying. Did I not say that it was for your benefit? With your limited resilience to setbacks, what can you withstand? Yuan Han retorted, somewhat defensively. She turned to Luo Jun, playfully pouting. What did you say when you persuaded me to return? If I do not fare well in the future, you must take responsibility. Look at me. I am at least somewhat of a talented woman, yet what is this life I am leading? Well, I will not claim to chop wood for you. Surely that is acceptable. Luo Jun was rendered speechless by Yuan Han's question. He indeed had said such things and bore some responsibility. Knowing he had won Luo Jun over, Li Keja felt confident that no further troubles would arise. Then let us return. Who will help me carry the firewood? I cannot manage it alone. Li Kejao and Luo Jun exchanged polite insistences before deciding to take turns carrying the load. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Luo Jun and Li Kejao proceeded ahead, while Yuan Han slowly made her way with the firewood. Mother and father, I have returned, Li Kejao exclaimed as he set down his books and rushed towards the backyard. I think I saw my sister-in-law returning, carrying quite a burden of firewood. I asked that so. This child has finally proven to be of some use. Dinner is ready. You and your father stay here. I shall go greet her, Aunt Li said, her heart brimming with joy upon hearing that Yuan Han had returned with firewood. You go ahead. The old man nodded in agreement, allowing Aunt Li to proceed. Come, let us eat. Aunt Li enthusiastically served dishes to Yuan Han, who graciously accepted and began to relish the meal. This is delicious, far more appetizing than the food I have at home. Enjoy it. You must be exhausted today. Aunt Li beamed, her smile lighting up her face. I knew it. This child, when well cared for, is a diligent worker. Kejao, why are you not eating? What is the matter? Are you unwell? After encouraging Yuan Han, Aunt Li noticed that Li Kejao had barely touched his food. Li Kejao glanced awkwardly at Yuan Han, finally shaking his head. Mother, I have no appetite. Please do not worry about me. You should eat. If you are unwell, speak up. Do not endure it. Mother is concerned, Aunt Li said, placing her utensils down to check Li Kejao's forehead. Li Kejao smiled gently. Mother, I am fine. Please eat. I will have a little. Seeing her son finally using his chopsticks reassured Aunt Li, yet she felt puzzled. As Li Kejao ate, he discreetly observed Yuan Han, noting the large blisters on her hands. How could she eat with such pain? Kejao, eat your meal. Come on, have some vegetables, Yuan Han said, her expression one of feigned innocence. Aunt Li also found it strange. Luo Jun typically relished his meals, yet today he seemed reluctant to eat. Chapter 82. Idle chatter. Aunt Li was in high spirits these days, and for what reason? It was all for Yuan Han, who had finally brought her, as a mother-in-law, some pride. Observing Aunt Li's delight, Yuan Han couldn't help but smile, which reminded her of a tale. The story went thus. Once upon a time, there was an old woman with 2 daughters-in-law. The elder daughter-in-law was very filial, whereas the younger was quite headstrong. One day, the dutiful one exchanged harsh words with the mother-in-law, while the unruly one showed some filial piety. Consequently, the old woman began to boast about the elder daughter-in-law's lack of devotion and the younger's dutifulness. However, Yuan Han did not mind. Let Aunt Li revel in her joy, for it bore no detriment to her. Feeling compelled to do something for Yuan Han in appreciation for the honor she had brought her. Indeed, I do, Yuan Han replied without hesitation, gathering a pile of long-neglected dirty clothes. Thank you for your hard work. It would indeed be a cause for celebration. Aunt Li intentionally remained hidden, placing the basin down and leaning against the wall to listen intently. It is said that the youngest son of the Li family is quite scholarly. Alongside Luo Jun, they are the only promising ones in our village. Apart from them, who else possesses such refinement? An elderly woman with graying hair and a frail frame remarked while preparing vegetables, adding expressive gestures for emphasis. Another woman chimed in eagerly. Indeed, those 2 are exceptional, and they are quite handsome as well. My elder brother from the neighboring village even inquired about them, wondering if they had found a match yet. He likely wishes to marry his daughter to one of them. Before the speaker could finish, she swallowed hard and continued. Back then, I dared not agree. They had declared that they would seek a match only after the exams. Who would look at a girl from the countryside? They are seeking someone of high status. I merely offered vague responses, but now it seems. The speaker left the thought hanging, causing Aunt Li to stretch her neck, eager not to miss a word. What did that last imply? It was surely envied. Do tell. Why the suspense? I have work to do. Another young woman, cradling a 3-year-old child, interjected. Let me take a sip of water first. The speaker replied, turning to fetch a bowl of water from the earthenware jar at the wall corner. After quenching her thirst and wiping her mouth with her sleeve, she resumed, just the other day, my husband went up the mountain to gather firewood, and on his way back, guess what he saw? Several individuals leaned in, their curiosity piqued. Who was it? They asked eagerly. It was Li Kejao, the woman declared triumphantly. Came the chorus of disappointment. I asked that all? We thought it might be something more significant. Do not be disheartened. There is more to come. Besides seeing Li Kejao, my husband also spotted his daughter-in-law. Oh dear. The two of them were intertwined, embracing and pulling at each other, while Yuan Han was crying. The speaker's delight was evident as she animatedly shared the tale. Aunt Li, eavesdropping, was momentarily stunned. Perhaps this was mere slander. Initially, she contemplated jumping out to berate the gossip-monger but hesitated, wanting to hear the rest. My husband said Yuan Han was crying sorrowfully, perhaps unable to bear the solitude. What do you think? Two young people living under the same roof. Filled with youthful passion. The woman, a new widow, who knows, they might have already become close. I ask that true? What is there to doubt? It is absolutely true. To marry a wife for a deceased son at the cost of 20 taels. They ought to settle for a living one first, don't you think? Indeed, Aunt Li had intended to hear some flattering words, but instead, she was inundated with such disconcerting gossip that her frustration mounted. With hands on her hips, she began to shout, "You wretched gossip! May the king of hell take you! How dare you slander my son? Out of jealousy, your daughter shall become a widow, and your son will be a widower. You deranged old hag, keep your distance. I only speak the truth. If you do not want to be talked about, then do not do anything shameful. Your daughter-in-law has been up to no good." "Do not take your anger out on me," retorted the storyteller, unyielding. "You loathsome, foul-mouthed harpy, consumed by jealousy towards my son." Aunt Li raged as she reached out to claw at the other woman's face. Nearby, several individuals hurried to mediate, exchanging a few casual remarks urging everyone to maintain their composure. "What I say is the truth. Your daughter-in-law is consorting with others outside, instead of tending to your household. You come here to confront me. What audacity!" The other woman, refusing to back down, retorted with a loud voice, "You are slandering me. Clean up your own house first. Your brother-in-law and sister-in-law. How delightful." The scorned woman continued her tirade. "Your mother-in-law is fighting with someone. Hurry." Yuan Han thought her ears deceived her. Upon listening closely, she confirmed they were indeed calling for her. She dashed outside. "What? It's about your scandal. Hurry. They've already started fighting." The messenger, breathless and incoherent, relayed the news. Yuan Han, startled, wondered what scandal could possibly be hers. Did someone know about her secret? With this thought, she ran swiftly. Upon arriving at the scene, Yuan Han found herself intrigued, momentarily forgetting her original purpose, and watched with great interest. Indeed, when women argue, it is a spectacle to behold. With hands on hips, they would stomp their feet and stretch their necks, truly a colorful display. It is unseemly for them to clash so. One onlooker could no longer bear the sight. It was peculiar that the daughter-in-law remained so composed amidst the chaos. Yuan Han, finally regaining her senses. Goodness, what about loyalty versus kinship? Yuan Han thought as she rolled up her sleeves and pulled the woman back, causing her to abandon her assault on Aunt Li. Fortunately, Yuan Han did not genuinely wish to join the fray. "What is happening? Can someone explain?" Yuan Han scanned the crowd, awaiting clarity. One person stepped forth, stating, "This woman claims you and Li Kejao are having an affair." An affair. The term was foreign to her, and associating it with Li Kejao, who had been the cause of this uproar, suggested troubled. I see now," she thought. "You explain it then." Yuan Han gestured towards the seated woman. "My husband saw you two embracing on the mountain," the woman declared. "You did not speak of it, and we did not hear it. How does that sound?" The woman, emboldened by her perceived advantage, retorted. "What? Are you afraid? Just moments ago, you were so fierce. I refuse to let this go." "What do you propose?" Yuan Han asked, staring intently. The woman grinned. "Nothing outrageous, merely suggesting that you and your brother-in-law become an item. After all, you are married to a dead man and are merely a widow. Your brother-in-law lacks a woman to care for him. You two would be a perfect match." Yuan Han listened intently, and then, "You see, your mother-in-law is quite wicked. If you two were to unite, it would be a charitable act. Though it may be deemed improper, it is not uncommon, and we need not fear adding one more to the mix." The woman concluded with a sneer at Aunt Li. "This way, you save on dowry costs." "How splendid!" The onlookers burst into laughter, finding some merit in her suggestion. "Oh, your idea is rather clever, but is your husband blind? Perhaps he should consult a physician." Yuan Han suddenly erupted in laughter, dismissing the baseless accusations. "Who says I should consult a physician?" As she spoke, a man set down his hoe. Looking around, Yuan Han, noticing, said, "I was speaking of you, your eyes bulging like a frog's. Did you see me and Li Kezhao embracing? Did you see nothing else? The man, brimming with bravado, retorted, I certainly saw you two together. Yuan Han laughed mockingly. You, a mere frog, claimed to have seen something? Did you not notice Lu Jun? The frog-eyed man faltered. You lie. It was just you and Li Kezhao. Did Lu Jun? Do tell, Yuan Han urged. Lu Jun stepped forward and recounted the events, omitting certain details, notably that Yuan Han was merely a wandering spirit. Who would believe that? They complied, revealing their blistered palms. And now, what can you say? As for your claims of us embracing, you slander us. Even if you doubt Li Kezhao and me, you cannot question Lu Jun's character. He is not that kind of person. Yuan Han pushed Lu Jun forward, confident he would silence many naysayers. His reputation as an upright and selfless man was well known in the village, rendering it impossible for such an event to transpire under his watch. If there were any truth to it, he would have severed ties with Li Kezhao long ago. With Lu Jun as a witness, no one dared to speak further, and the crowd began to denounce the couple, calling them gossips and troublemakers who relished in creating discord and could not stand to see others prosper. Do you have anything left to say? Yuan Han approached the frog-eyed man. Ashamed, he hid his face behind his sleeve. Sighing, I should see a physician. In the end, Aunt Li emerged victorious, basking in her triumph as the defeated couple endured the scorn of the crowd, wishing for a hole to escape into. Yuan Han felt elated. Having cleared her name, in the future, keep your eyes open. If you wish to speak of others, do so with clarity. Dignity is not to be trifled with, Yuan Han declared with unwavering confidence, relishing the attention and feeling triumphant. From this day forth, I shall have the final say in this village. I am its leader. However, once those words left her mouth, the crowd regarded her as if she were a performer in a circus. Yuan Han wiped her nose and pretended she had not spoken. Kezhao, remember everyone present today. When you achieve great success later, be sure to express gratitude to each one of them, whether they were kind or disparaging. Do not overlook a single person. Aunt Li spoke with heartfelt sincerity, realizing the true nature of those around them. These people smile at you, but when you falter, they will gladly kick you while you're down. Upon hearing this, the onlookers quickly donned fake smiles, approaching Li Kezhao. We never believed you could be that kind of person. Rest assured, we will not speak ill of you anymore. The most despicable are those two, sowing discord and nearly leading us to misunderstand you. The couple, feeling the pressure from the crowd, was frightened but could not bring themselves to apologize, so they begrudgingly retreated into their home, slamming the door shut. Li Kezhao, ever agreeable, continued to respond to the crowd's flattery. Yuan Han stood to the side, stifling laughter. It was as if they were celebrating Li Kezhao's triumphant return from the imperial examinations. You all are a treacherous lot, hiding daggers beneath your smiles. I have noted your behavior, and it is too late to seek forgiveness now. The crowd's faces paled, and their flattery fell silent. Aunt Li, thoroughly satisfied, joyfully led Li Kezhao and Yuan Han, along with Lu Jun, back home. Yet, to Yuan Han's surprise, as soon as they entered, Aunt Li turned serious once more. Yuan Han, stop right there. Come here. What has transpired? I have indeed rendered you a significant service. What is going on? The mood swings of this middle-aged woman are exceedingly rapid, almost too swift to fathom. With a cold smile, Aunt Li seated herself upon a stone bench, saying, You claim to relish climbing the mountains to gather firewood. Which is true. Yet how dare you command Ku Zhao and Luo Jun? Are you not excessively audacious? What is wrong with that? What is the issue with enlisting their help for a moment? Are these two young men incapable of labor? Upon hearing this, Yuan Han felt a surge of indignation, sensing that her role as a laborer was taken for granted. Aunt Li slammed her hand upon the stone table, seemingly unbothered by the pain. What are they? They are scholars. What do scholars do? They study and prepare for the imperial examination, aspiring to become top scholars. How could they be tasked with such menial labor? They are striving for excellence, but can you guarantee they will all succeed? Yuan Han countered. Are top scholars not human? Do they not eat, drink, and relieve themselves? Yuan Han, unwilling to quarrel with Aunt Li, found it increasingly difficult to restrain herself. Aunt Li, in a fit of rage, pointed at Yuan Han. Do you not understand the distinction between the four professions: officials, farmers, merchants, and scholars? Do you wish for them to be reduced to the status of mere farmers? Do you consider yourself of lesser worth? Yuan Han retorted. You are being unreasonable, Aunt Li exclaimed, her temper flaring as she contemplated striking Yuan Han, having never encountered such an audacious daughter-in-law. Yuan Han felt a pang of sorrow. Am I being unreasonable? What of your son, who pursues knowledge? Why do you not spare a thought for me? Am I not a person? Am I not a member of your family? Oh, so you are no longer denying that we are family? Aunt Li sneered inwardly. Yuan Han, equally obstinate, demanded, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that your daughter-in-law is an outsider? If I am not to be considered part of your family, then you may as well divorce me. Indeed, your position is that of an outsider. You are no longer a member of the Li family. Aunt Li, relishing her words, believed she could convince them to agree to her terms, dreaming in vain. Since I am not a member of your family, my comings and goings are none of your concern. Yuan Han's fury intensified, yet she found solace in the thought that a complete severance of ties might be preferable. Realizing her miscalculation, Aunt Li hastily grasped Yuan Han's arm. Where do you think you are going? What is it to you? Yuan Han forcefully shook off Aunt Li's grip and prepared to leave. Luo Jun, unable to bear the scene, intervened. Yuan Han, let it go. Do not throw a tantrum. This is not a tantrum. It is her outrageous behavior. Yuan Han seethed, standing at a distance. Luo Jun, sensing the tension, addressed Aunt Li. Aunt, do not be angry. We are merely assisting her because we see her toil. Moreover, a balance of work and rest is essential. Luo Jun, I do not understand this balance you speak of, but do not squander time on labor. Aunt Li replied, her fondness for him evident. Aunt, truly, if we were only to study and could not manage anything else, what purpose would our lives serve? Luo Jun conveyed Yuan Han's sentiments. Aunt Li was about to retort when Li Kuzhao stepped forward to restrain her. Mother, enough. We are doing this willingly, and it has nothing to do with Yuan Han. Very well, I shall not concern myself with you any longer. Aunt Li dismissed them with a wave of her hands. Turning to leave, knowing she could not contend with 3 individuals, this time, consider it settled. Yuan Han, let me assure you, there will be no next time. Understood, Yuan Han replied, choosing to relent, allowing the matter to pass. Chapter 85. A glimpse. Yuan Han languished in a state of despondency, howling at the heavens. Her days had dragged on, devoid of purpose, merely waiting for sustenance and the inevitable end. Initially harboring inappropriate feelings towards Luo Jun, the recent events had only served to widen the chasm between them, leaving her feeling rather undignified. Alas, the burdens of life weigh heavily. The struggle is real. She washed garments, she lamented. When will these mundane days come to an end? Yuan Han, the weather is quite dreary. Why are you washing clothes? It seems rain is imminent. Aunt Li called out while changing her shoes. Yuan Han, momentarily silent, replied, I have already begun. It is of no consequence. Are you heading out? Yes, I must go up the hill to gather some grass. Otherwise, there will be nothing for the pigs to eat tomorrow. Aunt Li confirmed, intending to invite Yuan Han along but reconsidered. Yuan Han, once you finish washing, could you find some vegetables in the garden? Certainly, you may go without worry. Yuan Han responded eagerly, happy for the opportunity to clear her mind, after hastily washing the clothes. She hung them on a bamboo pole, now left with nothing to occupy her time. I wish for my existence to end. Yuan Han groaned, having uttered such sentiments countless times. Li Kuzhao, who had been attempting to study indoors, was disturbed by Yuan Han's complaints. How can I focus on my reading with your constant lamentations? Why are you echoing my sighs? Do you have some ailment? Yuan Han retorted without a second thought. Li Kuzhao, equally frustrated, seized the moment. True, your sighs are none of my business, yet you have repeated them so many times that I feel a chill. How can I read under such conditions? Could you not exercise restraint? Do you not realize I am in a foul mood? Yuan Han's voice boomed, though she felt a hint of amusement within. Li Kuzhao set his book aside and stepped outside. What troubles you? Are you unaware of my impending examination? Could you not consider my plight? Who is concerned about your affairs? Yuan Han scoffed. Find me a task to pass the time, she demanded, unable to contain her frustration. You could try embroidery. It would occupy your time and contribute to the household, Li Kuzhao suggested hastily. Yuan Han shuddered at the thought. Embroidery? No. Thank you. I lack the skill for such work. I would end up looking like an incompetent. What do you mean by incompetent? Li Kuzhao inquired, intrigued. Incompetent refers to someone who lacks the ability to embroider well, akin to a foolish figure, Yuan Han replied with a drooping eyelid, upon hearing the mention of top scholar. Li Kuzhao fell silent, recognizing the jab aimed at him. Why the silence? Dear Kuzhao, Yuan Han teased, having uncovered his discomfort. Li Kuzhao attempted to evade the conversation. Weren't you washing clothes to gather vegetables? Why linger here with idle chatter? Do not delay your tasks. He understood that Yuan Han's quarrels were not born from animosity, but rather from boredom. No rush. It is not as if you must do the work yourself. So why fret? Yuan Han smirked, contemplating how much more enjoyable it was to banter than to focus on studies. Li Kuzhao, overwhelmed, resorted to his trump card, sister-in-law, cease your verbal sparring and attend to your duties. Very well, Yuan Han replied, not feeling the need to say more. She grabbed her basket for vegetables and headed out. If it rains, do not forget to bring in the clothes, with the tumult subsiding. Li Kuzhao returned to his studies, but before long, ominous thunder rumbled in the sky, indicating the rain was indeed approaching. The clothes. He suddenly remembered. He rushed outside to retrieve them, but was taken aback to find 2 undergarments among them. Concealing them within the other clothes, though he rationalized his actions, a sense of guilt lingered. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then hurriedly stashed them away. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to Aunt Luo, who had been observing him from the wall for quite some time, noting his furtive behavior. This could prove problematic. Such a scenario could entangle Li Kuzhao in complications. Since the arrival of Yuan Han, their families had known nothing but turmoil, and Aunt Luo could no longer dismiss the rumors. Yet how to broach the subject with Li Kuzhao? Surely, she could not say, your son is stealing your daughter-in-law's undergarments. Mother, what are you doing? You seem quite anxious. I asked something amiss. Luo Jun, hearing the distant thunder, stepped outside. Aunt Luo quickly masked her concern. Oh, nothing. Why are you out here? I heard the thunder and worried something might be outside. Perhaps getting wet. Luo Jun glanced around, finding nothing in need of tidying. All right, let us return indoors, Aunt Luo urged. Very well, I shall go in. Luo Jun nodded before turning to enter, just as she had ushered Luo Jun inside. She heard the sound of Li Kuzhao closing the courtyard gate. Aunt Li, whose nerves had been on edge, sat beneath the eaves. Upon hearing the voices of Li Kuzhao and Yuan Han, her spirits lifted. You are soaked, Yuan Han exclaimed with laughter. The umbrella is so small. What can be done? We cannot all crowd beneath it, Li Kuzhao replied, shaking the raindrops from his long robe. Li Shaner listened from next door, her heart pounding with anxiety. The words spoken suggested that Li Kuzhao had been bewitched by Yuan Han, a child who was usually so filial, yet now forgot to bring an umbrella for his parents in the rain. Instead, remembering to fetch his sister-in-law. Chapter 86. Heartache. Luo Shaner could hardly sit still, feeling an overwhelming urge to seek out Li Shaner. She worried that Kuzhao had fallen prey to Yuan Han's mischief. Mother, what are you doing? You seem so restless, Luo Jun remarked, having come out more than once, noticing his mother's unusual behavior today. Luo Shaner, fraught with agitation, waved her hand dismissively, urging Luo Jun to go inside while she anxiously gazed at the entrance of the Li family's courtyard. Li Shaner returned, her back burdened with a large bundle of grass, completely drenched. Despite her efforts to avoid the rain, she had still gotten soaked. Achoo, she sneezed, clearly having caught a chill, her body unable to withstand it. Aunt, you're back. Why venture out in the rain at your age? You should be resting instead of tending to the young ones, Luo Shaner chided, her voice laced with concern. Li Shaner, drying her hair, smiled and replied, that child is doing laundry and went to the fields to pick vegetables, so I went to gather some grass. I feel for you. What's the point of being so busy? As the saying goes, a mother's heart rests on her child, while a child's heart lies on the stone slab. Luo Shaner sighed, finally able to vent her frustrations. Li Shaner noticed something was amiss. Luo Shaner rarely spoke in such veiled terms. What's bothering you today? She inquired. Luo Shaner, feeling indignant, merely sought an outlet for her pent-up feelings. Let's do this, Li Shaner proposed, glancing at the sky. I'll change my clothes first. If you wish to talk, I shall keep you company, for this rain shows no sign of stopping. Even the most diligent among us deserve a moment of respite. Perhaps today is a good occasion to take a break while the heavens conspire against us. With a resigned sigh, Luo Shaner replied, All right, I shall wait for you. Indeed, it seems she is fated to toil endlessly. No, I was fortunate. I returned just as it began to pour, Yuan Han answered, deliberately omitting any mention of Li Kuzhao delivering an umbrella. Li Shaner glanced around. Where is Kuzhao? He asked, probably reading. I haven't seen him come out. This downpour is perfect for his studies, Yuan Han replied, her head down. engrossed in her task. That's good. He ought to be diligent, Li Shaner remarked, smoothing her wet hair before turning to go back inside. Before long, Li Shaner had changed her clothes and grabbed a few pumpkin seeds. Yuan Han, I'm heading over to visit your neighbor's wife, she announced. Oh, go ahead, Yuan Han replied nonchalantly, feeling relieved to see her off. Lest she discover that her son had caught a cold from being out in the rain. Aunt, where are you? Li Shaner called out as she stepped into the courtyard. I'm inside. Come in. Luo Shaner's voice came from within as she leaned out slightly from the window. The two middle-aged women huddled together, sharing pumpkin seeds as they chatted. Aunt, what's troubling you? Speak to me. Li Shaner urged. Be honest. This isn't my burden to bear, but I've seen something that makes me uneasy, Luo Shaner whispered, leaning closer. What is it? Whose affair? Li Shaner's curiosity piqued, her interest ignited. You won't believe it. It concerns our own family, Luo Shaner replied. What on earth could it be? Li Shaner asked, her voice tinged with concern. Aren't you the one who got caught in the rain? Luo Shaner inquired, cracking a pumpkin seed. Yes, of course. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Li Shaner replied, exasperated. But Yuan Han didn't he? Luo Shaner pointed out. Li Shaner slapped her thigh in realization. Yes, Yuan Han was lucky to have missed it. Luo Shaner twisted her mouth in disdain. You're mistaken. It's not luck that spared her from the rain, but rather someone went to fetch her. Who? Li Shaner gasped, her heart racing at the implication. Could it be that Yuan Han had entangled herself with a man from outside? Your son, Luo Shaner replied, her tone suggesting disbelief. What? Li Shaner's voice shot up, her shock palpable. Luo Shaner quickly covered Li Shaner's mouth, urging her to keep quiet. Lower your voice. We don't want anyone overhearing. This is impossible, Li Shaner stammered, shaking her head in disbelief. She knew her son too well. I saw it with my own eyes. Kejia noticed the rain, grabbed an umbrella, and dashed outside. I thought he was going to fetch you, but lo and behold, it was Yuan Han he met. Laughing and chatting together, Luo Shaner recounted, her heart heavy with sorrow. Kejia had always been such a dutiful son. How had he changed so dramatically with Yuan Han's arrival? Luo Shaner's heart ached for her son, feeling as though he had been unappreciated all this time. Li Shaner, still skeptical, found it hard to believe. After all, they were uncle and niece. How could such a thing occur? Yet a nagging doubt lingered in her mind. Luo Shaner declared earnestly. In that moment, Li Shaner felt as if the world had come crashing down. Li Kejia was her life, her pride. He was one of the only 2 scholars in the village. For years, she had nurtured him with hopes of bringing honor to their family, yet now this scandal threatened to tarnish his reputation irreparably, regardless of his future achievements. Outside, Luo Jun, pale-faced, had overheard everything, realizing that his mother was troubled. But why Li Kejia? Why? Luo Jun clutched his chest, feeling a dull ache as he staggered back to his room, collapsing onto his bed, unable to rise. Chapter 87. A suggestion. Luo Jun lay on his bed, staring blankly at the beams above, his heart aching with a dull throb. His dearest brother was not the person he thought he knew. Where had his sense of honor and integrity vanished? Yuan Han, how could she act without considering the implications of her actions? How would they face one another in the future? Would he have to call her sister-in-law when he had always known her as Yuan Han? Taking a deep breath, Luo Jun found himself on the verge of tears, feeling the coldness at the corner of his eyes. It was strange. Why was he crying? The thought that Yuan Han and Kejia could be together sent a chill down his spine. He wished fervently that it were not so. This realization startled him. How could he harbor such dark thoughts? Yet, an impulsive desire to confront Yuan Han and hear the truth directly from her surged within him, though he lacked the courage to do so. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Li Shaner was equally distraught. With tears streaming down her face, she clutched Luo Shaner's arm, pleading for advice. What should we do? We need to come up with a plan. Luo Shaner, equally troubled, sighed, knowing there was even more weighty news she had yet to share. I have something else to tell you, but you must promise not to overreact, she said cautiously. Li Shaner, now aged by the revelation, gasped. What else could there be? Just promise me you won't get too worked up. Let me finish, Luo Shaner cautioned before proceeding. I saw Kejia hiding Yuan Han's undergarment. Really? You must be joking, Li Shaner gasped, her heart racing. No, I'm serious. He was sneaky about it. wrapping it in his clothing before taking it inside. I don't know where he hid it though. Luo Shaner confessed, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be discussing such matters at their age. Li Shaner slapped her thigh in despair. We're doomed. You see, you promised not to get worked up, yet here you are. Listen to me. You need to go back and check if there's a sign of Yuan Han's undergarment in Kejiao's room. If there is, we'll figure out a way to address this. Luo Shaner urged. With that, Li Shaner rushed home, feigning nonchalance as she entered Li Kejiao's room. What are you up to? She asked, breaking the ice. Just reading, Li Kejiao replied, covering his nose. Feeling unwell? Li Shaner inquired. Already suspecting the truth, Li Kejiao hesitated, then shook his head, avoiding the truth. Finally, Li Shaner's gaze fell upon the corner cabinet. Wasn't he that Yuan Han's clothing? She approached and casually nudged it, revealing a striking red undergarment tucked away inside. And, you were right, there is Yuan Han's clothing in Kejiao's room, Li Shaner exclaimed, her face turning pale as she rushed to find Luo Shaner. Luo Shaner pondered for a moment. If we want to separate them, it's simple, find Kejiao a wife. If someone is watching over him, he won't stray, but I had hoped he would pass the exams first before discussing marriage. Li Shaner hesitated, her mind in turmoil. While you ponder that, if you wait any longer, his reputation will be ruined. What future will he have? Luo Shaner urged, her anxiety palpable. But where can we find someone suitable at this moment? Li Shaner lamented, realizing the urgency of their situation. Luo Shaner clapped her hands together, declaring that with such a promising young man as Ku Zhao, there was no need to worry about finding a wife. One could easily find a girl at the foot of the mountain, and if they later had children, they could always seek out another partner. Indeed, this was a splendid idea, and Li Shaner wholeheartedly agreed without any reservations. However, she pondered what would happen if, despite her efforts, Ku Zhao remained unwilling. What if Yuan Han caused a scene? What could she possibly stir up? If she were to make a fuss, it wouldn't just be you who would be embarrassed. She would be far more so. If uncle cannot withstand loneliness, he might as well drown himself in the pond. Ever since Yuan Han arrived at this household, has there been a single day of peace for you? Luo Shaner harbored a multitude of grievances towards Yuan Han. Li Shaner fell silent, her thoughts heavy, and after a long pause, sighed. Indeed, since those 20 taels of silver, our family has known no tranquility. It is all because of that old miser from the Yuan family, who greedily brought Yuan Han here. I initially had no intention of agreeing, but considering that Yuan Han was relatively industrious and could endure hardship, I acquiesced. Who would have thought that I would end up bringing in a harbinger of misfortune? She continued, let us keep this under wraps for now. Once it is settled, we can discuss it further. A man, once he has his own, is less likely to covet another's. Luo Shaner spoke as if she had vast experience. Li Shaner glanced outside, lamenting, oh, my poor eldest son, who passed away so young. I merely wished to find him a companion, so he could rest peacefully in the ancestral grave. No wonder I suggested adopting Ku Zhao as son for her. She was so resistant then. How foolish I was to think it would be for a good cause. Human greed knows no bounds, and while I concede that Yuan Han is quite wronged, she naively agreed without understanding the situation. However, her subsequent actions were indeed her fault. Who wouldn't wish to be with a living person, one with prospects and good looks? No one desires to live with a cold, lifeless being. Luo Shaner could empathize with those who lived in solitude. This matter is akin to a mute consuming bitter herbs, best left unspoken, as if it were merely a dream. How should I express this? I have no intention of inquiring further. I will pretend to be unaware and keep a close watch on them to prevent any further mishaps. By the way, do you think I should go to town and procure some medicine, just in case something arises? This is no trifling matter. A widow suddenly becoming pregnant is no laughing matter. Upon realizing this, Li Shaner felt that time was of the essence. She stood up to leave, saying, I must return now. I truly am an unfit mother, being kept in the dark about such matters. Thank goodness for your presence. With that, Luo Shaner urged Li Shaner to hasten her departure. Li Shaner quickened her pace. She asked it. Li Shaner stood dazed for a moment before responding. Yuan Han's smile was undeniably bright, almost blinding. She resolved that her son must not be dragged down by Yuan Han. Are you unwell? Your face looks quite pale. Perhaps you should rest for a while. Yuan Han sensed something unusual about Li Shaner's outing, but hesitated to inquire further. Li Shaner touched her face and wondered. Is it? Perhaps it's just the rain. After some contemplation, she added, Ku Zhao is usually quite filial. It's odd he didn't bring an umbrella today, leaving me completely soaked. Yuan Han felt a flutter of unease and stammered. You can fetch them. I will take care of it. Li Shenner likely spoke without thinking. Upon hearing the suggestion, Yuan Han bristled. If you wish to go, you may. I will not. What if someone sees me? Was she out of her mind? Pushing herself into Li Kuzhao's room, Li Shenner reconsidered, realizing the awkwardness of such an act. If it came to that, how could she maintain her dignity? Fortunately, Yuan Han still seemed to care about how others perceived her. Leaving room for salvation, Li Shenner returned to her own room and fell into a deep slumber, feeling groggy until evening. Old man, wake up. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Li Shenner heard her husband calling her in a daze. Akin to having been gravely ill. Have you eaten? She managed to ask. What would we eat in this cold kitchen? We haven't eaten yet, her husband replied, a hint of grievance in his tone, after a long day of labor. He returned to find not even a warm meal waiting, let alone someone to greet him. Li Shenner surveyed the surroundings and inquired, where's Ku Zhao? He's in the room, her husband answered casually. I'll go prepare dinner for you both. Li Shenner struggled to rise from bed, feeling guilty about letting them go hungry. Just make enough for us. They've already eaten, her husband nodded. Eaten? Li Shenner was taken aback. They've had their fill, yet they neglected the two elderly folks. They had hot water and bread, her husband clarified. Upon hearing this, Li Shenner felt somewhat appeased and proceeded to cook. Li Kuzhao stretched and, noticing it was dark, set aside his book. Why hasn't Luo Jun come to find me? We had planned to copy text together tonight. He sighed. If he doesn't come, I shall go to him. That should suffice. Luo Jun, Li Kuzhao called out loudly upon entering the courtyard. Inside, Luo Jun heard his voice, feeling somewhat hoarse yet excited. However, he found himself in no mood to respond. Luo Jun, did you not hear me calling? Something was indeed amiss. No one has offended me. He turned away, unwilling to elaborate. Li Kuzhao felt a pang of unease. It was evident he had somehow upset Luo Jun, but he couldn't fathom how. As he had spent the entire day indoors, why didn't you come find me today? Didn't we agree on it? He pressed on, determined to overlook Luo Jun's irritation. Luo Jun scoffed. Find you? Do you even have the time? I fear your mind is elsewhere. It seems our paths no longer align. Li Kuzhao felt increasingly bewildered, unable to grasp what had transpired. What do you mean? He too began to feel irritable. Despite his attempts to engage, Luo Jun's cold demeanor persisted, and the veiled barbs in his words were infuriating. Luo Jun's heart was heavy with disdain. How could he question the meaning behind his words? Did Li Kuzhao truly think he was blameless? Yet, deep down, he recognized that the one who would ultimately suffer would be Yuan Han. The thought of her caused him a sharp pang in his heart. And he had initially intended to scold Li Kuzhao thoroughly, but he ultimately restrained himself. Though deeply disappointed, he still wished to uphold her reputation. If they truly had a fate together, he would find it in himself to bless them. You know the truth in your heart. I need not say more. Consider others as well, rather than solely yourself. Luo Jun ultimately relented, recognizing that while it was easy to speak, it was far more challenging to retract one's words. If I am unclear, I would appreciate your clarification. Li Kuzhao's determination flared up, unwilling to back down. Luo Jun chose silence, allowing Li Kuzhao to speak without interruption. Luo Jun, we have been close friends since childhood. Causing tears to spill unexpectedly. Fortunately, Li Kuzhao did not notice. Luo Jun struggled to maintain his composure. Enough, I am tired. You may leave. Seeing that Luo Jun had effectively dismissed him, Li Kuzhao had no choice but to depart. Chapter 89. Tension. Li Kuzhao, feeling vexed, found himself unable to concentrate on his reading, and after sitting in silence for a while, he contemplated seeking out Yuan Han for some analysis, just as he was about to knock on her door. He encountered Li Shenner, who called out, Kuzhao, come here, I think there's something in your mother's eye. Your father's old eyes are too dim to see. Oh, Li Kuzhao responded, hastily inspecting under the oil lamp. Mother, there's nothing in your eye. Li Shenner, keenly aware of the truth, understood that there was nothing. If there was anything, it was the thorn that was Yuan Han, yet she could not address it directly and could only treat the symptoms. Now they seemed to have abandoned all sense of discretion, with Ku Zhao being the most blatant in his intentions to enter Yuan Han's room. It was clear that matters needed to be expedited. Mother, what is the matter? Li Kuzhao noticed something odd about Li Shen'er today. After a day of sleep, she seemed dazed, likely a result of the rain. Li Shen'er snapped back to reality. Oh, it's nothing. Dinner is almost ready. Please help set the table. Li Kuzhao obediently set about tidying the table, pondering how peculiar his mother was today, as she previously never allowed him to lift a finger. The family sat together, each lost in heavy thoughts, hastily consuming a few bites of food before retreating to their respective rooms. Mother, what is troubling you today? You seem so distracted. What weighs on your mind? Old Li observed his wife, Aunt Li, who seemed engulfed in contemplation. He gently shook her, noticing her disinterest in both food and drink. Startled by his sudden movement, Aunt Li gasped, "Oh dear, you frighten me. What are you doing?" "I'm lost in thought." "What thoughts?" Old Li queried, bewildered by what could occupy her so completely. Their eldest son had married, and the youngest was diligent and obedient. They only had a few acres of land. Yet she seemed perpetually anxious. Aunt Li's mood soured quickly, and she snapped, "Mind your own business." Old Li was unaccustomed to seeing his wife like this, reminiscent of her reluctance to marry him all those years ago. Her face set in a scowl, refusing to be touched. Yet, they had managed to live together harmoniously for decades. Could it be that she had encountered someone else, hence her sudden harshness towards him? Neglecting her duties and retreating under the covers to relive old memories. "I am the head of this household. Is there anything I cannot oversee? I know it must be that you have someone outside." He speculated, his thoughts spiraling into wild conjecture. Upon hearing his accusations, Aunt Li's complexion darkened with anger as she fiercely pinched his waist, exclaiming, "You old fool, at your age, what are you even thinking? Or do you wish to wear a green hat?" Old Li, taken aback by her ferocity, softened, "I'm not frightened by your demeanor. You've been with me all your life. How could I survive if you were to leave for someone else?" Initially furious, Aunt Li couldn't help but laugh at his words. "How could you even say such a thing at your age? Now, tell me, what is it that's so troubling?" Old Li couldn't resist asking further. Aunt Li sighed deeply, tears streaming down her face. "If I were to speak of this, you'd surely be in shock as well. I fear you might not handle it well. What could possibly be so grave?" "Speak," Old Li urged, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Our son, Li Kuzhao, has taken a liking to his sister-in-law, and they have become entangled. What shall we do?" Aunt Li bluntly stated, leaving Old Li momentarily speechless. Seeing her husband frozen in shock, a mix of fear and anger arose within her. "Father, what is wrong? Are you all right?" she asked, pinching his skin to rouse him. After a long pause, Old Li finally regained his faculties. "When did this happen? How could I have been unaware?" Aunt Li wiped her tears. "I only discovered it today. What shall we do? These two wretches have committed such a disgraceful act," Old Li exclaimed in outrage. "What can we do? We cannot make it public. We must endure it quietly. Tomorrow, go to the town and fetch some abortion medicine. Just in case anything happens, we should be prepared," Aunt Li stated with a heavy heart. Old Li felt a pang of reluctance. If there were to be a child, it would also be a descendant of the Li family, their grandchild. "Would you really be able to bear it?" he asked. "How could one possibly bear the shame of such a child? How would we face others?" Aunt Li lamented, her face etched with worry, having contemplated the same thoughts. "We could send Yuan Han away for a year or so, then return and claim she was adopted," Old Li suggested, his mind racing with possibilities. "But what about Kuzhao? Yuan Han is his wife. She cannot belong to anyone else," Aunt Li countered, still unable to accept the reality. Old Li felt defeated. "What shall become of our grandson? No, that wretched spawn will only serve as a reminder of our family's disgrace," Aunt Li resolved, her mind made up. "Tomorrow, we will put an end to this trouble and find some peace." Old Li felt a heavy weight in his heart. "We must find a suitable bride for our son quickly. This way, they will have no opportunity." Aunt Li had already devised a complete plan. Old Li sighed, anxious that they might not find a suitable match in time. "We will settle for someone average," she thought, planning ahead. "When you go to town, inquire about any suitable unmarried women. We need to find someone." Aunt Li replied, gesturing towards Yuan Han's room. She stealthily crouched outside Yuan Han's door, listening intently. After a while, hearing nothing, she quietly locked the door. She then moved towards Li Kuzhao's room, where the light was still on, and peered inside to ensure everything was safe before finally feeling at ease. She called out to her husband to rest early. Lying in bed, Aunt Li closed her eyes, wishing for days to return to their serene normalcy. After the last incident, he knew he had to be more discerning. If he made another mistake, life would become unbearable. However, marrying Yuan Han had been a forced decision, and this time he needed to choose wisely. After a day of wandering, he found no suitable prospects and received many disapproving glances. It was an unusual sight for a father to go from door to door seeking a bride for his son. Oldly sat in a corner of the marketplace, puffing on his pipe and sighing. There are usually many girls looking to marry. Why are there none now? The woes of a parent weighed heavily on him. Despite his efforts, he found no solace, only the burden of attending to their affairs. Finishing his pipe, he pulled out a piece of dry bread, finding it too difficult to swallow. There were plenty of food vendors at the market, but he hesitated to spend the little money he had. After forcing down a few more bites, the enticing aromas of food wafted through the air, prompting him to rise and search for a small noodle stall. Hesitating for a moment, he approached the stall. "Excuse me, may I have a bowl of noodle soup?" he asked, hoping for a warm drink. The stall owner quickly fished out some noodles, calling out, "Daughter, serve the guest." A young girl washing dishes responded, drying her hands and preparing to serve. "Sir, have a bowl. Our noodles are excellent, flavorful, chewy, and inexpensive, with generous portions." It's a well-known shop, the owner boasted, emphasizing their small businesses' low prices. Oldly felt embarrassed as he rubbed his pocket, sheepishly replying, "No, I'm not hungry. Just a bit thirsty. You must have traveled a long way. Please have a bowl. It's not easy to come to the market." Thought to himself, another per soul. What's the point of coming to the market without money? He gestured dismissively. "We're a small business, not a charity. Kindly look elsewhere." Just then, the girl finishing the dishes chimed in. "Father, just give him a bowl of soup. Look at him. He's not doing well." The vendor shot her an annoyed glance, retorting, "Who isn't struggling? I have a family to support. I can't worry about others." The girl persisted, "But remember what the fortune teller said about being kind. Maybe good fortune will come our way." Ignoring her father's protests, she grabbed a bowl and began to fill it with soup. The vendor's earlier comment about his daughter caught his attention. "Is your daughter still unmarried?" he inquired, undeterred by the vendor's previous disdain. The vendor shot him an incredulous look. "What is it to you?" "Well, my son is of marrying age. I thought your daughter might be a good match," Oldly replied, not caring for the vendor's irritation. He assessed the girl's efficiency and appearance, deeming her acceptable. The vendor, annoyed, replied, "Don't get in the way of my business." Oldly hastily put down the bowl. "I'm serious. This is no joking matter." Upon hearing this, the vendor's curiosity piqued. "You think my daughter is suitable?" Oldly nodded vigorously. "You think my daughter is good? What about your son? What's he like?" the vendor questioned, puzzled by Oldly's interest. Oldly smiled. "My son is truly a remarkable talent. A scholar to boot." The girl washing dishes nearby could not help but slow her work to eavesdrop. The noodle seller, overhearing this, pulled Oldly aside slightly. "Are you pulling my leg?" "Really?" Oldly replied with utmost sincerity. "Indeed, young lady, keep an eye on the stall while I converse with him," the noodle seller called out, beckoning Oldly to step aside. "Your son wishes to marry. I must inquire, does he have any issues?" The noodle seller spoke bluntly. Oldly waved his hand dismissively. "My son is perfectly fine. It's merely that my old partner and I are aging and unable to move about much. My son is set to take the exams next year, and we hope to find him a wife for some support." "Oh, that sounds promising," the noodle seller remarked, "but one must see for themselves. Hearing is merely hearsay." The noodle seller's interest piqued. "A scholar, you say? How splendid. I have several daughters, and I have no great expectations for them, just hoping they can marry well and provide some bride price to support us in our old age. I don't expect much more than that." Oldly, feeling forthright, proposed, "How about this? If you are sincere, accompany me tomorrow to meet her. If there's no interest, I shall seek elsewhere." Oldly was determined not to leave empty-handed after making the trip. The noodle seller, sensing the potential, replied, "Do not rush. I am serious about this. Come, come, it seems you are parched with the purpose of proposing for your son. You have indeed come to the right person." "I will go with you." Relieved, Oldly agreed. "Excellent, excellent. Come, come. After speaking for so long, you must be hungry. Young lady, prepare a bowl of wontons and be generous with the ingredients." The noodle seller led Oldly to the small long table in front of the stall. Do you have somewhere to stay tonight? If you don't mind, come to my home, he inquired. Oldly nodded, feeling fortunate as he had spent the previous night in a drugstore at the market. Chapter 91. Drunkenness. Thus, the two old men found common ground, with Oldly savoring the fragrant, steaming wontons while engaging in casual conversation with the noodle seller, feeling as if they were long-lost friends. I am quite worried. I have yet to find a suitable match for my son. How can I return home empty-handed? Fortunately, I have stumbled upon this good fortune. Oldly swallowed a wonton, bits of scallion clinging to his beard. The noodle seller chuckled. I too am anxious about my daughter's prospects. Father, is this how you behave as a parent? The girl shyly reproached. It turned out the noodle seller was not a local, but had moved here from another place. Surnamed Jia, he had traveled far and wide to make a living, eventually settling down here after having children, surviving by selling noodles and wontons, with 3 daughters, the eldest of whom was accompanying him at the stall. Daughter, tidy up the stall. We are not doing business today. Buy 2 tails of meat. I wish to have a good talk with your uncle and seek a husband for you tomorrow. The noodle seller grew increasingly fond of the idea and decided to cease business for the day. The girl felt a bit embarrassed, but quickly began to pack up, finally seeing a glimmer of hope. Once she was married, she would no longer have to compete for space with her sisters. Just thinking about it made her feel joyful. The noodle seller and Oldly tidied the table and chairs before heading home with the noodle basket. Old man, are you closing up so early today? Jialawazi, who was scolding the girl in the small courtyard, frowned upon seeing the two return, displeased. There are so many mouths to feed at home, and you come back early, relying on the north wind? Even worse, you brought back an old man, likely a drifter living off others. The thought soured her mood further, and she shoved the girl into the house, showing no hospitality whatsoever. The noodle seller set down his basket and called out. Jialawazi replied, waving the twig in her hand. The noodle seller smiled. Let her be. If she's lazy, let her give the meat to you, and you can cook something. The girl then took a piece of meat from the basket. Mother, where did you get the money to buy meat? Did you receive a big customer today, or did you find a gold ingot? Jialawazi expressed her skepticism, as such things seemed improbable. Life is getting harder by the day. And you still waste money, not to mention bringing back an idle person. What for? The noodle seller, fearing that Oldly might take offense, glared at Jialawazi. You talk too much. This person is not idle. He is your future in-law. Mind your words. What? In-law? Jialawazi was perplexed. How can you casually bring someone home and call them in-law? Are you out of your mind wanting to marry off our daughter? The noodle seller, while leading Oldly into the main room, explained, Brotherly is from Yuchuan village. I plan to visit him tomorrow. Soon, we will be family. Oh, Jialawazi's expression changed upon hearing this, and she felt somewhat embarrassed. Laughing awkwardly for a while, look at me, I spoke without thinking. Please don't take offense. It's just that our family is poor, and I misspoke. It's no trouble at all, Oldly reassured her. Finding a wife for my son is what matters. The family soon grew cheerful, and Jialawazi ceased her scolding, washing her hands before calling her second daughter into the kitchen. The house was small and shabby, but they made do. The noodle seller felt somewhat out of place, embarrassed by the humble circumstances. Oldly smiled. Not at all. I am also a farmer. We are all the same, and no one looks down on anyone here. I must say, our eldest daughter is truly fortunate to have such a good match. Your son is a scholar. Who knows, he might even top the exams one day, even if he doesn't. He could become a jurin, far better than our current circumstances. The noodle seller expressed his satisfaction with Oldly's son. If what he said were true, it would indeed be a great gain. Hearing this, Oldly felt immensely pleased. Before long, Jialawazi prepared several side dishes that appeared quite sumptuous. The girls stared at the dishes on the table without blinking, knowing these dishes were even more lavish than the New Year's Eve feast. Oldly and the noodle seller took a few bites, only then realizing they were being watched by 5 pairs of eager eyes. Feeling a bit self-conscious, Oldly politely said, Brother Jia, let them join us. We want to finish 2 bowls of wine ourselves. After all, they had worked hard, and it would be impolite to let them just watch it. As soon as he spoke, the girls eagerly surrounded the table. Oldly, who was not a heavy drinker, felt a bit tipsy. Suddenly, several faces crowded in front of him, causing him to jump in surprise. My goodness, how ugly, he thought, each one more so than the last. With the eldest being the least unattractive, This realization made Old Lee feel a surge of pride, thinking he had chosen the best one. However, had Aunt Lee seen them, she might have felt quite differently. Originally, we planned to wait until he took his exams to discuss marriage, but I spoke too freely and nearly let it slip. I'll change the subject. Your aunt is getting old and cannot move about much. We just wish to find a diligent girl to care for our son. How wonderful it would be if she could marry him and become the wife of a top scholar next year. Jialawazi was quite pleased, saying, "Wait here. I'll prepare more for you." How wonderful it would be for their eldest daughter to be married off. She had thought she would have to support her for life. Perhaps this old man just had poor eyesight. If it were someone else, they might have ended up with a patchwork husband. Jialawazi felt she must thank Old Lee profusely. After a few cups of wine, Old Lee downed 2 bowls of wontons and promptly fell into a deep sleep, sprawled over the table. The noodle seller exerted great effort to help him onto the bed, settling him down to rest. "Wife, tomorrow you and the girls can run the stall. I'll accompany Brotherly to take a look," the noodle seller cheerfully informed his wife. Jialawazi, washing the dishes, responded, "Go ahead, the earlier you leave, the sooner you return. If things go well, just agree on the marriage right then and there." "Understood," the noodle seller replied, heading to bed. Chapter 92. A quarrel between Luo Jun and Yuan Han. Seeing her husband so agreeable, Aunt Lee felt her worries dissipate. When will the wedding be? She was now anxious to know. The noodle seller thought for a moment. "Whatever works for you, we can accommodate your wishes." Upon hearing this, Aunt Lee's spirits lifted. "Then let us expedite matters. The sooner, the better, old man. We should start preparing for the wedding festivities. I believe we should keep the celebrations modest for now. My suggestion is to hold off on anything grand until after the son's exams next year." "Why? I want to hurry and bring a daughter-in-law home," she thought. The noodle seller began to wonder if he was being swindled. "If I could get an extra 2 taels of silver, we could postpone the wedding for now. Once the son passes the exams, we won't have to worry about these few silver coins, right? After all, we have exchanged our marriage papers. Once a date is set, we can simply carry her home." The vendor of noodles indeed harbored hopes of a mere few coins, disregarding even the future of his own daughter. Aunt Lee was so overjoyed that she nearly leapt from her feet, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a stroke of good fortune. Observing Aunt Lee's expression, the noodle seller hastily added, "I haven't finished my words yet, although it may not be a grand affair. We must at least invite a witness or 2, otherwise my daughter would be given away for nothing, and I need people to know she is marrying into your family." "That is agreeable," Aunt Lee replied. Her excitement slightly dimmed. "Old man, please consult the calendar to determine a suitable day for the bride to be brought over. I shall go fetch the silver." Upon hearing Aunt Lee's words, Old Lee took the calendar and began to peruse it alongside the noodle seller. "Ah, a favorable day is just 4 days away, suitable for weddings and travel, among other auspicious activities. Truly perfect. Have you noted it?" Aunt Lee inquired as she handed over the silver 2 taels. "Please weigh it." The noodle seller accepted the coins, affirming they were sufficient, and tucked them into his bosom. "I shall bring my daughter in 4 days. You need only wait. Then it is settled," Aunt Lee confirmed, and thus the matter was agreed upon. Old Lee rose to escort the noodle seller out, who, upon noticing Yuan Han sitting in the courtyard, called out, "Girl, I'm leaving now. I shall return in a few days." Yuan Han felt a chill run down her spine and turned away. Though Old Lee inexplicably began to criticize the girl. "That's good. We should start preparing." Only then did Aunt Lee truly feel at ease, though she insisted that the girl must be diligent, obedient, and capable. No more of those spoiled, pampered types. The following day, Aunt Lee busied herself with preparations, asking Yuan Han to borrow some preserved vegetables from the Luo family, as they had depleted their supplies during the last celebration. Finally finding an excuse, Yuan Han dressed up a bit before heading over. "Is Mrs. Luo at home?" she called out, noticing the door was ajar, yet it seemed no one was inside. As she peered in, she pondered how to handle the situation. After having been scolded for her perceived shortcomings, she feared that failing even this simple task might invite more censure. "I'm coming in," Yuan Han announced, stepping boldly inside. There was no need for formalities between the two families. "Mrs. Luo, Luo Jun, Uncle Luo," she called out again, but still received no response. Glancing around, she noticed Luo Jun's door half open. Upon pushing it, she was taken aback to find him inside, silent despite her numerous calls. "Hey Luo Jun, have you gone deaf?" Yuan Han shouted, unceremoniously. Upon seeing her enter, Luo Jun had no choice but to respond. "What do you want? I thought you might be mute. Coming to your house surely means there's something to discuss." Yuan Han retorted, rolling her eyes at his lack of engagement. "I'm looking for your mother," she stated. Yuan Han felt a pang of annoyance at his aloof demeanor. Was he adopting a pretentious air of indifference now? Luo Jun slowly acknowledged her, turning a page in his book. "She has gone out. You can come back later." "What do you mean by that? What has gotten into you lately? Ku Zhao mentioned you've been acting strange." And it seems he was right. Yuan Han was taken aback. Usually, Luo Jun was easy to interact with, but he now appeared distant. Luo Jun felt a surge of anger, realizing Yuan Han was shamelessly familiar, calling him so affectionately while maintaining a facade of indifference. He is he, and I am I. It's of no concern to you. You should just leave." He dismissed her. "I refuse to leave until you clarify." Yuan Han shot back, never having been spoken to in such a manner. Anger bubbled within her, and she blocked the doorway defiantly. Luo Jun smirked, recognizing her stubbornness. Previously, he found her naive charm endearing, but now it was rather irksome. "Don't come at me with that. I want to be swayed by your antics. Don't make me feel disgusted." Finally, after venting days of pent-up frustration, he acknowledged his feelings. Yes, he liked Yuan Han, a realization he had long avoided. However, it was now pointless to deny it. Yuan Han had never encountered such harsh words. Even a stone-hearted person would find it unbearable. "You scoundrel, are you unwell? What have I done to provoke you? Why are you unjustly lashing out at me? What right do you have to say such things? You are nothing to me. If you find me disgusting, know that I feel the same way about you." "You ugly wretch." Having failed to borrow the vegetables, she returned home filled with resentment, only to be scolded by Aunt Lee, which made her feel even worse, prompting her to retreat in solitude. Meanwhile, Luo Jun experienced a twinge of regret for his harsh words. Pondering how he would face her in the future, should he pretend not to see her or greet her casually? What could he do? He could only blame himself for being ineffectual. Sometimes, he envied Ku Zhao, who boldly expressed his feelings while he found himself sulking in solitude. Sighing, Luo Jun resigned himself to his fate. "Useless. All you know is to eat and drink. Even borrowing something is beyond you," Aunt Lee complained as she tidied up. Old Lee shouted, "Enough. Will you stop your incessant rambling? Spare us the trivialities and get on with it." "Mother, what has been brewing these past few days? Is someone coming to visit?" Ku Zhao remarked, noticing the unusual abundance of delectable items in the kitchen. Aunt Lee chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, indeed. We have guests coming. You must be on your best behavior when they arrived. Of course, guests are to be treated with courtesy." Ku Zhao readily agreed, seeing her son still obedient. Aunt Lee brought some food from the kitchen. "Here, taste your mother's cooking. How is it?" Ku Zhao savored a few bites. "Not bad at all. I'll share some with Yuan Han. She seems a bit down." Upon hearing this, both Aunt Lee and Old Lee immediately disapproved, pulling him back. "Don't go. That's not appropriate." Realizing he had been thwarted, Ku Zhao sighed. "Fine, I want to go. Mother, you can take it to Yuan Han." After all, Yuan Han must have been upset by Luo Jun, as it was not unlike a usually docile cat suddenly scratching one with its sharp claws. Kei Zhao returned to his room to read, leaving Aunt Lee to stew in her own frustrations. "That boy is useless," she muttered. Old Lee attempted to soothe her. "Don't be angry. In a couple of days, he'll forget about Yuan Han." Aunt Lee raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "Is that so? Is that girl truly so wonderful?" "Indeed. She is industrious and sensible, and quite pleasing to the eye, rest assured." Finally, the day Aunt Lee had been eagerly anticipating arrived. Rising before dawn, she prepared for the occasion, but as midday approached without a sign of anyone, she urged Old Lee to check at the village entrance. "Worry not. The journey is long. A little delay is nothing." Old Lee replied, leisurely smoking his pipe and humming a tune, and oh sooner had he spoken than a cacophony erupted outside. "Brotherly, we have arrived." Old Lee, thrilled, dropped his pipe and rushed to greet them. Aunt Lee insisted, pushing Ku Zhao forward. "Mother, what are you doing?" "I cannot," Ku Zhao protested, startled. Surely his mother had lost her senses, as it was inappropriate for him to assist a young lady. Fortunately, the girl was not pretentious. Amidst the pushing and shoving, she entered on her own. The young woman was indeed striking, clad in a vibrant red dress, a veil draped over her head, casting an enchanting aura. Upon stepping inside, she lifted the veil, revealing herself fully, and Aunt Lee gasped, clutching her chest as she rushed back into the kitchen. Heavens, this was the bride Old Lee had spoken of for Kuzhao. Her appearance was shockingly unappealing. While it was merely a match made out of necessity, she was far more unattractive than expected. Aunt Lee lamented over the 2 taels of silver spent, feeling it was a regrettable waste. Well, what do you think? Quite nice. Isn't it? Old Lee boasted as he arranged matters, then rushed to the kitchen to bask in the glory of his efforts. Aunt Lee, filled with pent-up frustration, vented her ire upon him. Is this what you call a splendid bride? Look at her. She's a fright. Do you truly believe our son will be enamored, forsaking Yuan Han for her? Be quiet, Old Lee hissed, covering her mouth. You may choose whatever you wish to make do with. After all, once the lights are extinguished, it all appears the same. Moreover, this girl may lack in appearance, yet she possesses commendable qualities. She is capable and resilient. So one ought to be content. Old Lee, feeling indignant from the scolding, retorted, Why, indeed, if that is so, shall you sleep in the pigsty tonight? Aunt Lee regarded him with disdain. What, you expect me to sleep in a pigsty? Old Lee was taken aback. Aunt Lee shot him a glare. Who asked you to say it would all be the same once the lights are out? Just imagine, with the lights out, you might as well be on the Kang. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Li Kejia had dashed into the kitchen. The crowd outside was rather peculiar. Upon arrival, they scrutinized him without a word, as if he were merely an item at the market. And their gaze sent shivers down his spine. You all should attend to them. I cannot manage those people. Have you spoken to that girl? Aunt Lee chimed in with a rather blunt remark. What can one do? Despite her shortcomings, she is still a woman, so we might as well make do to as for her. She should not harbor any illusions of becoming a legitimate daughter-in-law of the Li family. To be frank, despite her daily grievances against Yuan Han, when compared to this girl, Yuan Han resembled a celestial being, while the girl seemed like a mere sparrow on the ground, though Yuan Han may lack skills. Her beauty is undeniable. In due time, as life improves, she could still grace the halls of society, whereas this girl would be relegated to the kitchen. If it were to be proclaimed that she is the wife of a top scholar, one would be utterly humiliated. What? Li Kejia was beside himself, bolting away in a flurry. Chapter 94. Carrying someone back unprecedentedly during the meal, not only were the Li family members present, but also the neighboring Luo family. The atmosphere was exceedingly awkward. Aunt Lee felt a tinge of displeasure yet continued to serve the girl food, showering her with compliments. How lovely and capable you are. Please, it has only just begun. You have barely settled in, yet your industriousness is apparent. The noodle vendor kept casting furtive glances at Yuan Han, who was enveloped in an aura of discomfort, occasionally feeling the urge to hurl a bowl at him. Meanwhile, Luo Jun wore a furrowed brow. Observing the troubled faces around him, he merely wished to depart quickly. After all, they were all under the same roof while he was merely an outsider. Aunt Lee, somewhat unexpectedly, urged everyone to eat. Come on, everyone, don't just sit there. Eat up. How can you not partake? Aunt Luo, well aware of the underlying tension, joined in. Please, everyone, dig in. This is the result of Aunt Lee's hard work this morning. We must not waste it. Yet, despite their coaxing, joy was nowhere to be found. Kejia, serve the girl some food. Why are you just sitting there? Please excuse him. This child is simply too sincere. Aunt Lee nudged Li Kejia with her elbow. Li Kejia was startled, his hands trembling. Mother, what is going on? Since it has come to this, I shall speak plainly. This is the bride we have chosen for you. Aunt Lee could no longer conceal the truth. Everyone was burdened with their thoughts, and it was better to clarify matters. Upon hearing Aunt Lee's words, Li Kejia nearly fainted, exclaiming, This is utterly absurd, to suddenly speak of a bride, and the worst part is, her quality is far from satisfactory. Mother, how could you bring a bride home without any warning? This is simply outrageous. Li Kejia found it impossible to accept. Aunt Lee, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness, lamented, Whom can I blame? I also feel quite stifled for having found such a lackluster bride for you. But what can be done? With a forced smile, Aunt Lee added, You are not a child anymore. After we finish eating, we can send her back, Li Kejia declared without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately burst into tears. Father, I shall not return. I might as well die. What face do I have to go back? The noodle vendor, upon hearing this, protested, You are being unreasonable. I brought my daughter here, and now you expect me to take her back. How can she face the neighbors knowing she was sent back? Enough of this. I am growing old and cannot move about. How can I be at ease without someone to care for you? Aunt Li feigned frailty. Ikaja protested vehemently. If you cannot move. Do we not have my elder sister-in-law? She can care for us. Did you not say I should pursue my studies before considering marriage? Aunt Li shot him an exasperated glance, realizing the crux of the matter. If it were not for those two, this entire situation could have been avoided. However, Yuan Han behaved as if nothing were amiss, eating and drinking as usual, without a single word of complaint. Aunt Li, eager to gauge Yuan Han's sentiments, provocatively asked, Yuan Han, what do you think? Honestly, I have no objections. If you are satisfied, that is sufficient for me. I cannot possibly manage this household, Yuan Han replied, her initial reluctance to speak fading as she decided to voice her thoughts. Forgive her this small selfishness. Of course, I can do everything, cooking, farming, you name it. Please do not send me back. I am a Li by birth and a Li in death. You must be my elder sister-in-law. Please, reason with them. If I am sent back, I will have no path forward. The girl clung to this notion like a lifeline, refusing to let go. Yuan Han, sensing the gravity of the situation, urged, Kajao, just let it be. You have already brought her here. What more can be done? She gently pulled Li Kajao aside and whispered, I understand she may be a tad unattractive, but she is industrious. A man, you can marry as many as you wish in the future. Please do not let this escalate into something dire. In all sincerity, Yuan Han's words were merely a temporary measure, yet to her astonishment, they ignited a sense of resentment within the girl. Oh dear. Li Kajia sighed in frustration before turning to leave. Luo Jun, equally bewildered, pondered their relationship. How could Yuan Han appear unperturbed by the news of Li Kejiao's impending marriage? Instead, she was fervently advocating for it. Had all the rumors been mere fabrications? This thought brought an involuntary smile to Luo Jun's face. What are you smiling at? Yuan Han, taken aback by Luo Jun's sudden cheerfulness, found it quite inappropriate. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Luo Jun replied, Oh, it's nothing. I'm just happy. What is there to be happy about? Yuan Han shot him a disapproving glance before heading off in search of Li Kejiao. Aunt Li, wanting to call out but hesitating, suppressed her voice. Perceiving Aunt Li's concern, Luo Jun volunteered, Aunt, I will go take a look. Chapter 95. Resolved by the riverside at the village entrance. Luo Jun spotted Li Kajia and Yuan Han from a distance. Stealthily approaching them, Li Kajia, this is a good thing. Why do you still wear such a glum expression? Yuan Han teased, relishing in his misfortune. Li Kajia deliberately distanced himself, scoffing, what do you have to be happy about? Seeing me like this brings you joy, does it not? I have finally received my comeuppance. Yuan Han was taken aback by his words, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. She had never considered such a perspective. That is utterly unfounded. If I thought that way, I would be a dog. Truly, I have wronged you, Li Kejia retorted, surprised by Yuan Han's fervent declaration, which made him appear overly petty. Why the sudden talk of a bride? Wasn't everything fine before? Yuan Han scratched her head, perplexed. I have no idea. This is all too sudden. There was no hint beforehand, and this approach feels just like when they were trying to corner me. No, I absolutely cannot agree to this. While the dictates of parents and matchmakers hold some truth, they cannot be so arbitrary. This concerns my lifelong happiness. Li Kejiao's resolve only strengthened as he contemplated resistance. Yuan Han, feeling a mix of resignation and disappointment, sat down on the ground. What is this? Now you wish to rebel. Now you understand the suffering of arranged marriages. Li Kejiao, I feel as if you are just as you have always been. What do you mean by that? Li Kejiao kicked the tree trunk in frustration, finding no outlet for his feelings. Daring not to leap into the river or resort to violence, he settled for venting his anger on the tree. Back then, you advised me. Today, I am merely returning the favor. I could accept my fate, so what is stopping you? Yuan Han had no intention of delivering a profound lesson, merely wanting Li Kejiao to acquiesce to the marriage. Are you not on my side? Will you not help me? Li Kejia felt utterly alone, as if no one stood by him. Yuan Han initially intended to mock him with a few words, but ultimately could not bring herself to do so. Li Kejiao, rest assured, I am uncertain why your mother has suddenly mentioned a bride for you, yet the young lady has already been delivered. What do you propose we do? The girl has also stated that if she is sent back, she would face certain doom. Luo Jun, having eavesdropped for quite some time, finally appeared with a somewhat awkward smile. So, you're here. I've been searching everywhere for you. With a huff, Yuan Han cast a disdainful glance at Luo Jun before turning away. Li Kuzhao did not acknowledge Luo Jun at all. Remaining dazed and seated on the ground, Luo Jun stammered, but after a prolonged silence, it was evident that the girl had no fondness for him. Yuan Han, feeling somewhat exasperated, waved her hand dismissively as if swatting away a fly. What are you doing? If there's nothing wrong, then step away a bit. What kind of person is he? When he's pleased, he draws near, and when he's displeased, he pushes others away as if they owe him something. How presumptuous. My apologies. Luo Jun regretted having listened to only one side of the story, and that while eavesdropping. Yuan Han then cast him a sidelong glance. Apologies. What do you have to apologize for? I assumed that you two had some sort of affair, which is why I was so indignant, but reflecting on it now, it truly seems absurd. Luo Jun expressed his embarrassment. Yuan Han felt a surge of energy at his words. If he thought there was something romantic between her and Li Kuzhao, that would explain his anger and subsequent indifference. Anger? No, that was not quite right. It was jealousy. Yuan Han firmly believed that jealousy was far more potent than mere anger. Luo Jun then explained the entire context. Li Kuzhao finally began to show signs of coming back to reality, slapping his thigh in realization. So that's why my mother was so anxious to find me a bride. We can simply clarify everything, can't we? Not so fast. Luo Jun grabbed him, analyzing the situation. If you go to explain now, it may only lead to misunderstandings on the girl's family's part. Moreover, just by observing her temperament, she seems rather fierce. What if things truly escalate? I cannot simply agree to this. Had I known it would come to this, I would have consulted you beforehand. Alas, my heart is destined to disappoint someone. What? You already have someone in your heart? Why didn't you say so earlier? Who is it? Yuan Han's curiosity ignited, eagerly probing for details. Mind your own business. Li Kuzhao was determined to keep his secrets. If he was to disappoint someone, he could not reveal her name. It would preserve her reputation, allowing her to marry a good man in the future and alleviate his own guilt. Yuan Han sighed, pondering why it seemed that no one ever ended up with the person they truly liked. Fate truly played tricks on them. Li Kuzhao, disheartened by this thought, shook his head wearily and trudged back. Resigned to their separate paths henceforth, now only Yuan Han and Luo Jun remained, both feeling somewhat shy and reluctant to speak first, especially Luo Jun, who appeared more bashful than a maiden. Eventually, Yuan Han could no longer contain herself. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she leaned in closer and nudged Luo Jun with her elbow. May I ask you something? You may. Luo Jun replied quietly. Were you upset because of my relationship with Li Kuzhao? Yuan Han was impatient to know the answer, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Jun. Luo Jun, blushing, instinctively took a step back and nodded. A mischievous smile spread across Yuan Han's face as she playfully leaned closer to Luo Jun, causing him to become exceedingly nervous. He could even feel her breath. Are you feeling jealous? Yuan Han suddenly blurted out a statement that could leave one speechless. Chapter 96. Entering the door, Luo Jun was instantly mortified. Thoughtful attention and romantic gestures. Did one really need to rely on a beautiful girl to initiate a pursuit? Seeing Yuan Han growing impatient, Luo Jun, who had intended to muster the courage to confess, it was all too apparent that he harbored affections for her. Why won't you admit it? Do you dislike me? I do not dislike you. Luo Jun shook his head. Yuan Han, taking a few steps forward with a hint of sadness, remarked, I know you think I am tainted because I've been married before, don't you? Not at all. Luo Jun quickly sought to dispel Yuan Han's self-deprecation, almost unable to contain the heartfelt words he wished to express. Forget it. Let us go. If we don't return soon, I fear we'll become the subject of gossip again. Yuan Han forced a bitter smile and stepped ahead. Upon their return, the others had nearly finished their meal, awaiting only her to take a few bites before washing the dishes, whereas Kuzhao, Yuan Han noticed the girl was left alone, assuming he was still sulking. Oh, he's gone to see his father-in-law. You should eat, Aunt Li said, her attitude towards Yuan Han having significantly changed. Firstly, she regretted having wronged her, and secondly, she now noticed that Yuan Han possessed an indescribable charm that the girl could not compare to. Upon realizing this, Yuan Han stifled a chuckle, thinking she should indeed express gratitude to the sister-in-law. Dear girl, you should eat as well. I see you Haven tea touched your food. Don't worry about me. Take care of your own health, she added warmly, serving more food into the girl's bowl and encouraging her to eat. The girl felt somewhat touched. Ever since her father left, no one had paid her any attention. And it was this elder sister-in-law who noticed her lack of appetite and urged her to eat. The girl raised her bowl, gratefully saying, "Thank you, elder sister-in-law. I will rely on you more in the future." "No need to mention it," Yuan Han replied, exuding an air of protectiveness. Aunt Li felt uneasy. This new bride seemed to lack awareness of her place. This household was one where she held authority. So why should Yuan Han be expected to take care of her? Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought. Could Yuan Han really provide any assistance? What could she do besides talk? After the meal, Aunt Li and Aunt Luo busied themselves with cleaning up the dishes. The girl, unlike Yuan Han, did not dare sit idly by. However, wanting to help yet unsure how to do so, she merely stood outside the kitchen. "Tell me, have you noticed anything odd between Ku Zhao and Yuan Han?" Aunt Luo whispered. After reflecting for a moment, Aunt Li replied, "No, there's nothing unusual about them. More strangely, Yuan Han even encouraged Ku Zhao to marry the girl. That is indeed peculiar." Aunt Luo thought it baffling that two people who were fond of each other could so easily accept someone else. "Had I known it would turn out this way, I wouldn't have rushed to find a bride for Ku Zhao. Look at what he ended up marrying. She's like a lump of potato. Hardly worthy of him." Aunt Li regretted her haste. Thankfully, she still had a backup plan. Ku Zhao's happiness would not be at stake. Outside, the girl felt utterly bewildered. Did her husband and elder sister-in-law share some hidden understanding? Did her mother-in-law disdain her and her husband not want her? Was it all Yuan Han's fault? Silently wiping away her tears, she entered the kitchen, respectfully stating, "Mother-in-law, Aunt, you both should take a break. I can handle these chores." With no other option, and feeling rejected by everyone, she could only strive to win their favor. From the very first glance, she had fallen for her handsome husband. Aunt Li glanced at the girl, who was still blushing and did not bother with pleasantries. "Aunt Luo, dry your hands. You can wash the dishes now, and make sure to clean the stove as well." After saying this, she took Aunt Luo and stepped outside. The girl diligently washed the dishes, ensuring each one was spotless, treating them with the care one would afford precious jade. If she worked diligently, surely she could win the hearts of her mother-in-law and husband. Right? How bold of the elder sister-in-law to sit idly like a statue. Surely she must have some rewards coming her way. Aside from her pretty face, she has nothing on me. Having finished washing, Li Ku Zhao and Old Li returned from their errand. "Father, mother, please take a seat. I'll pour tea for you," the girl said. Fully aware of the customs associated with a new bride, Aunt Li reluctantly took a seat at the head of the hall. Awaiting the girl's tea service. "Ke Zhao, come here," the girl shyly beckoned, casting a glance at him. "No need, you just serve the tea." Aunt Li was not inclined to have her son kneel alongside her. Yuan Han, sitting nearby, thought to herself, "That girl is quite perceptive. Life from here on out may not be easy for her. When I entered, I not only failed to serve tea, but also caused quite a scene. It is evident who is favored. Well, since my presence is unnecessary, I shall take my leave," Yuan Han said, preparing to depart. Aunt Li stopped her, insisting, "Stay where you are. She is serving her tea. You can do as you please. And it is essential to observe morning and evening rituals." Aunt Li took the tea from the maid and took a symbolic sip. The maid lowered her head, and the daughter-in-law took note. When it was Old Li's turn, he had little to say, but remaining silent would be inappropriate, so he added a few words, assuring that things would be fine moving forward, as if they were at home. Chapter 97. The underlying struggle. The maid stood up and, after a moment's thought, said to Yuan Han, "Sister-in-law, it's afternoon now. Aren't you going to pay your respects to the elders?" Yuan Han immediately sensed that the maid was not as simple as she appeared. "My dear maid, you have just entered the household, and there is much you do not yet know. We shall discuss it later." Yuan Han dismissed her with a few words. Aunt Li, always critical of the maid, coughed deliberately. "It is getting late. You see, it has barely been a moment since lunch was cleared, and now we must prepare for dinner." With a smile, Aunt Li engaged in casual conversation with Aunt Luo. "Indeed, for farmers, aside from working, isn't it just about 3 meals a day? I should start preparing as well." Aunt Luo agreed and stood to leave. However, Aunt Li quickly seized her arm. "Today, you need not light the stove. Let us enjoy our evening together," allowing the two old folks some merriment over a drink. Aunt Luo politely acquiesced. "Very well, I shall prepare the evening meal." The maid, ever alert, recognized that as a new bride, she could not simply bask in the comforts offered to her. She quickly volunteered, "Mother-in-law, Aunt, please, sit back. I will take care of this. Leave it all to me. The maid felt a sense of pride. She was quite adept at her tasks, easily outshining Yuan Han. Although there was a customary order of arrival, given the current situation, it was evident that Yuan Han would not win the favor of her mother-in-law. She deserved it. After all, she had secretly encouraged her husband to remarry. Though a man may have the right to take multiple wives, no woman truly wishes to share her husband with another. Yuan Han, not wishing to appear too inadequate in public, also volunteered, I will take her along. Otherwise, she won't even find our fields. Very well, you may take her. Aunt Lee nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Although the arrival had not been ideal, Yuan Han was gradually becoming more lively and no longer appeared as lazy as before. Did they leave you with nothing? Such disdainful treatment. Humph. Surely there was no dowry involved. Her own father had prepared a pair of silver bracelets for her. What did Yuan Han possess? How could she hold her head high in this household? Yes. How did you know? Yuan Han replied, surprised at the maid's knowledge. The maid clicked her tongue, shaking her head in sympathy. Sister-in-law, you are too unfortunate. Yuan Han was puzzled by her remark, but guessed it was not meant with good intentions. What reason did she have to delve deep into her insecurities? A pair of silver bracelets is quite nice. I consider it a good dowry. I had none. Yuan Han concealed any feelings of inferiority, even feeling happy for the maid. The maid smiled brightly. Really? Then I can rest easy. But sister-in-law, doesn't the lack of a dowry cause your mother-in-law to treat you poorly? Poorly? Not at all. Besides, if I had one, I might have been sent away. Yuan Han shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. If only it were that simple, she thought, the maid still unaware that no matter the circumstances, the Li family would not cast her aside. As they conversed, they soon entered a plot of land. Without saying much, Yuan Han, in an act of frustration, stepped on two plants that had been there since her arrival. Sister-in-law, this land belongs to us, the maid assumed, placing her basket down and entering the field. Hearing this, Yuan Han shook her head. Not quite. Then how dare you do this? The maid asked, puzzled, as tampering with someone else's garden would surely invite reprimand. It matters not. This was left by my careless parents. It is mine, and I shall do as I please. Yuan Han reassured her that within this space, she could act freely. Even the Li family had no say over it. The maid replied softly, realizing, I see. Such a large piece of land must be worth quite a bit. This could be considered your dowry, couldn't it? Compared to my silver bracelets, it pales in significance. Yuan Han remained indifferent, neither boasting nor showing off. While the maid grew somewhat disinterested, the two fell silent, quietly harvesting vegetables before returning home. As a new bride, one must showcase some skills. To capture a man's heart, one must first master the art of cooking. Treating the maid with indifference, the maid, unfazed, thought that once they shared a bed, their hearts would surely grow closer. Thus, she cheerfully served Li Keja some of her best dishes. Eat well. All of this was prepared just for you. If you enjoy it, I will cook for you every day. Li Keja said nothing and made no move to eat. He merely fidgeted with his food before setting down his utensils. I am full. Please continue without me. I will return to my room. The maid felt a pang of disappointment as she watched him retreat, longing to follow and inquire about his troubles. Yet, she could not. Her in-laws were still at the table, and guests had not yet departed. She cast an annoyed glance at Yuan Han, who was relishing the meal as if it were specially made for her. Was she a pig, gluttonous and lazy? She wondered how long she could maintain her irritation. The maid's appetite waned, and after a struggle to finish her meal, she hurriedly cleared the table, knowing that her wedding night awaited her. Chapter 98. Aunt Lee seeks help. Aunt Lee had been hovering near the maid, watching as she finished tidying up the dishes. Maid, mother-in-law, is there something you need? The maid felt uneasy under Aunt Lee's persistent gaze. Aunt Lee stammered, it's getting late. You should rest. Kejao is studying, and you. The maid began to suspect something amiss. Surely Aunt Lee did not intend for her to share a room with Li Kejao. This was unacceptable. Mother-in-law, indeed, the hour is late. You should retire as well. Kejao is studying. Do not worry, I will stay by his side. If he grows weary, I shall massage his temples, and if he gets hungry, I will prepare a midnight snack. And oh need, you have just entered the household. How can I let you bear such burdens? Besides, he needs quiet while studying. Why not spend the night in Yuan Han's room? Aunt Lee scrambled to find excuses to keep her son happy. The maid, not easily deceived, insisted, Mother-in-law, it's all right. You needn't worry. I have just arrived. and it is quite taxing for my husband to study late into the night. How can I possibly retreat into comfort while he works hard? As husband and wife, we must share both joys and hardships. With that, the maid brushed past Aunt Lee, who could not stop her. Oh dear, what a calamity, Aunt Lee lamented, slapping her thigh in frustration. Now it seems the die is cast. It was unacceptable. She could not let her son be ensnared by this maid. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Yuan Han. Aunt Lee knocked on Yuan Han's door. Yuan Han, accustomed to staying up late, was practicing yoga on the bed. Hearing Aunt Lee's knocking, she did not rush to answer. What is it? She called out. Please, open the door. I need to discuss something. Aunt Lee could not raise her voice too much. She knocked insistently instead. Yuan Han finally got up and opened the door. What is so urgent that it cannot wait? Yuan Han, I beg you for a favor. Aunt Lee's tone was intimate, revealing the distinction between her and the maid, who had called her mother-in-law. What is it? Yuan Han inquired, puzzled. Why are we discussing this at such an hour? First, I must apologize to you. I am sorry, Aunt Lee began, appealing to emotion and reason. Yuan Han, confused, asked, What do you mean? Previously, I suspected you and Kazhao were involved. I kept my guard up and even arranged for him to marry another. But today, I realized that your relationship with him is not what I thought. Is it not my fault as an elder? Please forgive me. Aunt Lee expressed her sincerity, stating that Yuan Han is someone who responds better to gentle words than to harshness. If you speak kindly to her, she will soften, but if you confront her aggressively, she will surely stand her ground even more firmly. Yuan Han found herself in a bit of a quandary. It seemed rather trivial to create such a stir over a mere hint of suspicion. Regretting her actions, she reflected on her own foolishness. But I am not so petty. I had already sensed something amiss with you, just did not expect you would lean in this direction, though I thought it should not be left unresolved. I found myself letting it slide, proving I am not one to hold grudges. Yuan Han surmised that the matter was not as simple as it seemed and decided to cut through the ambiguity. Please, just tell me what the issue is. Well, Yuan Han, Aunt Lee began, marrying that girl is truly not to my liking, and certainly not to Kuzhao's either. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke plainly. You must have noticed, Kuzhao vehemently opposes this. However, there's no turning back now, and I suspect the girl will cling to him. I was hoping you might assist me. Assist you in what? Yuan Han had a vague inkling of Aunt Lee's request. I thought, since you can read and write, perhaps you could accompany Kuzhao under the pretense of studying together. Aunt Lee's face flushed as she spoke. She had previously dreaded the two being together. Yet now she seemed eager for that very outcome. Yuan Han shivered at the thought. Aunt Lee, are you out of your mind? It's their wedding night. Why would I intrude? She shrank back on the bed. No way. I refuse to be part of this. Aunt Lee, I implore you. She added, if it must be this way, I might as well let you and Kuzhao be together. Aunt Lee quickly moved closer, trying to persuade her. Yuan Han's face fell. Oh dear, are you pushing me into the fire? Please, refrain from such talk. I cannot bear it. I see Kuzhao as a brother. Aunt Lee would not relent. You say that, yet can you bear to see your brother fall into such a pit? How could he ever face the future with a wife like that? Yuan Han felt a pang of annoyance. I will go, but I don't want to be the subject of gossip. Very well, then hurry and get ready, Aunt Lee said, wiping her eyes in a show of gratitude, eagerly tidying up for Yuan Han. Enough, go to bed. What do I need to tidy up for? Yuan Han replied, knowing that if she went, the girl might resent her deeply. Initially intending to befriend her, this turn of events seemed to spoil any chance of that. The girl entered the room quietly, taking a seat beside Li Kuzhao, resting her chin on her hand. She thought how handsome her husband appeared. Her eyes were filled with admiration for him. Li Kuzhao, meanwhile, was not truly absorbed in his reading. He felt he could not relax unless he feigned interest. Yet, how could he not feel her intense gaze upon him, feeling a bit awkward? Li Kuzhao avoided her gaze and cleared his throat. The girl, seeing his discomfort, chuckled softly, realizing he was just a bashful young man. Flustered by her attention, she mused that marrying him might be the most fulfilling achievement of her life. Yet, it puzzled her why, on such a momentous night, he was so absorbed in his book, neglecting her presence. As the oil lamp flickered low, the girl stifled a yawn, fearing it might disturb Li Kuzhao, and wondered how much longer they would stay awake. In truth, Li Kuzhao was already struggling to stay alert. It was not that he did not want to sleep, but he was unsure how to sleep beside someone he did not genuinely desire. Ku Zhao, let us sleep, it is getting late, and the oil is nearly burnt out, she said, her face turning a shade of crimson. Having taken the initiative, she hoped he would understand the urgency of her words. Li Ku Zhao, who had been teetering on the edge of slumber, suddenly found himself wide awake. No, I must read a little longer. There is not much time left. The girl felt a twinge of frustration. He was truly as dense as a rock. Even with her clear hints, he remained unmoved. Well, in the privacy of our room, no one else needs to know. Let us rest. Your health is important, she insisted. Gently taking the book from his hands and closing it, with a look of innocent shyness unique to young women, she cast a glance at Li Ku Zhao before turning to leave. Watching her depart, he stood up, pacing the room anxiously, wondering if they were really going to sleep apart. Why the rush? Sit down, the girl said, re-entering with a basin of water. Seeing Li Ku Zhao's frantic movements, she assumed he was impatient to be alone with her. This thought made Li Ku Zhao feel embarrassed, and just as he was about to explain, the girl pressed him down onto the bed and knelt to remove his shoes. Li Ku Zhao felt a pang of guilt. She was genuinely kind, but his heart was not in it. No, I'll do it myself. You should rest. How could he enjoy her attention when he did not reciprocate her feelings? Do not move. These tasks are for women to handle, she replied, tenderly washing his feet. Once she finished, she dried them with a cloth and took the basin away. I'll help you change, she said, her face flushed as she approached to unbutton his garment. Li Ku Zhao found himself at a loss, unable to escape her advances. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted them. The girl glanced at the door, hesitantly asking, "Who is it?" No response came from outside. Yet the knocking persisted. Li Ku Zhao, relieved, urged her, "Quickly, open the door. We must see who it is." "Big sister, what brings you here?" the girl asked, surprised to see her. "Why are you intruding on their private moment?" Yuan Han felt somewhat embarrassed. She had a reason to visit, but could not say it outright. It was clear she had come to disrupt their intimacy. I'm looking for Ku Zhao. There's something we need to discuss," she said, stepping through the half-open door. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, realizing they were on the verge of something more. "I didn't mean to intrude. It seems like you were quite engaged." Yuan Han quickly turned away. Covering her eyes, Li Ku Zhao, flustered, hurried to dress himself. "Big sister, what is it you need?" Since you are about to rest, I suppose it can wait until tomorrow." "My apologies for the interruption," Yuan Han said. Backing away towards the door, fearing she might leave, Li Ku Zhao called out, "Big sister, if there is something to discuss, please, don't hesitate. I still need to read." Surprised by the girl's directness, Li Ku Zhao felt overwhelmed. Caught between doing the right thing and causing trouble, Yuan Han hesitated, but the girl's next words ignited her anger. "Big sister, what are you doing here at this hour? Do you not know that there are boundaries between uncle and niece? How bold of you." While it was indeed wrong to disrupt their moment, Yuan Han felt justified in her indignation. Initially regretting listening to Aunt Li, she now felt no guilt at all. "Your mother sent me to discuss some literature with Ku Zhao. Surely you know I can read and write," she said defiantly, taking a seat at the desk. Li Ku Zhao found himself in a difficult position. While he did not want to offend Yuan Han, he also could not treat the girl as anything less than his wife. "Big sister, please don't be upset. Let us focus on our reading," he suggested, trying to diffuse the tension. "It is late. You should rest," the girl added, her tone sharp as she urged Yuan Han to leave. "Big sister, what do you think of this article I copied?" Luo Jun also copied one, Li Ku Zhao quickly interjected. Hoping to steer the conversation away from conflict, Yuan Han had intended to leave, but hesitated upon seeing Li Ku Zhao's earnest expression. "What article?" He quickly produced the papers for her inspection. The girl felt defeated. Her husband was siding with Yuan Han, and confronting her now would not be wise. Resigned, she decided to let them read, reasoning that if she stayed close, they would not be able to do much anyway.